My name is John Thomas, and I'm the founder of Tap Cancer Out. And in 2010, I had a simple idea: to motivate and empower the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu community to take the fight to cancer. What started as a single tournament in a high school gym in Connecticut has turned into the most philanthropic jiu-jitsu events in the world. Some may ask, why jiu-jitsu? But we've always asked, why not? We know that the BJJ community is capable of changing the world because we've seen it firsthand. People from all walks of life, all ages, races, and creeds, all fighting for those in the fight of their lives. The Craig Jones Invitational is proof of just that. The best competitors from around the world coming together to change lives. The support of CJI and its matching donor partners provides an unparalleled amount of support that will fund cancer research, training, survivorship, and more. Until that day comes when cancer finally backs down, we'll continue to fight. So my only question to you is, will I see you on the mats?
Gucci Smoothie here from StreetX News. I am back, and this is me making a stand. With the Fair Fight Foundation, every single dollar is being donated. You know that shirt I showed you with money on? That money is going into the hands of children who need. Do the right thing, mate. Support the event. Buy now.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me win $1 million.
On the Craig Jones. On the Craig Jones Invitational.
Guys, just a reminder to all the athletes, none of you will ever or do deserve $1 million. I'm doing that out of the kindness of my heart. As the event draws closer, I realize how much money that is and how really I should have kept more money for myself here. I'm doing this for free, absolutely free according to the tax office, but we will get the job done. We'll put on a good show and we'll prove that the other show in town is wasting money on fake tans and veneers.
Greetings, Jiu-Jitsu nerds, and welcome to the first of many Craig Jones Invitationals. We have 36 elite submission grapplers and $2.3 million in prize money, all brought to you by the Fair Fight Foundation. So if you're here right now in the Thomas and Mack Center or watching live on the B-Team YouTube stream, that is the first way to support. But also be aware of our partners like Tap Cancer Out, who's working with the CEO of Kasai Grappling and another anonymous donor to donate and match every dollar that you guys donate this weekend. So get behind the purpose of this whole tournament so that we can continue letting these fighters make some motherfucking money, people. Let's go! CJI 2024, here we are.
Let's raise some money for charity indeed. Hello and welcome to the Craig Jones Invitational, live from the Thomas and Mack Center here in Las Vegas. My name is Josh Palmer, joined by Hal Teague and B-Mac, Brandon McGarren. We're going to bring you all the action over the next 2 days, where we give not one person, but two $1 million each. It's kind of wild, guys.
It is without doubt the biggest weekend in jiu-jitsu. This is a historic moment. This is a landmark moment in the sport. There is going to be a pre-CJI era and a post-CJI era. If you're here in the house, you're here to witness it, or if you're watching it at home, doesn't matter. This is going to be a special moment, and you will remember it for the rest of your lives.
It's hard to believe this is real. Like, I can't believe this is really happening. How did we end up here, John?
I don't know. I just kind of kept doing the thing, and here we are. It's going to be a great weekend today. We're going to see the brackets kick off the first 2 rounds. Tomorrow, we're going to conclude the tournament. We're going to hand those prizes out. But we also have 2 absolutely cracking super fights. Mackenzie Dern, Fionn Davies, I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about later. But also, of course, the first intergender match when Gabby Garcia is going to take on the namesake of this event, Craig Jones. And guys, it's not been smooth sailing, let's be honest. We almost lost that event, that super fight yesterday. Let's go ahead and see what happened.
This is fucking amazing.
Why everybody watching like this, like, because not really you guys, right?
We good to go?
I'm recording. Let's go.
Man, I'm out, really. Fuck. No, you cross the line. Really. Fuck.
I know.
You're a bitch, man. Craig, really? Man, I'm out. Fuck you, man. You cross the line. You cross the line. Cross the line. Cross the line. Fuck.
So this is your under 80 kilo bracket that is going to be coming up a bit later in the day. We're starting with the over 80. But guys, this is, it's not hyperbole for once when we say this is probably the best competitive bracket of grappling that has ever been assembled.
I think there's no question about it. It's the best bracket that's ever been assembled for jiu-jitsu. And it's got what I think is going to be the most exciting matchup of the entire first round, that Nicky, Ryan, Andrew Tackett matchup. Everybody dying to see that one. That's a complete clash of styles, and I think that that's going to be a real banger. I can't wait for that one.
I love the under 80 kilogram division. You know, we've talked a lot in other tournaments about group of death, super tournaments, you know, these brackets put together just with the best possible athletes. You're really seeing that here this weekend. I mean, this is the best of the best. There are no, there's no filler, there's no late-minute replacements. Every guy in this bracket is an absolute stud, and I can't wait to see them in action.
So give me your dark horse for that under 80. I mean, look, there's top seeds we can talk about all day long. We will be talking, trust me, about the Ruotolo brothers at length, because those guys are just, you know, if they meet each other in the final, it would be incredible. But give me your kind of, you know, flying under the radar picks for that under 80.
Under 80 is a tough one because, to be honest, pretty much everybody is an extremely established grappler. Of course, with the exception maybe of Jason Nolf, the Penn State wrestler, who has got a lot of grappling experience, but this is only his second professional grappling match. He's only ever had one match in his life. Going up against Ruotolo first round, that is a very tough challenge indeed. But he has the advantage of coming in, and nobody knows what to expect from this guy other than he's got good takedowns.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if he takes out the #1 seed off the bat straight away. Let's jump up to plus 80 kilos. This is the first bracket that we're going to go through today for the actual matches. BMAC, talk us through some of your highlights in this heavyweight division.
Well, one of the guys that I'm most excited, I mean, obviously we got the two top seeds, and with the plus 80 is a little different than the minus 80. We got two real big front runners here, Nicky Rod on the top left, Victor Hugo on the top right. But I'm so interested to watch a couple of guys. I want to see Pedro LX right here, and I want to see Daniel Kerkvliet. Can he really come in with that background and do some damage? I think with this rule set, there's a strong possibility that he could really do some damage, create some upsets. It's very exciting.
Yeah, so the CJI is under a different rule set than you may be used to. We're going to be going under 3 5-minute rounds using a 10-9 must scoring system typically seen in mixed martial arts and boxing. We do, however, have open scoring. That means between each and every round, you are going to know what all 3 judges scored, and so are the athletes. So let's see how that plays out. And of course, the primary criteria that we're going to be discussing here at CJI is effective initiation of action. Do you guys want to just touch really quickly on that last point and let the folks at home know what effective initiation of action is?
Yeah, I mean, you know just by watching a grappling match generally who has won or not. But the scoring here is a little bit different because we really want to see effective grappling, and the criteria states who initiates effective grappling action. So it's not just a case of who looks the more busy, it's just who's actually doing significant techniques. Now, of course, the scoring as well is going to be a little bit different. In MMA, you rarely see a 10-8 or a 10-7. It's probably going to be a lot more common here at CJI because the judges have been instructed, if you see an extremely dominant round, one guy gets taken down, gets controlled, has to defend multiple submission attacks, is an entirely defensive that in round, you may see a 10-7. So I think the scoring is going to be a factor here this weekend at CJI.
Yeah, and of course, we can't really also avoid the elephant in the room, this beautiful, beautiful alley that we've got here. Brandon, you've been messing about in this quite a lot. What do you think of the playing surface here?
I think that the main thing to remember is that if these gentlemen have not been practicing in this environment, they're going to be in for a big surprise. It's going to be much easier to get a takedown when you're up against the wall. We were all in there playing around with it last night. The takedowns are much easier, and the guard play is much harder than what you're used to. And if they get stuck up in these corners, could see some real problems if you're on the bottom position.
You know, I was really intrigued to see how the alley would affect the action. And of course, I've been watching the videos of all these guys training, and multiple guys have built them in their gyms. But actually getting the feel for it for the first time was a game changer. And a lot of the athletes, this was their first opportunity in actually coming into the alley as well. So a lot of them, I think they're going to be figuring it out on the fly.
Yeah, let's see how that plays out. Your first match you're going to be seeing this evening is Nicky Rod taking on Max Jimenez. Let's go ahead and find Alex, who's backstage with Nicky Rod.
Yes, guys, I am currently backstage where the #1 seed is getting some final breath work in before his first tournament since becoming a father. While he typically chooses to keep his personal life close to the vest, there are certain aspects of his life that he wants the world to know, like his intention in jiu-jitsu, which is, in his words, to become the absolute best in the world, pound for pound, undeniably the greatest grappler walking the earth.
So this is the tail of the tape for your first match in the over 80 kilo bracket. Nicky Rod taking on Max Jimenez. And as you can see, Max Jimenez coming in 129 kilos, by far and away the heaviest competitor in this bracket, Hal.
Absolutely massive. This is a 26 kilogram, or, you know, for those of you who don't speak metric, 57-pound weight difference.
Thank you for
huge,
that.
Huge size difference. But, hey, this is Nicky Rod we're talking about. He's pretty much joint #1 seed with Victor Hugo, but Max, very tough test.
Yeah, Brandon, this is a really interesting match for Nicky Rod straight out the gate.
It's super interesting because all of the things that Nicky Rod does best, like his most obvious paths to victory, Max is going to be really good at keeping him away from those paths to victory. Nicky has to get on top. He has to try to pass the guard to show his dominance, and Max is going to make that almost impossible. Y'all, Max is huge. He's huge.
He really is. Guys, look, every single match is going to be absolutely cracking this evening. It's our pleasure to bring them to you. Let's go ahead, walk these first two guys. This is Nicky Rod and Max Jimenez.
It's CJI! It's CJI! Welcome, everyone, to the inaugural Craig Jones Invitational, brought to you by the Fair Fight Foundation, live from the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's get started with our over 80 kilograms division. First to the alley, fighting out of Gaithersburg, Maryland, representing Culture of Jiu-Jitsu Academy, Max Jimenez. And his opponent, making his way to the alley, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing B-Team Jiu-Jitsu, Nicky Rod, Nick Rodriguez!
So, first match ready to get underway here. Nicky Rod in the orange, Max Jimenez in the all black. That weight difference immediately apparent. And we thank all of you in the arena here for getting the atmosphere off to a good start.
Oh yeah, listen to that crowd. They're ready to go.
I just want to say something here for those of you watching at home. You are witnessing history. This is the first ever round of the first ever match in CJI, what we hope to be a long-running series, a game-changing event of the world of jiu-jitsu and grappling.
So 3 5-minute rounds on the clock, should they need them. And you're going to see constant action here. The scoring criteria we're operating under really do force a lot of offensive movement. Being on the defensive is not going to count for a whole lot in the judges' eyes.
Some aggression from both guys. Nicky Rod coming out, smacked on that hard collar tie. Max gave him a little something to think about with that low kick.
Yeah, both of these guys are physical. I mean, you know, obviously Max, being so big, he's learned to use his size and his weight effectively. And Nicky Rod is pretty much known as one of the most intense physical athletes in the game. But let's not get it twisted here. That his jiu-jitsu technique has actually come on a lot in the last couple of years. He's not that wrestler that we saw break out at ADCC 2019. He's evolved since then. This is a different Nicky Rod.
This is pretty typical what we see of Nicky Rod early on here, getting those collar ties in. He's in on a single here as he looks to pick up the leg and run the pipe.
I'm wondering, is he going to run into the ramp?
Well, let's see.
Yes, he is.
Jimenez off the whizzer, almost lands Nicky Rod down. But we re-establish back in the middle here, and it's a good first bit of action initiated by Nick Rodriguez.
Hey, we said that Max wasn't going to make this easy for Nicky, and he just showed it right there.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, Max is not playing around out here. Like, Nicky thinks he's going to come out and just grab a single and push Max up against the wall. That is not the way this is going to shake down.
This is the other thing, guys. These 5 minutes, they're going to go fast. Like, we're going to see that time tick away very, very quickly.
Yeah, I actually love this, the fact that there are 3 5-minute rounds, because if you think about it, these rounds are so short, there's no hanging around, but the break, the opportunity to talk strategy, to game plan, and come back out, it's almost like you're going to see 3 individual matches as opposed to 1 long, drawn-out match. Nice low single coming up on that takedown.
Nicky Rod hits the single, gets slung against the mat wall.
This is trouble.
And he scrambles on top here, and Jimenez with top position, looking to move to the back.
He's got the seatbelt here. Nicky Rod manages to get out, but that is a strong signal from Max Jimenez that, hey, you're going to come at me, you're going to come at me hard, I'm going to give you an equally hard back.
And that's just a piece of action that you'd never see in any other setup.
No, I mean, let's talk about the power of Jimenez. He literally flung Nicky Rod around and span him off the wall.
That's where that weight advantage comes in.
And the way Nicky slid down the wall, you guys, if you're watching at home, notice that. Every time that a guy gets his back up against the wall or he gets any part of his body up against the wall, honestly, he's going to slide down way easier than what you think.
It's not slick, right? It's steep. There is actually some grip on this. It's not slick vinyl. It's like a canvas, but gravity, man.
Action blue, action red.
So the referee calling the first of his potential stalling warnings as we move to just under 2 minutes left in this bout. A lot of playing surface, 30 feet by 40 feet, all 1,200 square feet of this mat space available for these athletes to use.
Pretty interesting. It's been all counter wrestling so far for Max. Like Nicky, all the action has been initiated by Nicky, right? He's taken the shots. He took the low single. He picked up the single leg.
But you could make the argument that it wasn't just effective defense by Jimenez. It turned into counter offense.
That's a great point.
Yeah, that's a really important point. The criteria. I mean, you know, with just over a minute remaining, it's pretty obvious that Max is actually ahead on the scoring criteria right now. I mean, we'll find out at the end of the round. Of course, that could change.
Yeah, I mean, this open scoring is really going to change the complexion of everything. But a stalling warning for Gimenez for continuously backing up there.
And that's what I was thinking, you know, like, Nicky really the one pressing forward. And look at him walk up the wall to defend. That's something the very first time that we got in the alley together, Josh, you were showing me with the karate combat, you've had the experience of watching these guys as they get backed up against the wall. They place that foot up against the wall and they essentially give themselves like a push off the wall, like a Superman punch style.
You know, guys, we're going to have to at some point touch on the experience discrepancy here. I mean, Max Jimenez, he's only a couple of years older than Nicky Rod, but 106 and 45 is his career record. I mean, the experience this guy has over a couple of decades in professional grappling is quite extensive.
He's also 4-1 in MMA, which is you know, something that we should consider as well, because Max is he's a veteran black belt representing GF Team, one of the toughest teams out of Brazil. We're going to come to the end of the first round. Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how that conversation is going to go at Matt's side here.
Yeah, closing seconds, and they're going to head back up the pit wall. And we're going to anxiously await. We're going to anxiously await the scores to come in here. And as you can see, a QR code has appeared in the bottom left of your screen. Scan that code now to donate to the Fair Fight Foundation. Support all of our charity partners, Academy Christos, Tap Cancer Out, being the primary ones for the event this weekend. Go ahead and offer up some of your cash, please. Let's go ahead and listen to the corner of Nicky Rod.
Your left hand, elbow pass, single leg, put him down. Left hand, elbow pass, put him down.
Well, I couldn't quite catch what Dima in the corner of Nick Rodriguez was telling him here, but the crowd have just found out that the first round on all 3 judges' scorecards has gone the way of Nick Rodriguez.
That doesn't surprise me, really, because it felt like Nicky was the one that was initiating most of the action, most all of the action, really. And though Max did have effective counter that, again, did turn into offense.
You don't see this very often.
Yeah,
Nicky Rod pulling guard.
Well, this is the position we've seen a lot from Nicky Rod, that kind of one knee down position that allows him to wrestle up, and he's going to use that single to earn top position. Can he keep Jimenez pinned here?
Oh, that's interesting. He takes him against the ramp. That's going to actually make it difficult for Max to get up here.
Bit of high stepping from Rodriguez, trying to free his legs and get around there. Looking to move to the back now, and he gets behind Jimenez.
And Nicky Rod is one of the few athletes on this card who actually built or had a ramp built inside the gym. So he's been practicing, he's been training this.
But let's not forget, Max Jimenez has fought an entire match in the pit before. Back in January in Miami, he fought Dan Manasoyo, absolutely dismantled him in the Karate Combat pit. So he's one of the few guys with actual mat time in here.
I would stack 3 weeks of training up against one match, though. I think Nicky Rod, he's going to have had so much opportunity to test out, to experiment, and to troubleshoot what can and can't be done, because we just found out in a few minutes yesterday that it changes the game completely.
So Nicky Rod looking to move behind Jimenez here, and he's able to actually turn and use the pit wall to block that back attack from Nicky Rod, and he's trying to wrestle up now.
Great hip front headlock here.
Let's see if he snaps him back down. Well, goes sweep single to the back.
That's that wrestling pedigree right there, you know. Keep it simple. Just do what he's best at, you know. Go back to the roots.
Yeah, Nicky Rod wrestled Division III at Ferrum College in Virginia. That really was the base that set him up for all his jiu-jitsu exploits.
Max tried to get into his deep half guard. Ends up pretty shallow. Nicky turns. He's looking to maybe lace up a figure 4.
You know, just another note about the criteria as well. If this round continues this way, we could very easily see it be a 10-8. Because the scoring criteria, Max has been entirely on the defensive so far in this round. Don't be surprised if it gets awarded 10-8 to Nicky Rod if it stays this way.
And it'll also be interesting to see as we get towards the end of this round if he just takes a Hail Mary attack at a submission, knowing that, hey, time's running out, I'm going to get to reset. I've probably already won the round.
You know, Nicky Rod has, as we said, he's expanded his toolkit. He's not just that wrestler who used to get people's back and squeeze their face until they tapped.
Oh, look at that. Deep half to the stand-up by Max. Beautiful use of the deep half.
Oh, Nicky Rod on that tempo reshot immediately.
Put him right against the wall. It's exactly what we were talking about.
It's that easily against the wall.
Yeah, but let's also point out, that's an instance where if we didn't have the alley, that would have been out of bounds, it would have been a reset.
We got a head and arm here. We got a head and arm, it looks like. Oh no, I think Max just got his arm back in, but...
Yeah, it's just mount position up against the corner here, and Brandon, you mentioned it in the opener, right? The corners are a whole different thing again.
It's a total dead zone over there. Like, there's no good way out of that bad position other than I'm gonna have to just hulk up and bust out of this thing.
And look at the corner as well. Right there, just a couple of feet away, is Craig Jones, the founder of the CJI. We've got the coach, the B-team corner. They're right there being able to talk to Nicky Rod. That's such an important factor.
The winner of this match is going to book themselves a date in the quarterfinals with either Owen Livesey or Muhammad Ali.
Look at him lock the body triangle on the big man.
Well, it's going to go
power half.
Yeah, power half on the back here.
Lay between the half nest and the
Yeah, I'm not surprised if he just tries to squeeze across the face. We've got a minute and a half left here. He tries to turn Jimenez over, and good back control here for Nicky Rod.
That first 5 minutes was definitely a feeling out round from Nicky Rod. He's on the rear naked here.
Big squeeze.
That's
and against the tap, Nick Rodriguez gets the first submission of the Craig Jones Invitational.
Nicky Rod just makes history. The first ever submission in the first ever match. And it's the good old-fashioned rear naked choke.
Really nice positional work from Nicky Rod. Well, the crowd appreciative of that submission here.
Nicky Rod stays alive in the $1 million hunt. First man to advance.
Well, let's go ahead and throw this over to our MC for today, Stephen
And
Aiken.
your winner, by rear naked choke at 1 minute 45 seconds of the second round, Nicky Rodriguez.
Nick Rodriguez, he came in as the #1 seed. He was the guy everybody expected to have to beat, and he's with Alex Wendling.
Give it up for your #1 seed, Nicky Rodriguez, getting the sub. What a way to start out CJI, but a lot of people have been talking about the slants of the alley, but how was it working inside on the corner over there?
Shout out Craig Jones. I want my $1 million, 3 more matches. Let's go. Yeah, slants are cool. Slants, slow, no slants. I don't care. Everybody's getting beat.
Yeah, well, he's calling everyone out, and I think you are one step closer to becoming that beef jerky billionaire. You're gonna be going into the quarterfinals, so how are you feeling after that match?
Let's do it again.
We can't wait to see it. Nicky Rodriguez getting it done.
Nick Rodriguez, he says everybody can come and get it, and he is gonna head up to the pit wall, scratch off the name of Max Jimenez, and write his name in that quarter-final slot.
I love this little touch right here. You get to go scratch off your opponent's name.
This is savage. You didn't just choke the dude, you erased him from the competition. Guys, give us your, as we hopefully get to see some replays back of that match, give us your reflection on what was a great first match here in the over 80 kilo bracket.
Well, I thought it was just a great strategy by Nicky Rod. Get out there, give him a little bit of a feeling out process. Let me feel how strong this guy is. Let me feel how much pushback he's gonna give. What does that push-pull feel like? And when he came out ahead after the first round, he came out, took a knee, showed him that, exactly like you said, that famous Nicky Rod fake shot, fake guard pull, came up, easy money, got on his back, ground him down, finished him with the rear naked choke.
Yeah, this was really the very end of the sequence, but it was a good long period of control. And as you said, Hal, good feeling out, good tactical awareness from Nicky Rod to turn it up when he needed to.
And you know, Nicky Rod likes to play it coy. He doesn't give too much away. But I definitely think that it's the result of a couple of weeks of preparation with the matted wall that really helped him in this match, you know, against Max Jimenez, second time competing in the pit. But it's a big advantage to have a really well-rounded set of techniques that you know are going to work against that man.
First match in the books, folks. Stay with us here on Craig Jones Invitational. We've got lots more coming. Don't forget that you can donate to the Fair Fight Foundation by scanning the QR code on your screen. All of that money from your donations, the ticket sales, the merchandising sales, it all goes towards helping our premier charity partners. And of course tonight, that is primarily Tap Cancer Out and Academy Christos. So thank you to the Fair Fight Foundation for sponsoring this event. The more you guys donate, the more we get to do this again and keep bringing you some of the best grapplers in the world and paying them fairly for their efforts. And Dr. Lisa Kim, plastic surgeon from LSK Plastic Surgery, is available for all your aesthetic and reconstructive needs, specializing in lipedema care, which includes high-volume liposuction and body contour procedures. She's a jiu-jitsu practitioner and is based in Sacramento, California. So moving swiftly on, tail the tape for match number 2 here. It's the UK versus Brazil. Owen Livesey taking on Muhammad Ali. And Hal, we had a really good chat with Muhammad Ali yesterday in the weigh-ins or after the weigh-ins, seeing what he'd been up to, because he's been away from competitive grappling for a little bit, but by no means has he been inactive.
No. His last competitive grappling match was 2019. And since then, you know, he's been really busy. He has been taking his first steps into the world of MMA. He's slowly been building up that skill set necessary. He's had a couple of professional fights, but this, man, he could not turn down the offer and the opportunity of winning $1 million because he's fighting for his family, and that is incredible motivation.
Yeah, but it wasn't just the opportunity for $1 million. It was the fact that he said, hey, you get to be the first. You get to be the first in this event, in this history-making thing that we are doing. And he said, you know what, I had to be involved.
Yeah, he gets it. He gets what's happening here this weekend. Like I said in our introduction, there's going to be a pre-CJI and a post-CJI. And if you come out of here as the very first winner of the inaugural CJI tournament, man, that is it. Your name is in the history books.
And Brandon, he's facing Owen Livesey, a guy, you know, known for outstanding judo in the pit, but if there's a criticism, it's that he perhaps doesn't follow up and isn't as active as he could be. He's going to need to be active today.
He's going to need to be active. Listen, he's going to give us a couple of highlights. He's a highlight machine in 7-second clips, but is he going to be able to take those highlights, those excellent foot sweeps, and follow him to the ground? Because in order to beat Muhammad Ali, he's gonna have to get to the top position. Muhammad Ali is not going to the ground for free. He intends to put Owen on his back and smash him through the side of this alley.
Yeah, watch out for the height discrepancy in this one as well. Let's go ahead and walk these two athletes. This is Owen Livesey and Mahamed Ali.
Our next athlete taking a trip into the alley, fighting out of Alexandria, Virginia, representing one-way martial arts, Mahamed Ali! Owen, and his opponent making his way to the alley, fighting out of Hull, United Kingdom, representing Carson Gracie Hall, it's Owen Livesey.
Well, so far, Owen Livesey's taking the prize for best walkout music for my money. So second bout about to get underway here. It's going to be black Rashguard for Owen Livesey, red Rashguard for Mahamed Ali. You can see the slightly stouter figure of Owen Livesey. He's going to look to try and get inside, get those upper body ties, a lot of foot trips. Look for him to really try and cut those angles and draw Ali onto those off-balancings.
Yeah, Livesey is one of the lighter competitors in this bracket. Of course, it's over 80 kilograms. That's around about 176 pounds. So it's basically just there on up. And he's walking around about 95 kilograms, about the same size as Lucas Kanard. Only William Tackett is smaller. But it is a big, big difference when you've got the 6'4", 111 kilogram Mahamed Ali in front of you.
Yeah, and what Livesey's facing, I mean, look, he's got gold in the Commonwealth Games in 2014 for judo. But he's facing a guy who won, IBJJF Worlds in 2018. He won Nogi Worlds in 2015. He's got well over 100 competitive grappling matches on record. And, he's got a couple of head kick knockouts as well.
Yeah, I think Mahamed has kind of been a little bit forgotten about in the professional grappling circles over the last few years because of that sojourn into MMA. But let's not forget, he is world-class. He's been there, he's done it. He's a veteran of every major tournament in the world, and he's definitely got the skills to take this.
Hey, Brandon, how excited are you that if Mahamed Ali comes out victorious to this, we get a rematch of that ADCC 2019 match between Mahamed Ali and Nick Rodriguez?
I mean, I'm excited about every possibility, like every different universe that this bracket plays out.
Well, either man wins this, and it's a rematch with Nicky Rod. Yeah. Because Owen Livesey had a draw against Nicky Rod at Quintet last year in Japan. And, of course, as you said, that 2019 barn burner, that was Nicky Rod's first ever match at ADCC, the year that he went on to take on the silver medal against Kanard. Yeah. And his breakout moment.
Yeah, he'd only been training a year at that point, but Livesey looking to get in on a body lock here. Oh, and he hits that hopping Uchimata, but walking around nicely on the angle is Ali. And, Ali said to us he'd been putting a lot of time into the stand-up game, a lot wrestling prep with Carolyn Wester and their team. Really felt it was going to pay dividends for him tonight.
I think he wants to test stand-up out. You can see, Mahomed's always had like a pretty good judo game in jiu-jitsu. But, the wrestling, of course, super important for MMA. But I almost feel like he wants to test it against somebody as credentialed as Owen.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting for Livesey in this bout is just the work rate, right? You have to keep a high work rate. All of our judges, pit side, and of course, our referees, Jason Herzog, your referee for this match, are going to be calling stalling warnings fairly quickly if there's a lack of action.
Halfway.
Wow, we're already halfway through the first round. Haven't really seen anything significant yet, but it's not like they're not working. I think they're just, again, it's that feeling out process, right?
Yeah, you see it quite typically anyway, but it's a shot on a double from Livesey, and he doesn't quite get the tap on the far leg.
And you see when they came up, Ali was going to hit him with another counter throw, but that's twice that Ali's made a step in for that kick. And
he's going to get counted if he's not careful.
Owen has just been like a tree down by the water, like absolutely unmovable.
Well, I mean, look at his quads. Absolutely rooted to the ground is Livesey. Minute and 50 seconds left here. Don't forget you can join us on all social media channels. Thank you to those of you joining on X, Meta, and of course, the B Team YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel and it'll get you into the live chat as well. All the action coming free for your enjoyment over today and tomorrow.
Almost 100,000 people
90 seconds left, mate. 90 seconds left.
I hope they're enjoying the show so far, but it's going to get a lot better here on out as we get closer to those finals.
There's the counter.
Wow, look at the scramble from Ali coming up on this single.
Yeah, he tries to get the head on the inside here. Livesey's balancing on one leg.
You know, it's one thing to take a person down, but it's another thing to hold them down. And as you said earlier, Josh, if there is a criticism against Livesey, that might be it. Yeah, this is the wrestling now from Ali you were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. He cut that signal really well and fired onto the far shoulder, and he's got behind Livesey here. It's going to be interesting to see if he tries to break him down or if he opts to try and jump to the back, but he can't hang around here too long.
It's interesting to note, too, all of the action from this match happening right out here in the center.
We have nothing against the mat so far, really.
Haven't had him up against the wall at all.
45 seconds.
So Livesey in this referee's position here. He's not made an attempt to break the grip of Ali as of yet. But what he is doing is keeping his base nice and low, so he's not going to get launched into the air.
30 seconds, brother.
Final 30 seconds left in this round, and you know, if it stays like this, guys, it's going to be going 10-9 the way of Ali.
I would have to think so. I mean, the only significant almost scoring type action that we've seen really has been this position here. And now Owen broken down to both knees.
Well, 10 seconds here. It's not going to be a lot of time to work. I think we are going to see the round out in this position. Looking for hooks.
2, 1.
Well, not quite successful at the end, but a good first round for Ali. He took a chance with that same takedown attempt 3 times, though, and he almost paid for it on the 3rd.
Be interested. I really want to hear from the corner
deep breath, hold one
of Owen and see how they're going to instruct him to approach this second round.
Well,
okay, let's go ahead.
Yeah, let's listen into the corner of Owen Livesey and see what he's being told.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
After the first round,
if he's on all fours, you put your knee in. Remember when he's over to the neck? You're not coming out. Foot sweep out. If he's on all fours, just foot sweep him out.
So there are the live scores for that first round. It's a split decision for that first round, but the majority of the judges seeing it for Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, interesting. Our judge, Johnny Souza, calling it for Owen 10-9.
I got to say, it's not like I vehemently disagree. I'm not going to go that far, but I'm curious as to why Souza scored it that way.
Yeah, something to note and watch.
That's why I like this transparent scoring.
So touch of hands. We're underway with our second 5-minute period here.
If you want it.
We do have some nice quirks in the rules regarding who wins the 3rd round if we get there, but we'll explain those as we go along this evening.
Look at the upright posture of Owen Livesey. He doesn't change anything. And it's interesting because, you know, talked about the wrestling of Ali, but Owen was telling me that he was recently doing a series of camps in Eastern Europe, and he was training in Bulgaria with the under-23 Bulgarian wrestling champion. And so it's not like he doesn't know how to wrestle. He's also a catch wrestling world champion. You know,
right.
Take that for what you will. But
he's trained judo, jiu-jitsu, catch as catch can. He's done some MMA. He was also a former rugby league player as well, which, you know, for those of you who aren't familiar with the game, it's just physical. It's attrition.
Yeah.
it's just a grind.
It's a tough sport for sure. I love rugby.
So 4 minutes left and still a feeling out process here. Owen probably has to start thinking about stepping on the gap, though. They are aware of that scoring.
They're both very explosive kind of athletes. That's the thing, you know. It looks like they're not doing a lot, but then all of a sudden they'll do a huge movement, and it's the kind of thing, if you blink, you might miss it.
Again, keeping most of the action out there on the logo.
Well, Livesey with a chance to get behind there, not able to. Good sprawl on the shot, though.
The feints are nice.
And it's that kind of tempo change that Ali needs to take advantage of, right? He faked the reshot, but if he'd actually reshot, might have been a bit more successful.
But, you know, he did tell me yesterday that he's not a huge fan of the matted wall, the ramp, you know? He said it's horrible. He said it's not a cage, but it's not flat. He said he wants to stay as far away from it as possible. So maybe that's why he didn't go for the reshot, because he doesn't want to take Owen against it.
So tying up over-under here in this traditional 50-50 position. Owen tries that little Kouchi foot trip.
Right, 2 minutes down, mate. 2 minutes down. 2 minutes down.
Just a split second. See if he's able to follow up one of those attacks. put this thing on the ground. Because honestly, in order for Owen to win this, he's going to have to take a position from Mahamed.
You know, a couple of weeks ago, I spoke to Owen, and he told me something. I was just absolutely staggered. Yeah, Jason Herzog giving him some warning. He said, because just the brackets had just come out, and Owen said, I know nothing about Muhammad Ali.
Well, hopefully he went and watched some matches, because there's about 130 of them to go and view. But again, tying up here, and this is starting to feel attritional for both these guys. There's the foot trip, and he can't connect to the leg. Reshot from Ali. He's in on a single now, gets the pick up.
That's good work from Ali, but man, Owen just manages to just limp leg his out so easily.
Yeah, Owen, very, very sound defensively. Really not allowing Ali to get anything going.
It's so easy for Owen to come in with those underhooks, but it's not so easy.
Oh, well, a snap down potentially. Who'd have thought he'd get over the top of the much taller competitor like this as he looks to break Ali down to the mat here?
This is an opportunity for Owen.
Yeah, he's going to put some weight on the back of Ali's head, keep him heavy, cook him for just a little bit before he makes his move. If he can bring those knees down to the ground, he can make a move around towards the back, and here we go.
This is good control from Owen here.
Yeah, what can he do with it, though, is the question. He tries to spin behind, and he does, and he gets behind Ali.
He's got that rear body lock.
Ali back to his feet, reaching around.
Good patience from Ali as well.
Really nice play, square back up.
You know, I was just looking, oh, guard pull from Ali. Complete change of tactics now.
Well, it is a guard pull from Ali, and he's...
Watch for the John Wayne.
Yeah, he's playing half guard here.
It's one of Ali's favorite sweeps from this position, and I even heard Team Lloyd Irvin, Coach Lloyd Irvin, he actually said lever, lever, lever.
There it is. Yeah. Oh, and it exposes the Kimura. Excellent play. Ali with the off balance. Yeah, for those to the weak side, exposes that elbow when Owen goes to base.
For those of you, you know, less familiar with jiu-jitsu or newer to the sport, action and reaction so important.
Oh, there is a little again. Owen's proving a tough guy to grab hold of, right, Brian?
40 seconds. Definitely, and Ali willingly put himself in this position. I think he just felt like we need to get something going here. If I'm going to get anything going, it's not going to happen with this master of the standing position. So if I can get him down into my world, even if it's on the bottom, maybe I can start cooking.
Final 20 seconds here.
20. I'm just looking around as well at Matt's side, and we really do have some celebrities and guys from the world of jiu-jitsu and MMA and all sorts, and they're just so appreciative. During that scramble earlier, I look over and I see Jocko willing just kind of go, ooh, and give it a little nod. He's enjoying the action. We're enjoying the action. It's a good time.
Not forgetting, of course, that Demetrius Johnson just walked into the arena as well to take a look, but second round in the books. And we're going to go ahead and find out who won that one. Is an interesting change of tactic from Ali there.
Yeah, I think that round's definitely going to end up going to Owen. He got him snapped down with that front, and there it is.
It's 10-9 across the board for Owen after that second round. So the scores are a little bit interesting. It's actually two of them have it even, whereas Johnny Souza has Owen ahead 20-18.
Now, this is an important point, guys, because if we end up with a draw after the third round, whoever won the third round is going to get the victory.
That's interesting. Super important.
You want me to tell us this now? So we got the medic in as well. It looks like nosebleed.
Certainly adds a different complexion to it. Jason Herzog just reminding the competitors about the need for pushing the action. He did give some warnings out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the heavyweight division, you know. These guys, they are a little bit more slow to get things going, but we do need to see action here at CJI.
Yeah, third and final round in our second bout here. Owen Livesey, Muhammad Ali going toe-to-toe in the middle, and you can see some potentially a bit more urgency from Livesey here. He's got to really try and put these grips to use.
I'll be interested to see if Ali pulls guard again. He may feel that he has to if it gets, you know, if we hit the halfway point of this round and he hasn't really taken the lead, so to speak, he might feel that he has to do something. Here goes, pushing up against the cage, and look at him, he just walks all the way up.
It's a big whizzer, though, from Muhammad Ali. Manages to keep Livesey in front of him.
Oh, nice
takedown from Owen Livesey. He earns that top position finally.
And he's in side control as well.
Yeah, the question is, can he progress from here? He's done a good job of securing the position, and not stepping away and disengaging.
Ali working back into the underhook allows him to get back to his closed guard. Owen, though, staying with that broken posture, holding on to the hips. Ali thinking about this hip bump Kimura sequence.
You know, guys, one of the good things about this rule set, right, is if you are effectively attacking on your back from guard, you can absolutely win these rounds.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, that's the beauty of jiu-jitsu. You can win from top or bottom, right? But, I mean, right now, Mahamed's not winning. He's on bottom. He's not in a great spot. He doesn't really have any offensive options from here.
And he's behind on the scorecards and the momentum of the third round as well.
Brandon, what would you like to see from Ali to escape this position or get something going?
He's going to have to start taking some risk. He's going to have, I mean, Owen definitely hunching down in there, staying tight with his game, working this body lock pass and trying to pass off this flat back. But Ali's going to have to take some risk and try to open up and create some off balances, maybe get back into his butterfly. This half guard situation is not going to get it done, especially with this little time left in the round.
Yeah, Livesey keeping him relatively flat on his back with this heavy body lock, but he manages to re-guard here.
If there's a criticism is that Owen is playing it safe a little bit here, he's going to have to be careful not to get hit with a stalling call because he's on top for sure, but he's not looking to advance his position, and that's not going to wash with the judges and the referee because we want to see forward action. We want to see a guy trying to improve his position.
Well, some blood coming from the head of Owen Livesey now.
I think it was the nose.
Yeah, you can see it on the left forearm of Ali here as he looks to try and create some form of angle, breaking those center lines.
I think it's just the dry Vegas air. You know, we're at altitude here.
That's a real thing.
The climate.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling it.
It's a factor. You know, a lot of guys came out here early to acclimatize to the to Vegas, and it's a lot of people they forget about that, especially traveling all the way from the UK like Owen did.
Ali into his butterfly, but look, he bails back to his half guard. I just don't think he's going to be able to get a big enough off balance or present himself with enough offensive potential with this half guard, close guard.
Especially with how low that Livesey is staying here, looking to try and drive through, and he's really going to town on this body lock pass.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
You hear the corner of Owen Livesey, J Bell and Aaron Gurneel telling him 2 minutes left.
I gotta say, I'm actually kind of surprised about the way that this third round is going. I mean, I didn't expect it to see such a one-sided round as this at this point in the match. You know, Owen's obviously, he's done some good work with his coaches in the corner, and he's come out and he's adapted his techniques. And I mean, look where he is right now.
Let me ask
you. Better be careful here, though.
Yeah, let me ask you guys this: minute and a half left. Has Livesey done enough to meaningfully progress and use this position?
100%. I mean, look at it. He's just slowly working through that half guard now, and exposing a little bit of the back. I mean, Mahamed's got nothing. He's 100% behind on the scorecards. Owen's done exactly what he needs to do.
Well, time is ticking away for Muhammad Ali to stay in the Craig Jones Invitational here. He's got to get on that hip and get something going, and if that means perhaps exposing your back for a moment to force a scramble, that might just have to be what he does.
And check it out, Ali going back towards a closed guard, and finally he does bail on it.
Oh, and interesting, he chooses not to stand back up at all.
I feel that that's a strategic and tactical mistake, just to kind of come back to the guard, because he hasn't been able to do anything so far, and now he's actually almost put himself in bottom position.
Yeah, he's trying to re-guard here on that bottom leg, but 30 seconds left. Livesey moving around on top, doing what he needs to do to put this even match fairly on his side.
I mean, Owen's really been bullying him here in this third round, which is, I don't think the result that any of us were really expecting coming in. You got to think Owen walks out of here with this dub. This is a bit of an upset.
But Owen got a warning there for stalling because, like we said, you know, he wasn't advancing his position. But with 10 seconds left, it's a moot point. He's won the match at this point. It's a formality, but
closing seconds of the third round here. We're going to go to our first judges' decision in CJI history. We're fairly confident, though, it's going to go the way of the Englishman, Owen Livesey. A really good third round. And he did what he needed to do when he needed to.
And he got stronger as each round progressed. You know, there was a question about the first round. Second round, he won. Third round, he clearly won. He got stronger and stronger as the match went on.
He looks tired now, though. I mean, he definitely had to use a lot of strength against Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, and think of who he's probably facing next in Nick Rodriguez, a rematch of that 2023 Quintet 4 event in Japan.
You know what? I'll say it right now. I feel that that was a very intelligent game plan from Owen Livesey. He knew that Muhammad Ali was bigger, stronger. He was obviously more experienced, and he said that he didn't know anything about him, but I'm sure he did his research because he came out with pretty much the perfect game plan for him in that third round. And I mean, we're going to get the decision in just a second, but
it's official.
It's official.
Yeah, Owen Livesey is going to be booking his place in the second round with a rematch of
check this
Nick
out,
Rodriguez.
guys.
Let's go ahead and throw this down into the alley and make it official.
All right, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecard. Judge Chris Carroll scores it 29-27, red. Judge Johnny Schuza, 30-27, red. And Judge Justin Flores scores it 29-28, all for your winner, coming out of the red corner, Owen Livesey!
Owen Livesey victorious here. Let's see what he has to say about that performance. He is with Alex Wendling.
Owen Livesey, one of the 3 Brits on this CJI card representing. Now, a lot of people were looking at the matchup, seeing that you're the smaller guy compared to Mahamed, and we're counting you out. What's your message to them?
Can you swear?
I think that's allowed. This is YouTube.
Fuck 'em. I don't listen to people online, and it don't mean anything. There's just 2 of us in here. You don't know what's happened before the contest. Not everyone comes in here perfect. He might have had a terrible week, I don't know. So I just come and give my best every time. Sometimes I get battered and sometimes it works out. So it worked out today.
And I see a little blood on you now. Another match that you had blood on you was against Nicky Rod, who's gonna be your quarterfinal matchup. So what's gonna be different about the rematch between you and Nicky Rodriguez?
You got to engage today. Last time, I didn't lie about it last time. It was quintet. The plan was just get him off the mat. If I took a risk, got submitted, then he stays on and takes someone else out with my team, we get battered. So last time's plan was different to today. If I do that today, I'm going to lose. I'm just going to throw it at him today and see how it goes.
We can't wait to see it. Owen Livesey!
Well, with that kind of attitude, we definitely can't wait to see it. Guys, give us your closing thoughts on that match. It seems like it was the right call, right? Good tactical performance, very aware of what he needed to do.
And we saw our first 10-8 round. Chris Crail over in there in the 10-8 for the last round. So I thought that was super interesting because as I watch that, I don't really think of that as a 10-8, you know, but the criteria for this, we're going to learn a lot about that in these next couple of matches.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from that second round. And some good little scramble sequences. That was such a beautiful counter by Livesey. He did have some work to do, though, but eventually getting the body lock, earning this side control. And Ali able to re-guard, but really get nothing going off his back whatsoever. He exits the competition. Owen Livesey progresses. Let's go ahead, take a look at that over 80-kilo bracket and give you a summary of how it's unfolding. So there is the first of our quarterfinals. Nick Rodriguez taking on Owen Livesey. We're going to move on very shortly and find out who's going to be on the other side of those quarterfinals. 2 great matches coming up next. Stay with us here on Craig Jones Invitational. More action coming your way from the alley very shortly.
The jiu-jitsu scene has been on fire as of late, and this is my absolute best attempt at creating the ultimate jiu-jitsu experience. Check this out. All the inch-by-inch jiu-jitsu shows back to back to back. That's 4 straight nights of awesome jiu-jitsu events. Thursday night through Sunday night. Combat Jiu-Jitsu Mexico, Thursday night. Then Medusa, Friday night. Then EBI, Saturday night. Then Combat Jiu-Jitsu Worlds, the final night on Sunday, all exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. If you've been saving money for a crazy vacation and would love to witness this madness live, for $2K, you get 5 nights at an all-inclusive 5-star resort in Cancun, Planet Hollywood, then a high-level jiu-jitsu seminar every afternoon, including Jean-Jacques Machado and Gio Martinez. And then a high-level jiu-jitsu show every goddamn evening. EBI, Combat Jiu-Jitsu Worlds, Medusa, and CJJ Mexico. 4 awesome jiu-jitsu shows for 4 straight nights. I hope y'all like it. Thank you tremendously for the support.
Well, of course, one of our main event super fights coming up tomorrow night is going to be Craig Jones taking on Gabby Garcia. And we're very, very happy to have the man himself joining us here in the booth this evening to let us know how he's feeling about the whole thing. Craig, before we talk about the super fight, what's it like to see this whole thing come to reality? We've got a packed house, we've got some fantastic bouts. This is incredible.
I mean, it started with a dream at 3 a.m. around a dinner plate, and look at us now, you know? We're already drinking, we're ready for Gabby tomorrow night. But yeah, everything's gone perfect so far.
What's your thoughts on, you know, give the folks at home a flavor of how this whole intergender battle between Gabby and yourself came to play out? Because it's been quite a wild ride.
So Gabby competed at a event for an organization I won't speak about, but at that event, someone called her out, and she said she would take on anyone. And I said, anyone? Count me in. That's basically how it started 3 years ago.
And you've been just, you know, poking the bear a little bit over the last week in particular, a bit more yesterday. Is that just gamesmanship? Are you know, what's your game plan?
I mean, if you looked at yesterday, I'd say that's just game. I think it was a beautiful experience for both of us.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Craig, how mad was Gabby yesterday after you planted that smackaroo on her lips?
I mean, I don't speak Portuguese, but they sounded like kind words to me, to be honest. Sound like passion.
Are you going to let us know what your game plan is coming in tomorrow for your bout? Are you going to keep it close to the chest? I mean, you've got a bit of a strange wager going on as well over the outcome of that bout.
That is true. That is true. I think we'll probably have this production team film, given how well they performed today.
It's not
that
a bad
wager
play.
at the end. I put $100,000 on myself to win via leg lock, but then I saw Shuffle.com had 11 to 1 for me to win by decision. Now I regret my decision.
Craig, we're gonna move on with the over 80 kilo bracket here. You want to hang around and check out some of the grappling with us in the booth for the next one?
I'll probably bounce, but just a shout out to the king watching like he usually does from home, boys. Enjoy it, Gordon Ryan. We're out.
Enjoy it indeed. Thank you, Craig Jones, for getting us here to this event tonight. Third bout this evening, tail of the tape. Adam Bradley taking on Kyle Boehm. Kyle Boehm, 10th Planet Freaks, taking on Adam Bradley. It says B-Team Jiu-Jitsu, but he, of course, is also at the arena in San Diego. And guys, this is another fun one, but it's kind of redemption time for Adam Bradley. He was one of the guys who was most vocal about joining CJI and the mission statement of the Craig Jones Invitational.
Redemption for Adam Bradley, indeed. He felt that he was unfairly treated and missed out on an opportunity to compete at ADCC thanks to a controversial finish in his trials final match, but also an opportunity at redemption for Kyle Boehm, who lost to Adam Bradley in the semi-final of that same tournament. So both of these guys coming in here with something to prove, and I think we're going to see it when the match starts.
Yeah, and this wasn't by design, right? BMAC, you were there when it was a lottery. It was drawn completely at random, and these guys get their rematch straight out of the gate.
Yeah, very interesting, and I think that this could be a very, very interesting matchup between the deep half guard of Adam Bradley and the Kimura trap game of Kyle Boehm. Those two games really clash heavily with one another, and if Bradley gets into some of his most preferred game, his waiter sweep that he famously didn't get his points for, if he leaves that arm behind, that's an opportunity for Kyle to snatch it up, and Kyle is very good at taking that Kimura and turning it into a back take, and one of the best in the world in this weight class especially.
Yeah, Kyle Boehm has been fairly quiet in the run-up to this one. Adam Bradley doing a lot of talking about CJI and his approach. Let's see how this one plays out. This is Adam Bradley and Kyle Boehm.
Our next athlete on the way to the alley, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing the 10th Planet Freaks, Kyle Boehm. And his opponent making his way to the alley, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing B-Team Jiu-Jitsu, Adam Bradley.
Well, Adam Bradley and Kyle Boehm stare at each other 30 feet across this alley. And very, very focused looks indeed from both of them. Grey Rashguard for Adam Bradley, white Rashguard for Kyle Boehm.
Are you ready?
And Kyle Boehm, what a wingspan this guy has.
Yeah, he's got one of the widest backs I've ever seen in my life, and immediately going in for the Imanari. Game plan pretty obvious, wants to be on bottom, but everybody's told me about how asymmetrically strong Kyle Boehm is.
Oh, straight into that leg entanglement, looking to get on the heel, not able to finish yet, but he's got this straight foot lock grip as he tries to break the base of Adam Bradley. Gio Martinez and Eddie Bravo in the corner of Kyle Boehm this evening.
Nice job by Adam. Stay calm in that position. Kyle almost had that exposure on the outside heel right away.
You know, interesting, of course, Kyle is best known. He's one of the 10th Planet's best heavyweight representatives. Adam is officially representing B Team here, but he's kind of more of an associate member. You know, he does go to Austin, Texas to train.
Watch out for the straight ankle.
Yeah, trying to turn straight down.
But based out of San Diego, California, Adam.
Got to be careful. Here's the corkscrew counter.
Ooh, a steamer lock there from Adam Bradley.
Yeah, nice bit of bend in the foot as he tries to keep this base floating on top, but he's slowly getting broken down here.
Seen more submission attempts in the first minute or so of this match than we have in some of these matches, entire matches combined.
Keep attacking the whole time. Just make him play
So
defense.
big split squat for Bradley in this top position. He's put a lot of focus into his strength and positioning. You know, his strength and conditioning, does that at Electrum performance.
Do that one again. Why not?
He said that's really a differentiator for keeping him able to train as consistently and as hard as he does. But he believes it's his fight IQ that's going to help him excel here tonight.
Kyle on the hunt for this Caltera-style footlock.
He's going to open up that leg. He's going to wait. He's going to just wait.
Adam's doing the right things, though, right, Braden?
Yeah.
Set it up right here.
Well, trying to find this low inside position.
Beautiful pressure passing. Yes.
K-guard entry coming up on the left leg of Bradley, perhaps.
You see that scoop grip reaching across. He sucks it in, and is he going to off-balance him?
There you go.
There he does.
Again, yes.
Bradley doing a really masterful job, though, keeping his knee line out of position.
Yeah, getting a good bit of leverage by pushing on the end of that foot. Boehm going to work here on an outside heel hook.
Yeah, nothing there, though. Knee line free.
I'm really impressed by this work rate here from Boehm. He really hasn't stopped hunting for the attacks from almost the very beginning of the match where he came in from that Imanari roll.
Well, absolutely, the very beginning of the match.
We're only halfway into this match, and this is the kind of thing that's really it's gonna be a factor in the criteria, right? Who's initiating that effective action? It's right now it's Boehm.
So Bradley playing in this top position. And as you say, he's having to do a lot of defensive work on top. He's having to extract his leg repeatedly. He's having to block all of these entanglements and not able to really get his guard passes going yet as we approach 2 minutes left in this opening round.
Kyle working a grip again on this Caltera-style footlock. Can get a lot of pressure.
Well, passing the leg over is Bradley, relacing immediately is Boehm.
He'll counter with this corkscrew again.
That's a great counter from Adam.
And here's a big reap now, maybe a big exposure.
Yeah, he's forced the hands to the mat. It's got him turning away, but again, he's going to free that knee line quickly.
Going back to the straight ankle grip again. Kyle may be hoping to expose maybe an Aoki lock.
This is relentless attacks from the 10th Planet representative on the bottom. None of them getting crazy deep, but it's all notching up points on the judges' scorecards.
And it's inching him forward in the control positions here. Here's a counter inside heel hook. Kyle just stoic, didn't even react to it. Gets the outside heel.
Outside heel hook as well.
Bradley follows, looks to counter back. Ooh, man, good exchange there.
Well, we approach the final minute in this opening stanza. Again, Bradley looking to put that knee in the middle, get some low passing going.
And I think we're gonna see how much does the effective aggression, the effective initiation really play into the judges here, because Bradley has stayed on top and he's basically stayed out of danger the entire time, but he's been on the receiving end of offense from the bottom player.
You've got to give this round to Kyle Boehm.
100%.
Adam's had some great counters, but if you stack them up against Kyle's offense, yeah, you know, look at somebody's in the lead here.
Yeah, looking to go double unders here, try and find his way around over underpass potentially. There's not long left though, 30 seconds, still able to get something going.
I feel like Adam also, he's not going into second gear just yet, right? You can kind of feel it. It's that first 5 minute round.
Yeah.
He's not rushing anything here, whereas Kyle is attacking, but I know he's got more gear. Oh, there's a nice little drop into the leg drag.
Yeah, tries to take his way to the back, but again, not able to come up on top. We're going to see closing seconds here. And first round in the books. Go ahead and take a look at the QR code on your screen. Scan to donate to the Fair Fight Foundation. Of course, all the great charities they're supporting this evening. Tap Cancer Out, Academy Christos, and all of the other philanthropic endeavors. Let's listen into the corners here as we await some replays.
He doesn't have shit on you. He threw out everything he had against you. He's got nothing, okay? Let the funk know.
Really good patience. Keep that up. One round at a time, right? One round at a time.
Don't let him have your ankles, okay? Like, once you're out, you're creating an angle instantly. Then you can smash.
First round, all three judges score in favor of the blue corner, Kyle Boehm.
That's all right.
So the judges ruling in favor of Kyle Boehm, as we suspected they might, guys. But what did you think of that advice in the corner of Adam Bradley? As soon as you free your leg, cut an angle and start going to work.
It's smart. I mean, he's obviously shown that he's got the defensive capabilities to stay in the pocket with Kyle, but he needs to offer some kind of effective counter-attacking. And right now, those opportunistic leg locks have been good, but he would do a lot better by also improving his position in the process.
Well, the good thing about these 3 rounds in this 10-9 must system is they're starting back on the feet from blank once more. So 5 minutes for him to try and work his way back into this, swing the momentum more in his direction again.
Round 1, Kyle opened up, got to his guard, looked to get to the legs basically immediately. Round 2, he comes out, opens up with, he's got a little bit of a lead now. He's going to come out here and try to put some weight down, or maybe looking for an opportunity to get an exposure on a leg.
Tried to jump the Kanabasami, but it was a good excuse to pull guard and go to the ground again. Working on these leg entanglements was very successful for him those opening 5 minutes, and no surprise to see he go straight back to the well on those once more.
You know, and Bradley just trying to march up the middle against the guard of Kyle Boehm. I think he's going to have to step out, exactly what his corner said, maybe cut an angle. As soon as that knee line frees, he might have to start marching around towards a north-south style passing position, because Kyle's going to be basically impossible to pass up the middle without leaving something behind.
Just one thing I want to note, an observation, kind of crazy, but these guys have not touched the walls so far in this match. It's the first match that we've seen that happen, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's interesting, Kyle Boehm coming from a rock climbing background originally, did dabble in some pro MMA as well before picking up jiu-jitsu at 10th Planet Phoenix originally back in 2014. By contrast, Adam Bradley's been a full-time grappler for 11 years now.
You know, the interesting thing about Boehm as well, he's one of the few guys who's had a chance to train in a gym that actually has the ramp. He's been going out to Jordan Barker, karate combat fighter in Poway, California, near San Diego. He said he's had about half a dozen sessions working on the wall, and he says he doesn't think that it changes things significantly for the bottom player.
It's interesting.
Yeah, well, he hasn't found the pit wall, or the alley wall, sorry, as of yet. But again, now some offense from Adam Bradley as he jumps on a big straight footlock here, really arching into it. Boehm, stone face, doesn't seem all too bothered right now.
There was a brief extension on that ankle, but, I mean, Kyle Boehm's not going to tap to that. You're going to have it at breaking point for Kyle to tap.
He doesn't want to come up.
I mean, let alone tap. He didn't even seem bothered.
Sneak in that underhook when you can.
Couple of minutes left in this second round.
That was an interesting exchange there, because Kyle really had a great opportunity to come up and basically utilize that leg lock attempt as a sweep. But he did not.
Trying to invert underneath now. He gets all the way onto the far leg. He's going to get another attempt at the left leg of Adam Bradley.
I mean, you mentioned it, Brandon, earlier about how Bradley's deep half is such a powerful weapon. Kyle, you know, he felt that, right, at ADCC trials, and he probably thought to himself, no, I'm just going to stay on bottom, do my thing, go after the legs.
Oh, this could be a pass from Adam Bradley. He manages to spin around and not able to secure the guard pass.
Kyle's going to need to stay disciplined because that's the second or third time now that Bradley's had a momentary look at passing the legs from those leg lock entries.
Yeah, and what's been nice about it is it's been a big dynamic movement as well that's paid some dividends for him. Only a minute left here, though, or just over a minute. Boehm looking to go scoop grip on that far leg again, and he does manage to lever it up.
Gets into his axe. And you heard Gio Martinez over there in the corner of Kyle Boehm going, hey, we cannot give this round away. Do not let him win this round. One really solid attack in the last minute here from either guy could definitely win the round.
Yeah, definitely fine margins at play here. Bradley spending a lot of time in this split squat position. Gets sat down now, though, and he's going to try and come up again.
I mean, compare this round to the first. Kyle just hasn't had that many meaningful looks at the legs compared to the first round, whereas Bradley has had a couple of momentary counters that have been quite effective and forced strong reactions. So criteria-wise, I'm not so sure how the judges will take this one compared to the first round. Adam could take it.
Yeah, so let's see if he can do anything with 20 seconds left, though. He probably might need another action. Boehm playing his guard game as we've expected him to do, off balances once more, but he's not making any attention to wrestle up as of yet. I think we might see some significant changes in game plan pending the scores of this second round as the buzzer sounds and they head back up to the apron. So if you're in the corner of either of these guys, what's your advice? What do they need to do to win the next round? As we see once more, we've got a slight preview ahead of the folks in the arena that the scores are currently tied on 2 of the judges' scorecards, so majority decision currently.
Yeah, it's interesting because 2 of the judges scored that round for Bradley, but one of them scored it for Boehm. That was a close round, in my opinion. I don't think that either guy could really stake a solid claim to winning that one. It was a very even round. But, of course, we don't want to see draws here. You got to pick a winner.
No, but that split by the judges just goes to show how close that round was and how just 1 or 2 extra, even attacks or possibly even off balances, could really affect the outcome here.
And we've all got different vantage points. You know, the judges don't have the luxury of a monitor. You know, they can only see, judge it by what they see from their point of view around the mat.
Last round.
Fight! So referee Vitor Charlie gets us underway here with the third round. 5 more minutes should they need them, and it's hand fighting early on. Wonder if we'll see we see a guard pull from Adam Bradley this time.
That's different.
Yes. Kyle, though, just uses that as an opportunity to get to his own guard.
Bradley trying to attack here.
Yes, Trav, that's all you want to see. That's it right there, Trav. You got him where you want him now.
Looking to straighten that leg
out. He's going for that short, straight ankle.
Oh, that's a big
very
bend.
Dangerous.
Arching into it, Boehm trying to put some weight on it.
Trav, let's hit that one.
I'm just the face of Kyle Boehm. It never changes.
We've got to watch this toe hold counter. This could be powerful.
Finish that, Kyle. Finish that.
So Boehm looking up that
Bradley
figure 4
does not look phased.
Yeah, both these guys keeping their cards close to their chest as Bradley looks to invert, try and find a way to the back, potentially.
That strong toe hold attempt, though, it basically forced Bradley to bail out of the 50-50. And so that might have been the most powerful attack that we've seen so far. I mean, we've seen a couple of matches where that toe hold versus the figure 4 leg.
It's the classic, the classic battle. Well, Bradley looking to step inside here, and you just feel like he perhaps has to try being a bit more dynamic in these passing sequences. The slow progression is not working for him as of yet.
I mean, that's his style. Adam's a grinder. You know, he's not an explosive kind of athlete. He doesn't really play that game. He's the guy who's he'll slowly win the war of attrition and break you. But look at that reversal.
Though.
I think that was more of an overcommittal from Kyle rather than it was a technical sweep from Bradley, although I'll give him credit. He's landed in such a great position.
A tight position, moving the side control here, and he's keeping that upper body firmly locked, that tight waist grip.
Kyle made a
around the
huge
midsection
mistake.
of Kyle Boehm.
Kyle made a huge mistake there by going over the top. He was too eager to fall to the guard. He's so comfortable on his back. And I think that, so far, man, that's a big statement. The judges notice that kind of thing.
Yeah, he's managed to re-guard now.
He recovered his guard so easily, and I still think that that toe hold attempt probably carries a lot more martial value as far as this
back on the scoreboard, right?
Definitely, probably evens the round out, I would have to say.
So 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here. Boehm again pulling into guard, and Bradley trying to work his way around now. He's going to roll underneath.
That's nice. This is
nice
good
little
work from
grab
Adam.
ride to come up on the leg drag. Can he do it? Trying to get hold of that hip and find his way through.
He's keeping that foot.
Oh, there we go. High
Nice
leg to re-guard.
That was good work from Adam. I like that. You know, that's the second or third time that he's tried to get to the back that way, and that's probably the closest he came so far from that method.
And that probably kind of gives Adam the lead in this round, I would have to say.
It's going to be close. But again, Kyle Boehm looking to get that scoop grip under that leg, that possible K-guard entry as he inverts across, and Bradley's got to be wary of that.
I feel like Adam's kind of picking the pace up a little bit now in this last 2 minutes or so of this final round.
Yeah,
he needs to make a statement, right?
You can't conserve energy for later rounds if you don't make it through the first round, right? That's the end of the day. You got to put the guy in front of you away first. So they're going to leave it all on the line here as he again goes to the well on that fall to the leg drag position. But again, Boehm just regards. There's another leg lock shootout here.
Straight angle.
Ooh, Kyle very strong here.
And he manages to turn that ankle out. Bradley steps back inside, looking for that knee cut, but again, he meets that knee shield. Windscreen wipering the legs over the top. This could be a good little clearance to a pass here. Just about a minute left.
Yes, beautiful, Trav. Oh, he just gave you that. He just gave you that, Trav. He's tired. He just gave you that.
Well, the corner of Adam Bradley shouting at him that Kyle Boehm is tired and they want him to turn up the afterburners here.
I think that would be a smart idea.
Kyle is trying to work this Cowterra footlock again. He's got the foot behind the knee, trying to create the off balance, bring Adam down. Kyle inverts underneath, looking to move towards the back here. Here's the counter.
Oh, counter straight footlock from Bradley into a heel hook as well.
It's a heel hook from Bradley here.
Oh, he's cranking on the heel, trying to get the extension.
He's got to watch this inside heel counter.
Beautiful, Trav. Yes.
Good scramble for both guys. 15 seconds left here.
You know, I think this is a round that could go 10-9 from two judges and 10-9 to the other guy, and we may end up in this draw. This may be our first chance to see. This is a nice attempt.
Ooh, good heel hook again, and you actually saw some intention on the face of Kyle Boehm there as the round ended. It is going to go to the judges' scorecards, and we're going to know before they do which way this one went, but we don't want to spoil the surprise for them. Well, there is going to be a decision, and one of these guys is not going to be happy with the outcome.
Yeah, honestly, that final round was a tough one to score. If I was a judge, man, I think I'd have to be flipping a coin at some point because it was very even. It was no real clear advantage on either side. There was a lot of action. Tough one to call.
Yeah, well, let's see which way this one is going to go. Let's make it official with our MC.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecard. Judge Chris Crail scores 29-28, Bradley. Judge Johnny Souza scores 29-28, Boehm. And your winner, moving on to the quarterfinals, Adam Bradley.
So Adam Bradley takes the split decision win here in our 3rd match of the evening. He is moving on to the quarterfinals. Commiserations to Kyle Boehm. Let's see how Adam Bradley's feeling after that one.
A close one, but what a win. You guys are some leg lock assassins. Were you thinking that he was going to tap for any of those, or when $1 million is on the line, you weren't surprised that there were no taps?
Nah, I'm not tapping anything. Nothing on the legs anyways, like outside heel hook, inside heel hook. I can let that go a few times, that's fine. But some of them were tight, but most of the time I felt fine.
I'm sure that's the mentality of a lot of people involved with CJI. In the pre-fight interviews, you told me that when you competed at ADCC West Coast Trials, there was a time where you felt almost depressed and not liked within that community because you got robbed. And now, how are you feeling surrounded by all these people who are cheering you on for CJI?
It's amazing. This is the crowd I want to be giving my best effort in front of. I love everyone that's here supporting this really good cause. All the competitors as well. Maybe we're all competing today, but overall I respect everybody. We're all fighting for the same thing. And so I'm just super happy to be a part of it.
Everyone in this building is standing for fighter pay. So Adam Bradley, give it up, headed on to the quarterfinals.
Yes, Adam Bradley moves on to the quarterfinals. We're going to be finding out very shortly who he's going to be facing in that second match as he heads up Matt's side and scratches the name of Kyle Boehm off that bracket. Guys, wrap up this one for us. Give us your closing thoughts on what was an interesting 3 rounds and a real good test of the even scoring criteria.
Well, my thoughts about that match was that, yeah, it was an even one. I think Adam is a little bit emotional to have got the victory there, but I hope that he gets that regulated for the next match because he's going to have to face the winner of Pat Downey and Luke Rockhold, which is my personal most anticipated match in this heavyweight bracket. I'm super pumped for that one.
Yeah, we'll talk about that shortly in a minute. Brandon, what are your thoughts on Adam Bradley's performance? He's got a good couple of matches ahead of him if he can refocus and put his game to play.
Well, I thought it showed a lot about the mental strength of Adam Bradley. He started out behind, and he knew he was behind because of this open scoring. He pushes through, gets a close second round, basically gets the 3rd round across the board from the judges, and advances against a guy who's very powerful. He's a leg breaker. And he had him in some Cal had him in some bad positions. And Adam powers through, advances to the next round. Survive and advance.
Well, survive and advance indeed. Let's go ahead and meet one of our sponsors for the event this evening. Merrick Health is proud to be a sponsor of CGI and is the go-to optimization service for the BJJ community, designed to make you stronger both on and off the mats. Merrick Health's focus is hormone optimization and preventative medicine, where you'll receive personalized services from your very own Merrick Health coach and medical provider with lifestyle, supplements, and prescription treatment options to help you perform at your peak. Visit merrickhealth.com/B-team for an exclusive offer, or stop by the Merrick Health booth if you are here in the building. Let's go ahead and join Alex Wendling. She's got a special report on one of our next 2 competitors, Pat Downey.
Yes, everyone is looking forward to this matchup. And yesterday at weigh-ins, Luke Rockhold kept Pat Downey waiting to take their face-off photos. Pat told me he wasn't surprised the former UFC champion was running fashionably late. But when I asked him what he expected out of Luke Rockhold stylistically, he said it's hard to tell. He brought up the time he fought Jake Shields and said, who would have thought that Jake Shields would sit on his ass and pull guard? But as we know from Luke Rockhold's interview yesterday, the UFC champ said you got to meet a man in the middle. And the thought of dropping to your butt as soon as the match starts is, in his words, pathetic. So strong words. The jiu-jitsu community might be a little upset right now, but I'm sure B-Mac knows a little bit more about it because he was in that interview room hearing it all go down.
Yeah, well, let's start with, I'll come to you in a second, B-Mac. Pat Downey, Luke Rockhold is your 4th match in this over 80 kilo category. Let's face it, guys, this is the one that could turn into a legitimate fist fight with the way these 2 guys grapple. B-Mac, give us your initial thoughts.
Well, I think Pat Downey's got his hands full. I think it's going to be a tough... What is his path to victory? I really don't see a world where Pat Downey subs Luke Rockhold. I do potentially see a world where he can get Luke up against the side of the alley walls and maybe pull him down and win a decision, win 2 rounds via decision. But if he does that, he's got the former UFC champion backed up against the wall. He's been in 100 million rounds where he's been backed up against the wall. And Luke is a serious submission grappler. Everybody that's ever been on the floor with him will tell you, like, we may not have seen this guy in a lot of jiu-jitsu competition, but he's a real jiu-jitsu fighter.
Yeah, but I want to make a point about that, because this is something I've heard Luke Rockhold say several times before, is the difference in mentality between when he has to do, what he considers real fighting and grappling. It's totally different. He's so much more chill. He's so much more involved and in his zone with this than the stress that comes with getting punched in the face.
Yeah, we saw him testing out the alley earlier. He's been in it before, of course. He had a karate combat match against Joe Schilling, right? But his first grappling match in this kind of arena, and he came in, he's laughing, he's joking, he's having fun. He even said out loud, just to everybody, he's like, man, I love jiu-jitsu. This is so much fun. Whereas Pat Downey takes this extremely seriously. He's a high-level wrestler who has been investing a lot of time into the submission grappling game, spent 2 months training in Dubai with Hamza Shimaev and all those guys from Dagestan and Chechnya. He's been working in Florida with Fight Sports with Roberto Cyborg, Wagner Hochscher, and more. He is not coming to have fun, he's coming to win. And I think that is going to be a deciding factor in this match.
You know, the moment you were talking about where Luke's walking around in here, I love jiu-jitsu. And he was telling, they were kind of jawing at each other. Yeah. And Luke tells him, hey, listen, I'm going to back you up against that wall and I'm going to smash you. And then Luke walks away. Pat looks at us over here and he goes, he thinks that wall is his friend, and that's really funny.
Yeah. Well, we are all excited for this one. We hope you are too. It's going to be mean, ladies and gentlemen. This is Pat Downey and Luke Rockhold.
Next up, coming to the alley, fighting out of Southern California, representing American Kickboxing Academy. He is the former UFC champion of the world, Luke Rockhold! And his opponent making his way to the alley, fighting out of Miami, Florida, representing Fight Sports Miami, Pat Downey.
Let's go.
Luke Rockhold going topless. Pat Downey in the green and black. And Downey is already talking to him, trying to get in his head.
You know, Pat Downey is known as the Lizard King, and I love the Lizard King style Rashguard. And this is fun and games to begin with, but I got a feeling this is going to get serious pretty quick.
It absolutely is. Guard pull from Luke Rockhold. Interestingly, something I don't think I've ever seen him do. Looking to wrestle up now on top. Downey strips easily. Downey, of course, with the more typical wrestling credentials, NCAA Division I All-American, the Iowa State Cyclones. But, of course, by contrast, Luke Rockhold, the former UFC and Strikeforce middleweight world champion with that huge 22-6 pro mixed martial arts record.
You know what he wants?
Look at this.
You know, talking about how high level Luke Rockhold's grappling is, I mean, Craig has said it over and over about how Luke can tap him in training. Not many people can say that, you know? This is Craig Jones we're talking about, one of the best grapplers in the world. And if Luke can tap him, that means he can probably tap most people.
Well, Downey looking to go to work on this body lock here and try and walk his way around the guard, trying to staple that leg as well. Rockhold again trying to come up potentially on that head and arm guillotine.
Good job. You know what he wants.
Pat getting into his body lock.
Yeah, and of course this body lock so much more powerful when the opponent's sitting up slightly off the mat, but Rockhold back to his feet here in this collar tie. Throw by from Downey, and he's in on the legs now.
That's a factor right there. That's exactly what we experienced when we were training on the mats yesterday, about how it's impossible to use the ramp like you would a cage and stick yourself up against it.
Well, let's talk about the power of Downey just driving that shoulder.
But also the effortlessness of the way that he just brought those legs away, and Rockhold just slid all the way back down.
Downey with a top position here. Rockhold trying to work his guard. That head going to be lifted up off the mat here. And Downey, a lot of forward pressure. Again, trying to clasp his hands together for that body lock.
Get away.
Luke extending at the hips, trying to push Downey away, break the grip. Nothing going. Downey all over him from the top position right now.
Using the ramp, and really killing the opportunities for Rockhold from bottom.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if Rockhold maybe tries to turn away, get his back down to the mat a bit more. He's got kind of a cross butterfly guard here. And he's trying to work that overhook, but this is so much top pressure. You know, and as we've spoken about before, it's very hard to wall walk up a 45-degree angled surface. It's not like a cage. You see that head of Downey straight under the chin of Luke Rockhold, pinning him back to that surface.
It's true. It's not like a cage. You can't use it to stand up. Like Rockhold, his instincts, his UFC career, his MMA career, his instincts, you against the cage, you can just shoulder walk your way up, back to your feet. You can't do that here in the alley.
You see, he kicked off, tried to make space for that stand-up.
Didn't happen.
I mean, it needs explosion, right? That's the only way you're getting out of here is a big bit of explosion. He tries to build his height up to one hip. Downey's going to suck him back out again with the body lock.
He's going to step over into the mount, guys.
Wow. He was nearly mounted there for a second. It was Luke's inside hand on the inside of the knee that basically saved him. But he's not in a good spot right here.
Yeah, this is good. A slow progression from Pat Downey. Still a minute and a half to work here. Good regard from Rockhold, though. Gets that single hook back inside. Let's see if he can build some base once more.
Double overhooks, trying to elevate Downey.
Wow. And he's going to come up on a scramble here in that whizzer, potentially. Downey steps over the leg. Oh, and Rockhold not able to get over the top of him.
Rockhold pointing at him, but he's allowing himself to get backed up here.
Be careful of the wall. He can use the wall in his favor. Stay there. Come in the middle.
So,
hold on. You're on the top of the wall. There's no top of the wall.
Okay, so just a clarification here. You cannot
use the
top of the wall. You can touch it briefly, but they're going to remove your hand, but you cannot place a hand on that top apron and use it for leverage. So they're going to reset back in the middle of the mat here.
Okay, so it wasn't that the corner was the problem. It was
no, it's that his hand was up on the apron, but shuck to the back from Downey, and again he sucks the hips of Rockhold out against this alley surface.
Don't want his leg between your legs. Go.
Just under a minute left, and it's one-way traffic at the moment, guys.
Rockhold has got a 30-pound weight advantage, but you would not know it so far. Oh.
Watch out.
That's a decent squeeze.
Yeah, but he's allowing the hips to go to the opposite side of the head, which is going to nullify that.
Side control for Pat Downey here. Hasn't managed to free his head from the grip yet. Well, now he does. He pops out, and this is a good pass.
Hey, Pat Downey got a good front headlock game. He's a serious front headlocker.
He's a lifelong wrestler. You better have one, right? But
so closing seconds here, and again the head right under the chin.
Look at the way that Rockhold, he can't circle out. There's no way to circle out of that corner. You get jammed in there, it is not a good spot to be.
Guys, that's a 10-8 round for Downey.
It certainly could be. We're going to see in a second how that was scored by the judges, but lots of celebrities in attendance tonight, and of course there certainly will be tomorrow. Mighty Mouse Demetrius Johnson, the ONE FC and former UFC flyweight champion, in the house today. Along Demetrius Johnson, of course, spending a lot of time in grappling competitions. And as of late, 209, Nick Diaz and Jake Shields in the house there. Great to have all these high-level fighters enjoying combat sports and the growth of jiu-jitsu here at the Craig Jones Invitational. And those are the scores for the first 5 minutes. Everybody going the way of Pat Downey. Just 110-8 on the card, though, guys.
Yeah, and it was J-Flow.
Throwing J-Flow into the bus there, Brandon. But you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the jiu-jitsu. I got to say, I'm so impressed. You know, this is not just a crossover wrestler coming into the alley here. Pat Downey, he's definitely done his homework. I think the work that he's been doing is obviously paying off, because he looks like a seasoned grappler in there, and he's barely had any grappling matches at all.
Yeah, it was a very smart performance in that first round, being very patient as well, looking to move forward. Tying up on the feet here, though, and Rockhold looks for a trip, throw off that whizzer, and again, Downey's going to scramble to the back, drive him against the surface, and it's a quick takedown
into the ground
for Pat Downey.
And Luke really emphasizing reaching over and trying to take head control as his primary tool to get back to his feet or to try to recover his guard, rather than framing or swimming around towards his own underhook. He's really trying to dominate the head, and that's just exposing Pat.
Downey goes to the shoulder, looks to move to the back here.
Yikes. Exposing opportunity for Pat to take position on him here.
Yeah,
Pat's not throwing hooks in, though.
Rockhold. Well, I think he's just going to wear his weight on him for a bit, make him carry it for longer, and of course we're going to see how the corner of this mat surface
I mean, the
plays out
wrestling
here.
instincts as well, you know. You're trained to ride your opponent in these positions. You're not necessarily trained to throw in hooks like a jiu-jitsu guy is.
Right, 20 years of wrestling.
It's a hard habit to break.
Patterns don't just go away, right? So
yeah.
Downey looking to progress on top here, and he might be moving to mount. It's tough to see what's happening with that
He's
left
cleared
leg.
the knees. He needs to connect his hips a little bit
body
better.
control, looking to move the side control, and he gets regarded. It was a good connection and a good attempt by Downey, but
Pat Downey just eating him alive right now.
Yeah,
you know what? I think this is the youth. This is the athleticism. This is the hunger. You've got a retired UFC champion who's doing this for fun, and you've got Pat Downey who's coming out with the opportunity to win $1 million. I mean, he said that he's never had an incentive like this.
I mean, look, the age difference is about 7 years, 39 years old for Luke Rockhold, 32 for Pat Downey. But, you know, Luke Rockhold was taking this very seriously. He put in an extremely dedicated camp
I
to
believe
find his
he
way
did.
here.
But the thing is, I'm going to say it again, Downey, I think the mentality is going to be such a factor here. He said as well he's confident. He said he's more confident in his preparation for this than he was for his Olympic trials. That's saying something.
Well, a wry smile from Luke Rockhold as he's talking to Downey here, but we're through the halfway point of the bout as a whole, and Luke Rockhold not able to get much going apart from regarding over and over again. It's just relentless forward pressure, albeit at a slow pace from Pat Downey.
I mean, Pat Downey just looks like he wants it more. I know that's like kind of cliche. Maybe that's a little cornball to say, but Pat Downey looks like he wants it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's mentality, right, coming into this one.
And look at that. See, the way that Luke tried to scoot his hips back, hit the bottom of that ramp, couldn't go anywhere, and he's stuck in the same position. Even though Downey disengaged, you might think that was an opportunity for Rockhold to get back up to his feet. It is not that easy with this arena that we're competing in.
They can't stop
and
here.
he's not even interested.
Yeah, they can't stop here for too long.
Restart on the feet.
The referee's going to restart them on the feet here.
I think that's a good call.
Well, let's see if Luke Rockhold looks to pull guard again, or if he's got to try and go to some form of counter wrestling. But you've got to figure against the former NCAA Division I All-American, that's a hard task here.
You know, I'm going to say it as well. I feel another factor is the fact that Rockhold, okay, maybe he did a camp, but the thing is he's a retired MMA fighter. He's a former champion. And he's not going to be in the gym every single day grinding like somebody like Downey. And I think that the cardio, as we get deeper into this potential 15-minute match, is going to be a big factor, and we're already starting to see it. Luke's getting a bit sloppy in his stance.
Downey smiling at him now as they lock horns once more with the head position.
And let's be honest, Rockhold's been out with Craig. He's been traveling with Craig. You're hanging out with Craig Jones. He's not a good influence. It's gonna affect your gas out. I don't know what those guys get up to. I don't want to know, but it can't be good for when you're getting ready for a match like this.
You know, interestingly, Luke Rockhold did actually win No-Gi Worlds as a purple belt all the way back in 2007. Good takedown from Downey there, driving through. Luke Rockhold again trying to get on the head in defense. But Downey sucks that leg out, and he's got top position once more.
Luke has a very good triangle choke.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out. They're in the middle of the open surface this time, so no wall to contend with for Rockhold. But only 15 seconds left on the clock here.
I'm going to say that as we come into the dying seconds of this round, it's my opinion, that's a very, very clear win for Downey, and potentially another 10-8.
Yeah, well, let's see as the scores come in. We get a live view, which is great, and they're 10-9s and one more 10-8 on the board. So this is still very heavily going the way of Pat Downey, and Luke Rockhold, guys. He's going to have to pull out all the stops in round number 3.
He's got to win by submission.
It's 2 rounds to 1 for Downey. There is no other way. I mean, it doesn't matter what kind of point difference we might see after that 3rd and final round. It's too big. Like you said, Brandon, the only way to win for Rockhold is submission.
And I don't know if Luke cares enough to come out here and push to win by submission.
Well, that's such an interesting point.
And I got to think about his technical decision-making that he's making when he is on the bottom, too. He's attacking the head, like, try to wrap the head, like he's going to use it to walk up the cage. And that is just not an available technique for him right here.
Downey talking again to his corner, talking to Craig Jones. Matt side as well here at the alley. We're underway for our 3rd 5-minute period. The scores 2018, 2016, and 2018 in favor of Pat Downey. So Luke Rockhold's either got to pull out a miraculous 10-7 or get the submission here. But you got to figure on balance, guys, it's got to be nice for them to know that, right? They have a pretty clear indication of what do I have to do to progress here through this next round.
For Pat Downey, it's pretty clear. His game plan has been working perfectly. Everything he's done so far, he's never really been in trouble. He just needs to keep doing more of the same, not take any unnecessary risks in the pursuit of victory. It's basically in the bag. He just keeps going, and he's got this.
And Brandon, do you think that the problem is if Luke Rockhold pushes forward here, he's going to open himself up to some counters?
Well, he's going to open himself up to end up on the bottom position if he makes a mistake. But he has to open up. He has to. But it seems like he favors gripping at the head so much, like trying to snap into a front headlock, a guillotine, maybe run into a Darce sequence, that he's almost like foregoing any other opportunities.
Oh, big pickup from Downey.
And Downey just stares him down. Rockhold reaches back for his back.
Well, Rockhold has been having a lot of back issues over time, and he was actually at the UFC PI just in this last week getting some therapy on that lower back, and dumped again by Pat Downey. 2 big takedowns.
Oh, Pat Downey's putting together a highlight reel on Luke Rockhold here.
Yeah, he's really putting the screws to him verbally and physically right now. Downey looking to engage once more. Big power double with the head in the chest, forces him back into the pit wall, rips that leg out.
Again.
Right in front of Mighty Mouse and Kyle Bahasha.
Keep him down. No, he's not. Your up's up. You're good. Keep going. Keep the position or go.
Now he's not happy with that. He thinks that he feels like Luke is kind of fleeing the area a little bit.
Oh, he jumps up onto the floor. Squeeze from Pat Downey, looking for the rear naked choke.
That was on. That was so close.
I love the opportunism from Pat Downey trying to get the finish here, and that's what we want to see. That's what the crowd came to see.
Man, how about Pat Downey being a big stage player right here?
He's a big personality, but he's going to show that he is just as big when it comes to the action. Putting it together here at CJI, and I gotta say, I always had Downey as a bit of a dark horse in this lineup, and my opinion is just getting stronger and stronger as we go.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Downey, right, is you never know if he's going to blow himself up necessarily. His fight IQ today, though, so far, absolutely on point. Big throw by, looking to go to the hips.
Luke just consistently, willingly choosing the guard position, which is funny after all the trash he talked about the guard yesterday, how if you did that, he said famously, jiu-jitsu has lost its way, that there's nothing more pathetic than pulling guard.
It makes you wonder if that was all part of the plan.
Hey, look at this chest wrap, though. This is an opportunity for Rockhold to get back up, which he does.
Heavy breaths from the former UFC champion. Goes down to one knee here.
Downey just running him over. Another 10-8. I mean, this is definitely a 10-8. This could be a 10-7 this time.
Well, I think due to the lack of multiple close submission attempts, I think 10-8 is possibly more likely, but...
He picked him up and threw him in the air twice.
Well, minute and 25 seconds left for Luke Rockhold to try and stay in this event.
No striking. Let's go.
Rockhold having a little bit of fun. That landed.
It started as a bit of fun, and then it was getting a little bit serious.
You want me to take points? Don't mess around. Ready? Turn around. Stop. Ready?
Jason,
we only got 73 seconds left. Let's keep
warning
it clean.
them not to take points, or if you want to mess around, he's going to take a point.
I really don't want to see a DQ at this point.
Well, you know, it's funny. Luke gets to the spot where he knows he can't win.
Right. Well,
and he starts getting playful. But Pat Downey came out here and made a big statement.
He's not playing.
I don't want to say he embarrassed Luke Rockhold, but let's be honest.
He kind of did.
He ran him completely over out here.
So, breath from Downey now. He's going to get plenty of time to recover after this. 40 seconds left, and barring some insane turn of events from Luke Rockhold, Pat Downey's going to move on to face Adam Bradley. But Rockhold with this overhook here, trying to walk into Downey. Joking that he's going to jump a triangle, I think.
Downey very much on the back foot, though. You know, this is so different to what we saw earlier. I think he knows he's got it right. He doesn't need to risk too much. Wow.
Shoving him around all over.
So physical.
Yeah, just letting him walk into the grip again. Final 10 seconds. Attempted Harai from Rockhold. They're just pushing each other around now, and this one is going to go to the scorecards with a very clear decision for Pat Downey.
I think Downey actually tried to throw him out of the alley.
He definitely did. He tried to go full Tank Abbott on that one.
He's one of the few guys who could actually do it as well.
That is so convincing a win for Downey. I'm so impressed, but not only with his skills, but with his mat IQ and his discipline in sticking to the game plan and not getting drawn into Rockhold's theatrics.
I mean, it's certainly going to make a lot of other people in this bracket sit up and take notice now moving into the matches later on today. And of course, should he make it through into the semi-finals tomorrow, scores have come in for us, and as you may have guessed, it is going to be across the board fairly decisively.
30-27,
30-25, and a 30-26.
A total blowout.
Let's go ahead and get the hand of Pat Downey raised. That was an absolutely fantastic performance.
After 3 rounds of actions, we go to the judges' scorecard. Judge number 1 scores at 30-27. Judge 2, 30-25. And judge number 3 scores at 30-26, all in favor of the red corner. Moving on to the quarterfinals, Pat Downey.
Yeah, normally I don't like to spoil decisions before they're officially announced, but that's one of the matches where it was so obvious who won, we didn't give anything away.
Pat Downey victorious here. He's going to take a bow, and I imagine some very colourful words coming up here with Alex Wedman.
Very interesting.
Pat Downey, you got it done against Luke Rockhold. There was a moment there I got to ask about when he was going to tap in Mighty Mouse. Were you genuinely frustrated at any point when he was fooling around a little bit?
I'm like, you know, cut the fucking semantics. I'm the one winning. You would have thought he was whipping my ass. I don't know. Some people like losing.
At one point, it was really a wrestling clinic that you put on there. Another time you had a wrestling clinic was when you finished a match in 10 seconds against a guy named Gordon Ryan. And that's what got you into jiu-jitsu. So do you have a special message for Gordon Ryan?
Oh, to my butt scooter out there, I know you're in Vegas. I know you're watching your nemesis, Craig, take out your ADCC show. So if I got a message to you, let's let Gordon know. I want everybody on the count of 3 to tell Gordon Ryan, everybody say, fuck Gordon Ryan. 1, 2, 3, fuck Gordon Ryan.
What a statement. Go ahead and cross off Luke Rockhold's name from that over 80-kilogram division bracket.
Oh man, Pat Downey is a character, and he's going to take much pleasure in crossing Luke Rockhold's name off of that bracket indeed. Guys, we got a potential contender really here.
Listen, Pat Downey showed that he absolutely has not only the skills, but the desire to go all the way in this bracket. Of course, he's going to have to get through somebody that he knows, Nicky Rod. He's got a stack side of the other bracket. But look at this. If he could do this against those guys, he's very much in the running for that $1 million.
Yeah, B-Mac, give us your thoughts on the performance of Pat Downey. Very, very controlled.
Can't say anything except for super impressive. I don't think too many people really expected that result. I think there was, you know, so definitely some people who felt like Pat had a path to victory. I actually thought Luke was going to win that match.
I mean, you did say as much in the pre-fight build-up.
Listen, I'm going to say this. If all of the fans in this arena didn't know who Pat Downey was after that match, now they absolutely do. And I think he just won a ton of new fans here after that.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as it's unfolding here. We're through the first half of this over 80-kilo division. That is not the graphic you should be seeing, but if you had the bracket up, you would see that Nicky Rod is going to be taking on Owen, Livesey, and Adam Bradley is now going to be facing Pat Downey. There it is in the quarterfinals. Those matches you're going to be seeing a little bit later before we move to the under 80-kilo bracket. for the rest of this evening.
I love how this bracket is shaking out so far. We got a great rematch in the one quarterfinal, Nicky versus Owen Livesey. Adam Bradley, very technical black belt against the wrestler Pat Downey, a submission wrestler, I suppose we should now call him. It's a great bracket so far.
Yeah, well, wait till you see what we've got coming up in the second half. We've got a hell of a match coming up next in Victor Hugo and Lucas Kanard. That will be coming up very shortly. Stay with us here at the Craig Jones Invitational. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
CPI, stem cells, they could do some wild shit down there.
My shoulder was jacked. I went down there, worked, man.
Eric Anders' neck was f***ed up, and then he went down and got stem cell treatment. Now it doesn't bother him at all anymore.
CPI stem cells, 10 out of 10, highly suggested. I got stem cells in my knee. My knee is feeling a lot better.
I just come and I do stem cells to make sure that I'm resetting my body and staying healthy.
It regenerates tissue, reduces inflammation. The results are amazing.
When it comes to the science of stem cells, no one comes close to CPI. There's not even a close second.
Gucci Smoothie here, reporting live from StreetX News about the new CGI merchandise collaboration. We have got the Palermo soccer jersey in beautiful pink. Of course, Palermo is one of the clubs in Italy run by the Mafia, and those mob over at ADCC, they're treating us the same, so we had to reference that one. Next, we've got a tee with money on it. Who doesn't want a tee with money on it? Lastly, the tee we've all been asking about, the They Knows tee. We're all racing to the after party. Actually, that's where I'm going right now. But jump online and buy a tee. StreetX.com.
We created the Craig Jones Invitational. The setup of the event is directly correlated to capturing an MMA audience and getting crossover. Because like 9 out of 10 people that watch jiu-jitsu do jiu-jitsu. And we need the people that have no interest in training to like want to view it like MMA. But they were throwing stuff at us before we even announced the card. So we automatically knew, hey, we're doing something right if people are trying to buy us and we haven't even announced the bracket or the athletes we have on board. At the end of it, based on the success, there's gonna be a loser. And this is how we can create the most winners, by raising money for charity. When I was 19, I moved and I worked for a family in Montana, the Chef family. And Mick Chef was like a legend, cowboy, packer, outfitter, and he became like an adopted father to me. And we lost him to cancer in July of 21. I couldn't be more happy to be working with Tap Cancer Out now. Like it's super cool for me.
Well, welcome back to the Craig Jones Invitational live from Thomas & Mack Center here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's our very great pleasure to be joined in the booth by the co-founder of the event, Seth Belisle. Seth, how is it all playing out for you so far this evening?
Man, it's a dream come true. You know, if you think back, it was an idea April 24th, May 9th, they put it in action, and look at us now. Like, no one thought we could do it, and here we are.
Now, the genesis behind this entire endeavor is the Fair Fight Foundation and raising money for charities and spreading the message of jiu-jitsu. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about how that all came together.
Yeah, you know, jiu-jitsu is such a powerful community. Anywhere you go in the world, you know, you have access to the most amazing people, and it's no race, religion, social status. You know, everyone's equal on the mat. And so Craig and I both have experienced that in our lives. And so by traveling and visiting, we always look for places where we could give back to the, you know, less or unfortunate people. So, you know, that's been the genesis of creating the Fair Fight Foundation, was like how we can elevate the sport, use the grappling community, and then raise money for charitable causes. So it's something that's very, very close to my heart and Craig as well.
And of course, you guys have been filming all of this as you go along. And, you know, you've put out some fantastic content already. You've got some great films to come, I'm sure, about spreading the message of jiu-jitsu to these charities.
Absolutely. You know, we've been doing a lot of international travel this past 18 months, filming a lot of content for episodes. And it is all about that. It's about the community of jiu-jitsu, the people you meet along the way, and then how you can help some people while you do it.
So talk to me about the two primary charities that we're helping out this evening, Tap Cancer Out and Academy Christos.
Yeah, so Tap Cancer Out, you know, everyone has a cancer story. So, you know, nonprofit organization that is built around the jiu-jitsu community, helping people that, you know, are all impacted, was something that was really important to us. Of course, having Rich Byrne, CEO of Kasai, doing the match, and then an anonymous donor doing a match as well. That's a powerful story, so we can raise a lot of money for a great cause. And then Academy Christos, man, Jeff Collins, we met him in Indonesia. He was actually the inspiration for us to create our own foundation, just someone living a life of service, but starting through jiu-jitsu, actually teaching jiu-jitsu on the tarp and slums, and then creating a whole community of people and helping them, you know, prosper in life.
When you think about donating to these, or when people at home are donating to these charities, it was important to you that you pick charities where you could have a real profound, meaningful, and amplified impact.
Absolutely. When we were looking to see who we would partner with, it was really important to us to find, you know, the right charities that will have the most impact, meaning that, you know, there's big organizations out there, but the money that we raise to these smaller charities are going to go the furthest. It's going to be the most, you know, well-used funds, you know, that we're creating.
And how can all these people at home help out? How can they donate? They can buy merch, tickets. Go ahead and let people know how they can get involved.
Go to thefightfoundation.com, you know, scan the QR code, send a donation, buy merch from the Fight Foundation shop. I mean, anything that you can possibly do to donate, there's a QR code. You know, this is all for charity, so every time you're buying a ticket, you're helping support these causes, and you're helping the jiu-jitsu community grow. And look, look what's happening. We got amazing athletes getting paid the highest purses, and it's all because of the Fight Foundation.
Yeah, and we might be getting a CJI too.
There's no might. It's happening. We're going to have a CJ too. This will be an annual event, if not more.
Well, that's my question, is that, Seth, you know, we talk a lot about the charity, but one of the most important things here is that we are... This is a historic payday for the two champions who are going to come out of this. And, of course, we have the featured super fight between Fiona McKenzie, highest paying super fight in women's jiu-jitsu history as well. The mission of CJI is not just about charity. It's also about making sure that we're taking care of the athletes too, right?
100%. It's about elevating the sport, but also advocating for fighter pay. You know, jiu-jitsu, they live a life of being a professional athlete. They take care of themselves like a professional athlete, and they need to be compensated like a professional athlete. You know, there's kids out there that want to go pro in jiu-jitsu, but if the max you can make is $10,000 and teaching privates, that's not going to work. So we wanted to show that this is a real sport with real reach, and that's why we chose to do that. You know, talent follows money, so that's why we put a big prize out there.
Well, I think you've definitely proved it so far with what's going on tonight. You know, on behalf of myself and I'm sure everybody else, the 100,000 people that are watching live on YouTube right now, completely for free, I might add. You know, we thank you for your efforts and for your involvement, and we're going to press on with a great evening.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for being a part of it. Like I said, we're making history. There's going to be a pre-CJI and then what jiu-jitsu was after. So I'm glad that we made this happen and the fans can enjoy it.
Absolutely. We've got a great fight coming up next in Victor Hugo and Lucas Kanard. Let's go ahead and hear a quick word from Victor Hugo.
He has done great things. I'm from Brazil. I moved to America at 19, no family, no anything. Nowadays I live from jiu-jitsu. I have a great living out of it, and tomorrow I'm going to be competing for $1 million. So that's how great this sport is, and I'm super happy to be here.
So tell the tape for this match, Victor Hugo versus Lucas Kanard. Victor Hugo is going to be the heavier of the two competitors, and how Victor Hugo, he is by far and away a lot of people's pick to come out on top of this entire bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're talking a lot about Nicky Rod, but I would kind of put Nicky Rod and Victor Hugo as almost joint #1 seeds, but let's not forget the fact that Victor Hugo has multiple wins over Nicky Rod, right? This guy is one of the very best heavyweights in the world today. If he comes out of this tournament, then he just further cements that position and his reputation as a very, very bad man.
Yeah, and it's not just wins over Nicky Rod. He's fought 6 of the other guys in this bracket, and he's never lost to a single one of them. Yeah. I mean, absolutely dominant.
He's a big man. He's extremely technical. He has the backing of course, a legend in Shanji Ribeiro in his corner. Victor Hugo has everything necessary to win this tournament. Of course, it's not going to be easy. Many matches to get through, but he's definitely one of the front runners.
But Brandon, the man looking to make a bit of an upset. He came in on 2 weeks' notice to replace an injured Mason Fowler, Australian Lucas Kanard. He's got some tricky things up his sleeves.
Yeah, but man, he's going up against, as you guys said, a guy who a lot of people, myself included, feel like is probably the front runner for this bracket. Of course, you got Nicky Rod on the other side. Hugo's going to give him so many looks, and Hugo has something that a lot of people don't have in this bracket, and that's an unpassable guard. And if Kanard doesn't come out and really push the pace and try to get Hugo out of his comfort zone, maybe up against these alley walls, he's going to really, really struggle.
Well, let's see if he struggles. This is Lucas Kanard and Victor Hugo. Let's walk these two.
And now for the second half of our over 80-kilogram bracket, the next athlete coming to the alley, fighting out of Sydney, Australia, representing Sydney Wrestling Club, Lucas Kanard. And his opponent, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing Six Blades Jiu-Jitsu, he's Victor Hugo!
Lucas Kanard in the black Rashguard. Beige Rashguard for Victor Hugo, standing slightly taller in stature here. I'm being kind. Expect the quick guard pull from Kanard, and he does sit straight to guard, but he has to make a connection first to do so.
And you know, this is interesting because Kanard, he actually said it to me yesterday. He said it's kind of ironic that he represents Sydney Wrestling Academy because he said he has absolutely zero intention of wrestling at all in this match.
Yeah, he is currently a brown belt, started originally training MMA at 19 years old, 33 years of age. Coming into this bout here, he absolutely decimated the ADCC Asia and Oceania trials this year.
He's got one of the best K guards in the world, too.
Yeah, and he's looking to make connections and force the reactions from Victor Hugo.
And he is going to attack him non-stop with this K-guard attack. We saw, you know, watching footage of him leading into this event.
I mean, man, how many great Australian leg lockers are there on the scene nowadays? I'm losing count. I mean, you know, they're known for it at this point. Of course, we have pioneers like Lachlan Giles, like Craig Jones. Now they've inspired a wave of guys to come through, and they're definitely on the cutting edge of leg lock technique.
Kanard has forced an off balance, and he's effectively getting on a sweep there. Lucas Kanard has submitted Victor Hugo.
Out of nowhere, the inside heel hook over the giant favorite in Victor Hugo.
Back on it from a guard pass attempt.
That is the biggest upset you could possibly have seen in this tournament. The last-minute replacement taking out the #1 seed.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replays of that finish here, and it was all Lucas Kanard.
If you didn't know Lucas Kanard's name, now you do.
So here we go, Brandon, talk us through. Well, not much to look at.
There's nothing to talk through. It's a blowout on the knee. Lucas Kanard. This has got to be one of the biggest upsets maybe in the history of jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, and you know what that means? He's super fresh going into the next round as well. What a performance from Lucas Kanard. We're going to break that down a bit more after we make the announcement, but let's go ahead and get this Australian's hand raised.
And your winner by submission in the first round, Lucas Kanard.
Listen to that crowd.
Yeah, Lucas Kanard taking the victory here. And he's just going to go and pay some respects to the corner of Victor Hugo, but he is in the alley with Alex.
I know this is just our first event, but I think that's fair to say that that was the biggest upset in CJI history. You were the last addition to CJI, and now you just took out the #1 seed in Victor Hugo. How does it feel?
I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who put me here. Laura, I love you. I don't know, man, that's crazy. What do you say about that?
And not even a sweat broken. You have Lachlan Giles in your corner right now. So how does it feel, and what is it like knowing that you're headed on into the quarterfinals?
I love Lachlan Giles, but I have Ali Elkia and Mele Haktan in my corner. And I have everyone from Auburn and Sydney. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
You can go ahead and cross off Victor Hugo's name from the over 80-kilogram bracket over there.
What an upset. Lucas Kanard gets the victory over arguably one of the favorites in Victor Hugo. And guys, this is a really good time to say that the team over at Newtonic have donated $50,000 to the best submission of the event. And you got to figure, early contender for sure.
Oh, that's on the list. That is 100% on the list and could very well be that major prize-winning submission. I mean, we've got a lot of action to get through, so you know we're not gonna jump the gun.
What I like about this is it was so good, Brandon had to stand up.
Listen, I'm a stander. You know I'm a stander, Howell. Man, if we do see another submission that is as technically sharp or is as fast, we won't see another one with the gravity that this one just had. Taking out Victor Hugo. I mean, I was just saying right before the match, you looked over at me and was like, tell us about Lucas. And I'm like, well, let me tell you a little more about Victor. And Kanard, I mean, he just blew through him. And on a really simple trick.
Yeah,
a really simple trick, just sat in on the guard pass.
I mean, we were talking about how Australians are on the cutting edge of leg lock techniques, and they have been for the last couple of years.
Nothing cutting edge about
But I didn't expect to see another breakout star here from the land down under, right here at CJI. I mean, put his name on that list.
I mean, I think one thing we can all agree about is tactically it was great. I mean, you said it yourself. Victor Hugo has a near impassable guard. Don't pass it.
Just drop back on the leg,
just drop back and break his knee.
Yeah. Incredible. Honestly, Lucas Kanard, again, super dark horse coming into this, by far the number 16 seed, and now advances through in the division.
I mean, tremendously convincing performance from Lucas Kanard. Really excited to see who he's got to get in the second round. Let's go ahead and remind you that you at home can make all this possible and make future events possible by donating to the Fair Fight Foundation. Scan the QR code on your screen now or head to fightfoundation.com to support the charity and, of course, all of our chosen charities, Tap Cancer Out and Academy Christos, for this event. Keep raising money, keep donating, and we will keep being able to bring you events such as this and improving the quality of fighter pay throughout. Well, guys, that was a quick match, and it's time to move quickly on. Pedro Alex and Inacio Santos are up next, and this was an interesting one when the brackets were drawn, because both these guys are kind of Brazilians who a lot of the American crowd and the international crowd perhaps a little less familiar with, but they've both got some serious creds in their own right.
Yeah, they fly under the radar in the no-gi scene. That's not to say that they don't have the ability to win this. Inacio Santos, ADCC trials winner down there in Brazil, Sao Paulo. Pedro Alex is just an absolute monster of a human being. Big personality, big man, and with big wins on his resume. Yeah, both these guys, they're real threats, but they're the kind of dark horses that, you know, we love to talk about. We'll see how it goes.
Man, Pedro's, he feels like a rock.
He's huge.
You touch him. He's giant and he's solid. He's just firm. Like when these guys come out and put their hands on him, I think they're going to be stunned at how big he is.
Well, you know, let me ask you this, because this was something that was touted a lot by commenters online when this appointment was announced, is they said, wow, you know what, even if you beat him, you're going to come out bruised. It's going to be a war. And in a match where, hey, you got to have 4 bouts to get to the final, that's a problem.
Yeah, Inacio Santos has a great pedigree himself. You know, this was a breakout year for him, winning ADCC trials. That really put him on the map. Pedro Alex, I would say, has the better name. He's been more active on the world scene. You know, he's made it through to the final of important tournaments like the Brazilian National Championships, is legit one of the toughest tournaments in the world. And he has a win a no-gi match over Big Dan Manasoyo, which goes to show that he can hang with the modern no-gi grappling scene as well. So I think Pedro Alex is by no means a clear favorite, but I'd say he has a bit of an edge in this match against Santos.
Well, I should point out as we get ready to walk these guys that this is also a rematch. Santos actually holds a win over Pedro Alex from the quarterfinals of No-Gi Pans just a couple of years ago. So redemption time, perhaps, for Pedro Alex. Let's go ahead and introduce these two fighters.
Next up, coming to the alley, fighting out of Plano, Texas, and representing GF Team, Pedro Alex. And his opponent, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Inacio Santos.
Bare chest for Inacio Santos. Black and white rash guard for Pedro Alex.
How you want to start? Don't wait for him.
Alex took second place at the World Championships this year, of course. As you heard a little bit earlier, Santos, fantastic performance at the Brazilian trials, taking out 5 opponents in that day. And they're tying up grips here at the start of this opening 5 minutes.
Head to head.
Yeah, I kind of imagine that. I mean, neither of these guys are exactly known for being overly defensive or counter-attackers. They go forward kind of guys. They're bruisers. They like to use their physicality. I think it's going to be a case of who breaks the other one first, but that could take a while. They're both pretty durable.
Yeah, good to see Santos back to competition. He actually had to come through, I think, 3 heart surgeries to make his way back to the competitive scene. That was back in 2021, so really has picked up steam again and started getting back to his winning ways.
Yeah, honestly, it's a miracle that that guy is even alive, let alone competing as a professional athlete on the biggest stage in the world today. Just goes to show how resilient he is.
Santos looking for that single leg, tried to push forward, turn it into a double. Pedro just shut him out with good hips. Now taking the 2-on-1 versus the collar tie.
Control the head, Boom Boom.
There's that single again. Pedro shuts him out.
Your head. Let's go.
And you know, Pedro Alex is actually the second largest competitor in this bracket. He's 121 kilograms. That's a big man indeed. Only Max Jimenez was bigger. 121 is 266 pounds.
He changed levels looking for the single against Santos. Nothing going though.
Yeah, Alex framing around here. He's got to be careful not to get walked back towards that alley wall. Bit of collision of heads here. And I think it's not going to be long before the referee perhaps starts issuing some calls for some decisive takedown attempts.
Yeah, I mean, hand fighting's not enough, right? We need to see takedown attempts. There's a little arm drag, but off balance. It's like running into a brick wall, right?
Literally.
But Santos is well prepared for this. He was actually part of the Atos training camp. You know, he's got Andre Galvao in his corner, and we know how many high-level athletes there are in that room. It's probably one of the toughest training rooms in the world, if not the toughest. And those guys are all in full swing for their ADCC camp as well. Kynan Duarte, Jonathan Gracie, many others. Lucas Hulk Barbosa is also here competing in the under 80 kilogram division.
Lots of feints been thrown by Pedro Alex there. He perhaps took an errant hand to the eye, and he gives up the back onto a single leg now.
That was nice work by Santos.
Yeah, good opening for Santos.
He's going to get him against the cage, against the alley wall.
In the corner. That's smart, actually, from Santos, because there's nowhere to go. We talked about this. You get put in that corner. Look, Alex can't circle out.
Well, he's going to find the mat surface here as his legs are ripped out from underneath him by the Brazilian.
And we played in this exact spot right here yesterday, right, Brandon? We were kind of just trying a few techniques, troubleshooting a few things. You do not want to get stuck in that corner.
No, absolutely not. It's a huge advantage for the top player. And it's the one spot against the walls where it's just so hard to stand up. You really don't have anything to lean against. And really anywhere on the alley walls, there's not much to lean against, but there's nothing stopping you once you get pushed up against the corner. There's just no way up back to your feet.
Santos bearing his weight down in guard here. Pedro Alex not making too many attempts to get up here as he looks to leave her underneath the arm of Santos.
We haven't seen it yet, but they're also saying that from that corner position as well, it's almost impossible to throw up subs. But Santos disengaged for a second. That's all he needs to get back up, right?
Yeah, Santos just gave him just a touch too much space. Or he may have felt that really he didn't have a lot of offensive opportunity over there either. You know, that's a new position for him too. So, yeah, Boehm stuck up against the corner, but Santos isn't exactly spent the last 3 years practicing pinning somebody down in the corner either, so he may have felt a little uncomfortable, gave him the space, get back to where he's a little more.
Alex looking for the arm drag again, but not paying dividends. Hasn't tried to get over the top of Santos yet, and those mercy grips going to start taking a toll. But we've only got...
I hate those mercy grips.
They're horrible.
Oh, we got an eye poke.
That's the second one.
And it's the second accidental eye poke as well. We should be able to get a replay of that.
I hope not. I don't want to see fingers in the eye.
Well, I want to see how much it might affect him, but...
I want to see it. Let me see it.
Clock is stopped with 24 seconds left. So, guys, I think we're probably fairly agreed that, you know, after this first round, it's going to be going the way of Inacio Santos for probably a pretty slim 10-9.
I'd have to agree with that. Here comes that eye poke. There it is.
Oh, yeah, fully
Pretty
outstretched
egregious.
left arm. And that is very unpleasant, a warranted warning. But Pedro Alex says he's good to continue now. Final 15 seconds of this round.
Yeah, he's going to get another minute to rest. Hopefully he'll be okay to come back out. But I'll be interested to see how both men adapt their game plans for the second round, because we haven't seen a ton of action so far, but there's definitely Inacio's round.
So first 5 minutes in the books, probably going the way of the Brazilian as we see scores coming in very quickly.
Go the way of the Brazilian.
Go the way of the Brazilian, but come in which one? Well, as we thought, 10-9s across the board going the way of Inacio Santos. If you're in the corner of Pedro Alex, knowing what you know now for that first round, what advice are you giving him, Brandon?
I got to tell him to be more offensive. He's going to have to create a little bit more movement, start causing Santos to take some steps that he doesn't want to take, and reach down there and pick up that single. He's going to have to keep himself from getting pushed up against the wall as well. That was a little bit too easy when Santos did find the single. But the major advice that I'm giving to him is that you've got to go first.
And it's interesting, I just saw Jason Herzog walk over to both fighters. He's just saying, I want to see a bit more offense.
That's right. I mean, it's what they're here for, right? You can't just win rounds by walking around and pushing your opponent. You need to do effective grappling skill. That's why they're here, and it's what we want to see. It's the second round, and I did notice as well that Santos used that full 60 seconds to sit down and to talk and to drink and, you know, chat with Andre Galvao. Pedro Alex was walking around, didn't really talk to his corner too much.
He's coming back with a lot more, like, almost anxious energy.
Yeah, but it's good that they're heeding the referee's warnings and looking to be more active, tries to throw the grips aside and shoot underneath. Tough for the big man to get under the shorter opponent, though.
It is tough, right?
That space between him and the wall closing in.
You know, you got a tall competitor. I mean, you can see, like, his hips are almost up to the chest of Inacio Santos. That's how tall Pedro Alex is. And to level change and to get down underneath the hips and to try and get just anything going wrestling-wise with Santos, so difficult.
And I'll tell you something, Santos is really starting to wear down on Pedro a little bit. You saw that last collar tie. Pedro went to shake it off, and he just couldn't shake, and he had to change levels really hard just to get the grip off the back of the neck.
You know, we also have to consider that Santos has chosen to go bare-chested here. You can see glistening already with the sweat. Just getting any kind of meaningful grip on the body for Pedro Alex is going to become all that much more difficult.
Pedro came out very anxious. A lot of movement to his game to open the first 30 seconds of the round. But he slowed back down into that same pace that he had in round 1 now.
Yeah, good head position up on the inside, trying to work this whizzer.
There's only a 6-kilogram weight difference between them. It's about 13 pounds. You know, Inacio is slightly smaller, but he's just looking immovable. I mean, he's basically pushing Pedro Alex around.
Big shot from Alex now. Gets it on the hip, tries to sit out. Good bit of wrestling.
That was better from Pedro Alex, but again, just runs into a brick wall. That sprawl, shut that down completely. I love to sit out. I love mixing it up like that. But Santos' wrestling so far proving to be a really, really crucial factor.
It's tough, isn't it? If you're going to go underneath a guy like that, you gotta sweep all the way around to the outside and cut the angle on the takedown attempt. But Alex getting backed up against the wall here, manages to circle
Turns him
out.
though, and watch that. That's exactly what you were telling me about, Josh, how they'll climb that wall as they start getting backed up.
But Pedro Alex with a good chance here to bear down on a front headlock position. Possibly giving up a single leg though if he's not careful. Got to get that big sprawl on, drop those hips to the mat.
Remember, effort wins matches. Let's go, baby.
Just about the halfway point.
He's broken the grip from that single. This is an opportunity for him to run around at the back. He's got plenty of time to work from here, and I think it's smart that Pedro Alex just kind of keeps his weight on him, wears him down a little bit, and doesn't rush it, because, man, he's had to work so hard to get it down to the mat. He doesn't want to just pop back up to the feet and start it.
Right, and this is all points on the scorecard, eating the time clock away, being, you know, decisively in control.
Snap him and take the back. We got to move.
But he's going to have to move, as his corner is telling him, and tries to run around. Good work squaring back up by Santos.
Effort, explode out of there.
There it is. Moves now towards the back.
Oh, this is good work.
Got to watch out, crucifix territory right there. And you saw Boehm try to peel that arm out with his right leg.
Trying to work this side wedge position here. Again, just all that riding time on top. Keeping the weight moving on top of Santos. Big sprawl.
Get to your feet. Use the wall.
Well, let's see what Alex is going to do here, because he is going to get called to have to try and progress the position.
Yeah, he can't just hang out here. You know, he has to improve his position. He has to try and break Santos down. He has to try and throw hooks in. There's one.
Yeah, gets that near side hook in. Let's see if Santos manages to roll to his back and recover.
Back to your seatbelt, Boehm. Good.
The referee, or should I say the competitors, were made very aware in the written rules here that stalling calls will be awarded from any position, including very specifically mount and back mount.
100%. I mean, if you're in a dominant position, but you're not doing anything. Oh, he's got... Man, he briefly had the blade of the forearm underneath the chin. But that thick neck of Inacio Santos, I think, saved him for a second.
Boehm really taking control of the match and the momentum of the match as well. Dominating this round. He goes down 10-9 across the board in round 1, but with 20 seconds almost left in this round.
I mean, it's a great shift in momentum for Pedro Alex to bring him back into this. And if he can carry that through into that third round, could set him up very nicely.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely going to come down to the third round, because it's pretty clear that Pedro Alex has taken it. It's going to be, I would say, a 10-9 round.
Yes. It's definitely 10-9. I think it's going to be even across the boards, 19 apiece. Coming off the back of this one, but we'll find out very shortly. Of course, you know, this open scoring that we've introduced here at CJI, it's changing the complexion of everything, and we've got it confirmed on our screen. You'll see it shortly. 19 even across the board through 2 rounds for these two athletes.
They both had one 10-9 round each, and which I think is completely fair. But I agree with you, Josh. I really like the transparency here that we have with the scoring. Not only are we able to see how the scores are in favor of which athlete, but we can see exactly which judge has scored it. for each camp.
We like accountability and transparency.
100%.
But what it also does let the folks at home do is perhaps get a little bit more educated about, hey, how does the judging criteria meaningfully reflect the action that you're seeing? And it gives us an opportunity to talk about it, and then, you know, people at home can follow along a little bit more closely with that better understanding.
I think whoever comes out most aggressive here in this third round is going to have a big advantage throughout the rest of the round. Who can set the pace right there? Who can set the tone and take control of this match? Because it's dead even coming into this last frame.
Well, they've got 5 more minutes on the clock, and they share a, as compatriots of the same country, they share a nice moment together. But we're back into collar ties here and all to play for.
Control. Back him up again, Boehm.
There you go. And you hear the corner of Pedro Alex asking for him to back him up towards the wall, try and at least get some of that control on the board early.
Look for your snags. Look for your snags.
Mercy grips once more.
Yeah, like that. Let's get it. Let's get it. Make them work.
Big shout out to everybody watching live on YouTube. 114,000 concurrent viewers right now. And a big thank you to everybody who has donated so far to the Fair Fight Foundation. And I see a lot of people giving in the super chat as well. Check Lex Friedman out right there.
We've had some pretty notable names actually make some great donations. Lex Friedman won. We've had Nsima Yang as well, jiu-jitsu practitioner, fitness influencer. Yeah, it's great to see those guys supporting the show.
Should point out, if you guys want to get involved on that ongoing chat on the live screen, you have to be subscribed to the B Team YouTube channel to be able to access that. Of course, all this is brought to you free across multiple platforms made possible by the Fair Fight Foundation. So go ahead and donate what you can or buy some merch and help us support these great charities.
He circles, tap the leg. Steps it up. There we go, good. Now, Boehm, drive him up towards us. Drive him up towards us.
So Pedro Alex in a spot of bother here. Inacio Santos with the ride time now, trying to go to the back. And he's pinned up against the wall here. Santos in on the leg. Switch attempt possibly from Alex. Now manages to get his balance back. Wow, what a scramble. And they celebrate the scramble together, but they should be perhaps getting down to business here. 3 minutes left, or one of these gentlemen's going home.
No, too much fun.
You know, I'll just say, I'm not one to criticize fighters. I'm not there. It's tough to that. I kind of thought there was a standing knee lock for a second there, but I think with $1 million on the line and the opportunity to fight for that here, I'd love to see just a little bit more from these guys in this third round in pursuit of victory.
Brandon, you feel it's a fair comment?
Absolutely, it's a fair comment. But the problem is, each guy has reached down, tried to grab a single. They've gotten into some front headlock positions. They're just both defensively sound. And, you know, the level of wrestling, these are not Pat Downeys that we're watching out here. These are not Daniel Kerkvliet or Jason Nolf. These are jiu-jitsu guys out there trying to wrestle.
Styles make matches as well. You know, sometimes guys they just cancel each other out, and guys are bad matches for each other. And I think that's what we're seeing here. It's difficult to get effective grappling going against some people, and this is a case study in that.
So Santos pushing Alex back against the alley wall as Alex circles out, and he comes forward now, and this is really where he's got to have the intention. Either of these guys needs to just kind of start thinking about a Hail Mary throw here, because not a whole lot has happened in this round.
It's totally up for grabs right now.
Yeah,
anybody can take this.
Santos was on top momentarily, and quite frankly, any really good action from Alex would wipe that off the board.
Look at that! That was almost a standing rolling knee bar from Pedro Alex, but Santos shut that down with his weight.
Well, here's the thing, though. Alex has got to go here. He can't allow Santos to build up this ride time on top. And there he is, back to his feet.
The creativity from Pedro Alex there. Did you expect that? I didn't.
No, but it is what we're saying, right? It was he took a chance, right? He took a chance to try and get a highlight reel, secure something extremely significant. Didn't pay dividends, but, you know, you got to hope that...
this could be trouble here. Santos with the lazy shot. Now, this is probably not going to lead us towards a submission, but this could lead exactly
seatbelt hold on the back here, weighing heavy.
And there's that crucifix.
Can he roll through?
This is the most significant action of the match so far.
Well, Alex is going to try and break the posture down here, and he's got to be careful not to be pulled through. There's only 25 seconds left in this round.
Oh, this is not bad, though.
Oh, no, and he's on the Kimura grip on this crucifix as well. This could do it for Pedro Alex in the dying seconds here.
It's a strong control position. It's not any submission threat right now, but that's not a good look for Inacio Santos. That's better. He spins
he
gets
out,
turned
Alex
with
comes
it.
on top.
Nice scramble.
What a good sequence for Boehm. The clock is going to die down here, and that could have just put a stop to Inacio Santos' hopes.
I just think the visual right there of that crucifix right at the end,
Absolutely.
I think that's stolen for Pedro Alex. I think he just win in that last 40 seconds.
Well, the scores are coming in very quickly now. It's going to be interesting to see which way the judges go. And I tell you what, we are not going to spoil this for you, because this is a very interesting point of discussion coming up here. Let's take a look back at some of the replays here. And this was the crucifix position that Pedro Alex was able to secure at the end.
Yeah, man. It came off of that sort of, I don't want to call it a desperation, but that over-aggressive shot trying to make something happen out of Santos, and he reached out for the leg. And we saw earlier in the first round that Pedro threatened him. He showed him that he was going to roll to the crucifix if he reached out there and tried to grab that leg. And he does in the third round. Pedro puts him in position.
Well, it was all even after 2 at 19 apiece across all 3 scorecards. One of these guys is going to walk away the victor. It's time to find out who.
After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard for a split decision. Judge Johnny Souza scores about 29-28 Santos. Judge Justin Flores scores about 29-28 Alex. Judge Chris Crail scores about 29-28 in favor of the red corner, and Inacio Santos moving on to the quarterfinals.
Well, Inacio Santos, and guys, we're going to talk about this at length, but I have a funny feeling this is going to be the first time tonight that we disagree with our pitside judges.
I do.
I do.
Well, let's talk about it more in a moment. First is Inacio Santos with Alex Wendling.
Standing by with your winner, Inacio Santos. Did you feel like you did enough to get it done against Pedro Alex there?
Yes, I did. I committed a little mistake, like towards the end over there, but I feel like I controlled most of the rounds, you know. So it was good. He was really tough. He's a tough opponent. So yeah.
Great hustle all the way through. You're representing Atos, and this was a long training camp for you. You were an 80cc trials winner, and you chose CJI over 80cc. So now you're getting the win, and you're moving on to the quarterfinals against Lucas Kanard. So what do you think about that matchup?
Well, I'm excited. He's also a 80cc trials winner, you know. We both came to CJI to support the cause. So I just hope we have a really good match, you know. Just keep everybody entertained, so I'm really happy with it.
We can't wait to see it. You can go ahead and cross off Pedro Alex's name from that over 80 kilogram bracket, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
So as Santos heads up to the apron, guys, give us your thoughts, because as we motion to, I don't think any of us quite agree with that decision.
I don't. I feel like certainly Pedro did enough in that third round. He snapped him down into a front headlock. He put him into a position where a lot of submissions are available. No submissions came up from either guy throughout the entire match, but that was definitely the position where he was the closest, I would have to say.
I feel like the third and final round was the decider. I feel like that last sequence right there, in my opinion, won it for Pedro Alex, but it was close. It was one of those matches, it really could have gone either way. I don't think it was a robbery. I don't think it was an unfair decision. I think really Pedro Alex could have done more to win it, so he can't really be disappointed.
I mean,
with the results.
it was a split decision, right? I mean, that inherently is always a close thing. It doesn't by any means mean it was a robbery. It was just a very close fight. And 2 of the judges, from their vantage point, happened to see it one way rather than the other. Don't forget a lot of our sponsors. One of them this evening has very kindly donated $50,000 for the submission of the event is New Tonic. Fuel your focus with the now viral productivity hack, New Tonic. formulated to optimize cognitive function by enhancing focus, concentration, memory, energy, and mental clarity to help you tackle your work with a sharper mental edge. Big thanks to them for that $50,000 bonus. And, you know, guys, did you ever think we'd be talking about $50,000 bonuses at submission grappling events?
No, I did not. I'm very happy to see it. I mean, thanks to these guys for stepping up and offering that kind of money to these athletes here. Still, Lucas Kanard in the front runner for that submission bonus so far. I'm hoping to see some more spectacular submissions like that. But yeah, huge thanks to those guys for stepping up and just increasing the potential earning for these guys here at CJI.
Well, we've got a really exciting clash of styles, probably one of the biggest clashes of styles on the card coming your way in the next of our over 80 kilo matches. It's Daniel Kerkvliet versus Fellipe Andrew. Let's go ahead and hear from one of these guys.
I think it's done a lot. I mean, you can always use grappling and the different arts to apply to your art that you're doing. So like, I'm going to try to take some of the jiu-jitsu, some of the judo, and apply it to wrestling this season. So just kind of here to learn.
So this is your tail of the tape, Daniel Kerkvliet and Fellipe Andrew. The heavier of the two opponents is Kerkvliet. He is, of course, not a traditional submission grappler. He is the current reigning 285-pound NCAA Division I champion. And Brandon, you've been sold on this dude from day one.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of footage of Kerkvliet. This guy is an athletic specimen, and he is a monster. He's one of the biggest guys in the bracket. But as far as submission grappling goes, he's probably the least experienced guy in this bracket.
No doubt. I mean, absolutely is. You know, he said that he's been really messing around with grappling for about 4 months now, training with Jason Nolf at Penn State. Wow. He's also been training a lot with Isaac Michel there recently too. Those are some good guys to train with. But he's going up against Fellipe Andrew, who is a veteran black belt at this stage, even though he's not that old. And, you know, it's going to be a tough task for him to take out somebody who is as dangerous a submission hunter as Fellipe Andrew is.
Yeah, we're all very interested to see how this is going to play out, particularly what is the game plan of Kerkvliet going to be. Let's go ahead and walk these two fighters and we'll find out. This is Daniel Kerkvliet and Fellipe Andrew.
Our next grappler to slide into the alley, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Fellipe Andrew. And his opponent, fighting out of State College, Pennsylvania, representing the Nittany Lion Wrestling Club, Daniel Kerkvliet.
Well, that is the imposing figure of Daniel Kerkvliet. As we said, reigning NCAA champ as well. Finished his season with a 20-0 record. He is extremely fast and dynamic and agile for a guy of this size. He actually has lost a little bit of weight coming into this one, as he was just out of the Paris Olympics as a training partner for Kyle Snyder.
Yeah, he was saying he was down to about 265. Something that we have to watch for here. Andrew, one of the best straight ankle lockers in the world, and he did not come out here to wrestle with Kerkvliet.
Yeah,
if he lets Andrew get underneath him, he's in big trouble.
Actually, I have to say something real quick. A quick correction that unfortunately Fellipe Andrew was announced as competing out of Atos. He's actually out of Alliance San Diego. Just want to make sure we get that straight.
And as expected, perhaps, Andrew with the quick guard pull. Kerkvliet through the legs and looked for a double unders pass quickly, but feeling out process perhaps here and trying to make connections from the bottom is Andrew.
He has to keep that space underneath him closed off. He cannot let Andrew slip through and get a hold of one of those straight ankle locks.
Well, you know, Brandon, you're saying about he absolutely does have a savage straight ankle lock, but Fellipe Andrew has basically 3 principal attacks that he uses. He's got the straight ankle lock. He's got the katakatami, and he's got an absolutely savage triangle armbar.
Oh, there you see.
He used to tap out Keenan Cornelius, becoming only the second person in history and the first person in the gi to ever submit Keenan Cornelius.
Yeah, you got to figure closed guard is not particularly where the Penn State Nittany Lion wrestler wants to be in this engagement.
But, you know, I spoke to Dan yesterday. Greg, he's also known as Dan Greg. He uses them interchangeably. But Kerkvliet said, he's like, I know what an armbar feels like. I know what a heel hook feels like. I know what a choke feels like. So I don't think he's completely out of water here, but he's definitely not going to have the same understanding of these positions as somebody who is a veteran black belt like Fillipe.
Yeah. But he's got a better understanding of a lot of other positions and a lot of other ways of controlling and dominating somebody, both physically and psychologically.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm interested to see what he wants to do to open this guard here, try and break the legs open, all while staying safe, of course.
But I think we may see a stalling call against both guys pretty soon if this doesn't change. Because, of course, closed guard is an attacking position, but if you're just using it to hold on, I mean, that's not what we want to see.
Well, there he shoots that triangle up.
Snapping triangle. That's how quick it is. It's like a viper strike.
Well, Kerkvliet is not reacting. He just kept his posture very high and abandoned by Andrew.
And he kept his posture so easily, too. That's something to note. But look how quick Andrew can throw that on.
He really, it's lightning fast. Like I said, it's one of his principal attacks. But the problem is that good old-fashioned double wrist control in no gi, it's only going to get more difficult as the sweat becomes a factor, right?
Yes, absolutely. And that's a great point that you bring up.
Oh, wrist lock attempt from Kerkvliet here. And he has to watch the triangle. That was a little tricky, but it has forced the guard break now. And Kerkvliet back to his feet, able to move around a bit more freely.
Almost all of Fillipe's accolades come in the gi. I've got to think Kerkvliet maybe never even been in a gi.
Actually, he told me yesterday he put it on once. Did not enjoy it.
Yeah, strip it right back off. He didn't want to come out in a rash guard.
Yeah, you talked about that straight footlock of Fillipe Andrew that he may be hunting for. He's had 267 victories in his competitive career, and 32 of them have come by straight footlock.
He's extremely prolific. He's a great competitor. He's not one of those guys who likes to talk a lot of trash. He's not super active on social media. He lets the jiu-jitsu do the talking, and it's kind of beautiful to watch sometimes. But if there's any criticism about Fillipe Andrew, is that he is sometimes inconsistent, and he can look like a world beater one day, and he can look like a blue belt the next.
Watch this triangle.
Oh, there he goes high
shot
now.
again, and this is with broken posture as well. Kerkvliet in a little bit of trouble here. He's trying to stack Andrew forward, but
and those are some big shoulders to try and close that triangle.
He's trying to push out of it.
Yeah, now just a reference, you are allowed to slam to escape a submission.
Oh, he just shrugs his way out of it.
Listen, this is a different level. He may not be a black belt. He may not even be a blue belt.
It's elite physicality any way you slice it.
He's a black belt level grappler, though. He just doesn't come with the same skill set. But to underestimate this guy and think that he can't come in here and keep the pace with a world champion, I think that's a mistake.
30 seconds left on the clock here.
I mean, we've all been in that position of some big, tough wrestler dude comes into the gym and you have a handful with the guy, you know, he's just, you can't tap him out. I mean, imagine what it's like when you got a heavyweight NCAA All-American like Kerkvliet.
Yeah, and an elite athlete, too. He's not just going to be a technical monster, though he is, but he's fast, he's strong, he's powerful, and he's a winner. He knows what it takes to win. That's a huge factor in this thing.
So first round coming to a close here. I think it's fairly obvious that's going to go the way of Fillipe Andrew, and we see the scores come in very quickly across the board. 10-9s for the Brazilian. Let's go ahead and listen in to the corners and see if we can glean what advice they're getting.
Yeah, let's hear from Kerkvliet.
Okay, you good? You're good, As you go ahead.
When he lost his blue flags, does he stay on your knees? Yeah. So if he pulls you to your knees, just pull your hands up, pop back up again. That's where
Isaac Michelle there in the corner. He's been out there working with those Penn State guys.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replays here. And that was the first shot at the triangle, as you guys both pointed out, incredibly fast, but good defensive posture from Kerkvliet there.
Yeah, and he didn't even break a sweat. Like, he didn't even think about that triangle as a threat.
And he stayed calm. He didn't panic either. That shows that he's been in these positions. He knows what to expect. He's not making the wrong reactions like a lot of new guys new to grappling do in those situations.
So there you are, being made aware at home and in the arena here that it's a decisive 10-9 to Fellipe Andrew, who does do a quick guard pull again. And it'll be interesting to see if we get a more dynamic passing attempt now from Kerkvliet.
Yeah, you saw him actually threaten that camping position there for just a second. Getting in there and having Isaac Michel as one of his advisors, that's a big factor.
I couldn't really hear what Isaac was saying, but I'd love to know what kind of technical advice he gave Kerkvliet after what was, in effect, a 5-minute round of gathering intel.
Are either of you surprised, perhaps, that, you know, Kerkvliet hasn't tried to put the sort of pace that some of these elite wrestlers can on Andrew? You know, those NCAA matches, 3 short rounds, real fast sprints, non-stop action. Hasn't quite played that sort of tempo yet.
Well, how do you when Fellipe Andrew is so comfortable with the guard? Like, it's going to be really hard to gas him out when he's playing in his world right here.
This is
good.
Gotta be careful, but I also think that Kerkvliet knows, you know, he can't overreach. He can't go in there and, you know, for want of a better word, spaz out and basically leave something hanging, because Fellipe Andrew will snatch it. He'll take that, you know? So I think it's good to see the Kerkvliet's coming in here with a measured approach against somebody as dangerous as Fellipe Andrew. But yeah, I'd like to see him take the work rate up a little bit, for sure.
He's a little too measured right now. He gets a warning from our referee, the legend Shaolin, telling him he's got to get busy.
So Kerkvliet trying to harass the head a little bit, move around the feet, trying to pin and pass, but again, he almost gets sucked into that triangle position.
That's dangerous, because that's not the first time he's been caught with one arm in, which, as we know, is a huge mistake in jiu-jitsu. And Fellipe Andrew, he won't let Kerkvliet keep making that mistake without catching him.
Andrew looks like he's struggling with the gripping just a little bit. You've seen him wipe his hands on the mat now a few times. He hasn't really been able to suck Kerkvliet down and break his posture the way he wanted to. He did get one good shot with that triangle.
Well, again, he's setting this up.
He's looking for that far side arm lock, maybe to try to suck him into that shotgun arm bar.
I'll say this as well, that I think it's really interesting that we are basically halfway through this match at this point, right? Coming up the halfway of the second round. And Fellipe Andrew has not deviated from this game plan of trying to control the arms and to try and go triangle armbar. He hasn't once gone for a leg entry.
You know,
he hasn't once tried to wrap up the head.
I would say he hasn't had to as of yet, right? He, you know, he's probably, well, he is ahead at the moment, and Kerkvliet isn't forcing him into having to change his game plan as of yet.
But Fellipe Andrew is not the kind of guy who wants to win on points. He's a finisher. He knows that, you know, a submission is the best way to win a match, and he's looking for it, but I'd like to see him look a little bit more.
Well, $1 million on the line.
Yeah,
if you can, right.
You gotta go out there.
That's fair comment.
You know.
Well, Kerkvliet trying to slide his way inside again.
That giant posture, but he's not out of the woods here. This is a much stronger attack.
Yeah, not by a long shot. Well up on his hip, and he gets over.
Oh, now Fellipe Andrews actually changed the angle. He's going armbar now.
Yeah, rolling all the way through. Gets transition down. Rolls through. Can he get the second? Well, he's not actually worried about the arm at all here. Now.
He's got two options. He had double trouble there. He had high and low. We could see reverse triangle here.
Well, let's see. He comes up on top to mount.
Great choice there. Kerkvliet had his hands together. He had his hands inside the attack, and Andrew started to feel like he was slipping a little bit, but there's not a lot of friction out there. No shirt, no gi. Changes over to the mount position, and now firmly in control, searching for the underhook.
And when Fellipe Andrew had hit that sweep, it looked like he was all about the armbar, but there was a moment you could see he was thinking about a leg. He had options right there, but look at that escape.
Look at this wrestle up.
That is a beautiful escape from Kerkvliet.
He has only got a minute, though, to try and even this one on the scorecards, and he finds himself back in the open guard.
You know, it's one thing about sweeping a wrestler, it's another thing about keeping them down, because those guys, they're taught from day one. You never let somebody put your back on the mat.
Well, looking to pin the legs here and move around on top.
Kerkvliet's got to get busy, though, or he's going to be behind.
So let me ask you this, guys. Do we have to start considering 10-8 for this round, or is this falling in the realm of a 10-9?
I don't think that's unfair. I think the submission attack, the sweep, and the brief period of mount is definitely
what about this, though?
Significant, but
trying to stack him up.
Walk it in, Greg, walk it in.
Yeah, they're asking for him to try and walk underneath the hips and triangle shot again.
That's how
from
fast
Fellipe
it is.
Andrew.
Snaps that triangle.
Now the question is, can he get a break of posture here or combine with another attack? 10 seconds left, though.
These accumulated attacks, these entries, they're not real submission threats, but they're definitely submission entries. I definitely could see a case for that being a 10-8 round. Let's see what the judges say.
Well, we've had the first two scores come in. They are 10-9s, and the 10-9s across the
I agree
board.
with
So
that.
Yeah, it's not unfair at all.
I don't feel like there was enough domination to warrant a 10-8. And, you know, the one time that he did get a strong position, Kerkvliet easily reversed. As he went for that underhook, he just easily reversed.
And just to add a little bit of insult to injury for Kerkvliet, he is getting a warning in the corner from Shaolin for he's got to push forward, he's got to initiate more action himself. But there you get confirmation of the scores on your screen. 10-9s, that makes it 20-18 across the board for Fellipe Andrew, who has now stripped off the rash guard and chosen to go bare-chested as well.
That's interesting. You know, we talked about how he doesn't have as much of a no-gi background as some of the other guys in his bracket. And he actually told me in the lead-up to this that he only trains or would train no-gi twice a week. He's a gi guy. But for this tournament, he definitely made the switch. He went all in on no-gi. And he's even been training twice a week. Excuse me, Josh. He's even been training twice a week with the guys at 10th Planet, PJ Barch and those guys to kind of broaden his horizons. And he understands, you know, you need to do that in this game, right?
I have to say I'm surprised that Andrew has not pulled yet. He's playing with fire a little bit, perhaps, on the feet.
Well, he's got a little room to move and take some risk here.
Well, there's the guard pull. The crowd letting him
like
over.
that.
Not
The crowd
happy.
like, oh, come on, we wanted to see the takedown. I think it's smart, though. I mean,
yeah, I mean, like, game plan's worked fantastically for him so far, right? Why change it as he looks to pull that arm into another triangle entry?
Kerkvliet shut him out quickly that time. There it is again, though. Andrew just always finding this triangle.
he's so good at it. It's just his hips are low, and Kerkvliet's head and shoulders are so high. There's so much space right now. But I think that Fellipe Andrew's going to have to adjust slightly.
Yeah, he's sucking it in now. He's got a bit of a break in the posture here.
That posture control is crucial.
And it's that underhook on the back of the elbow, too, that's helping to break that posture, bringing the elbow up higher than the shoulder.
Well, he abandons it.
That
Felt
structure
something wasn't
broken.
quite right.
I will say this, though. I'm so impressed so far with Kerkvliet in hanging in, at the very least, this far with a black belt world champion like Fellipe Andrew in his first ever submission grappling match.
Icing the hips up into his lap. Andrew doing a good job fighting against the grips to try to strip him out of there.
Yeah, it's always nice to see how
Kerkvliet acting like he wants a leg lock.
the alternate grappling styles do when you stack them up in this kind of combat sports environment. Got another Penn State Nittany Lion wrestler coming up in our under 80 kilo bracket. That's, of course, Jason Nolf.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah, drawing the #1 seed Ty Ruotolo. Look forward to that coming up in...
that is a great match.
Actually, in about 6 matches' time.
Boy, both the Ruotolos, they didn't get any favors in that draw, did they?
They did not. But there's another triangle entry from Fellipe Andrew.
Let's see, he's got posture broken again, and Unspore going behind that elbow, trying to open that elbow up.
Oh, he may see straight armbar here.
We're going to see him turn it into it's turning it into basically a Choi bar again on the other side. He's going to weave through.
Big transition in the back from Fellipe Andrew. Body lock in.
He's got 2.5 minutes to close the deal, and this is not Daniel Kerkvliet's strong point here.
This is going to be tricky for him to find a way out here.
That was world-class black belt technique right there. That back take was a thing of beauty. To go from triangle to omoplata to back take like that, that's incredible.
Well, he switched off to the body lock on the other side. He's going across the face here. Big squeeze from Fellipe Andrew.
Doesn't have it quite locked up. He's going short choke, but it's across the face.
He's got still 2 minutes to cook right here. Kerkvliet doing a pretty good job here. He's cut the angles, got his shoulders on the mat.
He's proving a very tough nut to crack.
Explode and turn into him. Going high now is Andrew.
Yeah, we may see back triangle. We could see armbar.
Yeah, he's looking for it.
He's going to lose it right here.
Armbar.
Oh, face down armbar coming perhaps from Fellipe Andrew.
Kerkvliet's not out of trouble yet.
Tries to move back to the back, and again triangle, and Kerkvliet finds a way to survive.
Just too slippery. Both guys without the shirt. Not enough friction in the situation.
I mean, what a sequence that was. You want to see technical jiu-jitsu to move to an offensive position. Doesn't come any better than that.
Greg, one of your armpit stack.
Coming down to the final minute of this bout now, and really Kerkvliet has nothing to lose now.
Shocked we haven't seen Andre get in on the legs at all.
Nope.
I felt like that was almost a certain path to victory if he could get there. But really, Daniel hasn't offered him a lot of opportunities. And to Felipe's credit, he came out here and it looked like he felt that he knew he was going to win this match. So I'm not going to burn my gas tank against this big monster.
I mean, he has had to work for it, though. There's been a lot of movement, a lot of transitions, you know, and Kerkvliet is a big athletic guy, so...
And proving to be defensively actually very, very sound. Like, he's doing all the right things. I'll say this, he looks like a seasoned grappler, you know, a submission grappler, not just a wrestler. And that's so impressive for somebody with such little submission grappling experience in comparison to some of the other guys in the bracket. Oh, though, he finally manages to snag the neck.
Big sweep. Coming up on top. Closing seconds here. And Kerkvliet, it's a bit of a Hail Mary. It's not going to be a route to victory for him as the pummel comes inside from Andrew, who ends the match on top. What a performance.
A little too late to jump on the neck for Daniel Kerkvliet, but I'm impressed with both guys, but I think it's pretty obvious which way that decision is going to go.
I'll give you a 10-8 that round.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely looking at 10-8 territory, but
I see the case for it.
We had one come in as a 10-8. You guys at home know which way this is going to go. It's going to be unanimous for Felipe Andrew. Let's go ahead and get this man's hand raised.
After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard, and all 3 judges score this bout. Oh, sorry, we have 2 judges score this bout 30-27, 1 judge 30-26, all in favor of the blue corner, Felipe Andrew.
Felipe Andrew emerges victorious over, you know, what is a match with a little bit of an unknown quantity coming out well on the other side. He's here with Alex Wendling.
Felipe Andrew, you had plenty of great looks from close guard, and some people in the crowd were booing because I think they wanted you to wrestle the current NCAA champion. But there's $1 million on the line here, so great strategy, don't you think, to pull guard?
Yeah, I think it's the safest way to play with him. To be honest, I know he's a white belt jiu-jitsu, but he's a great wrestler. I was very scared to fight against him. So it was not a plan to close guard, but attacking him as much as possible. And let's see what happens.
I think you just put on display some of the most beautiful jiu-jitsu transitions we've seen all night. So we cannot wait to see what you're gonna do in the quarterfinals. How are you feeling going into that next match?
Yeah, same game. I'm gonna try to win, no matter what. I think I come here to fight jiu-jitsu. It's not just win, you know. I'm very focused on my performance. I wanna show a good show for all the people here in the pay-per-view. And yeah, I'm very happy with my performance.
All right, well, go ahead and move your name up in that over 80 kilogram bracket. You're moving on. Congratulations, Felipe Andrew, getting it done.
So Felipe Andrew gets the job done here. He moves on into the second round, guys. We're going to take a look at some replays, and in case you haven't guessed, it's triangle after triangle after triangle after triangle. Talk us through some of this action.
Yeah, I mean, that was basically the story of the match, right? Felipe Andrew's close guard. Interesting to hear him say in the post-match interview that he didn't plan to play that kind of game. It worked great for him. He combined the attacks really well from the threat of the triangle, especially to this beautiful back take, which was one of the defining moments of the match. And I got to say, it was a pretty good performance.
Brandon, how do you think Kerkvliet could have done different, or should I say, when he looks back at this outing, well, you know, how do you think he's going to be feeling? How's he going to reflect on his performance?
Well, I just don't see how there was ever going to be a path to victory for him if Andrew didn't get up and wrestle with him and try to be physical with him. if there was ever going to be a situation where he had to try to pass a black belt world champion, one of the most technical players in the world right now, if he had ever a situation where he had to try to pass his guard, there really was no path to victory. And so I think he's going to take that. He's going to take it back to the drawing board. Is this a sport that I want to try to get involved in? I got to learn to pass the guard then.
Well, he did say as well that he kind of had some designs to maybe do MMA in the future, and I think the grappling is a great way to get your feet wet in that arena, right?
Yeah, he's got one more season with Penn State that he's moving into this year, so be interesting to see what he does when he's done with his collegiate career. Lots more action still to come, and the venue is getting rather full here. We've got lots of people in attendance, including one of our sponsors this evening, Dr. Lisa Kim, plastic surgeon from LSK Plastic Surgery, is available for all your aesthetic and reconstructive needs, specializing in lipedema care, which includes high-volume liposuction and body contour procedures. She's a jiu-jitsu practitioner and is based out of Sacramento, California. We thank her for her support this evening.
Around 60 years old. This was the first time that I have able to compete in the World Championship. And I was World Champion for the first time. And I love the feeling. These feelings stay with you for 5 minutes, but was the best feelings of my life. And I'm like, hey, I want to repeat that next year and another year. Jiu-jitsu always was my life. 1 month after my first HCC, I was second place in my first HCC. I found out because I was in the training. I talked to my mom, hey mom, I think it's something wrong happened with me. I don't feel good. The doctor say, hey Joao, we just found out one cancer in your body, one tumor. First, I didn't know because my parents didn't tell me. I have chemo Monday to Friday, 8 hours per day. This was the first time that I see myself without jiu-jitsu. 1% better every day. That's what's the idea. And you never can beat someone that never give up. Right now it's time to go 100% with everything that I have. I really want to show to everybody like one new version of myself. For the last 10 weeks, I just been training harder than I can to be the CJI champion. That means a lot because have a lot of good athletes, right? I think every match will be one final, you know. And at the end of the day, also we have the $1 million, the prize money. So this can change a life as well. So I think it will be good in the both ways.
Well, this is the final of your first round matches here in our over 80 kilo bracket. And it's an intriguing one. It is William Tackett, the smallest competitor in this upper weight class, taking on Joao Gabriel Rocha.
There is a 60-pound weight difference in this match coming up. I can't believe it. William Tackett's going to have his hands full with Joao Gabriel.
It's not just the 60 pounds, though, is it? Like, just in terms of stature, these guys are very, very different. I mean, Joao Gabriel, it's a big 60 pounds. It's a hefty 60 pounds. It's just a hulk of a man.
When you stand next to Joao Gabriel, you can appreciate how big heavyweights really are, because the guy is a legit, natural, big-ass heavyweight. It's as simple as that. Whereas, no offense, but William Tackett is just more of a normal human being.
He's a normal human being with an unlimited gas tank, fantastic wrestling, some of the most exciting jiu-jitsu that you're going to see all weekend. A lot of people, despite this tough draw that he's got a tough draw. If he wins this match, he's got to go against Fellipe Andrew next round. It's a tough draw for William Tackett, but a lot of people, myself included, believe that he could really be the dark horse in this bracket, even though he's the smallest guy.
Would you say that cardio is going to be his friend here, right? He's got to put a pace and he's got to try and burn Rocha out.
I think so. But, you know, we've seen giant slayers in the past, right? We've seen some guys make their name using certain techniques, and I think that William Tackett's probably going to have a similar game plan, because we've seen Joao Gabriel tap the leg locks in the past. We know that William Tackett has a great leg lock game, and I think if there is a key to success for him in this match, it's probably going to be that.
Well, let's take a look and find out. This is William Tackett and Joao Rocha.
The next athlete on his way to the alley, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing Brazilian Fight Factory, he's William Tackett! And his opponent, making his way to the alley, fighting out of Dallas, Texas, representing Alliance Jiu-Jitsu, Joao Gabriel Rocha!
Well, the more storied accolades undoubtedly go to Joao Rocha coming into this one. He's 10 years the senior of William Tackett, but do not be fooled. This young man making his home in Austin, Texas is absolutely game for a fight.
You know, just to put it in perspective, 9 years ago, Joao Gabriel was out there hitting the podium at ADCC. Oh, William Tackett was only 15 years of age.
He was a savage when he was 15 too, though.
Yeah, and look, one of the things we have to touch on is, you know, William Tackett and his brother, as he gets in on a drives to the pit wall here, and gets a good takedown.
Really good work from Tackett. Got to be careful of that guillotine. It's still a threat.
Oh, he gets watch him. Good vault, scrabbling up. This is those wrestling scrambles and this cardio we were talking about as Tackett hunts for the
Look at this kid. He's so exciting.
William Tackett with the scramble of the day.
Oh, my God. There's the power. There's the size advantage.
Well, Tackett's going to stand straight back up. He's going to try and kick off, get back to his feet. The whole arena just erupted here as they slam into the alley wall right in front of our commentary position.
You know, the question is, Joao Gabriel, he's an explosive man, but how many times can a heavyweight explode in one
gas
round?
tank, right?
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out how many explosions, how much athleticism does he actually have in the back.
But he's going in early. He's going to get the legs.
Re-guard. Tackett hunting from this top position.
What a play. Do you see the way he reached back through his leg to underhook the hip?
I wouldn't be surprised to see William Tackett go reverse close guard at some point in this match. He used it in great effect to tap out J-Rod.
You want to talk initiating effective action. William Tackett just did all of that. And guys, before that scramble, I was going to say him and his brother Andrew, their lifelong goal was to make it to another event that's happening just down the road from here. And when this event popped up, they dropped everything. They gave up their lifelong goal and said, you know what? We're in. We want that shot at $1 million, and we're going to put on the show for it.
And they were the first guys to say it, too.
Andrew and William were the very first guys to confirm their participation at CJI. It just goes to show.
Nice Uchi,
but it just goes to show how much they want it.
And check that out. William just continues the action, falls straight onto a single, works right back up to his feet, wants to turn the corner here and try to put Rocha down.
He knows you can't accept a position against the guy as big and heavy as Joao Gabriel, right? Last thing you want to do is get stuck on bottom.
You got to say, you look at you know, the record of William Tackett. His submission rate is obscene. It's verging on 70% submission ratio as he wrestles out to the back here and ends up in top position.
I'm going to say this, actually, though, that one thing that actually helps Joao Gabriel Rocha is training with his brother, Pedro Rocha.
Right, who's this size.
Is approximately the size and a former member of the Brazilian national wrestling team. He's going to have experience of going up against high-energy, athletic individuals like William Tackett.
Yeah, Pedro Rocha in the corner of his brother here.
Look at this, going into the deep half guard.
Nice work from Joao Gabriel, but
watch the sneak cut.
Yeah, slipped straight through, pummeling over the top.
Just stiff arms his way back up to his feet. That's nice.
Sure, just stand up.
And check out, though, the difference in the breathing patterns from these two athletes right now. Rocha, taking a couple of deep breaths. Tackett, stone-faced. Hadn't opened his mouth once to talk.
Coming into the second round, maybe the third round, I think we're really going to see that oxygen deficit start to play havoc with Rocha. Ooh, clash of heads. That was a big clash of heads, and grimacing on the face of William Tackett there. We're going to get a reset and just check for no cuts here.
Yeah, that was a hefty blow right there.
Absolutely not deliberate at all. Just both changed level at the same time.
Top of the head. I think actually we may have a cut on the top of Joao Gabriel's head. I don't know. He seems to be looking for it.
William, come to the corner.
Yeah, we're going to get a quick... Yeah, William's saying, come on, are you not entertained? Let's do this. William's ready to go. He doesn't need the timeout.
Yeah, well, he doesn't want it, right?
William, is he allowed?
No. I think this is maybe a bit of gamesmanship from Rocha. Let's take a look here. They both changed level. I mean, if anybody, that should have hurt Tackett a lot more. Well, they started back underway here. Tackett ends up in close guard here.
Oh, William Tackett dropping back on the legs.
Watch out, he's so
from one
good.
leg to the other.
Yeah, trying to lace up this leg position.
Rocha doing a good job keeping that left arm on the inside, which is going to help him to free that knee, which he does there. Tackett tries to change off to a K guard.
This is the crowd of showing us who they're favoring in this match right here.
Listen to this Thomas and Mac Center.
I wonder if William Tackett has ever had 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 people chanting his name like this.
We should say there's over 6,000 people attending this event.
Oh, there's more than 6,000.
Well, there were 6,000 tickets sold this morning, and I wonder how many more people just came and rocked up and got them on the door.
So good guard retention from William Tackett here. He's back to a more traditional kind of open half guard with that knee shield position. You've got to be a little bit careful inverting under someone the size of Rocha.
That's a great point. That's not a place you want to find yourself. Getting crushed underneath the bottom of this big, strong black belt.
I mean, I think what Tackett might have done is earn himself a rest for the last 15 seconds here if he chooses to take it easy. But I honestly don't know if that's in his vocabulary.
He is, he's not one known to you know, back off, but at the same time, he doesn't have any guys this size in his gym to train with on a day-to-day basis. So, you know, I'm sure he's going balls to the wall with his brother Andrew and his training partners, but it's a different animal going up against Joao Gabriel Rocha.
So obviously you've got the QR code flashed up on your screen. Scan to donate now. Support the Fair Fight Foundation and all the charitable efforts, including Tap Cancer Out, Academy Christos, and raising the athlete pay across the board so that we can keep bringing you absolutely amazing events like the one you're witnessing here from the Thomas & Mack Center.
You know, talking to William, actually, it's kind of interesting that he, across the board with Tackett, that's totally fair.
I mean, yeah, we all assumed that was going to be the case, right? Initiated the majority of the action, had the most effective positions repeatedly as well.
But one thing Tackett did say to me is that he feels that he's adapted his game for the big guys so that he is not just leg lock focused, and I think he really showed that in this first round.
We've got a timeout over here from Jason Herzog. He does call him back in the middle.
Okay, that's good. We don't want to take our foot off the gas here. This is just too good a match.
Yeah, so
I'm really enjoying this.
Rocha knows he's down 1 point so far. Let's see if he changes his game plan at all.
I think we're going to see Tackett just push more and more.
Yeah,
try to extend that lead.
I mean, the throw by and the duck unders worked well for him. Rocha's got to be cognizant of that.
Who doesn't love a good David versus Goliath match, right? And this is what we got right here.
It almost feels like what jiu-jitsu was meant to be. It feels exactly like we want to see. Beautiful work.
Joao Gabriel's really good with that wizard kick style Uchimata. He's really, really effective. But
look at Tackett sneaking out the back door.
I have no idea where Tackett was trying to go there.
Better be careful here, though.
Well, we're only a minute into this second round as he looks to get another entanglement and another K-guard entry.
Get up, William.
You hear his corner tell him to get up. Don't hang around in this bottom position. Get up and get to work.
Question is, after that massive energy expenditure in the opening round, whether Tackett has had sufficient rest and getting his heart rate back down, and you know whether he's able to come back for this second round with, you know, the capability of going up against somebody like Joao Gabriel, because man, that energy bar has got to be dipping, right? It doesn't matter how much of a camp you've had, it doesn't matter how much of a preparation you've done. Competition is just different.
This is interesting. Tackett settling into a closed guard. By choosing that, he's kind of pulling the pace back a little bit, maybe giving Rocha a chance to collect his wits about him just a bit. Look at that leg that pressed in.
Cross, leg coming across now, looking to invert once more.
You know, oh, there it is. Like, I called it earlier because William Tackett, he does have a decent attack series from here, but he's just getting smushed right now.
The full weight of Joao Rocha is bearing down on the spine of William Tackett.
This is a weird This is better. This is better for what he could go A-block. He used that to tap out J-Rod at ADCC trials. He's got attacks from here.
And they're unorthodox attacks, too. Even if you understand visually what's coming, if you haven't been there
you're not going to be wise to it.
It feels very strange. Takes away a lot of your natural jiu-jitsu style movements.
Tackett joining Brazilian Fight Factory back in 2017. Was really consistently beating black belt adults as a minor, and is now a fully fledged professional in his own right.
He's 24 years old, but he's a young veteran.
Right, exactly.
He really is. Look at the backstep from Joao Gabriel. I didn't expect that.
Does he really want to play that kind of leg entanglement game with someone like William Tackett, though?
I don't think he would use it to go legs. He's just using it to extricate himself from the position. But you know, man, I feel like we've been talking a lot about William Tackett. I gotta give some credit to Joao Gabriel. He's not accepted anything that William Tackett has thrown at him. He's managed to slow the pace down a lot in this second round. He kind of is in a little bit more control, I would say.
He's winning this second round.
And he is continually working as well. It's just at the pace that fits his style of attack and game.
Well, he does. We can see it now. Look at the top of his head.
Oh,
there is what looks like a gash on that, actually. It doesn't look like it's bleeding, but
it definitely looks like a bit of a war wound on the top of the head of Joao Rocha. Minute 25 left in this second round here.
Right in front of us. Have to stand up to actually look down into the alley to see what's going on, but yeah, Joao Gabriel, he's doing a really good job of kind of putting on the smush here, doing that big guy thing.
Bearing more weight down on Tackett, who's starting to not quite get the entries as clean, not able to pull the leg through as much.
Again, back to the closed guard. It's just a place where Tackett feels like he can retreat to, gather himself for a moment every time.
It really does feel, though, like we're heading towards an even score after 2 rounds.
Stalling warning.
Oh, Jason Rocha. He looked at him, he said, "You're stalling, you got to keep the action going. I'm taking this position from you."
And Andrew Tackett just looked at his brother and said, "What are you doing? Forward." Go forward, indeed.
You know, Joao Gabriel, born and raised in Rio de Janeiro, now based in Dallas, Texas. He's got a gym up there and has been here.
Oh, sits it out. Nice. Comes up on a leg, drives him into the alley wall.
He's going to drag him down from here.
Yeah, this is the Tacketts are two of the guys who have the most time practicing on this kind of angled surface. They built one very early on in their camp preparations.
I think they were the first. Yeah. They were the first CJI competitors to build a ramp in their gym.
10 seconds left, unfortunately. Oh, he takes them back! And time expired.
And he probably stole the round with that initiation right there.
100%. William Tackett, in my opinion, just stole that round.
Well, we get to see ahead of you guys and ahead of the competitors which way the scores are coming in.
Interesting.
Oh, we've got a split. Yeah, we got this second round is split between the judges. 2 of them, however, have gone for Joao Rocha. So at the moment, majority decision is the official standing.
So this is really interesting to me. I mean, we're looking at Joao Gabriel getting taken care of here in the corner. Luckily, that cut on his head's not openly. It's not pouring blood. He can continue.
But huge gulps of water, gulps of air from Joao Rocha. Let's take a look at that last sequence back.
The crowd did not like the fact that Rocha took that round on the scorecards. They were vocal in their displeasure at that result.
Third and final round underway here. Who's going to be the last man to book their place in the quarterfinals?
Well, we know for sure that if it comes down to the last 60 seconds, last 30 seconds, and it's a close round, we know for sure that Tackett can push.
Yeah, we know he has that never say die gas tank, right? That kind of like, I know what I need to do. I need to go out with my shield, possibly if needs be. Oh, big takedown from Rocha though. And that is not what William Tackett wants here.
Man, that good old-fashioned outside trip from the tie-up. We don't see too many of those anymore.
And Tackett not in a great position here to really effectively use his guard either.
I'm wondering if something's wrong with Tackett here, because he's being very slow to even try and get on.
I'll tell you what's wrong with him. He's got Joao Gabriel's extra on top of him. Up against the ramp, that's what's wrong.
And he's working those double underhooks, smashing. He's going to pass.
That's a big moment for Joao Rocha.
And this is early as well. We're just over 1 minute into this final round. Joao Gabriel, he's going to take his time. He's going to really put the pressure on here.
Yeah, but he does have to, of course, be wary of yet another stalling call, but he moves to mount.
He's not going to get called for stalling from here.
Not like that, he's not. He's got those elbows way, way away from the ribs as well, very high.
An absolutely gruesome position for William Tackett. Those elbows isolated so far above your head with that chest pressure bearing down your face. It's hard to breathe, it's hard to get defensive posture.
He's going head and arm.
And with your head pushed up against the wall like that, there's nowhere to go.
He's going head and arm. He's not ready to jump off it yet. He's still putting the arm across. You can just about see it here. Joao Gabriel Rocha has got his right ear on the back of the arm, and he's going to go for the good old-fashioned katakatami. Strangle there is a better look at the position. The elbow's a bit high though, right, Brandon?
The elbow's a little bit high, but you can absolutely finish this from the mount, especially with such a size discrepancy.
Yeah, a little bit anxious moments of space for William Tackett. He's trying to use that left hand to just pry a little bit more oxygen to his brain.
Man, I feel like if I was Joao Gabriel, I actually would like to pull Tackett away from the ramp a little bit and cinch that choke up a bit tighter.
Well, 2.5 minutes left here. It's been all Joao Rocha in this third and final round.
You can see that shoulder position there of Rocha. It's up on the cross-face position, up on the jawline, on the face of Tackett. If he wants to actually effectively apply the blood, he's going to have to move down the body just a little bit, retreat down, so he can get up under that jawline.
But, you know, we were talking about how competitors can be penalized and warned for stalling in dominant positions, but does that also count when there's an active submission attack?
It is a tricky question.
We can't. You can't take away an active submission threat from a competitor in this position.
No, and this is, you know, we could be getting some sort of smother in here as well. This is all pressure as well.
I mean, you know what it's like. You can just get a fraction of an inch of space and you can survive these positions sometimes.
It doesn't mean you can get out of them, though. That's what we're seeing right here.
And also, it is actually difficult sometimes for a very large opponent to submit a much smaller opponent.
There's a lot of space sometimes in those strangles, especially when there's an arm inside.
Right?
Minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. This has been well over a minute that William Tackett has been stuck in this head and arm choke, and Joao Rocha is not budging for love nor money.
And I don't blame him. You know, if I was him, I certainly would not either. I would not want William Tackett bouncing around the alley. I would want to stay firmly in control.
And check it out. We got our first blood on the mats right there.
Wow.
Staining the alley wall with his head.
The demeanor of the two corners could not have shifted more suddenly here. Absolute silence.
Oh, this could be the end.
And an anxious shouting from Pedro Rocha.
I mean, there's not a lot you can tell William in this position.
If he can even hear it.
If he could hear it, exactly. But all he can do is just grit his teeth, try and get a tiny bit of space and try and survive. The good Joao Gabriel's brought his hips up off from that mount position, though.
Yeah, if I'm William, I might try to pull my knees back in and get to my butterfly guard.
30 seconds left on the clock here. It's you know, barring an absolute miracle, it's going to be unlikely he can turn this one around here.
It's not happening. Tackett's going to get eliminated here. You know, even if the scoring came back pretty even, Rocha's got all the momentum out of this third round.
Final 10 seconds here. This could be the end of the road for William Tackett. Rocha
is going to step off and try to finish.
Turned it on early in this round.
Just got a lot tighter, but I don't think it's enough right now.
Well, time expires. They're going to go to the judge's decision.
And you can't call that an upset by any stretch of the imagination. Wow, interesting scoring.
We're not going to score. We're not going to spoil it, but we can confirm that one of the judges has scored that a 10-7. But we'll wait for the official decision to be read out. But I certainly agree. That was about as close and clear a 10-7 round as we're going to see.
What Joao Rocha has done is find a really good way to annoy a lot of the crowd here who were supporting
he doesn't mind being
William
the bad
Tackett.
guy. That was a great match on his part. He managed to deal with the hurricane.
Yeah,
that was William
some
Tackett.
adversity, right?
Absolutely. First round was just a fury of activity, and now we get the official result.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get the hand raised here, find which of these men is moving on to the second round.
After 3 exciting rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecard. All 3 judges score in favor of the red corner, Joao Gabriel Rocha.
The crowd doesn't really love it, but it's absolutely the right choice.
It is the correct decision. All the judges went 10-8. One judge went 10-7. In that last round, it was total and utter domination with a consistent threat of submission.
You know, the sportsmanship, I love Joao Gabriel going over and going straight to the corner of William Tackett.
Joao Rocha, what an amazing performance. Obviously, William is devastated, but he put on quite a fight, didn't he?
First, well, I think we give everything in the first round. So we push a lot in the first round, and the last 2 rounds, we control a little bit better the match. So I think I give it my best, you know. I didn't have so much time to train it, you know. I run in one gym alone, and I have one baby that's 3 years old that doesn't make it that I sleep really well the last 3 months. But thank you so much, guys. Even if you doesn't like the match, I really appreciate everybody, the training, that give everything when here on the match, you know. I trained for 28 years, and I never think that I will fight one tournament the $1 million, you know. I see all the sports grow, and that's making me so happy. Anyway, thank you so much, guys.
And for all of you silly people in the crowd booing him, you gotta know that this man has battled through cancer, went through chemo, and now he's here today, and we are partnered with Tap Cancer Out. You just fought your ass off, and you should be proud of yourself. You're advancing into the quarterfinals. How you feel about that?
So I doesn't like to talk about this many after a match, because this look like one, I don't know, one excuse or something like that. But that is true. I had cancer when I had 20 years old. And I had to have to do chemo, surgery, all this stuff. But I always say that I didn't overcome that. I have everything for, like, doing this. Family, friends, you know. This is just one part of my life. But, yeah, it's one cool thing that happened in my life, and I want to, like, keep going, don't give one excuse because I had cancer so young that I cannot do anything after that. Everybody think that I was gone, and I just keep going. So 33 years old right now, it's to fight these young guys.
We love to see it. Congratulations, you have the most beautiful energy, and we will see you in those quarterfinals.
So booking his place on the way to the quarterfinals, Joao Rocha. That completes the first round here in our over 80 kilo bracket. And let's go ahead and take a look at how the standings are as we move into the quarterfinals. And just a reminder, we are going to be completing the quarterfinals right now before we move on to our under 80 kilo bracket. So much action still to come. Let's take a look at how that first round played out.
We got some great matches coming up now. I mean, there was one major upset, right? Lucas Kanard advancing through to the quarterfinal with a quick submission over Victor Hugo. But I gotta say, I think that this is a pretty solid bracket and not too unexpected at this stage.
Guys, which of these 4 quarterfinals are you most excited for whatever reason?
I'm looking at Bradley Downey.
Hell yeah.
I think that's going to be fun. Downey showed that he was fun. Bradley got the big win over Kyle Boehm. I think that's the one I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah, I'm a Pat Downey fan. He won me over in that round against Rockhold in that match. I am now an official Pat Downey fan.
The single athlete I'm looking forward to seeing the most is our big spoiler out of there.
Yeah,
Lucas, man.
Yeah.
He came out there and just made it happen. I don't think there was a bracket anywhere in the country that had that result. Him, especially that quickly.
Yeah.
No way.
There's something in the water down there in Australia for sure. Those guys are doing something different.
Well, join us again very shortly, just a couple of minutes break, and we will get these quarterfinals underway. Stay with us. There's so much more action still to come.
For Nicky to be the first CJI over 80 kilogram champion would be very impressive. It is literally the most valuable tournament, the most valuable title in the sport of jiu-jitsu. I mean, the only other thing that comes close is the 80cc tournament, but that pays $10,000 and CJI is paying $1 million. So it's CJI, if you win this tournament, it's quite literally the most valuable title in the world when it comes to jiu-jitsu.
Gordon is my friend. Craig is not my friend.
Arguably.
Yeah. Gordon is like more famous than Craig. He's my friend, you know, Gordon. Craig is not my friend.
Yeah, guys, I just want to emphasize that the match is 100% going to happen, and it's going to be 100% a real match.
Okay, and you think like it should be like fast? Yes.
I've gone too far with this joke to back out now, you know?
I mean, I wouldn't want to finish her too quickly. The fans wouldn't appreciate it. Yeah, we want some foreplay.
You want to rotisserie host that one?
I wanted to feel the positional control.
Control that
before
one.
we penetrate the legs. I won't allow her to finish until I decide it's time. She gets finished.
You're gonna edge. You're gonna edge her.
She needs an edging. She needs it. She's very tense. She's walking.
I like it. No, now I like it. I'm so excited for this match right now. I feel like, woo!
Do you really believe that?
Do you want to improve your takedowns? Become a member of J-Flow Academy today.
The sport of jiu-jitsu provides so many with a bigger purpose. Jiu-jitsu becomes a part of you. You're faced with so many challenges in the sport, but skin infections shouldn't have to be one of them. And that's our mission. Defense Soap was created out of the need to fight back, because we care about this sport, the families, the athletes, the coaches, and we want to continue to protect people from skin infections, to keep you on the mat. And that's our goal here at Defense Soap, to defend what you have built.
Hi Craig, Seth, and everyone. We just want to give you a quick update about what's happening on the ground at AK.
When you guys were here 8 months ago, you blessed us with some computers and we got to work straight away. We taught the kids Canva and then they took over our social media. One thing that's been on our mind for about a year now is that some of our kids are graduating from grade 12 and when they do, they're going to go out and join the workforce and basically not earn a whole lot of money. So we started racking our brains about how we could help. Some of these kids, you know, we've known for like 15 years and we didn't want to lose the opportunity to continue to mentor them. So, you know, one of those kids that graduated was Duffer, who you met when you were here.
So Duffer's one of our original students from 14 years ago. He works as a Gojek driver, so basically delivering stuff on motorbikes. But we've got quite a big vision for him in the future.
So here's what we did. We stepped out in faith and we hired Duffer and another girl, Gracia.
We took those very same computers that you guys blessed us with and we've got Duffer and Chrissy working hard. They're creating social media content, they're doing brand imaging, they're doing remote data entry for some clients that we managed to get in Australia. We're starting slow, but we're building up. We built a small office in the gym and we're going to set them up there so that they can take this to the next level. We're also starting a number of other little micro enterprises that we're super excited about. Our goal is to provide education for these kids and then be able to take them on in employment and provide for their future. We want to continue to have that relationship with them, to be able to mentor them, and we want to see them grow into the future so that their children won't be born into the same circumstances that they were. Our hope is that these business ventures will prosper and we'll be able to put some of the profit back into supporting the programs that we run here at AK to bring hope and change lives for the most underprivileged in Bali. You guys are a huge part in inspiring us to make all this happen, so thank you all so much. We've got some bad news though. We're definitely Team Gabby. Go Gabby!
The first round of the over 80 kilogram division has seen it all, starting off with Nicky Rodriguez getting that sub and setting up a rematch between him and Owen Livesey. But when I went back there to check on the energy, it was quite intense. I asked B-team teammates Dima and Damien what their reaction was when Lucas Kanard surprised everybody and submitted Victor Hugo. They were jumping for joy. They were like, that was Nicky Rod's toughest test. But when I went to Nicky Rod and asked what his reaction was, he was stoic, not nearly as animated. And he just said, all good, because he knows there's plenty of other killers in the rest of this tournament for the over 80 kilogram division. So we're one step closer to finding out which one of these elite grapplers will make a lot more money than they did if they competed at ADCC and become a millionaire.
Well, welcome back to the Craig Jones Invitational, and it is quarterfinal time in this over 80 kilo bracket. We are all rubbing our hands together in excitement for this one. Yeah, we're going to kick it off with Nick Rodriguez taking on Owen Livesey, and it is, of course, a rematch from
Quintet in Tokyo, September 2023. I was there mat side for that one, and it was a very intense match. I mean, it was obviously as you expect. It was physical. When you got two big heavyweights like Nicky Rod and Owen Livesey going against each other, and Livesey definitely had his hands full because Nicky Rod, after getting a little taste of the judo early, just used that classic sit-up guard style wrestling attacks that he's developed so well over the last couple of years and really put a clinic on Livesey. But couldn't finish him. And in Nicky Rod's mind, that draw is as good as a loss. He's only happy if he wins by submission.
I mean, Brandon, don't you think it's interesting that in his post-fight interview, Livesey said, you know what, it was just it's a different game plan, right? There were different circumstances on the line. The rules format dictated he did certain things, and he said, today, I'm just going to throw everything at him and see what happens.
And he doesn't have to dominate him. He has to win 2 rounds. It's not the same thing where we're, judging the match in its entirety, or you've got to score a certain amount of points to get this over on this guy, or we're not looking for one advantage. He needs 2 rounds. Can he take 2 rounds? It's possible.
It is possible indeed. Let's go ahead and find out. This is the first of our 80 kilo quarterfinals. It's Nick Rodriguez and Owen Livesey.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our quarterfinal round in the over 80 kilograms division. Our first athlete coming to the alley. Out of Hull, United Kingdom, representing Carson Gracie Hull, Owen Livesey! And his opponent making his way to the alley, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing B-Team Jiu-Jitsu, Nicky Nick Rodriguez!
So Nick Rodriguez returning to the alley side here. It was a slow and controlled walkout from Owen Livesey. Nicky Rod, by contrast, dancing his way down, sitting straight to the apron. Jason Herzog, your referee, is going to get this quarterfinal underway. Nicky Rod with the submission in his first outing tonight. Bit more of an attritional war for Owen Livesey, and immediately Nicky Rod goes to pull guard.
Not surprised. Not surprised. It worked so well in their first match. It would make sense that he goes back to the same well to drink. I mean, I see him do this in the gym all the time. If you've watched any of the videos on the B Team YouTube channel of him training, he's pretty transparent in showing that this is a major part of his game now. He's not just that blue belt wrestler who came in and shocked everyone at 80cc. He's a fully formed black belt, and he's got a really, really subtle technique that a lot of people have yet to see.
And he could obviously look for the snap downs as well as trying to go in on the legs if Livesey keeps this.
Already?
I thought maybe off that head. I thought I saw it.
I don't think so, but trust me, these guys are grinding their heads into each other, trying to get every bit of inch on the battlefield.
You know, there was actually a study done on Olympic athletes years ago that athletes competing out of the red corner and wearing red were more likely to emerge victorious in their matches.
Perhaps something to do with stimulating anger.
And Nicky Rod is in the red corner, and he's head to toe in red. I wonder if that's an advantage.
Well, Livesey has a single here and has to defend his own legs as well. Bit of unorthodox wrestling from Rod as he looks for the ankle pick, but he's on that front headlock now.
I tell you know what? He wants that. He wants Owen to engage. He knows that if he runs down Owen, it's going to be trouble. But he wants Owen to engage because Nicky Rod has an issue. Nobody wants to engage with him. But the moment that they do, he makes a connection. That's when he can start getting his game going. The hardest part is that connection, that initial connection.
Owen just has to make sure that no matter what happens, he cannot find himself on the bottom position with Nicky Rod's hands locked around his waist.
Yeah, you know, I find this position particularly interesting from these two because, you know, Livesey, he likes those upper body ties into the foot sweeps, but with this bent over posture from both of them, it's so hard for him to get that kind of game going.
Yeah, we haven't even seen him make a kick out towards any sort of foot sweep yet.
Which is curious.
Oh, wrestle up from Nicky Rod now. He's on a single. Let's see how he's going to finish.
I think he'll run him through to the mat. He'll take him over to the B Team corner. There he goes.
Yeah, trying to drive through. Got him up against the alley wall here and straight down to the mat.
And this is
Livesey.
big trouble for Livesey here.
And Nicky Rod's been practicing with this. They built the ramp. They built the wall in the B Team gym a couple weeks ago. He's had plenty of
He's going to go to the back here.
Test this stuff out.
Looking to crawl up. He's got that one hook.
He's got 2.5 minutes left to work right here.
Well, Livesey's trying to shake him off and actually abandoned by Rod the roll into the back.
Beautiful turn from the chest wrap.
And good pacing from Nick Rodriguez here. Little moments of explosion, then establishing the position, making sure he stays firmly connected to the Englishman.
And everything that Nicky Rod is doing is kind of making Owen uncomfortable. You know, he's got his knee kind of dropping down to try and separate between the elbow and the thigh. He had the foot ride going, try and drag the heel out.
That was beautiful technique there to apply that first hook by Nicky Rod. The way he used his foot to open up at the ankle.
Oh, he was trying to open up the head as well. He was pushing down to try and get the reaction up.
That handcuff. He smashed that crossface in, and now he's got the Dagestani handcuff.
That left hand folded through, looking to take the back once more. Got to be careful not to get too high, though.
There's the second hook.
Oh, heavy hips, flattening Livesey out here, and this is one-way traffic.
He's going
to get the strangle. Good submission for Nick Rodriguez. He is moving on to the semi-finals and the hunt for $1 million.
Round one submission, Nicky Rod. That is classic black belt slayer stuff right there. Rear naked choke. That is just vintage Nicky Rod.
It was diligent from the offset and stoic in victory here. He knows he's still got a job to do. What a performance from Nicky Rod, showing perhaps why many people had him pegged as the #1 seed. Let's go ahead and get the official decision.
And your winner in the first round, moving on to day 2, Nicky Rod, Nick Rodriguez.
That rear naked choke.
So Nick Rodriguez victorious here. He moves on to the next round. commiserations to Owen Livesey, a good performance against Muhammad Ali, but too much for him now, and Nick Rodriguez can expend some energy finally, knowing he's got a day's rest before we return to Thomas and Mac for the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow night.
That rear naked choke was brutal. The way that he didn't just get his arm underneath the chin, but he also, he just reached up and he got a massive arch through the spine. I mean, that is nasty.
You know, early on, Nicky Rod was one of the guys who was just like anything below the eyes, right? I could choke anywhere on your face below the eyes.
Can. Wow.
Well, he's celebrating with his teammates in the arena there. Guys, there's not a whole lot you can say, because that was about as flawless of a victory as he could have hoped for in this match.
It was just great technical black belt level jiu-jitsu too. You know, we always talk about Nick Rodriguez, and we've seen him so many times in that I'm the wrestler coming into jiu-jitsu mode. But he was the jiu-jitsu black belt in that match, and I thought that was just an outstanding display of technique, precision, and patience by Nick Rodriguez.
You know, what we do inch closer to now is a potential Pat Downey, Nick Rodriguez rematch.
I want to see it. I want to see it, because they had a wrestling match a couple of years ago on Phil Grapplers, who's #1, and what happened? Pat Downey teched him so quick. And it was really one-sided. It was just a blowout. Now, this is not a wrestling match. This is a submission grappling match. But Nicky Rod, we know what he's got. We had a look at Pat Downey earlier. Man, if he can get through Adam Bradley, I think it'll be a very, very different match this time.
Well, we are gonna find out if he can get through Adam Bradley next up. But don't forget about our sponsors here this evening, and giving up $20,000 for the award of most exciting fighter this weekend is Optimal Self Supplements. Two things every athlete needs in competition: the ability to focus and to perform at their peak. Optimal Self Supplements specialize in high-potency organic functional mushrooms, lion's mane for improved cognitive function, and cordyceps to boost energy output when you need it the most. Head to optimalself.com, use code CJI Live, and get 20% off all this week only. Do more shrooms. Tell the tape for the second one of our quarterfinals. Pat Downey, Adam Bradley, both had good performances first time out, but overall in the booth here, I think we've been pretty adamant. We were very impressed with how Pat Downey's improved since the last time we saw him grapple.
No question about it, but this is a totally different kind of matchup than what we saw in the first round with Pat. He got out there and he was getting down with Luke Rockhold, but Luke really didn't offer any sort of guard play that was effective. But what Adam is going to do is he's going to try to get under him with this deep half guard, and that's going to be a bit of a position that hasn't been seen before. And we got some rowdy stuff going on in the crowd over here. Vili, they're getting excited over there. Very action-packed.
Lots of celebrities in attendance. We'll hit some more of them, but let's go ahead and get these two introductions. Adam Bradley is taking on Pat Downey.
Our next grappler coming to the alley, fighting out of Miami, Florida, representing Fight Sports Miami, Pat Downey. And his opponent, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing B Team Jiu-Jitsu, Adam Bradley.
Very different matchup than the one that Pat Downey saw in round one.
Oh, yeah.
Adam going to favor a lot of this guard play. He's going to have a lot of dynamic moves to the back. He's going to have much more of a classical jiu-jitsu game.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's fight!
Vamos, show. You know what to do. Remember I said I want to get under you. There we go, beautiful. That's nice. Arm, feet,
yeah, that's
neck.
exactly what I did to you.
Open it wide, come up your feet, dropping your knees.
He's like, damn it, he's right.
So Adam Bradley restoring this guard position here. Pat Downey moving around on top through the first minute. Apologize for a couple of technical difficulties with the sound there, but you're back with us here at the Thomas and Mack Center, live in Las Vegas.
Yeah, beautiful.
You know, you mentioned it earlier, Brandon, about how we can definitely see a more traditional approach from Adam Bradley, and I'm not surprised to see him playing this close guard. But I don't expect to see him stay there too long because I think he's going to start hunting legs.
I mean, he has to, right? He has to open up. He has, under the criteria, he has to be active from this position. So, you know,
he's not Fillipe Andrew. He's not a triangle machine, you know? That's not his kind of game. And against a wrestler as savvy as Pat Downey, who's been training with the Fight Sports crew down there in South Florida, you know, Wagner Rocha, Roberto Cyborg, they're pretty good at jiu-jitsu, those guys. So
and it's going to be nasty jiu-jitsu from Pat Downey on top, right, with that kind of styling.
It's a tough room to train in, for sure, you know? But Adam, if he's got a chance, it's going to have to be the legs.
You know, I think what we're going to see is that he's going to try to utilize this close guard to cut an angle, move towards an arm. Downey ends up posturing up out of that, and Bradley makes a move to the legs. I think that's the setup that we're going to see from Bradley.
Well, he's wrapped up a left overhook here. Downey's going to try and free the grip, and he keeps going straight to the big post, into the throat and the neck and the face of Adam Bradley, flattening him back. And now with his head elevated off the mat here against this alley angled surface, it's going to make that almost more difficult.
That looks rough.
It doesn't look fun, does it?
Really, really miserable.
Downey with that consistent forward pressure. Bradley opens the guard, closes it back. I mean, Bradley's got to get his head off of this wall if he wants to have any sort of like threatening offensive attack. It's going to be very hard to do.
And Shaolin just hit him with a warning as well, saying action blue. That's Downey. He's got to move. He's got to do something from here. He can't just hold the guy against the ramp.
Yeah, because
to win a grappling match.
The argument is, right, he's not actually making an effort to progress the position. He's driving forward, but that's all he's really doing. It's not meaningfully progressing up the hierarchy of positions towards that submission finish.
I feel like you got to levy the same criticism against Bradley as well, though. He's pulling it into the closed guard. He's keeping it. This is the pace that he's choosing by keeping the guard closed.
Action red.
See? Yeah, there you go. You called it, Brandon. I think Shaolin had the same thought. But this is different now. Open guard.
Yeah, Downey looking to move around with that post in between the legs. The knee shield of Bradley keeping him safe for the moment, but it's a lot of heavy forward pressure from the former All-American wrestler.
And what a different match this is compared to Downey's first round tussle with Luke Rockhold. The energy in that first match was so great. And I think it's kind of smart actually that Adam Bradley probably knows, man, I'm not gonna outpace Pat Downey in a foot race. I'm not gonna match him.
Oh, there's that K-guard entry.
I've got to use my technique, and this is exactly what he's doing.
Nice awareness, though.
He's got that leg through in an interesting position here.
He's got sort of a tornado guard, old school tornado guard kind of position. Gonna be very hard to flip Pat Downey forward. His base is going to be so good.
I'm telling you, man, Downey's jiu-jitsu is obviously evolved considerably.
Yeah, Downey doing it
done with Fight Sports crew.
Doing a good job staying low here, trying to bury his head in, but he can't flatten the hips out. So very hard with that angled wall surface, keeping Adam Bradley in that inverted position.
Back flat, back flat.
Get up, let's go.
And enough is enough. Shaolin calls them back to their feet, resets the action. We might see another quick guard pull from Bradley here, and there it is. He's got to be careful here, though. Front headlock series.
He's got a serious choke game.
Wow,
that is a big grip.
That's a Schultz front headlock right there.
Oh, he is rolling all the way through, forcing the arm of Bradley across. Anxious moments for Adam Bradley.
I like that. Listen, I got to tell you, that's Downey's round for me, just based off the fact that he tried to attack right there.
Absolutely. There's no question. that puts it firmly in Downey's court.
The late submission attack sealed it if there was any question, for sure. And what an unusual, unorthodox submission attack
it was a weird angle, and it was... Here's the thing, though. We all saw Adam Bradley's face. It was a meaningful attack. It wasn't just, hey, I'm throwing this up. It was actually a tight grip.
Pat Downey, I've seen him attack that in MMA. He did that in Bellator against Christian Eccles. Christian Eccles, one of my brown belts at our gym. They fought in Bellator. And he made that same style of attack against Christian. Didn't end up getting the finish, but it was a very serious attack that he had to fight all the way through, and Bradley had to stay alive right there.
It's a variation on an anaconda-style choke. Instead of going the kind of the traditional, hand in the bicep finish, you stick with the gable grip. And, years ago, the Schultz brothers used to put people to sleep in wrestling matches with that.
Matt Hughes put Ricardo Almeida to sleep right there.
Yeah, he looked like a front headlock, and all of a sudden, Ricardo Almeida went to sleep. So the judges have rendered their decision for this one. All three judges, unsurprisingly, giving it 10-9 to Pat Downey here, and he gets an early upper hand. Adam Bradley on the back foot with 2 rounds still to go.
Yeah, Bradley's going to have to be much more aggressive than he was in round 1. He played a lot of closed guard. Even when he opened his guard, there wasn't a lot of push forward. Made a couple of attempts at like an underhook for a K guard, but Pat Downey's shutting him out.
Yeah, the difficulty in making connections and meaningful connections for Adam Bradley on the bottom with someone as physical and now, as you've highlighted several times, how off the training he's been doing down in Florida, just physically aware of what is going on.
Listen,
Pat Downey is tricky.
If you're rolling every day with Wagner Rocha, Achilles Rocha, Roberto Cyborg, and all the other tough dudes that they've got inside that room, you're going to be doing some of the most physical, intense jiu-jitsu you'll find in the United States. But add to the fact that he spent 2 months training in Dubai with Hamza Shimaev in preparation for the Robert Whittaker fight. And he's training with a bunch of guys from Dagestan and Chechnya who are based out there in the Middle East. That is about as an intense training environment as you could possibly imagine. So not only does he have that wrestling pedigree, he's had the experience of training with high-level jiu-jitsu guys, and he's also just got that grit that you need to hang with those absolute killers from Russia and the Caucasus Mountains.
And all of that, of course, on top of a collegiate and senior wrestling career, culminating in a Pan Am Games bronze medal and an Open National Championship in 2019.
This triangle choke coming from Bradley.
It's not bad from Bradley. He's got a decent rap, but... Man, this is the pressure from him.
Yeah, this could be a big pass for Downey if he looks to turn that hip down.
He's going to have to beat that knee, though. Bradley's going to circle through and get the recovery.
Left arm, throat and head. Let's go. 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
Downey keeping this forward posture constantly, keeping those legs well back and away from the reach of Bradley. Stood back up for a moment here. He can't back away, though. Under the rule set, he does have to engage immediately and look to pass that guard.
He's got to be careful opening up such a big space under his hips, though. It's absolutely a place where Bradley could take advantage. Downey sort of gets that sense, drops his hips all the way to the ground, gonna try to pass from his knees. We may be creeping up on the time where Bradley starts to feel a sense of desperation, and rightfully so.
Well, we just hit the halfway mark, right? If it goes to full 15. And I gotta feel like Bradley, he has not really had anything significant so far. It's been purely defensive.
So let me ask you this: what is the game plan? What's the change in tactics for Adam Bradley?
Legs.
He's been trying to get to the legs.
I think you gotta open this guard and give Downey a little bit of a sense of him winning the exchange, and drag him into some of your deeper, more exotic guard plays that he may not be seeing all the time. I really think that's Bradley's only opportunity right here, because he has shown that so far it's not going to be the closed guard that gets it done.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're coming in with a limited submission grappling, limited jiu-jitsu background, at least compared to the rest of the roster, but you've got extensive wrestling, extensive MMA experience, the closed guard's a position that you're seeing all the time, so he knows what to do with this.
I would say this, I think you're absolutely right, Brandon, that, if Bradley can kind of give Downey a false sense of security, that he's in an advantageous position, and then set the trap and find something. But the problem is, man, look at the control even this position. I mean, Downey, if he gets hold of it, he's not letting it go.
You want to talk about a potential head and arm choke from inside a closed guard here? Because that's what Downey's cranking on.
Well, he made Bradley let go of that underhook.
Yeah, big forearm in the throat. He's been making it really rough and gritty in every single grip. The frames to the throat, the face. Bradley just trying to dive for that scoop grip and flattened out again by Pat Downey.
You can see that grimace on the face of Bradley under there. He doesn't like the way this is going. They're going to call Downey for stalling here.
They will, but you know what? I don't think that's a big problem for Downey because his best thing really is to just make this ugly. And Shaolin's saying,
inside the guard.
Oh, he's going back inside.
Let's go.
Yeah, so he's not taking,
take a point.
Right, he's not taking the position away, but he did verbally warn him that he will take a point away, which, you know, if you win a round, it just makes it an even round. If you're losing a round anyway and you lose a point, then it's a big, big swing to deal with.
30 seconds. Come on! He's not doing anything!
Bradley trying to cut an angle, but it's his insistence on choosing the closed guard as his route of attack that's really giving him, he's making his own problems.
Yeah, I mean, you can rock that pendulum all you want, but I don't think Pat Downey's moving an inch there.
Yeah, he's choosing to make his life pretty difficult by just hanging out in this position.
Closing seconds in this round.
This is good work here. Look at this triangle on the backside.
Oh,
this is something cooking, but it's just too late in the round.
Unfortunately for Adam Bradley.
Look at Downey.
Yeah.
He's actually kind of pissed himself. He's like, come on. What am I supposed to do? I'm just stuck in the guy's guard.
And interestingly, Adam Bradley has taken that round across the board with the judges. Perhaps for being the one trying to actually initiate the grappling techniques. I don't know. That's a tough one, guys.
I don't agree with that.
I do not agree with that. I don't feel like he was the one. Well, I don't. In fairness, I don't feel like either of them were really initiating too much. It's not like Pat's taking a lot of chances there inside the closed guard, but I mean, you're choosing the closed guard as your route of attack in this particular situation. It's just, it's gonna cause a slow game.
Well, I was paying attention there. I wanted to see the reaction from Pat Downey when he learned that Adam Bradley took that round, and it's now all square on the scorecards, and he's going over to get advice from
getting some
Rockhold.
advice from Luke Rockhold, who sat in the VIP section with a drink in his hand.
That's brilliant.
That's awesome. What do you reckon he's drinking over there?
Last round.
Something very strong.
Yeah, whatever it is.
So 19 all across the board, 2 rounds in the books, all to play for all of a sudden. No,
nice
Downey's not going to let him pull guard.
But that's initiation out of Downey.
Yeah, he's trying to work his way around here. This could be a good pass for Downey, but a lot of space at the hips.
It was such a simple but subtle elbow pass that allowed him to do that as well. You see that? Kind of made Bradley turn, and then it was just so easy to take him down.
I wonder if Downey can keep his composure, because he was visibly upset when those scores were read out.
Yeah, and I probably would be too, but you got to have a short memory in these situations, because if you dwell on it, you're not focused on what's in front of you, and that's when the downfall comes.
Walked into a potential triangle here, inverted guard attack.
Good awareness by Downey. Here comes that backside triangle again.
Yeah,
this is a great attack.
Trying to haul that arm through.
Nice, that's an attack. Come on, again. You gotta keep scooting towards him, Trav. You gotta keep scooting towards him. Scoot towards him, Trav.
You can hear Adam Bradley's corner there. They're telling him, you've got to, if you're going to play the bottom position, you've got to at least move forward into him.
Yeah, just to seem offensive. But it's interesting what his mindset will be, given that, you know, he ended up winning that round in a very similar position.
You know, it had to be off that final triangle attempt. You know, like that's just because it was the closest thing to a submission.
Well, looking to try and make a connection. Little tripod sweep potentially, but throwing up a big open guard. He's got a scramble here, though. And Downey's so good at dropping his hips to the mat, squashing all that weight down. You see those knees fold to the side and collapse. This is a good passing position for Downey again.
You know, something else he's really good at, I've noticed, is every time that Adam kind of goes for something, but Downey's really good, again, like a claw grip on the head, and just shutting down any kind of inversion or spin underneath that Bradley goes for.
Yeah, he puts a bend in the spine and then puts weight on the head.
It's a small detail, but it's working for him, and it's crucial.
Downey trying to throw the legs to the side. Again, close guard for Adam Bradley. This is going to be very interesting in the next, 60 to 90 seconds or so, knowing how these particular 3 judges saw that second round, how they might potentially adjudicate this third.
He's not doing anything. He's not doing anything. Again, yes.
Bradley's corner really pushing, making sure that they're in these judges' ears. They're screaming, Pat Downey's not doing anything.
I mean,
we're hearing it over and over.
That's a great tactic, right? I mean, typically you're not allowed to berate the opponent, but you can absolutely call out what you think the judges should be scoring.
Yeah, it's almost like half the job of the corner in a lot of ways. But Bradley again, back into the closed guard. Downey locking the hands around the waist. You're not gonna get anywhere like that. That's a good way to get shot.
He dropped the head in heavy there. And Downey, again, trying to make this very rough. And this is an interesting position for Adam Bradley.
Maybe trying to bait him into passing and setting up a buggy choke. He's going to have to get a little deeper with that right arm if he wants that.
Well, Pat Downey trying to flatten his shoulders back to the mat.
Space. Here comes a good triangle shot right here. Nice job. Good awareness by Downey.
Well, you see, what I like there is that Downey had the intention to actually stand back up and open the guard. I mean, that's what he's got to do here, right? The judges didn't give him anything for just maintaining that closed guard position. So he's really got to make some effort to try and open this guard up. We're into the final minute just about, and this could be anxious moments for Pat Downey.
I don't know how this thing's going to get scored. I really don't, especially after the way the last round went, where I sort of felt that Downey had done enough to get the round and it goes the other way. Now I'm really curious how this one's going to get
So here's the talking point, right, is the judges were very clear in that, you know, just because you do good defense that stops someone's offense doesn't mean you get any points for it. No, you don't. You get points for offense because they forced you into that defensive movement.
Armbar trap again. Swing that arm.
Comes a good angle now by Bradley. If he can scoop that arm, could really seal the deal in this last 20 seconds.
How would it be if we went to a sweep in the closing seconds to dictate the scoring?
That would seal the deal.
It would be a little bit ironic given how his previous campaign ended.
If Downey could just get a blast pass through, I mean, that could win him the round as well, right? It's...
I have no idea how the judges are going to score this one. We've got 4 seconds left here, and we're going to go to a judge's decision. Pat Downey unable to pass the guard of Adam Bradley, but similarly, Bradley not able to get a whole lot going. Was he the one initiating all the positions, though?
I mean, based on what we saw out of the scoring in round 2, I think they're going to score this one for Bradley as well.
This is going to be anxious moments for both of these competitors. It really is all to play for, and it was a round in which there was just nothing hugely decisive, and you have to start going to the secondary criteria, the tertiary criteria, to try and split the differences between these two. As we try and get Pat Downey to return to the center of the mat here to get the official announcement.
Okay, yep.
Right, let's go ahead and find out who's going to be moving on to tomorrow and to the semifinals.
After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' decision for a split decision. Judge Chris Creel scores this match 29-28 in favor of the red corner in Adam Bradley. Judge Zach Maslany scores this match 29-28 in favor of the blue corner in Pat Downey. And Judge Johnny Souza scores the bout 29-28 in favor of the red corner, Adam Bradley. Moving on to day 2.
So Pat Downey and a good portion of the crowd here disagree with that decision. Good sportsmanship, though, from Pat Downey there. He shakes the hand of Adam Bradley, who is in the alley with Alex Wendling.
Oh, he was big, man.
Adam Bradley. I know you probably wanted a sub or more than a split decision, but still, you're moving on tomorrow to the semifinals. What are the emotions like?
I feel indifferent right now. That's an okay match. I was hoping to get underneath him more and get more action going, but historically, I have a hard time with that style that comes out of that camp. So, you know, I got to work more on forcing jiu-jitsu and all that, because, like, yeah, a bunch of different styles of grappling here, but it's jiu-jitsu. At the end of the day, right, the ones who's initiating the technique, and if you just want to stay on top and hold, it's, I don't know, wasn't the most fun match. I'm pretty upset with that. I wanted a lot of jiu-jitsu, so I'm hoping tomorrow is a better day for you all to watch and for me to, you know, try and show my stuff in.
I definitely had a feeling you were gonna be hard on yourself because you were such an emotional guy, and you've even said before, not to be corny, but jiu-jitsu saved my life. And I know there's a lot of people watching at home who can resonate with that, and some people can't because it's just a hobby. But for some of the jiu-jitsu nerds in this crowd, they understand what you mean when you say jiu-jitsu saved your life. So what is it like to experiencing competing in front of this crowd for $1 million and knowing that you move on tomorrow to the semifinals?
I mean, that's amazing. You know, I never would have thought when I first started, you know, shadow wrestling in my little bedroom in a trailer back home in the middle of the woods, like having these dreams of doing it, you know, at the big time. Like now I'm actually here doing it. It's like it's really cool. That's all I'm gonna say.
It is awesome. Craig Jones picked you to be part of this for a reason. We cannot wait to see you tomorrow. Go ahead and move your name next up into the semifinals of the 80-kilogram bracket.
Well, Adam Bradley books himself an appointment at about 5 p.m. tomorrow with Nicky Rod for the first of our semifinals. Guys, give us your thoughts on that one. A real test of, you know, how to play to the scoring criteria.
Listen, I'll be straight. Based on Adam Bradley's performances against Kyle Boehm and against Pat Downey, he showed that he's resilient. He showed that he's tough. But if that's all he's got, it's not going to be enough to take out Nicky Rod. I hope he comes back at day 2 with something more to offer.
I feel like Bradley is going to give a different kind of test to Nicky Rod tomorrow. Nicky's come out and he's had that big man in Gimenis, and then he came out and he had to have a kind of, you know, a different game that he played a little bit with Livesey, but he's going to see a completely different style tomorrow with Bradley. Both of those guys, that was a lot of stand-up going on. You know, they were going to try to get in there and play a stand-up game. Bradley is going to pull him down to the guard and force him into that patented Nicky Rod body lock pass, and that may be the path that he has to take to victory.
Well, we've got 2 more. There's some rather nice videos playing in the arena here.
And Gabby Garcia is sat here at Madside looking very embarrassed.
Looking very sheepish. We've got 2 more semifinals in the over 80 kilo category coming your way, and we do potentially have a real Cinderella story on our hands here, depending on what happens with this next match. Let's go ahead and get a quick word from the man himself, Lucas Kanard.
Hey, I'm Lucas Kanard, and we're here at the Craig Jones Invitational. What I'm going to do with $1 million, my dad retires that day. He owes a little bit of money on the house. That's gone. He gets to retire. Hopefully he lives with me. I'm going to buy a big house, or big for Sydney. It's going to have my kid, Elle. It's going to have my Mrs. Laura, and it's going to have 3 other bedrooms. We're going to fill them up with kids as well. And then if there's anything left, which there won't be because the Sydney price is jet skis for the boys, 100%.
Turn the tape for our 3rd quarter-final. Australian Lucas Kanard is going to be taking on the big Brazilian Inacio Santos. And again, guys, we find ourselves with 2 styles that could not be more opposing.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really sure what Lucas Kanard has to offer beyond the leg lock at this point, because that's all we saw in the quickest match of the day here so far. We definitely know what to expect from Inacio Santos, just really tough, go forward, durable kind of wrestle jitsu, but how those styles match up, it's a big question mark, and I'm excited to see it go down just here in a second.
And Brandon, do you think, you know, the submission we saw from Kanard in that first round over Victor Hugo, it was instead of passing the guard, right? He was already in top position, he fell back for it. Here he's got to get underneath someone like Inacio Santos.
Yeah, and listen, that's his specialty. If you watched his run that he had at the trials, he is a master of the K-guard, some of the most beautiful entries. And he doesn't just use the K-guard to enter the legs. He'll threaten the legs, switch back up to the upper body attacks. And if Santos offers any space for him to go underneath and start to hit his inversions with his deep grips, then I think that Lucas could win this match. I mean, he already beat Victor Hugo, dude. What do you want from the man?
Thinking about the possibility.
It would be so satisfying to see lightning strike twice. It would be shades of Lachlan Giles.
Absolutely.
That breakout Melbourne in 2019. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it.
Well, let's see if we will. Let's go ahead, and our MC, Stephen Aiken, is going to introduce these next 2 competitors.
Our next grappler coming to the alley, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Inacio Santos. And his opponent on his way to the alley, fighting out of Sydney, Australia, representing Sydney Wrestling Academy, Lucas Kanard.
So Lucas Kanard makes his return, as you see there, defeated Victor Hugo by inside heel hook very quickly in that first round. He's fresh, he's lively. Let's see if he can carry that momentum through. He's got a big man in the shirtless Inacio Santos standing across the alley from him.
Listen, it's not the first big man that he's tapped out. Lucas Kanard definitely has the tools to be able to win this match. But I think more important than the tools is more the strategy. Like, can he get Inacio? Man, he already is.
He's in already. Straight in on the legs. Kanard looking to try and off-balance the Brazilian. Going K-guard up on calf crush. Oh, going right to the back potentially as well.
Look at that crab rise.
And I told you, it's
what
not
a move
just a
from
leg
Lucas
lock attack.
Kanard.
This is incredible. This is beautiful jiu-jitsu from Lucas Kanard.
So many guys online were saying you haven't seen what Kanard can do. He is technically one of the most just efficient and well-rounded athletes that exists in Australia. And, you know, he's kind of hidden over there, right? They don't get that much exposure.
He said that himself. He was like, listen, I won 80cc trials and nobody paid any attention. They still don't know who I am. They definitely know who he is after this weekend.
So single hook for him. He's got some back control. Good defense from Santos here. He blocks that second hook, manages to restore to a turtle position. Let's see what Kanard does to try and stay glued on the back here.
Santos got to be careful he doesn't roll himself over against that wall.
Oh, and he shakes Kanard off the top. But Kanard got in on that leg initially so easily.
He's going to get there again. Santos standing with those hips way back, though. But in order for him to do anything, what's he going to have to do? Bring the hips in, and there's the grip.
Yeah, and you know, Kanard told us that he had a lot of confidence in once he makes a grip, his ability to maintain it, his ability to haul even the biggest of opponents inside. He felt he had the physicality to do that.
Well, Santos in a position now where he's got to fight back and try to win this round. And he still has plenty of time to do that, but he's already had a couple of things working against him. I mean, he had his back taken. He got...
Once he gets close, we'll make a connection.
Yeah, that's not a good look, but they do say, right, that in rounds such as this, the judges tend to remember what they see last. And, you know, 5 minutes is an eternity in combat sports, and that back
there's that triangle.
Wow. The back take happened so early. If Inacio Santos can do something else in the meantime, it might override what happened earlier.
It's a tough one, right? Because that does discredit the profession, you know, how professional the judges are, right? Because every second is scored in equal times, and you're kind of relying on human nature to see if it plays out like that.
I feel like we've got good judges. Our judges are pros. They know what they're watching, and they're making notes as they go.
Yeah,
that's right. They're taking notes.
I should point out as well that, you know, these judges have done a lot of testing of this rule set. They've been meeting weekly for well over a month or two now to put this rule set into play against existing match footage that we have. So this has been a very well-vetted crew of judges in how to apply what is the first of its kind in this 10-9 must system for grappling.
Check out the way that Lucas crosses his legs across, like under the armpits on opposite sides when he goes underneath there. He's looking for a triangle, and he's looking for it on either side.
And this is, you know, as we saw in the Adam Bradley match, right? Activity from the bottom when the other guy on top is only just managing to stay out of danger and occasionally sit in a closed guard. It's going to win you the round.
There's that same technique again. He's got the feet crossed over, so ankles are crossed underneath. He's hunting for those triangles, and he's gonna, if Santos comes in there and gets even a little bit fatigued and he's a little bit late on pulling out of the position, Kanard's gonna find something.
1 minute and a half left of the round.
Well, Santos getting Kanard a little bit more extended here, but he just inverts underneath, finds the new position again.
Playing this butter half position, looking for an elevation, just a little bit of elevation so he can sneak underneath and do his inversions. There he goes.
Yeah, this is tricky for Santos. I mean, Brandon, what's Santos got to do to try and get some space between the knee and the elbow here as he has to defend yet another triangle K-guard
right
combination.
Back to the K-guard again. And nice job freeing that knee line early.
That was good work from Inacio Santos. He stepped out of it a little bit earlier that time.
He had a lot more respect for it this time.
Yeah,
he didn't really know if he needed to respect it that first time. It turns out you do. Nice job rushing the guard here. And Josh, to answer your question, Santos got to find a way to pin these legs and get some weight down on him. So start to pin him at the knees so he can move around towards maybe a north-south position without those hips chasing back into him.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? We've seen outstanding flexibility and dexterity as well from Kanard here in these inverted positions. He's got behind Santos once more. Let's see if he can break him down in that calf cross position.
That's better. This is better. Because this time, he's not able to step out as easily as he did.
I mean, that's a lot of pressure extending him down to the mat here.
Here come the crab ride.
Kanard's not rushing it, though. He knows there's only 10 seconds left in the round, so...
Yeah, that was a wise expenditure of his energy. It does end up coming up on top, Santos. They both kind of gave away those last 10 seconds, though. I wouldn't count that against either guy.
Yeah, interesting first round. I think on balance, Lucas Kanard's going to take it, and he has the scores coming in very quickly indeed on our open scoring system here.
Easy call for the judges. 10-9 across the board there. I'd love to see that injury.
Let's see if we can.
First injury.
There are the scores you can see on your screen now. Justin Flores, Michal Perkovic, and Chris Crail all giving it 10-9 to the red corner and Lucas Kanard. Hopefully we can throw some replays up for you with some of those entries. He had a very good scramble right at the start of the round. But Hal, more of the same from Kanard, you think, moving into the second period?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, maybe with the slight adjustment of being a little more aggressive in trying to use that leg entanglement to improve the position. You know, he was looking for the back. I'd like to see him come up on top, maybe use it to go straight into like a side control or something. But hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Andre Galvao has appeared in the corner of Inacio Santos to offer some advice. Doesn't get too much better than that.
Yeah, as we said, Santos did his camp at Atos. And, I mean, Andre Galvao, having him mat side here, I mean, what a legend. What a legend Andre Galvao is in the game, the no-gi grappling game.
Oh, and this could be a good position for Santos. But again, Kanard's so good at getting the legs in between, but the head is heading towards the hips here.
Scoop. That's where the 1 RM is. Beautiful.
At what point do you guys think this is going to get frustrating for Santos?
Already is. 100% already is.
Yeah, every time he gains a little bit of ground, he's running into one of these inverted attacks. And it's just so rare to come across somebody who truly is a master playing upside down with pressure on him like that. Lucas is absolutely one of the best in the world at this.
And you got to figure, it's so rare, generally, it's extremely rare at this weight class.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was just thinking that. I mean, Kanard's not small. Yeah, he's one of the smaller.
90-something kilos he weighed?
94 kilograms. He's one of the smaller guys in the bracket. I think actually only William Tackett was smaller. But he's still a big dude, and he moves like a light or featherweight, yeah.
So Santos looking to pin the legs here, and you see how easily Kanard can just invert around, keep that kind of egg framework together. Santos trying to go double unders here.
Pull that elbow in.
The guard retention of Kanard is weird, right?
And it's relaxed. That's what's so beautiful about the work that he does. He never looks like he's under stress, even when he's folded up into these funky spots.
Right, he's in positions where most of us would just be begging to get out, and he's just hanging there.
And looking to attack.
Yeah, he's hanging out in what for anybody else would be like a stress position.
Watch yourself here, though. That was the closest that Santos has come to passing the guard. Kanard had to kind of like shove him out and shake that knee back to the inside of the shoulder.
And it's those sort of close passes that means Kanard is going to have to react to. I mean, he hasn't actually had any offensive movement yet in this round. He's defending pass attempts right now, and that's not the way you want to be to win this round.
It's quite curious as well. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Brandon, about where Kanard puts his feet when he's playing guard. You know, he's putting them into some kind of unusual positions, but it's working so well for him. His guard looks pretty much impassable at this point. But
it sets him up for that opportunity to hit that inverted triangle attack on either side,
right,
by having the feet crossed underneath.
And I'm not even sure that that's his main thought. I think he wants his opponent to think it, because then as they posture up out of it, he can go straight into the legs.
But he did hit that in the trials, where he just that combination back and forth between his triangle, his inverted triangle.
So if they don't respect it, he's got it?
He's got it. He's got that in the bag. That's a real submission that he's going to put up there. Now, he may not spend all of his energy on something that doesn't quite feel like it's there.
We're down to 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this round now. Do you think that Kanard needs to perhaps get on his bike a little bit here and commit to some more offensive movements?
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I think so.
Especially because I think that even though he's playing a great game of guard retention, Inacio Santos is the one kind of dictating the pace. And again, it goes back to that judging criteria of initiating effective grappling action. And who's initiating right now? So far, it's Inacio. So yes, Kanard needs to switch up a little bit, maybe go into second gear, but maybe he's keeping that in the tank for the third round.
Well, I think we'll still see Lucas come out with the 10-9 at this pace of this round. I think we'll still see him win the round, but it's not the same round that we saw in round 1. And Santos has gotten close to passing around to that north-south position twice now.
I'm not as convinced as you, Brandon, that Lucas is up in this round. I think this is
Josh.
Yeah, I think this is Santos's, because he's the one who's forcing Lucas to make these defensive movements. They're great defensive movements, but the reaction rate.
False attempt.
Final 30 seconds here. We are going to have one more round of 5 minutes for these guys to try and decide who's moving on to the semi-finals.
I'm so impressed about the way that Kanard is, his late-stage guard retention, when it looks like Santos is almost in north-south, and he just has like a knee, in the way, and then spins through. It's really impressive.
I'm not even grappling the guy, and I'm frustrated for Santos. It's got to be, you got to wonder, what have you got to do to get this guy flat on his back with some control?
Great question. We haven't seen anybody manage that yet.
So time expires in our second round. And interestingly enough, the judges, all three of them in our open scoring system, very quick to award a 10-9 to Inacio Santos. So this is a completely tied match across the board going into this third and final round.
After round 2, all three judges on his right eyebrow, tiny. Let's make sure it doesn't keep bleeding.
Yeah, I think that's the fairest score we could see so far. I think this one round apiece, and I think this is the third round's the decider.
How do we feel? Do you think there's some fatigue setting into Lucas Kanard? He is taking some big breaths over on the sidelines there.
I'm not so sure that he's physically flagging, let's say. I mean, he's definitely had a lot of pressure put on him for the last 10 minutes. But he seems really comfortable, very relaxed when he's playing his guard retention. And I think it's actually kind of wise that he does retain that energy, because Santos is so tough. If he were to go all-out attack in the earlier rounds and then not have anything left later, I think that's when Santos would probably put him in some really bad spots.
And nobody has toweled off Inacio Santos between rounds. I'm a little bit surprised that Jason Herzog and the officiating team here haven't picked up on that. There's a lot of sweat on the body of the Brazilian.
That's going to be a major factor.
Yeah.
That's a major factor.
Does not help Lucas at all.
You saw as Inacio Santos stepped back on the mat there, Andre Galvão held his hand up and just said 5 minutes. That's all it is, 5 minutes.
Lucas really sitting back and playing this counter-fighting game, hoping for a mistake out of the Brazilian trials champion, and it's just not walking into his lap maybe the way he was planning for. It cost him round 2. And if he doesn't change up his tactic, it's going to cost him round 3 as well.
Yeah, we're going to see what the fight IQ of Lucas Kanard is like here. Tied up after 2 rounds.
He's going kind of that tornado guard style. Again, spins through for the triangle, but Santos is hip to it now, and he's backing out as soon as it happens. He knows, he understands the threat. He sees the patterns.
Well, this is it, right? He's had time to figure this out a little bit. He's learning where are the chinks in the armor, where is the real danger, and right now the Brazilian's figuring out a good way to deal with it.
getting into a double underpass. Kanard saves it at the last second.
He keeps disengaging. Lucas, we need to go forward.
And you hear the corner of Kanard, or at least we can, saying we need to go forward. You've got to be the one initiating the action. It's all right if, you know, the action doesn't result in the position or the move that you want, but you've got to be the one dictating the pace.
Yeah, if you're Lucas, you just got to throw it all out there for this last 3 minutes. Make the judges have no choice but to see you as the aggressor.
We got to attack. Hey, we got to attack Lucas.
His corner feeling the same way. We have to attack Lucas. That's the word coming from him.
You got a solid meter. Lucas, you got a solid meter away from the wall. I need you to attack. Action, red.
Well, time is starting to tick away here. We're through half of this third round. Santos trying to bury his head in the hips as he finds the way around.
And our referee, Jason Herzog, just gave Lucas a action red, gave him his first warning right there.
Yeah, he's got to get something going. This is not going to play out the way he needs it to.
Oh,
this could be a pass, finally.
Oh, what a save last second. Just like you said, Howell.
You want to talk late-stage guard retention. Brandon doesn't get any later than that.
He just sneaks his knee in. That's all it is. It's just a knee. I don't know how he does it. It's incredible.
When he disengages, come up, Lucas. Let's go, make that connection. Break his brain. Make his brain.
And I think Lucas just never really deviated from the game plan. He really should have been able to, maybe towards the end of that second round, test out some other strategies, especially once he felt like Santos wasn't going to fall into this trap again that he did at the very beginning. He's tried to go back to the same well too many times, and I just feel like he's got to find some other attack sequence.
Oh, he looked as though he was getting closer on an entry there, but he's got under a minute, and, you know, this is...
There's no sense of urgency.
Would we consider this an unforced error from Kanard, perhaps? I mean, not to discredit everything that Santos is doing. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. But it just feels like Kanard hasn't put that extra gear in.
You know what it feels like to me? It feels like Lucas is happy to be here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got my massive upset, and my adrenaline's gone, and I'm going home.
Yeah, and you know, one of my good friends, Matt Elkins, he told me one time the first step to any technique is you got to want it. And I think that Lucas got what he came for. That's kind of the sense that I feel off of him.
Listen, he got the highlight reel moment of the tournament so far. He could well be going home with $50,000 plus the 10,001 show money. That's a lot of money, $60,000 for a guy like him. I'm sure he'd be very happy with that. But 20 seconds left. Oh, to Santos.
Yeah, gets the takedown.
He's going to take it.
Santos wants it.
He does.
When it came down to that end, he just wanted it a little more.
Well, closing seconds here. The Cinderella story could be coming to an end for Lucas Kanard. Inacio Santos raises his hands up. He feels like he's done enough. We are inclined to agree with him. We'll leave it just a couple of minutes to get the official decision.
Lucas got off to a great start, but
yeah,
Santos got stronger and Lucas got more tired.
And you know, it's very reminiscent of what Dos Santos did in his opening round against Pedro Alex, you know? He's just one of those steady kind of guys that just keeps on rolling. What you do to him doesn't really matter that much. He's just gonna play his game, play his game, play his game.
You know, it looked a lot like me. To me, it looked a lot like that Rocha Tackett match. Now, different tactics in the first round.
Right.
But
strong
start, clearly off to a strong start.
Shifting the
second round, like, oh, maybe not. Third round, domination. And again, that wasn't domination.
Well, let's go ahead and get the official decision here. Find out who's moving on to the semifinals.
After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges score this bout in favor of your winner. Moving on to day 2, Inacio Santos.
Well, as we perhaps expected, Inacio Santos is going to move on to day 2. He takes the decision win over Lucas Kanard. He is with Alex Wendling.
Standing with our winner, Inacio Santos. In that match, you could just tell that you really wanted it more. And you came to America for jiu-jitsu from Brazil. And in your corner right now, legend Andre Galvão couldn't be prouder. So what are your thoughts on that performance?
It was really great. Like you just said, having Professor Andre in my corner has helped me a ton. Just keep it with the strategy, give me confidence to also like keep the pace on the mat, you know? So I'm really happy with it. Now I just got to recover and get ready for tomorrow, you know?
And you're moving on to the semifinals. Go ahead and move your name onto the 80-kilogram bracket. We'll see you tomorrow.
So good work from Santos, as you guys said. I mean, we'll recap it briefly. He just played a good, diligent game, and Kanard wasn't able to quite keep up with the pace.
Yeah, if I'm going to describe Inacio Santos, I mean, steady going, you know, risk-averse. He does what he needs to do to win. It's not the most exciting strategy, but it's functional. And in a tournament of this magnitude, sometimes you need to do what you need to do to win. And it's not always about entertainment. It is about winning. So I'm not going to take anything away from him. He's looked really, really solid. Sure, I'd love to see some highlights, but it doesn't always go that way.
I thought we saw out of Lucas what we kind of expected. He was going to come in and play that K-guard game. He was going to see if it offered him the triangle. And look, he got really deep and almost had a chance to finish the fight, honestly, right there early in the first round. But as the match went on, his attacking strength dropped and Santos's confidence rose that he was going to be able to live through those things. And ultimately, Santos advances on to day 2, still alive for that melee.
Still alive indeed. We have one more over 80-kilo match coming your way to find out who the last member of the semifinals is going to be. And then after that, we are jumping into, quite frankly, the best bracket ever assembled in a grappling competition with our under 80-kilo competitors. Let's go ahead and get a quick word from Fellipe Andrew as we move into this 4th and final quarterfinal.
I think the biggest challenge in my career, you know, especially in no-gi. I think everybody knows I'm a gi guy, so I accept to fight on the Craig Jones Invitation, and I put like a challenge for myself, you know. So I try to adapt my game to no-gi. I did I think a really good work, but let's see tomorrow.
So tape for this quarter-final. Fellipe Andrew taking on Joao Gabriel Rocha. These two have never met before in competition. What can we expect coming into this one, guys?
I think we can expect Joao Gabriel Rocha to be putting on a whole lot of pressure against Fellipe Andrew. I think we'll see Andrew come out and try to play his guard, try to play some of those classic attacks that we see from him. But a lot of the things that we would probably see as a strength for Fellipe Andrew, those are also strengths for William Tackett. The leg lock game, the ability to move to the back. Tackett has a strong triangle choke. Andrew's got a very strong triangle choke. But I don't think we're going to see Rocha dropping himself down into positions to get triangle choked. I think we're going to see him get on top, try to pass the guard, and ultimately move through and around Andrew and into day 2. That's what I predict.
You know, I think that Joao Gabriel, he definitely has everything he needs to beat Fellipe Andrew. But I think he's going to be even more cautious than he was against William Tackett, because I think the threat of the submission from Fellipe Andrew is so much greater. You know, he was able to positionally dominate William Tackett as the match went on. I don't think he's going to be able to do that against Fellipe Andrew necessarily. I mean, he could, but he's going to have to be so careful not to give anything out, because Fellipe Andrew, as we've seen, he's a submission sniper. He's very, very quick with his attacks, and that's what Joao Gabriel's got to be most careful of.
Well, let's see how this one is going to play out. This is the last of your 80-kilo matches for the evening. It's Fellipe Andrew and Joao Rocha.
Our next athlete coming to the alley, fighting out of Dallas, Texas, representing Alliance Jiu-Jitsu, Joao Gabriel Rocha. And his opponent, making his way to the alley, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Alliance Jiu-Jitsu, Fellipe Andrew.
We only have like a 2-minute break after this bracket.
So Fellipe Andrew and Joao Gabriel Rocha stand across from the alley. 30 feet separates them. Well, 30 feet and 15 minutes separates them from a spot in tomorrow's semi-finals. Touch your hands, sign of respect. We get underway here. Your referee is Vitor Shalin-Iberio, and a quick throw off the collar tie from Andrew.
Very interested to see how Andrew approaches this. Is he going to try to tire Rocha down on the feet a little bit? Rocha getting in on that foot sweep.
You know, I'm just trying to think back, and I'm wondering who had the more tiring match. Was it Fellipe Andrew stuck underneath Dan Kerkvliet for the 3-5-minute rounds, or was it just that balls to the wall 5-minute opening round from Joao Gabriel Rocha?
You might have flipped a coin on
question.
that one.
I don't think there's any question that Rocha had the tougher round card.
Oh! Flying triangle attempt from Fellipe Andrew, but he gets a nice little sweep off this guard position, looking to entangle the legs here. Bit of De La Riva guard going on.
Man, it wasn't the greatest landing, though.
No, nearly spiked himself on the back of his neck.
Yeah, we've seen that happen in the past and go really, really wrong, but wow.
We're going to see a lot of that kind of thing in this next bracket. There's going to be people flying all over the place.
Yes, do not go anywhere. Our under 80 kilo bracket is coming up very shortly indeed. I was going to list out a couple of people in it, but you kind of have to list everybody because it's absolutely insane.
Nice. Oh, this is
what a transition.
This is good work from Andrew. Look at this.
Can he recapture the knee line here?
Man, Joao Gabriel's actually impressed me, even in his match with Tackett. His kind of leg lock defense awareness is a lot better than it used to be.
The head of Joao Gabriel Rocha, that cut has opened up tremendously.
It has. He's leaking. But I gotta say, you know, that a couple of years ago, Joao Gabriel did, man, that's really gushing.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? Head cuts just bleed a bit more.
He did not have the same level of leg lock awareness a few years ago that he does now. Kind of impressed, actually. But they also said that if this happens, they'll do their best to stop the bleeding. They'll tape him up if necessary to get him back in the action. So.
Oh, I'm all for the mummification of the head to just keep the guy in the match.
I'll be honest, it's one of my least favorite things to see in jiu-jitsu, but sometimes we don't have a choice.
Yeah, needs must in this instance. But our medical team are going to be taking a quick look at the head of Joao Rocha here. Oh wow, they
can't tape it.
Oh, they're just going to let it go.
Doctor's taking a look, though.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Wow, well, this beautiful canvas might be getting a very thorough cleaning later on, ready for tomorrow if this cut progresses. And immediately they go forehead to forehead.
Head to head right off the bat.
Sure, why not?
I mean, that's Joao Gabriel's game, right? He's a physical kind of guy. A little cut's not going to bother him that much, especially up there. It's not like it is in his eyes or anything.
Well, it's not like it's hurting him. It's probably annoying that he has to keep going back and getting it cleaned up.
It's probably numb, right? He probably doesn't even feel it right now with the adrenaline.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting if it opens up more, see what happens if it starts getting in the face of, you know, the guy playing guard.
Nice job on the top, shutting off that De La Riva hook.
Good little off balance from Andrew, going to work in this guard position here.
Blood starting to creep back down.
I mean, we're already through 3 minutes of this opening round, and that's a tough one to have to score.
Yeah, I don't know which way I would go right now.
Yeah, I don't see a clear advantage either. I mean, that could change, you know? Just one good exchange sometimes is all that's necessary.
So switching knees up is Rocha, looking to get off balances again. Is Andrew from the bottom, pushing, pulling, moving his opponent around.
And the difference in strategy from Fellipe Andrew in this match so far, I mean, the simple fact that he's even tried to get in the legs is so different to what he did against Kerkvliet, right?
Just showing a really wide variety, and what he's confident that he can win a world-class match with.
I mean, this could be another instance where Rocha just looks to lean on him, try and tire him out. But of course, the 10-9 must system over 3 individual rounds, it doesn't necessarily mean that cumulative pressure pays dividends.
Oh my God, snapped
and he's got the arm extended as well.
That's how fast that triangle can be. Great defense.
Yeah, great reaction by Rocha.
But that is absolutely...
Joao Gabriel acknowledges, oh yeah, that was a pretty good shot.
Yeah, the judges are 100% going to be going the way of Fellipe Andrew if nothing else changes. But there's still a minute left in this round.
And
it's so fast.
It is. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's like a viper strike. He is just probably one of the fastest triangle shooter I've ever seen in my life, seriously.
Yeah, incredible.
Ele dá puxão que é o braço também, João. 30 segundos. Lembra que a gente quase passou e quedou.
Joao Gabriel, I'd like to see a little bit more forward pressure from him here. You know, actually trying to pass rather than kind of rather than just camping. But this is the issue, right?
Exactly.
You do that and you leave something hanging, Fillipe's after it.
Look, this is going to be a real problem, right? Oh my gosh, as soon as I say that, he slips his knee right out.
Telling you, Joao Gabriel's awareness with the leg attacks is way better than what it used to be.
Yeah, the problem is, though, under this rule set, if you're defending them, it means the other guy initiated that effective action, and he's going to get the points regardless of how good your defense is.
I mean, we'll see in just a second. I feel that is clearly Andrew's round.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, easy one for the judges. Scores came in quick, 10-9 across the board for that first round.
Got to agree with that. Just the shot at the triangle, the scare with the leg lock. He kept his guard open most of the round, so he didn't really stall him out and pull the pace down. And it seemed like Rocha was coasting the round in a couple of spots for sure, just trying to lean on it and put some body weight down.
So we're going to assume, guys, it's Joao Rocha who perhaps has to pivot a little bit in his game plan. What would you be telling him as we take a look at some of the replays?
Well, here we go into this replay situation. Watch the snap triangle. Don't you just love watching that?
I do. I really do.
It's incredible. But nothing going is an instant great reaction off of Rocha.
That was a good knee cut attempt from Rocha, but good guard retention from Andrew. We're back underway on the feet here. Second 5-minute period underway. We saw a couple of big slaps to clear those collar ties from Andrew. And it's a big Uchimata again. Nice. Beautiful throw from Rocha. We saw that against William Tackett.
Yeah, a nice job by Andrew getting back to his feet, though. Got this chest wrap counter.
It's got to feel nice, right, to get a big decisive movement like that on the board early.
And look at this, another, man.
He just runs into that whizzer, right? And there it is again.
He's so good at that.
He really is. But he's left his leg hanging out.
Yeah, into the leg entanglement. A chance perhaps for Andrew to even the score here. It's beautiful takedown work from Joao Gabriel Rocha early on.
Beautiful leg lock defense as well, the way he floated his body weight. Boom. I knew he was going to shoot it.
And Andrew shoots the triangle. Has he got the arm extended as well, potentially?
This is a little more dangerous.
Out the back door, but not out of danger.
Oh, and he goes straight to the back, straight to the neck. He's got the face crank.
He's going to lose it.
Yeah, getting a little bit high.
Man, Fellipe Andrew's just opening up now.
What a good sequence, and they're going to have to clean the cut of Joao Rocha once more time. As he was hopping around with the Uchimata, he was painting the mat from his forehead.
See if we can get a look at that cut. How deep is it?
Yeah, it's tough to tell from the vantage point. I mean, you got to think about this for tomorrow, right, Brandon? Even if he wins this match, you know, we heard the doctor say they might have to stitch and staple that. I mean, do you let the guy continue with those in his head?
I don't see how you compete with... No, you can't compete with staples in your head. The real issue is what happens if Joao Gabriel wins this match and then can't continue tomorrow. Fellipe Andrew would have to be invited through to replace him.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what's going to have to happen.
Closed guard. Andrew definitely out in front in this round, though.
Pretty decisive coming in, but there's still 3.5 minutes left. Lots of time for Rocha to get back on deck here.
For sure.
Vamos de novo. Olha o braço.
Oh, again, throwing that triangle up. A little bit looser that time, and immediately Rocha looking to capitalize on the open guard position.
Yeah, he got a little bit greedy with that one. Threw it a little preemptively, maybe. Nice off balance off the bottom, wasn't it?
That was nice. That was subtle, but nice. Man, this is the Fillipe Andrew that I enjoy watching, because we didn't see his best against Kerkvliet. We saw some nice technique for sure, but it wasn't an easy match. But when he's against a game opponent like this is when we really see him shine.
A game opponent who perhaps is going to make more predictable moves for him to counter as well.
For sure.
That's a great point, actually. Oh, here comes an inversion. Gonna go look.
Yeah, going underneath. Just tried to pull the leg out.
Rocha got great awareness.
Well, again, he's bit of a reverse guard here.
Oh, he's trying to move into that like backside 50-50 position here.
Well, finding his way
reverse
through.
close guard in there. He was thinking about it. How
it was, but he's going legs.
Yep. Laces through. We've got double outside here.
50-50.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Oh, look at the adjustment, though. Look at the adjustment there from Fillipe Andrew.
Oh, he's hunting for that inside heel hook. This knee line is deep.
Oh, my goodness. Straight ankle for the straight ankle, and this is his bazooka.
Oh, well defended from Joao Rocha. But that was such a good period of offensive action for Fillipe Andrew.
João, essa é a melhor posição dele. E ele não conseguiu fazer. Vamos lá. 1,5, João.
Joao Gabriel wisely keeping his knee attached to his elbow, because that kind of stance right there, that's where we see Fillipe throw up that triangle. That knee is blocking it right now. Ooh, there's the leg entry again.
Again, Rocha stepping across into this 50-50, but it's sort of exposing this backside knee bar. Rocha got to be very careful here.
Kind of surprised that Fillipe's not forcing it more.
Now to the DOA, and he seems like he's very comfortable countering that double outside Ashi position. Oh, here's the straight ankle.
Yeah, looking forward. He's got
an angle, though.
Yeah, he's got an interesting bend in the foot here. Can he get any form of extension and control?
He's got a decent grip around the ankle.
Oh, he talks in. Forces a big movement from Rocha.
That was 100% on. It even looked like it kind of turned into Aoki there.
Yeah,
it looked like there was some heel slip.
Yeah.
That was a big reaction from Joao Gabriel.
Well, that's very decisively going to put a 10-9 on the scoreboard for Fillipe Andrew, but does
I think we're looking at 10-8 right
Are we looking at a 10-8?
I'm not sure I'd go that far, but
just because there's no positional domination.
But it's just non-stop forward aggression and a couple of really good looks too. We got him into that. I mean, that was a strong ankle lock, very strong.
I just think that those are very opportunistic submission attacks, and definitely they count. But the thing is, 10-8 for me, you gotta pin the guy, you gotta work him down, you know.
Well, final closing seconds of round number 2 here. We're fairly confident which way the judge is going to go. The question is, by what margin are they going to go the way of Fillipe Andrew? And they do rock 10-9s across the board.
No, they don't.
Oh.
One of them gives it to Rocha.
Interesting.
Judge Chris Crail is the only judge so far in this entire match to give both rounds to Joao Gabriel.
I must admit, I missed that he gave that first round to Gabriel as well. So a very different interpretation coming in from Chris Crail.
No, that is interesting, because it's 2018 collectively for I'll let them announce it there. I want to hear what the crowd says.
Well, they don't agree. Which way they don't agree, though, is someone else's guess. But yeah, very interesting. I wouldn't have predicted we'd end up with 2 judges 2018 and another 2019 in the opposite direction.
Let's go, guys. Come on. Let's go.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
we're getting a change coming in on the cards here.
It got adjusted, so that second round has now been scored across the board.
And the first round. Oh, must have just been an error.
Wow, scoring error has been adjusted, so now
2018s across the board. Well, that is unfortunate, but hopefully that information got to both these guys. Joao Rocha, he has got 1 round left to stay in this tournament.
And we just got a word from our technical team. What was that, Brandon?
Just a mistake from Chris Crail during his entering of the scores. He was putting the 10 on the wrong side. And so
just as simple as that.
This is what the representation that he wanted here.
Good.
So,
well, this is a good
and I think this is right.
Looking to invert across. He's got a little bit of a shallow scoop grip. But he's got the knee line across as well.
Yeah, but he's going to get all that body weight put down on the lever of his knee towards his hip, and Rocha's going to start moving around to his back right here. And look at him staple that leg on the recovery. Nice save there by Andre.
I mean, you know,
was close.
This is a tough spot for Rocha, right? He has to either submit him or he has to put in one hell of a dominant round, like he did against William Tackett.
Imagine he wins this round 10-8 across the board, which he did in the third round against Tackett. He won 10-8 across the board, right? And so, or 10-7.
10-7 we had, yeah.
Won 10-7. The same round that he got against Tackett would give him the victory in the match.
But, you know, Fellipe Andrew, he's a world champion. He's a 5 times Pan champion, a 5 times Euros champion. He's got just a touch around 300 competition matches. I mean, you're dealing with an insane level of experience for a 29-year-old.
Yeah. Fellipe Andrews, a true veteran of the game.
Hard kick out.
Been making his home at Alliance San Diego. So a short trip for him here to Las Vegas for this event. Don't forget, we do have the under 80 kilo bracket starting very swiftly after the culmination of this bout. Another 12 matches for your viewing pleasure coming your way. Of course, all live and free on YouTube, X, and Meta. Thank you for joining us. Please do go ahead and subscribe to the B-Team YouTube channel if you want to get involved on helping support the cause. Join in on the live chat. And of course, we occasionally are flashing up a QR code where you can donate at fightfoundation.com and help support these fantastic charities, including, of course, Tap Cancer Out and Academy Christus. And don't forget, for Tap Cancer Out this evening, every dollar that we make is going to be trebled by Kasai CEO Rich Byrne and another donor. They're going to match dollar for dollar everything that comes out of this event.
Oh, here comes a big pass off of the triangle shot. So Andrew's best offensive weapon ended up in a bad position. He has to wrestle back to the feet and nearly turn that around into his own single leg, and now he's on the bottom of this front head again.
Yeah,
Rocha pressing forward.
Interesting to see Andrew take a shot from well on the outside there, and he's ended up pretty compressed in this half guard position. It does feel like that weight is finally starting to take a toll here.
It feels like Rocha's just starting to creep ahead in this round a little bit, but he needs more than a little bit.
Well, that's it, right?
He needs a 10-8 across the board.
He needs something dramatic.
Minute 25 might not even be enough time to get to a 10-8.
Well, this is one of those instances where you wonder if just, hey, let's throw a Hail Mary footlock in for good measure.
You know what, guys? I'm just looking at this bracket, and I just really can't believe how this side of the bracket is kind of shaking out. Inacio Santos into the semi-final, and he's, you know, the winner of this match will face that guy. On the other side, we've got Nicky Rod and Adam Bradley. It's just been a really wild tournament so far.
Yeah, it's the American side versus the Brazilian side.
One way or another, we're going to end up with an American and a Brazilian facing off in the final, so poetic justice, perhaps. Final 30 seconds here. And Fellipe Andrew trying to invert one more time onto this leg. Knees out quickly, though.
He's got that ankle lock wrapped up. I mean, he could finish that. I think it's going to be pretty much impossible.
With 10 seconds remaining, yeah.
Well, very animated corners for both these fighters, screaming final instructions. We're going to go to a judge's decision here.
Man, I think Joao, he's going to walk off with a limp after that. That was definitely some extension.
Yeah, those face-down footlocks are not a fun thing to be on the receiving end of. So much pressure. Nice show of respect. But the scores have come in and will Well, you can probably guess which way this one's going, but...
Yeah, no spoilers, but pretty obvious who won.
I have to say, I was actually quite surprised that the cut didn't open up anymore.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about it.
Let's go ahead and get the official decision.
After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard. All 3 judges score the bout. 30-27. In favor, Fellipe Andrew.
Fellipe Andrew takes the unanimous decision win, 30-27s across the board. It was active guard play that got it done for him again. And he is going to head through to the semi-final to face Inacio Santos. First, he's going to get a quick word with Alex Wendling.
Fellipe Andrew, you get it done. You are moving on to the semifinals. I know you guys are both representing Team Alliance, but that doesn't look like it stopped you from going as hard as possible.
Yeah, I'm very tired right now. I'm surprised because I'm in the semifinal. Everybody knows I'm a gi guy against like no gi guys. Most of the guys train more like the whole year, think about just one tournament. And I never enjoy a little bit, too much, the no-gi. And I'm on the semi-final of the, probably the biggest tournament in the world, in the first edition. I cannot to be more happy than this. And I hope tomorrow I come back with the $1 million.
Well, you're one step closer. You shouldn't be surprised that you're making it to the semifinals. You have beautiful jiu-jitsu, my friend. Give it up for Fellipe Andrew.
Well, guys, that completes our over 80 kilo bracket for the first installment of CJI. It's been a riot, hasn't it?
It's been pretty wild. We've seen some upsets. We've seen some amazing submissions. We've seen some blood. We've seen a bit of everything, right?
We have, absolutely. And we've got a very interesting set of semifinals coming your way tomorrow. Let's take a look at the bracket and how it played out. Nick Rodriguez, his route through Max Jimenez and Owen Livesey. 2 submission victories getting it done for him there. Adam Bradley, hard fought through Kyle Boehm, and a very close match with Pat Downey. He's got a tough one tomorrow. And on the other side, it was all about the Brazilians. We, of course, had Lucas Kanard with his outstanding submission of Victor Hugo, running short against Inacio Santos, though. And as we just saw, Fellipe Andrew, kind of what we expected from him. Really good guard play, working his way through a couple of decision victories.
Yeah, no, other than Lucas' first match against Hugo, the craziest possible submission. No submissions coming off of that side of the bracket.
Yeah, but, you know, we'll touch more on that later. And, of course, the 80 kilo guys will be back tomorrow. We're going to move on to our under 80 kilo category. But first, here's Alex Wendling with the man himself, Craig Jones.
I am here with the man with the plan. And, Craig, I know how much you love to do things that really get your heart stimulated. But why is it that donating to charity and giving back is what gets your heart stimulated the most?
Obviously, guys, I love to give, not as much as others in the sport, but I want you to remember when we're watching the heavy guys today that this is all about charity. Anyone that bought any of the apparel, the tickets, that's all going towards charity, and we're going to announce a surprise giveaway right now. Guys, if you bought a CJI t-shirt and you were going to ADCC this weekend, I'm going to give $5,000 away to someone that does something funny in the crowd and tags me on Instagram.
We have the Miata. We have a whole lot of money given away to a lucky and hard-working competitors. So when you think about everything that you've done, this has been a big, big lead up. What do you think is your favorite moment about this whole experience, bringing it all to life?
Honestly, on Sunday, I'm flying to Colombia for some rehabilitation. That is the moment I've been looking forward to for 3 months.
We cannot wait for you to get some help after you go to town with Gabby Garcia in a very long-awaited love story match. Where's she at?
For the record, the kiss was her idea.
That hurts, that hurts. Gabby Garcia just flicked off Craig Jones, but at the end of the day, it's all love, right?
Maybe.
I guess we'll find out tomorrow night for Super Fight Saturday. Guys, make sure you take a look at some of the QR codes around Thomas and Mack Center. That's where you can donate, and you should definitely do it because we have 2 donors willing to match every dollar that you guys donate. So even if it's just $1 tonight, we have an anonymous donor that will match that, and then the CEO of Kasai, Rich Byrne, is gonna match every dollar and donate it all to Tap Cancer Out. So please, let's come together and continue supporting jiu-jitsu. Any last words, Craig?
Gabby, you're dead tomorrow.
Make sure we donate, guys. Keep having the fun out there.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
The jiu-jitsu scene has been on fire as of late, and this is my absolute best attempt at creating the ultimate jiu-jitsu experience. Check this out. All the inch-by-inch jiu-jitsu shows back to back to back. That's 4 straight nights of awesome jiu-jitsu events. Thursday night through Sunday night. Combat Jiu-Jitsu Mexico, Thursday night. Then Medusa, Friday night. Then EBI, Saturday night. Then Combat Jiu-Jitsu Worlds, the final night on Sunday, all exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. If you've been saving money for a crazy vacation and would love to witness this madness live, for $2K, you get 5 nights at an all-inclusive 5-star resort in Cancun, Planet Hollywood, then a high-level jiu-jitsu seminar every afternoon, including Jean-Jacques Machado and Gio Martinez. And then a high-level jiu-jitsu show every goddamn evening. EBI, Combat Jiu-Jitsu Worlds, Medusa, and CJJ Mexico. 4 awesome jiu-jitsu shows for 4 straight nights. Hope y'all like it. Thank you tremendously for the support.
It gives me what I need, and it gives them what they need, and it makes them feel comfortable enough to train at the highest quality mat. I know this is the best in the business, and I love working with them.
Like, I was really impressed with the quality. I was training on those mats every day. I'm like, wow, these mats are really good. They're the best to work with. Well, I'm super happy. If I open 100 gyms, all of them, it's gonna be with Fuji.
You know, we just decided to go both on opposite sides because we could have done the over 80 as well, but those guys, you know, a lot bigger. I've been fighting so many big guys, you know, in the past couple of years. Like, okay, let's just go smoke these guys at 180, you know. So that was the plan, just tag team on opposite ends and then take it home.
Well, welcome back to the Craig Jones Invitational, live and free, I might add, from the Thomas & Mack Center here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's been a fantastic event so far. We're raising a huge amount of money for some fantastic charities via the Fair Fight Foundation, and we put to bed the start of our 80-kilo bracket. Myself, Josh Palmer, Hal Teague, and Brandon McGarren on the call for you this evening, and we're actually going to move straight into our under 80-kilo category. Let's go ahead, throw that bracket up, take a look at what's coming up.
The greatest bracket in jiu-jitsu history, in grappling history. That's one ever assembled. We're kicking it off with some bangers right off the bat, too. Ruotolo versus Jason Nolf. Are you kidding me?
There quite literally isn't a match in this bracket that there is not a huge group of people somewhere in the world excited about. And we've got the Ruotolo brothers. We've got Canuto, Deniz, Roberto Jimenez is up in there. You've got Lucas Barbosa cutting a huge amount of weight. Joseph Chen coming up as one of the newer guys making a name for himself. Tackett, Nicky Ryan. This is just stacked left to right.
And you know, we didn't even say Mateus Deniz. We got an ADCC champion over here hiding in the bracket. That doesn't even make sense. This is absolutely nuts. This is going to be incredible.
What match are you most looking forward to out of this this next 8 we're going to see?
Well, I think I want to see how Cade handles his first matchup with Nolf, or I guess more how Nolf handles him.
Ty handles his match with Nolf.
Well, Ty's going up against, oh yeah, it's Cade and Deniz. Yeah,
exactly,
I flipped it up the wrong way. I got the afro on the wrong head, you know what I'm saying?
It's been a long night already. Stay with us, guys. It's a longer night still.
Yeah, I'm interested in that one, but for me, the matchup that has the most intrigue from both guys, it's got to be that Andrew Tackett versus Nicky Ryan match down there at the bottom. The endless gas tank versus the questionable cardio with the magnificent technique of Nicky Ryan.
It's a big moment for Nicky Ryan, right? We'll talk about it when we get to that match, but he's coming off that submission win over JT Torres, but he's kind of owed a good, solid performance now. And a lot of people trying to see how he's going to do against someone like Andrew Tackett, who's just going to go and go and go and go.
Yeah, the problem is he's just not going to get a chance to warm up at all. Right. He's going straight into probably, as far as his particular game is concerned, probably the toughest possible matchup for him in this first round with Andrew Tackett. Tackett will not slow down. He's just going to push.
We're going to talk about them a lot, but of course the Ruotolo brothers are in this together. They're on opposite sides of the bracket. There is, of course, a chance they could meet in the final. We're happy with that because we know they will literally try and kill each other. And I'm not using that as hyperbole. It's very, very, very true. But we've got the first of those Ruotolo brothers up. It is the #1 seed, Ty Ruotolo, and he is stepping in to take on a little bit of an unknown quantity in the Nittany Lion Penn State veteran and 3-time NCAA champion in Jason Nolf.
Unknown for maybe the jiu-jitsu only fans out there. But this man put down Jordan Burroughs, you know what I'm saying?
That's the last match he's coming off.
That's pretty serious. And if he comes out and has any sort of awareness on the submissions, he's going to have a really fun match to watch here. Watch out for this Darce choke, though. What I think is going to probably happen, Nolf's going to get overextended in the pursuit of some of his takedowns and some of his top position, and we're going to see a counter into a Darce choke.
It's interesting, right? Ty Ruotolo said, look, I've never pulled guard in a competition match yet. I'm probably not going to start now. This might not be the guy to test that against, but we're going to find out what the prodigy Ty Ruotolo is really made of in the stand-up game in this one. Let's go ahead, bring these two fighters in. It's the start of our under 80-kilo bracket. Ty Ruotolo and Jason Nolf.
Here we go.
Now we move into our under 80-kilogram division, making his way to the alley, fighting out of State College, Pennsylvania, representing Nittany Lions Wrestling Club, Jason Nolf. And his opponent, making his way to the alley, fighting out of Southern California, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Ruotolo!
Well, don't leave your TV screen. Every match in this bracket is an absolute barn burner. And we're going to kick off with Ruotolo, the #1 seed, taking on Jason Nolf, black for Nolf.
Yeah, seriously, strap in, because this under 80 kilogram division is nuts, and this is one of the best matches that we could hope to start things off.
Nolf went straight to the head, slapped down to that low ankle.
Nolf going to show a lot of level changes, a lot of angles that maybe Ty is not as used to seeing.
Yeah, but Ty straight up said to me yesterday, he's like, no, I'm going to wrestle with him. He wants to go head-to-head with a Penn State world-class wrestler, because he's like, that's what Ty's here for. It's not just about the money, it's about the challenge.
Looking good, Nolf.
Ruotolo won Worlds in 2022. A couple of good finishes at ADCC. One of them is a 16-year-old blue belt. But Jason Nolf, 3-time NCAA Division I champion, went 31-0 last season, and then big senior career as well. As we mentioned, he's coming off that win over Jordan Burroughs at the US Olympic trials.
Listen, Nolf is about as high-profile a crossover athlete that we could hope to see here at CJI. He, like we said, you know, he is one of the best wrestlers in the nation at his weight class. He's got a great pedigree. However, he has extensive grappling experience with submissions. He's been doing jiu-jitsu for a couple of years now. He's only had one professional grappling match, which he won by submission not too long ago. But I remember, like, 2 years ago, the guys at B-Team were like, oh yeah, Jason comes through, and he's like hitting Minari rolls and stuff. And imagine how much progression he's made in the last 2 years.
Do you want to know a fun fact? Is he's actually moving soon to Austin, Texas, and relocating.
Look at this! Yeah. Ty shooting on a single, great counter by Nolf, but Ty shows the first offensive push.
That little arm lock kind of, man, Ty's so creative.
Nolf with the attempt on the foot sweep, and there's some heavy collar ties coming in.
What a difference in the pacing of this division already versus the over 80.
This is lightweight speed right here. I love the fact that Ty is just meeting. Oh, beautiful foot sweep. Straight back up, but he is fearless. He's meeting Nolf head to head in the center of the mat.
What do you make of that collar tie? He's pulling off, disconnecting, and slapping the back of Nolf's head, trying to pull him forward repeatedly.
It's nothing Nolf hasn't felt before a million times in his extensive wrestling career.
Ty heavy on the head.
I'm just looking at the corners of these guys. In Nolf's corner, you got Gino Morelli and Isaac Michel. In Ty's corner, you got Cade Ruotolo, Andre Galvao, and Eric Paulson.
Okay, I didn't see that one coming.
That single leg, nice job fighting off.
Oh, good at a figure four.
Tries to roll through.
Man, rolling through on that 2-on-1, that would have been interesting.
No, it's going to start getting tricky now. We got 2 minutes left. You know, Ruotolo was sat down to his butt by the foot sweep from Nolf. And that's the most significant action we've had so far.
Hey, listen, 2 minutes in a Ruotolo match is a long, long time to work. We could see something crazy happen.
Oh, big double shot. And he's looking at the
arm guillotine.
And Nolf
he's got a pretty good bend in the head there.
Oh, big crunch from Ruotolo, looking to end Jason Nolf's night early.
I think we may see the finish here. We could see the submission.
Well, let's see. Nolf staying very calm. He hasn't brought the hand up to try and grip fight inside yet. But that looks so deep under the neck, and he's
How did Nolf survive that?
I will say, I wonder how... He obviously didn't feel he was in a huge amount of pressure, because he never really took his intention of dealing with the knee and having to go to the grip.
Absolutely. He continued to control that inside space.
But that is really the most significant attack in this match so far. I think if you're going to talk scorecards now, that's definitely Ty's round.
Look at those duck unders that he's
alternating
on.
ducks, one on each side.
I wonder if Nolf, I mean, I'd be really curious to find out afterwards if he actually expected Ruotolo to contest entirely on the feet with him. Although, you know, as we get into the end of this round and into the subsequent rounds, we have to ask at which point is that not necessarily the smartest game plan for Ruotolo?
Look at Nolf palming on Ty's head and making him look away. It's that's another subtle wrestling trick. It's going to make it more difficult for Ty to go forward. And I just feel it doesn't really matter what the wrestling attacks are from Ty. He'd have to do something really special to put Nolf down. Just because wrestlers can read that situation so well.
Oh, single. Picks him up, runs him.
The level change, that was so quick. That is the highest level wrestling you'll see.
There's 10 seconds left. We've got the two or three close takedown attempts of Nolf versus the guillotine attempt of Ruotolo.
If I'm a judge, it's 10-9 Ty in my opinion, but let's see.
Oh,
I would agree with that.
interesting. Well, the scores have come in. Remember, we have open, live, and transparent scoring round by round here. You're going to find out in a second. We have a preview screen that shows us that it has gone 10-9 to Ty Ruotolo, but one judge picking Jason Nolf.
Well, the dissenting judge on that one, because we've got Zach Maslany scored at Ruotolo, Chris Crail scored at Ruotolo, Justin Flores scored at Nolf.
The guy with the most stand-up credentials.
I mean, Nolf, excuse me, yeah, J-Flow, judo and wrestling, legend, but obviously a lot of high-level experience in jiu-jitsu and grappling as well. He knows what he's looking at, but yeah, interesting to see that that was split.
Well, Cade Ruotolo helping his brother through in the corner. Here's a replay of that arm-in guillotine attempt, and you see Nolf never committed that left hand to the inside to try and fight the grip, which makes me feel like he didn't think he was in a huge amount of danger.
You know, just one thing I want to note here.
Whoa! Jason Nolf jumping like he's got a flying armbar in the bag.
Who had flying attack from Jason Nolf on Ty Ruotolo on their bingo card?
I just want to note that one thing is really interesting is that when Ty Ruotolo is here competing, the amount of people who are on their feet, they have come for the Ty Ruotolo show.
Yeah, as we said in the reset at the Open, thank you for joining us here on whatever platform you are, whether it's in person at the Thomas of Mack, live on the B-Team YouTube channel. I know we've had consistently over 100,000 people for the entire event so far tuning in. Also available on X and Facebook.
Nice, good movement. Don't let him touch you. Don't let him touch you. Get him off.
Oh, nice. Nice level-changing shot there, but look at the way that Nolf just wraps up the front headlock.
Yeah, easily dismissed by Ruotolo coming back.
Let's move. Hands and feet like you were, Jay. Good. Hands and feet. Let's move.
That's curious. You don't really see to roll.
Oh, big takedown from Nolf.
That was high impact.
But you know what? Admiring his work. He's not interested. He knows he can't just stay down there and continue the grappling exchange. So he dumps him, gets a shot out of the crowd, but really nothing comes from it.
Still, effective initiating, effective grappling. It scores.
Yeah, it's easily the most significant thing defining this round so far, but a lot of time still to go here. Again, the kind of head slap. Now, usually you do that to try and wear out the lower back of the opponent over time, but, you know, you're talking about a guy who's wrestled for, what, 20-plus years? Started wrestling at age 6, did Jason Nolf. He said he learned pretty quickly. He didn't like losing. He's been living in State College, PA for the last 10 years. He moved on from his college career at Penn State, stayed with the Nittany Lions Wrestling Club.
How about the gamesmanship of Ty Ruotolo? Willing to come out here and go toe-to-toe in Nolf's strength. And not doing too bad.
You know one thing as well about Nolf, this is something of an advantage for him, I feel, is that there's so much tape of Ty Ruotolo. Going back till he was a little kid. But there's nothing of Jason Nolf doing grappling. So Ty kind of has to go into it blind and just think about his own game. But Nolf really has like the element of surprise, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. If Ruotolo finds his way through this match, whoever wins the next one, it doesn't matter who it is, he'll be in a rematch situation with either Roberto Jimenez or Levi Jones-Leary.
He's got to get through this first, though.
That's right.
Yeah, he's certainly not having it all his own way.
Honestly, how many people here expected this to be as competitive as it is? Because Nolf coming in as the crossover wrestler and as the guy with limited grappling experience.
Misdirection from Nolf, runs the double.
And the contour dance possibly coming.
Yeah, Nolf goes flat here and forces Ruotolo to look at switching the grip.
Oh, he's going for the back.
Can Nolf get back to his feet?
Watch out, crucifix incoming. He's got that arm wrapped up.
Ty just taking his time here. He's slowly getting his grips. He's even looking over and listening to his corner.
It was a lovely running power double from Nolf, but he wasn't able to land in an advantageous position. And
they're hand fighting right here. You can see that Ty's doing his best to try and break through the shell. He's got a nasty crossface and kind of a loose seatbelt.
He's got that arm occupied.
Oh, he's got
the crucifix.
He's going to try and separate those arms, maybe roll over.
Oh, he's going to look. He's going to go triangle. Oh, he stands up. Nolf tries to throw him out.
Look at this. He's going to lock that up.
He's got that.
This is big trouble.
Jason Nolf. Anxious moments here. Ty Ruotolo looking for the submission.
Big trouble. He could go here.
Seconds left. Ruotolo squeezing for everything he's worth. A thumbs up from Jason Nolf. He says he's okay.
He's got to survive for 20 seconds.
This is anxious moments for the Penn State alum. Look at the squeeze from Ty Ruotolo.
He's going to survive it.
Wow, how tough is Jason Nolf?
Oh, look at this spine.
What a position. Ty Ruotolo giving it everything he's got with 5 seconds left.
Nolf's good. He's just going to hang on.
And a straight forearm. Well, time expires.
Whoa, Nolf is dizzy.
No, I think he just stumbled. Well, the crowd are on their feet here for Jason Nolf. You want to play games? That's how tough they can be.
And look at the look on the face of Ty Ruotolo. The eye of the tiger staring down Jason Nolf across the alley.
So, interestingly, on their feet. Judges went 10-9 Ty, 10-9 Ty, 10-8 Ty. So currently, Ty Ruotolo in the lead by the slimmest of margins.
No surprise. I mean, Ty's back out. He's ready to go already. Nolf's taking his time. He's getting iced up.
Pumped and fired up. This entire arena is pumped and fired up.
And we're going to see Jason Nolf come out full-on attack. We're going to see 5 minutes of thunder from Jason Nolf. This kid's a winner. He doesn't know what it means to lose, and he's not going to go down without a fight right here.
Nolf just jumps straight back into the alley. He's ready to go. But, man, there are so many Ty Ruotolo fans in here tonight. They're going wild when he had that reverse triangle on.
Well, he had just an incredible spine kick, but he got up under the bottom of that knee, on the front of the thigh, just ripping on the spine. Nolf is...
Oh, look at that grip. He's trying to choke him from the front here. Wow. That is unreal. Big snap down for Ruotolo.
Man, Ty is just, he's smelling blood right now, you know? He's picking up the momentum. He's gone from second. He could be going into third gear here. You know, he just gets stronger as the match goes, and Nolf is doing a great job of hanging in, but this is the Ty Ruotolo show.
Yeah, 4 minutes left on the clock here. Jason Nolf is going to need 10-8 in order to try and bring this one back in.
I'll tell you what, you can't say nothing about these soft jiu-jitsu guys no more.
Look at that, the hands just going straight to the face for both of them. It's as attritional and grinding as it gets.
More aggressive on his head. All right, Jason, let's work him here. Yes, let's work him.
Electric atmosphere here in the Thomas and Mack
you
Center.
can cut the tension.
Yeah, things kind of slowing down just a touch here at the beginning of this third round. If I'm Nolf, I'm probably thinking, man, I don't want to risk too much because I don't want to get caught in that kind of situation again.
But if he doesn't risk, then he's going to lose anyway. He's got to take a risk.
He's got to just try and do the biggest high-amplitude pickup he can and dump Ruotolo on his head.
No risk, no reward. And the reward here is $1 million for the winner of this tournament.
Ty Ruotolo with that overhook now. Let's see if he looks to step inside. Oh, goes ankle pick. Oh, almost to the back.
That was a nice spin out from Ty. I mean, his wrestling instincts are so solid. You know, he's not just a jiu-jitsu guy. You know, he wrestled growing up as well. He's been a well-rounded grappler his entire life.
See that
Oh, good work from Nolf.
These leg kicks, man, they're not foot sweeps. It's like calf kicking.
2.5 minutes to go. Snap down again from Nolf. Oh, these guys are taking so much pressure on the head, the neck, the face. I mean, you know, if we had a CompuStat, I'd love to know just how many exchanges of grips have happened.
Swing and a miss by Nolf. That would have took Ruotolo's head off.
And these guys are just so game, you know. Coming into this and going up against the world-class black belt, Jason Nolf, he did say, he's like, listen, I don't have a plan. I'm just going to move around and try and get him down. But he wasn't even worried about having tie first rounds. He's like, yeah, I got to beat them all.
Big pickup. Well, good takedown from Nolf. Abandons the position, does Ruotolo in defense.
Jay, let's go body locks and pick him up.
Oh, he's just over the top of the head here, trying to pull him down onto a guillotine.
Push the face.
Into the reap. Good sprawl from Nolf.
Ty really wants, he just wants to say,
look at that.
Look at it, a shoulder lock
position.
That's right. Heavy hits.
Oh, and Jason Nolf ends up in top position.
Buggy choke.
Ty Ruotolo hunting for the buggy, trying to strip those grips.
This Ty will just throw up anything from anywhere, but the thing is, it's always a threat.
A minute and 15 seconds left here. Anyway, anyway this match ends, we're going to have a great highlight reel for this clash of styles.
This entire match has been one long highlight reel.
Final minute here in our opening under 80 kilo bracket.
Ty going legs.
Nolf better watch this knee bar on the backside.
When we're ready, we
you know, you don't see Ty go for too many legs, but he certainly can.
Big Ty Ruotolo defeats Jason Nolf in the opening round.
Listen to the crowd explode for the young champion in Ty Ruotolo. The Thomas and Mack Center showing their appreciation for these two warriors.
It was not easy. It took almost 3 full rounds to find that opening, but how incredible was it that Ty Ruotolo was able to win by knee bar? You called it, Brandon.
Well, let's go ahead and get Ty Ruotolo's hand raised here.
And your winner by knee bar with 44 seconds remaining in the 3rd round, Ty Ruotolo!
Well, the crowd show their appreciation. Let's find out how Ty himself feels about it. He's with Alex.
Ty, you got it done, and I feel like I can speak for everyone in the Thomas and Mack Center right now. It feels like we just took some drugs watching you guys compete. That's how you flow. That's how beautiful it was. So how about you starting off the under 80 kilogram bracket like that? A performance and a beautiful submission.
Hats off to Jason, man. All the respect. What a legend, bro. He's so tough. This isn't his sport. You know, he came in here. It took me a long time to put him away. He's so tough, so props to him. But yeah, fuck, thanks everybody for coming out. Let's go. First one. On to the next.
You just gave him credit and said this isn't his sport, but wrestling technically isn't your sport, and you wanted to wrestle the wrestler. Up next, you could have the potential between Roberto Jimenez or Levi. What is the mentality going into the next match?
Take down, pass, submit. That's always my game plan, no matter who I fight. Never pull guard ever. Take down, pass, submit. So whoever I end up fighting, that's the game plan. They know it.
We can't wait to see it. Give it up for Ty Ruotolo.
What a performance from Ty Ruotolo. And he's getting called back to go and scratch the name of Jason Nolf off of that 80 kilo bracket. And I've got to say that, you know, he's great on the mic as well. He's got the whole package.
These kids, yeah, they're the real deal. You know, Ty and Kate, man, there's a reason why they are the young veteran superstars of this game. They're legit rock star status now in jiu-jitsu. And, wow, they back it up. That's the thing. That was one of the best matches I have seen in a very, very long time.
people are going to be breaking down that position at the end of the round between the triangle with the footlock, with everything else going on.
Hey, Josh, I got a question for you, bro, because you always ask us questions. My question is, does that put Ty in the running for most exciting fighter of the event?
Well, that is a very good point. So we do, of course, have 2 bonuses tonight. $50,000 given by Newtonic for the most or the best submission of the event, but most exciting fighter from Optimal Self Supplements, $20,000 bonus, 100%. Ty Ruotolo's got to be in the running already.
Man, that knee bar was just a thing of beauty. And Brandon, you called it. Wow.
Well, he was just spinning under exactly the right way. We know Ty's got such a vicious knee bar. Man, we gotta just give huge credit to Ty for coming out there and playing Nolf's game with him. Like, it's like he stood up for all of jiu-jitsu in that moment.
It would have been very easy for him to come out, pull guard, only do that, and maybe we see some
force him to engage with me.
Instead, he does
style,
that.
Man. Ty is as much a showman as he is an athlete and a competitor. Oh, man, I'm definitely going to watch that one back later.
I'll tell you what, if that sets the stage for the rest of things to come in this under 80 kilo bracket, it's going to be an absolutely cracking 2 or 3 hours with us here. We're going to move swiftly on. Let's go ahead and get a special report from Alex Wendling.
Well, starting off the under 80 kilogram division, I mean, how'd you like that? Ty Ruotolo getting it done. And up next, we have an amazing match, Roberto Jimenez versus Levi Jones-Leary. When we spoke to Roberto Jimenez, he said that this win and winning $1 million tournament would make history. But it's gonna be the first of many, he says. And when he looks at Levi Jones-Leary's game, he looks at him as someone that he can beat. When the top seeds were announced for the under 80 kilogram division, a lot of the fans of CJI were curious on why Roberto Jimenez wasn't in the top 4, especially because he is the lone fighter with wins against both Ruotolo brothers. So there's a lot of rematches that could happen, and potentially one that we could see if Roberto Jimenez comes out with a win in this next match. When I talked to Ty yesterday, he said that he gives the edge to Roberto Jimenez, but to watch out for Levi Jones-Leary looking to expose one of the weaknesses that a lot of people think Roberto Jimenez has, the leg lock game. We'll find out more, but this is gonna be a match of a lifetime.
So turn the tape for this next bout. Roberto Jimenez taking on Levi Jones-Leary. Stats generally pretty even across the board. This is going to be extremely exciting, though. We know Roberto Jimenez, he can find the back or a submission with some crazy scrambles at any moment. Levi Jones-Leary, we know his game, totally different, inverted, going underneath, crazy stuff as well. One question I have for you guys is which version of Roberto Jimenez are we going to see tonight? Because sometimes he's hot, sometimes he's cold. Consistency perhaps a problem.
I think that used to be a problem with him. And I think the footlock game used to be a problem with him. But I think what we've seen out of Jimenez for the last, I don't know, year or so, he looks really good, man. I mean, just take his matchup that he had with Nicky. He didn't end up winning that match, but he looked fantastic. The way he runs through that absolute bracket looks fantastic. I think Jimenez is going to come out, put on a very special show for us. He's got a lot of different ways that he could win this matchup. I sort of feel like Levi has one path to victory through his open guard to the back kind of game.
You agree, Hal?
You know, I think there's a bit of a question mark over Levi Jones-Leary because in comparison to Roberto, who's been competing in both styles, gi and no-gi, for a very long time, Levi really only invested in no-gi this year, 2024. He's competed exclusively no-gi almost. And he only had a handful of no-gi matches before that. So it's not like we have enough of a data set to really say what Levi's going to favor in this match. Definitely his amazing guard, his Barbosa to the back, his crab ride, his back-taking skills are out of this world. But he's also been training with Lachlan Giles. The leg locks may be a factor. We'll wait and find out.
Yeah, let's find out right now. This is Roberto Jimenez and Levi Jones-Leary.
Our next grappler coming to the alley, fighting out of Sydney, Australia, representing Sydney Wrestling Club, Levi Jones-Leary. And his opponent, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Roberto Jimenez.
A very determined look on the face of Roberto Jimenez, representing Alliance Las Vegas on this outing. Won No-Gi Worlds back in 2023. He's also the middleweight champ for some other organizations. Levi Jones-Leary, on the other hand, big wins for him back in 2019.
Oh, and I like this energy from both men. I mean, it's no surprise Levi goes straight to the guard. That is his game. I've never seen him wrestle a second. And that's exactly what he wants. He wants a spin through, he wants back exposure, he wants grab ride. And he loves that Berimbolo. He's one of the best guys with the Berimbolo in the world.
Yeah,
in the world.
Look at the inversion going around the outside of the leg. Jimenez managing to create some space and some distance, and he makes out like he's going to sit back on the feet.
But Roberto, let's not discount the fact as well that he's a bit of a nomad. He likes to travel around and stuff, but this is his hometown. He spent years, I mean, he basically grew up since he was a teenager. He's been here in Las Vegas. This is his home. His family are here. I'm sure he has lots of friends and family in the crowd. It's going to be a little extra pressure for him to get this done here.
Yeah, Jimenez has fought 5 of the other competitors in this bracket before. Never Levi Jones-Leary. Interestingly, he's one of the bigger guys in under 80 as well. He's fought a lot of the guys you saw earlier in our over 80 kilo bracket.
Yeah, Roberto is he's a honey badger, man. He'll go up against anybody. He's jumped around weight classes so much. I mean, he was originally going to be in the heavyweight bracket.
Yeah, and then he moved down.
And then he decided to cut, yeah.
He's also the only person in the entire world to hold wins over both Ruotolo brothers.
Oh, watch out. Inside heel hook attempt.
Big leg lock attempt from Levi Jones-Leary.
Roberto's in trouble here.
This is not good.
Oh, the knee line is so
he's got it. He's got it.
That's on.
Big
He's going to break
from
it.
Levi Jones-Leary.
He's going to break the leg.
All the way in.
That is on. How is Roberto not tapping here?
What a big pull. Can he free the heel?
Switching grips. This is that inside grip. He's going to break that leg.
Oh, bridging laterally everything into the side of the kneecap. Jimenez not fighting grips, trying to build some pace. And there's the tap.
Oh, Levi Jones-Leary with the inside heel hook.
What a submission from the Australian. He takes out Roberto Jimenez in the very first round.
These Australian leg lockers, man, they're a problem. They must be stopped. They're taking over the game.
And just absolute dejection on the face of Jimenez. He's heartbroken. He believed that million was his.
I will say we probably need to go back and take a look at that entry into that position, because it was, you know, Jimenez never really got a chance to even free the knee line. It was deep from the get-go.
It was so tight. He just, yeah. I mean, there was just no way out at all.
Let's go ahead and get the official decision.
And your winner in the first round, moving on to the quarterfinals, Levi Jones-Leary.
And Lachlan Giles in the corner of Levi Jones-Leary. No surprise, Levi's worked his inside heel game.
Well, let's go ahead and get a few words from our victor.
Levi, you got it done, and now you are headed into the quarterfinals against Ruotolo. But first, we got to talk about that submission.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the last 2 years I've been training with one of the best Australians and one of the best ever, Lachlan. You know, we've been working hard every day, you know, just getting better and better. And, you know, this is just the result of all the hard work, and let's keep it going.
And in your corner, you mentioned Lachlan Giles, but also your beautiful, badass girlfriend. I asked, if you win the $1 million, how are you gonna spend it? The first thing he said is, I'm gonna buy a whole bunch of stuff for that girl. That's still the plan, of course.
Of course, yeah, gotta spoil my empress. Happy birthday, by the way.
Oh, it's a happy birthday. Let's wish her a happy birthday, everybody. And congratulations on making it to the quarterfinals. We'll see you next.
So Roberto Jimenez drops out. Levi Jones-Leary moves on. And guys, that was a very decisive and compelling performance.
There is Lachlan Giles right there. Man, that guy is a legit leg lock scientist, right? And there is the Empress herself, Alanis. That's it's so cool, Levi dedicating that win to her. But man, honestly, Levi could not train with anybody better than Lockton Giles for the leg lock game, and God, results speak for themselves.
And guys, what it does is it sets up a rematch with Tai Ruotolo, who he's lost to twice before. So he gets a big chance to avenge.
And once by leg lock.
Once by knee bar, yeah.
Yeah, actually, it was the kind of, it was a heel hook. It wasn't really a knee bar. It kind of looked like a knee bar, but it was more of a heel hook. And then he lost again in the gi IBJJF World. So I think that's like even double the reason for Levi to want to get that one back. But I mean, Levi versus Tai, just one of many amazing possible matchups we got in this bracket.
Man, I'd hate to be in a situation where I had to get one back against Tai Ruotolo, you know?
Yeah, especially with $1 million on the line.
Man, two amazing matches to kick off that under 80 kilogram bracket. I gotta say, what do you think? Do we put the Levi heel hook on the list? Front runners for the submission of the event so far?
Yeah, I think we've got to so far, just because, you know, it's over Roberto Jimenez, and it was decisive, it was quick, no ambiguity. I'm up for adding that to the list for the 50K prize.
Maybe drop it in the comments what you think, guys, because, you know, we appreciate your input as well.
Listen, chat. Y'all know their score. That was good. It was Roberto Jimenez. But Victor Hugo, come on.
Oh, well, we'll see.
Lucas is still number one.
I have a feeling we're going to get a few more. Let's go ahead and get a word with Alex, who is up on our catwalk with none other than Andre Galvao.
Yes, I am being joined with the legend himself, Andre Galvao, and you have a lot of people to be proud of tonight. But a lot of the people in this crowd might not know a little secret, because if there were 2 dropouts in that over 80 kilogram division, you were considering hopping in there.
Yes, I told Craig, I say, Craig, if somebody misses a spot, I'm in. You know, in the beginning, like everybody was like, man, how is gonna be this event? You know, who's gonna run this? Is this real or not? And then when I spoke with Craig, I saw that his idea was legit. And I see everything happen. I say, hey, man, you know, if somebody drop out, I'm in. I can fight those big dogs.
So if there's going to be a Craig Jones Invitational 2, which with all the support of the people in here, it sounds like there's going to be a CJI 2. Can we count you in?
Yes, call me and I'll be here.
Hell yeah, we can't wait to see it. Andre Galvao, a legend in the building tonight. Thank you so much for the time. We can't wait to see it.
Yes, well, your perfect option to see or help that may happen is to donate. And donate to the Fair Fight Foundation. Scan the QR code on your screen. Go ahead and buy some merch as well online. Of course, all charitable proceeds tonight are going to Tap Cancer Out, Academy Christos, and a couple of other charities we'll talk about tomorrow. And of course, Tap Cancer Out, everything that we raise is getting trebled by the CEO of Kasai, Rich Byrne, and another anonymous donor. So all in good reason to help support the growth of the sport and equal and fair pay for athletes. And we might get to see Andre Galvao.
That would be awesome if we could bring the legend Andre Galvao back into the alley to compete. I mean, that would just be incredible. It would be another first for CJI. I love that idea. You know, he's still in his 30s. He's still very, very possible to go out there and get it done. I mean, I wouldn't want to fight Galvao, would you?
No, I don't want to fight anybody. Just let me sit here and talk about it, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got some exciting stuff to talk to next. Let's go ahead and take a look at the tail of the tape for our third match in our under 80 kilo bracket. Kenta Iwamoto, one of the dark horses, perhaps, taking on the extremely established Lucas Barbosa. And one thing we've got to talk about, guys, is everyone was like, Lucas Barbosa, under 80 kilos? How is that going to happen?
Yeah, he had to, he suffered for the cut. You know, yesterday at the weigh-ins, there were some guys that we thought that would struggle, and they just breezed on up, stood on the scale, hit weight easily. Lucas was not one of those guys. 3 trips to the scale, 3 turns with the sauna suit out on, running outside in the Vegas heat to try and shed those last grams to try and hit weight, even with the weight allowance. Man, I'm wondering if that could potentially affect his performance coming into this match. We'll find out in a bit.
You know, we got him into the interview room, however, post weigh-in, and his spirits were very high. He didn't look totally drawn out. He didn't look like, I got to get some food right now, just down in water. He seemed like normal old Lucas, just a little skinnier.
It is worth pointing out, you know, that this is a weight class he's competed at in MMA. He's made this cut several times before.
Even lower in MMA.
77 in MMA. Yeah.
Exactly. And of course, there's been a lot of time to rehydrate, you know, well over 24 hours to get back up to speed here. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how he's faring this evening. Quick word on his opponent, though, who a lot of people might not be familiar with. Give us the 20-second elevator pitch on Kenta Iwamoto.
Sure. Again, probably one of the dark horses in this entire tournament. Kenta Iwamoto out of Japan, but training primarily at B Team in Austin, Texas. Very tough, very durable, two-time ADCC Asian Trials winner, I believe, and one of those kind of guys that is just incredibly tough to finish. So it's not an easy match for Lucas, let's say that.
Well, let's find out how easy it's going to be. This is Lucas Barbosa and Kenta Iwamoto.
Our next grappler coming to the alley, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing B Team Jiu-Jitsu, Kenta Iwamoto! And his opponent, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Lucas the Hawk Barbosa!
Lucas Barbosa makes his way to the mat. Double world champion, 4 times no-gi world champion, 2nd and 3rd place medals at ADCC. Close to 250 matches as a black belt.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Spike!
Kenta Iwamoto, on the other hand, started training jiu-jitsu when he was 19 years old, moved to Tokyo for university, just got his black belt last year.
Like a lot of Japanese school kids, though, extensive judo background as well, you know, coming up through high school. Just like Americans do wrestling in high school, Japan, they do judo. You know, he's got a really, really solid base. You know, he's a shorter, very compact kind of grappler. He's hard to handle. He's hard to move around. He's hard to sweep. He's very durable. He's not the flashiest of guys, but he knows how to get the job done.
Yeah, and the only people who've really been able to put him down are the likes of Mika Galvao, Dante Leon, JT Torres, Will Tackett.
Yeah, we're talking elite.
We're talking big names, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's got one of those guys standing right there with him, tied up with him right now. So Kenta got his hands full. Barbosa pushing forward, but Kenta very, just like you guys said, very good on the feet.
And I got to say, you know, that if there's anything as well that Kenta is one of those guys, he just has that real humble kind of Japanese personality, you know. He's not a big talker, he's a quiet dude. He's funny, he's got a great personality, but he's very unassuming. But man, he's tough. He's really, really tough. And he's training with the B team. You know, he's training with a lot of very high-level guys, including some guys in this bracket we'll see later. Joseph Chen, Nicky Ryan. And, you know, that helps, right? It builds confidence.
I mean, it's interesting. He does actually hold a win over Joseph Chen from the from trials.
Let Joseph forget.
Right,
yeah.
back in 2022. Big shot from Kenta, but look at the sprawl.
The thing is about Hulk is that, as you mentioned, Josh, he's incredibly prolific. You know, he's been a black belt since 2015. The guy's won many major tournaments, and he's medaled at many major tournaments, and he's just got so much high-level experience. It doesn't matter how much you train. The competition experience is just so important, so valuable.
And he's one of the very few guys who actually has had a match in the kind of alley pit environment before. He fought on Karate Combat Austin, and went to a good decision victory there.
Against AJ Agazarm, right?
Yep.
Right? That was a great takedown by Hulk. Utilized that cradle.
We don't see enough of that, in my opinion. I love the cradle in jiu-jitsu.
A little bit of dynamic passing side to side for Barbosa.
Kenta looking to go to the K-guard.
Yeah,
he's got the hands together.
Just got that S grip. Abandons it.
with that cross face, or I guess lift of the head on the cross face side that Barbosa has going on, stopping Kenta from reaching across and making the grips in an effective way. Lowers levels, body lock pass, and he might step around the side here. Nice recovery by Kenta, get back to his closed guard.
That was smooth.
Pretty close pass by Barbosa. And check that out. Opens the guard very quickly. Wants to get back to his action.
Push and pull motion, Kenta.
He's working this Caltera footlock.
Barbosa does look very lean. Just his face still looks very different how we've seen him when he competes at his usual grappling weight class.
Yeah, but I mean, his nickname, the Hulk, comes from the fact that he is just ridiculously strong, and I don't think that would change a ton based on which category he's in.
He needs to be very careful in this position that he doesn't get off balance and drop down to his left hip where that footlock can press on. There's an Aoki lock right on the other side of this if Iwamoto can get the off balance that he likes. Here he comes.
Again,
trying to invert underneath.
Hulk's not known for having a particular weakness for leg locks, though. I mean, you know, he's not known for going for legs at all, but you just never even really see him get in trouble with the legs.
Well,
he's one of those guys, you know?
Yeah, he knows how to keep himself in good posture, good defensive positions. It's just hard to even put him in a bad spot to attack them.
Like right there, I mean, the moment that Kenta tried to come up off it, just shuts it down.
Pull him in the over-under, pull him in. Beautiful.
Nice takedown. Back exposure.
40 seconds left on the clock here. Let's see if Iwamoto can sneak this round with some good action, trying to kick the leg out, literally.
Smart move by Kenta.
Ooh, nice
Follows the ground
roll through.
Well, Iwamoto
not out of trouble.
Yeah, didn't give up that grip, managed to stay on the back.
Nice work from Kenta. 20 seconds remaining. He can take this risk. If he falls off, not the end of the world. It's going to be the end of the round, and he can just restart.
And I think pushing ahead, trying to make something happen here, even if it's just positioning, might be the thing to give him the round.
It's going to be
a takedown for Hulk. There's a takedown for Kenta, and now there's a little bit of positioning for Kenta. He probably takes that round 2-9.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's never a good look when you end the round with a guy hanging on your back.
I was thinking as they kind of pitched forward like that, I was hoping that Kenta would maybe go for a silhouette stretch.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
That would be awesome. One of my favorite all-time submissions.
But what we do have locked in is the results from that first round, and the judges are split. 2 have gone the way of Kenta Iwamoto, as you rightly suggested, Brandon, probably for that final bit of action. 1 has gone the way of Lucas Barbosa.
That is interesting, and I think that's right. You know, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I see a case for both, but I think that Kenta's last flurry of activity definitely caught, you know, he basically, he stole that round back. And it just goes to show that Kenta's a lot more durable, a lot more capable than maybe people were expecting, because he's one of those names going to get overlooked in a bracket of superstars, right?
Absolutely. And it's one of those things as well. There's just less footage of him as well. Tough to quite know what to expect.
Where there is a lot of footage of Hulk, very well known, one of the best known black belts in the game.
So tying up, standing collar ties here, fighting for that inside position. Good snap down attempt from Iwamoto.
Try to send the underhook out there. Every snap. Yeah, control the hand, beautiful. Control the hand. You can snap it, snap, good.
Pressure, press out.
Kenta after every snap uses circular motion. Snap, circle, snap, circle.
Press out.
Control the hand, snap.
Now you can just hear the voice of Dima Muravani in the corner of Kenta Iwamoto. Dima's been the coach. He's a Ukrainian-born, German-based, been in Austin for the last couple of months, running the simultaneous CJI ADCC camp there, and man, those guys only have good things to say about the training and about the camp, but the real test, right, is the results this weekend. So we're going to have to see how it goes. But so far, Kenta doing pretty well for himself.
Again, same thing.
Yeah, just still trading these collar ties, trying to trade snap downs as well. Time is starting to tick away. 3:40 left in this second round.
Snap, 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 snap.
And you're hearing the corner of Kenta Iwamoto shout, just clear the grip, snap, keep going.
Yeah, also in the corner next to Dima is Damian Anderson, one of the other pros there out of the B team, currently embarking on his MMA journey, racking up the wins, undefeated so far.
Well, brief feint of a shot from Hulk.
Hands down.
This is starting to get very grinding on the feet indeed.
Kenta, you need to start working. If you have the hand fight, you move forward and you snap him if he pushes back. Yes, snap.
Well, keep working, I think, is a good instruction. I wonder if the referee for this match, Vitor Schell-Ribeiro, is going to start looking at some stalling calls, potentially.
Push him, and snap if he pushes back. Good.
Get him to the wall. Action blue, action red.
Yeah, there we go.
Josh. I mean, yeah, it's not fair to penalize one or single out one or the other because we haven't seen any meaningful takedown attempts from either so far. A lot of hand fighting is gritty. It's really gritty, but not a lot of commitment so far.
Pull him in. Let him disengage. Just retire him out. Get the underhook and pull him in.
Barbosa feinting as though he's going to shoot.
That classic Atos play, heavy on the head.
Yeah.
If he starts holding, control the hand, Kenta.
Eventually there will be an opening, but when is the question? And in a 5-minute round, it can come and go very fast.
Good.
Nice sprawl.
To the leg, to the
And then
leg.
Wamoto in a reshot. Ends up on the leg. Nice movement.
Collects the knee very nicely indeed. Barbosa trying to find the wall surface here, and he spins around.
Nice counter
Uses the
wrestling from
wall
Hulk
to
there.
counter wrestle.
Really nice. I thought he was going to end up in a bad spot, but that was a great turnaround.
Close guard now for Iwamoto, but not where he wants to be. Pressed up against the matted wall with only about a minute and a half left.
Man, what great defensive wrestling from Hulk right there.
You can push him away and stand up or pull him in.
And creative, too. Just found himself in a spot. I mean, this can't be a spot he's been in a lot, like running up the wall, defending the takedown. But he's able to utilize what he does know about the game.
Well, I will say in his
make something happen.
In his match with AJ Agazam at Karate Combat Austin, he ran up the pit wall and used it to try and do a backflip guard pass.
Tell me again how Lucas Hulk beat AJ Agazam at Karate Combat, Josh.
Hey, man.
Love you, AJ.
We have 1 minute left.
So Barbosa looking to get really low, tight on the inside here.
Cross left post and pulling him in, Kenta.
About a minute left. He's got to make some meaningful attempts to pass, but by the same token, Iwamoto's got to do something off his back here.
Not easy wedge down there at the bottom of the ramp, though.
With Hulk Barbosa pressing in on you.
Mm-hmm.
When he's got $1 million maybe in his future.
Oh, that's better, though. He's trying to scoop underneath the leg.
Kenta, the next time when he pulls away, push him
Yeah,
away.
so half guard with the knee shield here for Iwamoto. Kind of position where Barbosa is going to make you feel every bit of those pounds.
Oh, nice. And see, Kenta's got the scoop like he could do K-guard on that other side, but that alley wall blocking him. No possible, exactly, nowhere to go.
Tries to invert at the end. Nowhere to go, as you said, and one round in the books, I think, very quickly. Scores are coming in, yep, 10-9s across the board for Lucas Barbosa.
So that's interesting. Round one went in favor of Iwamoto. 2 rounds to 1, 2 judges to 1, and then it was unanimous for Hulk in the second.
Well, let's take a look at some of the replays here. Talk us through the action, guys.
Well, Kenta did a great job. He utilized a great knee tap to get the takedown. This was really beautiful work by Hulk, just rotating, moving around. Basically comes in and hits a switch off of the wall right here.
Well, if the corners are paying attention to the open scoring, they will know. Well, they're going to find out now, actually, over the PA. It is 19-19 on 2 of the judges' scorecards after 2 rounds, with the third judge giving both rounds to Lucas Barbosa. So all still to play for here.
Go! Come on, guys, let's go fight. Come on, let's go. Okay, Kenta, let's go.
Inside, beautiful.
Your head, you can pump snap. Elbow pass available.
I feel like a little more assertive from Hulk here in taking that position, going forward a little bit more, but Kenta doesn't go backwards too much, right? He really just, they're leaning against each other head to head.
Do you feel like there's a clear momentum in this match right now, or are we still fairly even?
I feel like we're even. We're neck and neck right now. I don't feel like anybody's really got the dance. Barbosa won the last round, but it's not like he ran him over in the last round.
No, it's been very even, right, across the board, and there's no clear advantage for either guy here. But I think the real test here is going to be this final round, and where the one guy decides, you know what, I'm going to take it up a gear, because they haven't really. I see now Hulk's getting a little bit more active. That footwork may be a signal that he's ready to explode. And I feel that one of the other needs to do that. Stamp their authority on this match.
Well, inside trip attempt from Iwamoto, uses it to pull guard here.
I feel like maybe not the best idea, but
well, he might have just felt like, look, I can't get anything going right here. I'm behind. I gotta get to the ground and try to make something happen.
He's not actually behind right now, though. On the scorecards, it's actually it's a majority draw.
Yeah, curious decision from Iwamoto. This is obviously a passing position that Barbosa has spent a lot of time in. Underhook grip for Iwamoto again.
If you feel like you're behind, you're
behind. Yeah. And I can't feel that Kenta feels like he's ahead, so he probably feels like he's behind. Yeah.
Well, Barbosa stepping over the legs again, just trying to pin them, see how he compresses the foot to the butt, takes a lot of power away from that lever. And definitely a little bit of a tempo change here from Barbosa. Starting to work some heavy pressure.
Yeah, I feel like he's sort of dictating the pace right now.
Kenta, 2 minutes 37. Kenta, think about if
Just about halfway through this third and final round now. Lucas Barbosa on top. Kenta Iwamoto trying to play this half guard. Not having any success initiating the action, though.
I'd like to see a little more from Hulking going forward and trying to pass the guard, though, as well. Just, you know, he's kind of hanging out in this middle ground. He's not going forward, he's not going back. There's not a lot of commitment from Hulk on top.
Yeah, he's having trouble with that cross-leg Z-guard that Kenta's playing. He's having trouble opening it up. Kenta bails on it because he wants to come back to the feet.
So Iwamoto shot. Yeah, tries to connect his hands around, but power of Barbosa throws him off.
You know, Hulk made the cut, but these guys, they compete in different weight categories, and I think moments like that are kind of telling.
That's where you see it, right?
It's where you really see the difference in strength and power. The fact that he can just kind of throw and shrug off somebody as dense as Kenta says a lot.
Well, don't forget, you can get involved on social media for the Craig Jones Invitational. Let us know how you're enjoying all of the action, live and free from the Thomas & Mack Center here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I feel like Kenta's really got to make a move and just leave it all hanging out there. He's going to find himself on the wrong end of this.
Yeah, I mean, you got a shot at $1 million, right? The last thing you want to do is go back second-guessing yourself. Did I do enough to stay in this tournament?
1 minute.
He's going to try to get back on this Caltera-style footlock one more time, utilizing that outside De La Riva. He's going to try to run the arm deep and hook it together. Barbosa with a quick knee cut to the opposite side, a little buzzsaw-style knee cut.
Looking to go tight on the upper body here, and Iwamoto's shoulders flat on the mat as Barbosa puts him in. Well, it is half guard, but it's a very flat half guard. But he gets on the leg potentially here.
Hey, that's decent.
Oh,
Barbosa's going to try and counter leg lock.
Kenta's got a shot at this. He's got to go.
This is a deep bite as well, but there's only 7 seconds left. The clock really could be Iwamoto's enemy here as he switches the leg over, goes on a roll.
Oh, it's a decent entanglement,
time expires.
But there was no threat on the lower leg at all. I feel too little too late for Kenta right there. If he'd had another 30 seconds or so, he could have maybe got a bit of pressure going through the ankle, but yeah, that was maybe a frustrating final round for both guys.
Yeah, neither able to get too much going very effectively. A little bit of a stalemate in some of those guard positions. But we do have a decision, and we do know who will be moving on. Time for you to find out at home.
After the 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard. All 3 judges score this bout in favor of Lucas the Hulk Barbosa.
Lucas Barbosa takes the victory. Doesn't seem particularly happy about it right now. Absolutely stone-faced. You see some wear and tear. Andre Galvao happy in his corner. Let's go ahead and find out how he's feeling with that win.
Lucas Barbosa, you got it done and you're headed to the quarterfinals. You're looking pretty stoic right now because you know the job isn't done, but what are the emotions like?
Just one fight at a time. Tough kid, that's it.
I know you're reserving some of your energy right now, but in the pre-fight interviews, you told me that you had some family fly out. They were helping you take care of your kids for this training camp so you could focus. So I know that you're 100% focused on winning this $1 million. So what can we expect in the next match from you?
Same hook show, you know, it's unpredictable, but I'm gonna come out here and do my best and not give up. You guys saw what it was like, you know, like it doesn't matter. Top, bottom, you know, I'm gonna keep fighting until I can. So it's gonna be the same in the next one. I don't know what it's gonna do, what's gonna happen, but I'm gonna go out there and fucking scrap. I'm ready.
We can always expect a scrap from you in the toughest jiu-jitsu tournament. Lucas Barbosa gets it done. You can go ahead and advance your name on that under 80 kilogram bracket.
So a lot of experience paying dividends for Lucas Barbosa there. Staying calm, staying composed. A good victory, but not super convincing compared to some of the other guys in this bracket.
Not a satisfying result.
Yeah.
Let's say that, you know. Oh, got it done, yeah, but he definitely wasn't satisfied with his performance. But hey, he's got another shot, right? He's got another match coming up against the winner of Varela and Chen. Maybe he'll be happier with that one. Let's see how it goes.
I got to think on some level he is happy with that performance, though, because he didn't blow a lot of energy getting the job done. So he's still going to be at least relative. Now, he spent the entire time on the mats, but it's not like it was a high-paced, constant push, fighting out of bad positions, fighting for good positions.
Yeah, there were no insane scrambles. There were prolonged bits of energy expenditure.
He was never really in danger. No.
Yeah, and of course, you know, whoever he faces in the next round, be it Chen or Varela, they are going to push the pace.
Absolutely, he's going to need that.
Andy Varela will, that's for sure. I mean, Joseph Chen's a little bit more technical in his approach, but Varela's the kind of guy that can at you head first.
Let's go ahead and roll this tail of the tape. This is the matchup next, and we might as well talk about it. Andy Varela and Joseph Chen. They are going to go toe-to-toe. And guys, this is a rematch of an event that took place actually very, very recently, where Joseph Chen took a decision victory over Andy Varela.
Yeah, I was there for that one, calling the action and main character jiu-jitsu. It was a very tightly contested match, and much to my surprise, and I think a lot of people's surprise, the wrestling was very close, and Joseph came out on the good side of the wrestling against Andy Varela on a couple of occasions. Both got takedowns.
Let me ask you this then, Brandon, because obviously it's a different rule set tonight.
Yes.
And it's broken up into the shorter periods, different criteria. How do you feel that's gonna play a role in that matchup?
I think that may favor Varela, to be honest with you. Varela is the kind of guy who digs in and pushes at the end of a round. Like, he's got a lot of MMA experience, too, so he knows how to do that. He knows when he hears that bell go, it's time to take one more shot, or it's time to push just a little bit harder. And he's going to get 3 opportunities to do that if he can stay alive out there with Chen. And he's proven that, look, Chen might have beat him, but they're very close in level. They're very close. So this one absolutely could go either way.
What can we expect from Joseph Chen, Hal?
Well, first of all, I have to say that I totally agree with Brandon. I think the 3 5-minute rounds really favors Andy Varela's explosive style. You know, he's gonna come out, he's gonna do his thing, he's gonna take a break in between rounds. Chen's more of a grinder. I think he's more of the kind of the technical approach. He likes the long matches where he can really break down his opponents, but it's gonna be a tough one either way. But I feel that given the recent result, Chen does have the edge. But hey, Varela's a local. Well, he's from Vegas. This is his hometown now, and that, as we said before, can be a big advantage. So
It's a match that everybody wanted to see again, and everybody was very happy when it was randomly picked by lottery draw for our 4th match in the under 80 kilo bracket today. Let's go ahead and walk these two fighters. This is Joseph Chen and Andy Varela.
Our next grappler coming to the alley, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing B Team Jiu-Jitsu. Give it up for Joseph Chen. And his opponent, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, representing 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, Las Vegas, the Ninja, Andy Varela.
Andy Varela marching out to the mat here. He has the potential to make it nasty, make it gritty, big scrambles, lots of aggression.
And a winner. Andy is a winner. We got to watch Andy push through 15 matches to come out on the good side of the BGF as the champion during season 6. So I've got a lot of hours logged watching this guy. He knows how to do it.
Well, both these guys, good performances at trials before. And Joseph Chen, you know, one of those guys who nobody knew all that long ago, and all of a sudden he seems to be everywhere with some extremely technical performances.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Joseph got everybody's attention, not through any theatrics, not through any kind of drama, purely because he's got really, really good jiu-jitsu and has had from a young age. You know, I think they joke, right, that Craig Jones discovered him when he was about 17 years of age. And it was definitely a little bit of good fortune on Craig's part that, you know, he crossed paths with Joseph. And since then, Joseph has matured extremely well. He's now 20 years of age, and he is a very, very good competitor indeed.
And he gets better every time we see him. His significant improvements every time. Check this out, though.
Nice takedown from Varela. I feel pretty much conceded, though, by Joseph, but still, initiating action.
Chen, born in Taipei, lived all over Asia and China growing up. Started training when he was in China in 2018.
That's not that long ago.
No, he's currently a brown belt.
Yeah, well, there are.
Yeah,
it's no.
There are brown belts.
There's belts. There are belts. Yeah, yeah, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I mean, Chen is, you know, people have been saying how special he is for a while, and he is. He's a bit of a technical wonderkind, but. Hey, he's going up against Andy Varela, who's got a ton of experience, who is a gamer, an absolute gamer. Like, he's the kind of guy, he doesn't just want to beat you, he wants to break you. Oh,
that's the same way that Chen got on top of their main character match. Wow. He grabbed that ankle and just chased it all the way up. He's very sticky when he finds that position. Varela, lucky to escape right there because Joseph Chen, once he gets, he's a front runner, especially offensively. Once he gets out in front of you, he is hard to shake.
And you know, sounds like a backhanded compliment, but man, Varela is elusive. He's the kind of guy, it's very hard to get hold of him. He has a lot of lateral movement, he's in and out. You know, he wants to play his game, right? And on his terms. And so, he's kind of hard to chase down.
And if he feels like he's free to move, he's gonna explode into something crazy, and he's gonna catch you by surprise.
A lot of leading with the head from Varela here. They've inadvertently clashed skulls a couple of times already.
You know, Varela has something of a reputation of being a bit physical, shall we say, as a grappler, right? I mean, he's definitely got a few clips out there floating around on the internet. But hey, that's what you sign up for when you go up against Andy Varela. It's gonna be intense.
Chen's got a really good little 2-on-1 grip a couple of times there to just put a bend in the elbow of Varela.
We have 2 minutes, 10
Varela trying to work this double underpass. Gets the hips heisted up.
You know, actually, something interesting. Not many people really knew about this, but shortly after that match at Main Character Jiu-Jitsu in Austin, Texas, Brandon, where you were at, the following week, Andy Varela was in B team for about 3-4 days and trained multiple rounds with Joseph afterwards.
Oh, that's That does change things a little bit.
It's what I like about jiu-jitsu, you know? These guys, they'll go at it in competition, but it's pretty friendly outside of that, you know? Guys will exchange ideas. I mean, we saw Luke Rockhold coaching Pat Downey immediately after he'd lost to Downey. He's like,
knocked him out of his chance at $1 million.
No hard feelings. I'm going to help you try and win. Yeah.
We're down to a minute and a half left in this opening round. Who do you feel's ahead right now on the scorecard?
Joseph.
Well,
Especially now it's Joseph Chan.
That was good timing.
Man, what an unusual, unorthodox move, but look at the position that he's landed in.
This is such a tight side control here.
You know, that was really similar to what we saw him do to Isaac Michel over at AIGA. Remember, Isaac really led that dance and ended up beating him in that matchup.
Joseph had
that one moment of explosion off the bottom position, very similar to that one, almost like a duck under off the bottom.
Chen with this side control position here, looking to keep Varela pinned, but he allows the re-guard.
Joseph's got great guard passing from this kind of position. He camps really well. He stays super heavy. And, you know, I think lots of people are quite excited about his approach to guard passing nowadays. It's very tripod style people talk about, but
very unusual how he posts on the head and floats the legs, pummels over the top.
Varela back to the feet.
Guard pull from Chen now with 25 seconds left.
Ooh,
nice big jumping knee cut.
Man, you said it earlier, Brandon, that Andy jumps into things, right?
You got 20 seconds, Andy.
He's fast. He's so fast.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, though, isn't it? Because you leave a lot of space. You're going to try and capitalize on the scramble rather than, you know, cement a controlled position.
Tried to step around the outside.
Well, end of the first round. The scores are going to be coming in quickly from the judges here, and as we suspected, all three going the way of Joseph Chen. He was doing well already in the round, but then sealed it with that sweep to side control.
Yeah, I felt like it was probably, you know, a toss-up right before that moment, but once that happened,
After the first round,
it made it very clear.
All three judges scored 10-9 in favor of Joseph Chen.
Well, a cheer from the crowd when the open scoring was announced here in the arena.
These guys are ready to go already.
Yeah, straight back down. No waiting for seconds out to be called.
Center up.
Our referee for this bout, Jason Herzog, to get us underway again. We're going to find out who is going to take on Lucas Barbosa in the quarterfinals later this evening. Again, tying up in this wrestling position. Bit of grip fighting, bit of pulling on the head.
If you snap, circle after this, okay?
Something that a lot of people are usually a little bit surprised about when they see Joseph in person is he's a lot bigger than people think.
Right,
yes.
He's really thick. He's got a very, very solid torso. You know, he's not like super jacked like some of the guys out there, but physically, he's not small.
That picture of his traps from the way-in, dude.
Yeah, flaring them out for the photo.
80 kilograms and 25% of that in his traps.
So guard pull from Chen again. Varela tries to hip switch around. But it's Chen trying to work from this seated guard position. Pulls Varela in again.
Yeah, Andy did a good job sliding his knee through the middle. Shutting down Chen's offense.
Head to head.
Andy start to change sides back and forth. Well, actually comes down to his knees. Chen working that foot through.
Like a Nogi lasso, it's pretty cool.
Well, this is, you know, not a good look for Varela if Chen is chasing him across the mat like this.
Andy kind of plays this game, though. Andy kind of plays this game, though. He'll stay around just enough sometimes to keep from getting a call, and then bam, explode, and then change sides and explode again. He changed speed, changed direction very well. Like, if you want to get open in sports, you got to change speed and change direction. He's one of the best in the sport at that.
I just looked over to the corner of Andy Varela, and you got Coach Casey from 10th Planet Las Vegas. You got Eddie Bravo. Man, I'll say this right now. I firmly believe that Eddie Bravo is the most influential person in the history of Nogi Jiu-Jitsu.
Wow. I mean, I would have to agree with you. I'm biased, though, so I can't say it.
You probably are, but you know what? Please, let me know your
wrong.
arguments against that statement, because I will stand by that, and I'll fight you.
Joseph Chen chases Varela once more, comes back to his feet here. Quick guard pull, tries to get the hook in, and he wrestles up nicely. Can he keep top position? Yes, he does.
Really nice. Now we're going to see some of that patented Joseph Chen guard passing pressure, because he's got, it's over the arms, but he's got a solid body lock, and that's kind of, you know, that's not about, okay, it's an under-over grip. That's great for Joseph.
Well, he's locked his hands together here. Butterfly guard for Varela. Hard to be effective with butterfly guard when your shoulders are on the mat, though.
Andy got to be careful. Chen really on the hunt for the underhook on his right side. That'll give him 2 underhooks, and that definitely opens the path for him to run right through his best passing sequences.
So Chen looking at
the slice.
Looking to float those legs over the top. Good job of pummeling from Varela.
Nice save by Andy.
That's exactly what Joseph is looking to do, though. He'll maintain. See that? That's the tripod that people talk about. It's the head high. It's the feet wide.
Oh, what a pass from Joseph Chen.
The guard.
It's just a big kind of floating knee cut over the top. Never had to relinquish those upper body grips.
Textbook. Absolutely textbook from Joseph Chen.
To the mat. Minute and a half left here. Well, I got to say, we had a discussion. How is the 5-minute rounds going to play into this one? And not really having a great deal of effect right now.
Yeah, it's been Joseph Chen finding his way towards the end of each of the first 2 rounds, finding himself up on the top. It's been the wrestle up from the guard both times that got him where he needed to go.
And I'll say this, I feel like Joseph has done a really smart thing here about, basically, he's the one controlling the tempo of the match. You know, Andy is so good at making people play his game, at setting the rhythm and the speed of the match, but Joseph is, he's the one in control right now. He's driving this car, and it's basically Andy's a passenger.
Yeah, he's got Andy pushing on him too, which is exactly the kind of thing that could lead to a big mistake. Again, Chen hunting for this double underhook. If he gets that double underhook,
to mount.
This is a big problem. Only 30 seconds left in the round.
Well, guards off to knee on belly.
That's 2 really solid guard passes now. I mean, this could be a 10-8 round.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be on the books. In 20 seconds, we're going to find out. Chen not relinquishing those upper body ties. Just again, moving the knee around and around. Pinning inside control here. Finally marching that elbow up. It's going to run out of time, though, to advance the position again. Well, second round in the books. Scores coming in thick and fast from the judges here. And we have got 2 10-8s.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that is a major shift in the scoring of this bout. It means that Andy Varela is pretty much certainly going to need a submission.
I think you're right.
2 judges score the round 10-8 for Joseph Chen. 1 judge scores the round 10-9 for Joseph Chen.
So what's Andy Varela got to do here to get himself back into this one? It's a big ask to submit Joseph Chen in under 5 minutes.
He's got to find a way to teleport towards the back or to get into his front headlock game. He does have a very good arm-in guillotine, a very good Darce choke, good anacondas, but really it's that rear naked choke that's his bread and butter. He's so good there, but Chen hasn't really offered him any sort of opportunity. Andy's best bet maybe to try to make that happen from the feet, because I don't think he's going to pass the guard of Chen.
Right, but Chen has pulled guard several times.
I mean, Chen has had so much experience with, excuse me, so much success with the guard, and it hasn't been like traditional jiu-jitsu sweeps.
Oh, look at this!
Varela hunting a leg here, falls back from that top position.
But Joseph knows how to just flip the script and just reverse position, whether it is that funky duck under we saw earlier or something else, but he's good at getting on top, and he's good at staying on top.
Yeah, and there's a wry little smile from Joseph Chen when that position was relinquished.
Joseph's such an interesting competitor because he just has absolutely no... Ooh, interesting, coming through. He's going to use that.
It looked like he was going to wrestle up, and it ended being an inversion to bring him back to the standing position.
Single.
Yeah, got a good grip on the leg here, but
very nice
gives it up.
By Varela, though, to shut it out.
Oh, I love that sliding Ashi entry attempt from Joseph Chen. But, you know, Joseph Man, I'm going to say the kid doesn't have a bad bone in his body. He just really doesn't harbor any ill will against his opponents. He's not one of those guys who's got to break the guy in front of him. This is just a game to him, you know? And that's why he smiles when he's like, hey, yeah, that was pretty good, man. Cool, cool attempt. I like it. Let's go.
So Varela pulling on the head once more.
Ooh. Thought we were going to see flying attack from Varela.
Yeah, it's interesting that Chen came back to the feet to probably just pull to guard again, which means he's looking for an entry or a wrestle up immediately off that pull.
Andy got to get around to the side right here in this moments. He's priming up for that back flip. And every time he's walked away, turned his back like that, he's prepping for that back flip. Chen has come up instead of staying down where he can get elevated over the top, where Andy can elevate over the top of him. Chen decides to follow him up, nullifies that potential line of attack. And he'll get back to his guard again. Andy sitting in on a leg lock.
And on a leg.
Trying to sit in on the other side now. Chen following it very well.
Well, this is these kind of Hail Mary attempts that he might need if he can't pass the guard of Joseph Chen. Trying to force a submission from top positions about all the option he has.
He wants to step past that knee line and capture it in this leg entanglement, but Chen very aware of that, keeping his weight heavy on that ensnared knee, and there's that movement from Andy. You can see it coming.
Yeah, a bit of misdirection, walking away, but very loose, tries jumping triangle as well.
One thing I like about this, though, is Andy is not afraid to take risks, and he knows he's down on the scorecards, comes out final round, and he's like, fuck it, I'm just going to try something.
It's a good
attitude. Backed up against the wall. He's allowing himself there a little bit to get backed up against the wall. I thought he was going to try to go after something crazy just to make the crowd pop.
It's his style, right? The thing is, Andy does. He loves that. He loves the crowd reaction. He loves when people are cheering for him.
Yeah, it's definitely a motivation that helps him execute his game plan better.
Joseph smiling again. Look at that.
Chen's just a bit of gamesmanship there.
Chen just doesn't really have a chink in the armor. There's not a place where you can take him that he's not excellent.
No, it seems like he's very well-rounded in all these attempts. It's a good bit of compromised posture on the shoulder there. We're into the last minute and a half of this match.
If there is any criticism, if there is any chink in the armor of Joseph, is that maybe he's not brutal enough sometimes.
Maybe he doesn't have the aggression.
Yeah, and you know,
that killer instinct.
We've seen it once or twice of like some guys have bullied him a little bit because he's kind of too nice, you know, basically. But
again, guard pull from Chen here, looking to progress forward from the seated position.
Only a minute left. Varela has to get this up.
It's all or nothing at this point, right? I mean, he's down so heavily on the scorecards. He's got to get the submission. That means it's got to be something jumping, something flying. Luckily, that's in his wheelhouse. Still lots more action to come tonight. And of course, tomorrow here at Craig Jones Invitational. Don't forget, we're going to hand out those 2 briefcases of $1 million to our bracket winners tomorrow night here at the Thomas & Mack Center. Everything kicking off at 5 p.m. Pacific. And don't forget, of course, Mackenzie Dern, Fionn Davies, which we've hardly had an opportunity to mention tonight. And
look at this play by Joseph Chen.
Craig Jones.
Hitting him with that outside duck.
Yeah, big bit of muscling around.
15 seconds. Spin around.
Some of the physicality that Chen has. 10 seconds of racing here, and this is almost assuredly going to be a unanimous decision victory for Joseph Chen.
Yeah, no question. That was a really mature, really composed performance from Joseph Chen against a very dangerous, very wily competitor like Andy Varela.
A nice show of respect at the end.
Not really a surprise why Joseph was put as one of the top 4 seeds in this bracket.
Chen, I mean, he looks great. Again,
really
just
does.
No place where I see that somebody's going to be able to take advantage of him. Somebody may be able to outscore him, but I don't see any position in his game from a technical perspective where he can be run over.
Well, let's go ahead and get the official decision. It is going to be unanimous for Joseph Chen.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the 3rd round, we go to the judges' cards for a decision. Judge number 1 scores at 30-26, Chen. Judge number 2, 30-27, Chen. Judge number 3, 29-27,
for Joseph Chin, moving on to the quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals bound is Joseph Chen. He awaits a match with Lucas Barbosa. That's a good one, but let's first see what he has to feel about that.
Joseph, I know you have so much respect for Andy. He is a great competitor, but man, you just showcased some beautiful jiu-jitsu, and this is a rematch that happened not too long ago. So was there anything specific in your game that you were looking to improve?
So, I mean, when I fought him previously, I knew he's such a great opponent, and really props to Andy. Thank you for fighting me again. Like, I have a lot of respect for him. But in terms of areas I'm looking to improve, I mean, right now it's obviously a lot of wrestling that I try to use to set up my guard play. But from my match with him previously, I felt like my easiest way to win would have been through guard. But so trying to combine the two and be able to break through. I mean, props to him. He was super tough to finish. I mean, I had to do a fair bit of tape study for him specifically. But yeah, happy with my performance. Getting ready for the next one.
Yeah, you have Lucas Barbosa next, but I know a match that you do want back is one with Ty Ruotolo, so he's gonna be coming up next. Do you have any picks for that Ty Ruotolo versus Levi match?
Levi already happened. You mean Kate Ruotolo versus Denise, right? Yeah. That'll be going on earlier, but the Ty and Levi match I think will also be pretty sick, but yeah, I'm just super excited. Hopefully I can avenge Kenta's loss, you know? I mean, I thought he did a great job against Hulk, so yeah.
We cannot wait to see you in the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Joseph Chen, and you can advance your name in the under 80 kilogram bracket.
So Joseph Chen advances his name in the bracket. He will be writing it in next to Lucas Barbosa. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of that match. Some of the big positional changes caused, of course, by Joseph Chen wrestling up. Sweeping Varela, getting some good positional control. No real submission attempts from anybody.
There it is. That
throughout those matches.
That sliding Ashi attempts, he went for it a number of times during the match, and it allowed him to get really underneath Andy and catch those legs, huh?
And Chen just using the combination of attacks as he pulls guard to flowing straight into attacks, wrestling back up to his feet.
Just like that right there.
Excellent work.
Yeah, really nice sequences from Joseph Chen. Let's go ahead and throw up the bracket as it stands at the moment in the under 80 kilo division and see what's happened and what we've got in store. And of course, as Alex mentioned a few moments ago, Ty Ruotolo will be taking on Levi Jones-Leary in the first of those quarter-finals. Lucas Barbosa will be facing Joseph Chen. We still have 4 more first-round matches coming your way, and then 4 more quarter-finals. Stay with us here at the Craig Jones Invitational. More action coming up next.
Introducing SmoothCom TV. Say goodbye to day-long streams, search athletes, and toggle spoilers. A streaming service with no upfront cost for the organizer. Only with SmoothCom. Empowering the world's greatest tournaments and athletes.
Gucci Smoothie here, reporting live from StreetX News about the new CGI merchandise collaboration. We have got the Palermo soccer jersey in beautiful pink. Of course, Palermo is one of the clubs in Italy run by the Mafia, and those mob over at ADCC, they're treating us the same, so we had to reference that one. Next, we've got a tee with money on it. Who doesn't want a tee with money on it? Lastly, the tee we've all been asking about, the They Knows tee. We're all racing to the after party. Actually, that's where I'm going right now. But jump online and buy a tee. StreetX.com.
judo coach, Justin Flores.
Bill has been training her judo game under the great Justin Flores, who Donna Cruz has a long-standing relationship.
Justin Flores drills this relentlessly when you train with him.
J-Flow him! J-Flow him! J-Flow him! They've been over in San Diego, working with the judo master. I used that J-Flow gear like, whoop!
I guess Ronda Rousey's coach knew what he was talking about.
Here at J-Flow Academy, we've produced the highest level grappling videos for beginners, intermediate, and advanced, fusing a lifetime of judo, wrestling, and jiu-jitsu experience to create a platform that is truly unique. Join us at our dojo and tap into our online courses, which include armbars from A to Z, J-Flow Judo, Judo Jitsu, powerful pummels, short offense, solo drills, standing back control, ultimate Uchimata, and much more to come. J-Flow Academy, level up your grappling game.
Well, tail of the tape for our next match here in our under 80 kilo division. It's another one that everybody has been looking forward to. The second Ruotolo brother, Cade Ruotolo, is going to take on Mateus Diniz. Diniz with a huge experience advantage, and potentially in this one a size advantage, because Diniz not really known for making 80 kilos.
No, but it was really interesting to see that Mateus just stroll in, get on the scale, make weight, and just walk off with a big smile on his face, because he was on weight the full night before he even had to weigh in. He did the cut perfectly. It went really well. There were a lot of questions whether it would maybe affect his performance. Of course, that remains to be seen, but signs are looking really good.
Do you know what I'm most surprised about with that weight cut is this is the first time he says he's done dedicated strength and conditioning in his entire career.
And he's always been known as one of the strongest guys in the gym. His nickname was King Kong because of that. He's ridiculously strong, so who knows what he's going to be like now he's actually working out.
But Brandon, he's got Cade Ruotolo, one of the top seeds in this bracket as well.
One of the top seeds, and a lot of people feel like he's the favorite to win this. And there is a variety of ways that he could win it. Very dangerous from every position. Obviously, his wrestling is going to be very good. His Darce chokes are next level. He's the man who brought the buggy choke onto the big stage. So even when you get into a good position on him, you're still in a bad position. This one's going to be absolute fireworks.
Yeah, tactically, Mateus Diniz is known as being someone who can play that top position, really play the rules, great fight IQ, stays very safe. Super curious to see if Cade can open that up.
Different set of rules here, though, than what he's used to, than what we're all used to. So can he find a way to steal 2 rounds out of this thing from Cade Ruotolo? And I think there's a world where that's possible.
Well, let's go ahead and meet these 2 competitors. This is Cade Ruotolo and Mateus Diniz.
Our next grappler, making his way to the alley, fighting out of New York City, representing Marcelo Garcia Academy, Mateus Diniz. And his opponent, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Cade Ruotolo!
Well, we welcome Cade Ruotolo to the Craig Jones Invitational. If you caught his brother's match earlier in the opening, the opening of this 80 kilo bracket against Ty Ruotolo against Jason Nolf, you know what you might be in store for here.
Yeah, non-stop, unpredictable action.
Okay, touching straight out.
Straight across the alley.
I got to get on my feet for this one, fellas.
Man, you are joining the majority of the crowd here in the arena because everybody's on their feet for this.
Oh, wow. Yo, these are some
3-piece combo right there.
Cade with some collar ties of...
Let's start again. He did not like that little ankle kick.
I know, I saw everything. Go!
Wow. Wow, it's spicy and we're not even 30 seconds in.
Cade trying to assert dominance on this thing right away, and look at him showing the back, inviting Diniz in.
Oh, this is This is some gamesmanship.
And I love that reverse ankle pick that they do. And again,
how is he that
Deniz
fast?
with a straight-up soccer kick to the ankle. Ruotolo returns fire with a calf kick.
And you know what I noticed just right away looking at them as they get closer to us over here in the booth? They're the same size.
Oh, yeah. Dude, Cade is not small, and he's pushing Deniz up against the mat right here.
Got Deniz against this alley wall surface, dumps him down to the mat.
And he's
doing the side control pass straight away.
Dude, Deniz is in a bad spot right now, and we're not even 1.5 minutes into this match. Cade in control.
Ruotolo clearly past the hips here.
And this is going to force Deniz to do something he doesn't want to do, which is to start pushing to clear some space, because he's not going to be able to move in as technical of a way since he's stuck up against this wall. Yeah, and when those arms start extending away from the body, that's when that Darce choke shows up.
Cade's done a good job of walking back into the hips of Deniz to keep him secure here.
You know, Cade says that he had quite a bit of time training at the wall there in Poway.
The knees.
So I feel like he's had a bit of an advantage over Deniz here because he seemed to know exactly what to do when they're up against the wall.
Well, pummels the leg, trying to pass the mount, sitting squarely on top of those legs now. Trying to kill the hip movement of Deniz.
Watch this Darce choke, getting a bend in the neck already as Ruotolo.
Mateus Deniz has been training for almost as long as Cade Ruotolo has been alive.
Well, Cade Ruotolo's been training as long as Cade Ruotolo's been alive.
That's very fair. Of course, Cade Ruotolo is the reigning ADCC champion.
Nice little deep half work there from Mateus. He's getting away from the wall, which is good as well.
Oh my God.
Big hip switch, turning around.
Yeah, Cade's 21 years old with 18 years of experience. Come on, man.
I mean, you look at who he took out in that run at ADCC, right? Lachlan Giles, Roberto Jimenez, PJ Barge, Mika Galvao. It was an absolutely outstanding performance for someone who was only 19 at the time.
Cade with this constant forward pressure.
Yeah, he's relentless. He doesn't give Mateus any space to get up, to stand, or to do anything, really. He's just pouring the pressure on, and they're right up against the bottom of the ramp again.
Yeah, we know that they have the gas tank to keep going, right? Questions perhaps over Deniz's gas tank.
Yes.
With the weight cut.
Darce setup.
You're absolutely right, because you know, Cade can keep this pressure going indefinitely, pretty much. Can Deniz also match that pace? That's the big question.
For a little bit, he can.
Minute and 30 seconds left in this one.
There it is.
Deniz restores.
And that butterfly guard of Deniz is saving him, though.
Yeah, it's by the slimmest of margins, though.
And check out the face of Deniz. No stress, no hard breathing. Very relaxed still, even from this bad position he's been fighting out of. Wants to wrestle up.
Yeah, trying to wrestle up, but Ruotolo just sliding through again, immediately looking to pass.
Good work from Deniz. That's nice guard recovery. He's keeping Cade away. I mean, Cade is good at hanging out in this like near knee cut sort of position.
Big backstab.
Oh, he's got his legs triangled. This is dangerous.
He's gonna have to free this arm though.
Man, Deniz is in trouble right here.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen with this leg entanglement, or if he just uses it to pass. He's sitting down to that hip now.
Oh, Deniz looking for the reversal.
That was maybe a mistake from Deniz there. He tried for the bridge.
He's keeping that head and arm locked up, though. And as long as that arm is... And now this arm is starting to come free, and here he comes now,
attacking the off leg. Trying to pull that second leg through, break some of the defense.
Deniz has got 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's looking up to see if he can...
Straight up!
Cade Ruotolo submits Mateus Deniz in the very first round.
Relentless, absolutely relentless from Ruotolo.
It is non-stop movement.
Man, that beautiful backstab from that guard pass position.
And the patience after the backstep. Waited for the right moment for the arm to come free. As soon as it did, wraps up that secondary leg. What a great win. Dominant performance.
Well, let's go ahead and get his hand raised. Hopefully we can show you a replay of that finish very shortly.
With submission, with 17 seconds left in the first round, Cade Ruotolo!
I'm putting that one on the list, guys. I'm putting that one on the short list for best submission. That was a great, great piece of work there from Cade Ruotolo.
And just shaking the hand of Marcelo Garcia in the corner. Right, let's find out how Cade's feeling after that one.
Cade Ruotolo, I know you just got done with your MMA debut, but that scrappy scuffle in the beginning, how about that?
Yeah, I felt a solid head club and even a leg kick, so I was like, we could do it if you want, you know, but now we're doing jiu-jitsu today, you know, got a little emotional in the get-go, but stoked to get the finish and the sub at the end.
Yeah, with $1 million on the line, we can see how emotions are running high, but you got the submission and you did it against another ADCC champ. How good does it feel?
For sure. No, I knew Mateus was going to be a hell of a fight. You know, he's, like you said, a past ADCC champion, 88 kilograms. You know, he's a monster himself. And, you know, I was surprised to get him first round. You know, ADCC champion versus ADCC champion first round. It was pretty crazy on paper, but super stoked to get it done in the first and just keep knocking him out with my brother.
And now you and your brother are both moving on to the quarterfinals. You're going to go back into the corner for Ty. How are you going to be there for him?
That's right. Yeah, same way we always are. You know, in the corner, we're going to go make sure everything's settled. I know he looks already refreshed and ready to go again. So I'm excited to put a couple more performances for you guys. Thank you all. Let's go Vegas. Let's go, baby.
The Ruotolo brothers.
Oh, they're both the complete package. Let's put it that way. Guys, that's as Cade puts his name up on the board, let's reflect on that match. It was kind of the Ruotolo show from the start, right? Like he just kept pressing, and the finish was straight ankle, but that heel popped just a little bit out at the end.
Man, let's say it as it was. That was a blowout. You know, I don't want to take anything away from Mateus Denise. He's one of the toughest guys, but Cade Ruotolo, that was completely one-sided. The 77-kilogram ADCC champion just dismantled the 88-kilogram ADCC champion. And a first-round submission, that was incredible.
Let's take a look at some of the replays here. Hopefully we've got that finishing sequence for you. It was the back step into this position, controlling that secondary leg. And then look at this, locks up the ankle grip and a big bridge through.
You know, I think you're right. I think that heel popped out a little bit, made it an Aoki lock.
That's what I called it as.
Denise only had like 17 seconds left in that round as well, but that's Cade, man. From start to finish, he's hunting for that submission.
The entanglement was just so deep, and you know, Denise, I think, was already perhaps starting to get worn down a little bit from the pressure. I mean, it just doesn't end.
With either of those brothers, with either of them, and you got to imagine it's like that all the time with them. They don't even let the pressure end on each other, I'm sure.
Yeah, relentless, really, really relentless. And, you know, having both those guys in the bracket, we can honestly say they've kind of doubled their chances of winning the $1 million here, right? But we know for sure that if those guys do meet in the final tomorrow, it is 100% going to be a real scrap in there. Because, you know,
nobody you want to beat worse than your brother.
Absolutely not. And yeah, they'll share the money, but they're still going to fight for real.
We have got a fantastic bout coming up next. We're going to roll straight into it. Tail of the tape for this next bout coming up now. And it's a rematch. Renato Canuto taking on Tommy Langica. It's a lot of dynamic movement versus a lot of technical guard play.
Canuto, one of the most exciting guys in the world in any weight class. He can attack from every position. He'll throw flying arm bars, flying triangles. At the PGF, he did a rolling Estima lock.
Right.
I mean, he's
backflip guard passes.
Just completely insane. If he doesn't go flying off the wall at some point, it's going to blow my mind.
Yeah, and of course he's facing Tommy Langica, a guy who is a little bit later to the no-gi scene. He did a lot of work in the gi, but he's had some fantastic performances over the year, and he's got a very tricky style of game as well.
Yeah, Tommy's also just a straight-up Viking warrior. You know, he thrives in combat. That's what he likes the most. You know, it's not just about the technique, of which he has a really, really slick technique, but the guy is just born to fight. He loves a combat, and yeah, I mean, what better place to see him in action than here at CJI?
Yeah, his academy is literally in the town that is known as the birthplace of the true Vikings. So let's get this clash going. Renato Canuto taking on Tommy Langica.
Our next grappler making his way to the alley, fighting out of Norway, representing Wolfing Academy, Tommy Langica. opponent, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, representing hybrid jiu-jitsu, Renato Canuto.
Well, Renato Canuto, it's a hometown crowd for him here. He makes his home right here in Sin City. Originally from Sao Paulo, he's a multiple-time world champion, two-time Gasai Pro Grand Prix champion as well. Tommy Langeker, of course, though, also a world no-gi champion, European opening gi champion.
I mean, Canuto's entrance was exciting. Just the way he got into the alley was exciting.
Listen, you know, we saw him in action recently on PGF, your tournament, Brandon, but, you know, Renato is one of those guys. He's been active a lot, just a very high-profile black belt. And he's a showman, just straight up. Look at that chin strap from Tommy. That was really unusual there. But Renato's come out
too long.
Yeah, Renato's come out on the better end of that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have fought each other twice before. Both matches have gone the way of Tommy Langeker.
Yeah, they had one no-gi match and one gi match, I believe, right? Yeah.
Yeah, European Open back in 2018. Langeker was able to submit Renato Canuto. But it's a different ball game these days. This kind of dynamic passing from the outside is what Canuto is known for.
And Canuto was kind of off the grappling scene for a couple of years, pushing his way into MMA. And now that all the money has started rolling into the sport, he's like, you know what? I didn't want to do MMA at all, it turns out.
It is good to see him back. Honestly, like, Renato's one of those guys. We need him. We need people like him in jiu-jitsu.
Not just him, his wife, too. Like, they're great people. They're great examples. They're the kind of people you want to see win.
They've both been doing great on, you know, Fight Pass Invitational as well, competing alongside each other. It's great to see.
Renato had that incredible submission that we got to call there at the Fight Pass Invitational with that flying scissor heel hook.
Now, guys, one thing we do need to touch on is Tommy Langeker was one of the guys who I think didn't initially make weight. He had to do a little bit of extra running outside. I mean, he's got a lot of muscle mass these days, and that 80 kilo, you know, he had to cut for it.
Yeah, so actually he was much like Lucas Barbosa. There were 3 trips to the scale, 3 trips back outside, running in the Las Vegas heat to try and make weight. And Tommy is definitely considerably bigger than he was, and now he's using that size to come on top, and he's got around the guard.
Yeah, Langeker forced the sweep by off-balancing, and he's managed to get on top, and he rode that rollout, right? Canuto's so good, but looking for a buggy here.
But you're right, wow. Hey, Tommy's gonna have to be careful here. It's not the optimal kind of buggy. It's not completely closed, but it's a threat.
Well, it's kind of the opening position for the buggy. If Langeker doesn't respond in a very disciplined, nuanced way with strong posture through his whole neck and chest and spine, then he can get sucked in deeper. But I think Canuto's going to feel that he probably wants to let this go.
Tommy's doing the right thing, though. He's keeping his elbow and shoulder open and wide, and, you know, that's about as good as you can go. A lot of people make the mistake of pulling out and away. You want to go into it. You want to drive in, and you want to open your head and your shoulder wide.
Well, Canuto gives it up. It was a big, isometric squeeze to hold that, but he's going to reverse his way out here.
Yeah, this is what we like from Renato. That great reversal.
Be careful here. Tommy has a very good rubber guard game.
Yeah, he accepted the bottom position in order to pull into this omoplata attempt. He's going to transition to the leg potentially as well. He gets behind Canuto.
Nice work there from Tommy again, coming on top. Again, it's that size. I feel a little bit of extra horsepower goes a long way in these matches. Big crossface right there.
Langeker started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at 17 years old. He's 30 now.
And you know, you were talking about his weight cut. He was walking around at 200 pounds at the start of this camp, but he dropped from 88 kilograms to 80 to make weight, and he was back up to 88 last night.
Yeah, he's one of the most renowned European competitors on the scene. He's been around for quite some time now and really starting to hit his stride in no-gi.
He's about to be mounted all the way on Canuto. Canuto's still fighting to try to drag that ankle back into a quarter guard position. Got to be very careful here. Arms very out of position. Langeker starting to sneak around on a front headlock now.
Well, Langeker with side control has to bail out, though. Just got a little bit out of position, allows Canuto back to guard. Only 45 seconds less, though, and this has been a lot of work, and this is a face-down footlock.
Man, Tommy's got ridiculously flexible legs and ankles.
Oh
though.
my God, what a play. But Canuto ends up on top of it just a split second, at least stops the back take.
I love the use of the hook to come up into side control, but there's the kind of the look at the buggy again. That's the other side buggy, right?
Yeah, Langeker is taking that tight grip. Look at that shoulder come in, turn the head, all that pressure to force the posture of the opponent away from you.
There is a notable size difference in this match. You know, I don't think Renato cut anywhere near as much weight as Tommy.
Undersized to me.
Well, it's because Tommy's thick right now, you know? I think that they maybe used to be the same size, but Tommy's cut a ton of weight, and I definitely think that, like I said, I'll say it again, but that extra horsepower goes a long way.
And Canuto kind of walks around in the 73, 75
180, something like that. Yeah.
So scores coming in thick and fast from our judges here, our open scoring system. We know all three judges, perhaps as expected, 10-9 to Tommy Langeker.
You guys want to know something about Tommy? Let's hear it. When I asked him, I'm like, okay, you win the tournament, you win $1 million. What do? And he goes, all on red.
Pay your taxes out of it first. So replays of that opening round, a lot to look back on. Some really good scrambles and some wrestle-ups, and it was Langeker who came up on top more often than not. This was the nice acceptance of the guard position to work in on that arm.
A lot of trading back and forth. Both guys had their moments, but really Langeker had more of those moments, and the moments that he did have were a little more meaningful.
He always just seemed to be like a half step ahead on the exchanges, right? He would come out of the scrambles a little bit better. And
well, let's see if he takes his foot off the gas or he keeps this one rolling. Another 5 minutes on the clock here. Canuto with a do-over. Chance to get back in this one.
That's why I love about this format. You know, 3 5-minute rounds, you're basically fighting 3 individual matches. Each round could be completely different to the last. You get an opportunity to strategize, to adjust the game plan, come back out and try something different.
Langeker setting up this false reap attack. Here it comes.
Sneaking that foot across, but Renato sees it.
He's going to throw it all the way in front of Renato's face here, around to the other hip, I think.
Looks like he's got a pretty decent grip around that knee as well.
He's got the hand position he wants. Just got to find the purchase with the left leg now. Okay, decides to bail on it for now.
Oh, good work from Canuto. Stands on the grip, frees it. Looking to attack himself now.
And look at the flexibility. Canuto trying to put tension into the legs of Langeker, but the legs just flop about all over the place.
Yeah, he's got an incredible flexibility and dexterity. It's a very creative guard. A lot of matrix guard entries.
Canuto just looking for a way to pop through this and just doesn't see it right now.
I don't know if a slow dynamic pass is going to get the job done for him here. His wheelhouse is really those big exaggerated movements, combining all that speed and dynamism to move around the opponent.
He's got a pretty good position cooking right here, though. Good scoop grip on the far side, able to work that knee into a knee cut. Tommy blocking the knee cut, though, with his left foot.
Tommy is just absurdly flexible through his hips. The way that he can throw those legs over, it's not human.
Yeah, and it gets a bit more unique when you have someone who's that physical and heavily muscled who can do that as well.
Well, he's got to be careful, though, the way he leads with his toes as he brings that foot across the hip. Renato has a very good Estima lock,
yeah.
And we've seen him throw it on multiple occasions in other promotions. He did that at the PGF, hit a rolling one.
Yeah, he pops feet with those. Yeah.
Well, Langeker getting underneath Canuto briefly here.
Going around to the K-guard on the other side. He's caught up in the Rashguard. There he goes.
Well, he's got the leg up on the shoulder, shoots a triangle.
That same threat combination that Lucas Kanard was throwing all the time, that triangle K-guard combo.
Well, we've essentially reversed positions here.
220.
Nice play. Tommy comes up on top, and now he's going to pressure in.
Over halfway through the entirety of this fight now, and this is a good grip for Canuto.
Exposure here, but Canuto.
Yeah, trying to get some off balancing. He sits Langeker down.
2 minutes yet. Get under, Renato. Get under or get out.
Butter half being employed off the bottom position by Canuto. Trades hips. Coming through the other side. Opportunity to lock the closed guard. Chooses to leave it open. Try to force Tommy to pass.
You heard the Renato's wife in his corner, say get under him or get out. Don't want to hang around in this mid-range.
Comes that elbow push, trying to fight to the top position.
That's a nice pass by Tommy.
Movement.
That's a really nice pass by Tommy.
Of the hips.
Oh, look at this.
Straight to mount.
Head and arm.
Oh, this is trouble for Canuto.
Anxious moments for Renato Canuto.
This is going to be it.
He drops his hips to the ground. Big squeeze.
Oh, Renato saying no, he's good. Thumbs up.
Tommy needs to get that elbow flush to the mat to find the finish.
Well, Langica on the offensive here with a minute left, trying to get a big squeeze in on the neck.
As long as Renato can kind of turn his face and look towards the side of the lock, he's going to always be able to at least last second explosively bridge. This is not good, though. This could be the sleepy one.
Langica walks his hips all the way around.
Renato keeps throwing a thumbs up, saying he's good. I think Tommy's shoulder was a little bit high.
Well, this is a decisive sequence for the Norwegian. Looking to move to the back now with 35 seconds left.
And Tommy is just... nice little escape out the bag from Renato Canuto.
Well, Canuto turning it up now. He's got 20 seconds to attack, and he's not one to sit back and wait for the reset on the round.
Look at him.
Showman. Again.
That actually almost worked.
Tommy just displaying incredible dexterity and flexibility through his guard. Well, there's that Estimo lock. Fell back on
right at the end. It's probably not going to get the job done for Canuto, though. And we do have a 10-8 on the board from one referee, 10-9s as well. Tommy Langica firmly ahead in this one. Let's take a look back, see where you can spot the holds in this one, gents.
Well, it's right there, the elbow off the mat for Langica. He's putting a lot of pressure. He's got a pretty good position. He did suck that elbow back down, but by the time he had done that, Canuto had turned to face the lock and was able to create just an inch of space. And look at Canuto just spamming now. What can I do to create some dynamic movement? They're shaking Tommy's arms out over there on the sideline, though.
Man, I think he maybe squeezed a little hard on that head and arm when it was out of position. Hopefully he didn't burn his arms out because he's got another 5-minute round to go.
After round 2, we go to the judges' scorecard.
But he is very, very clearly ahead on the scores so far.
Yeah, he's looking very good. He's got a lot of answers for Canuto so far. Last 5 minutes.
Well, there's this do or die now for Renato Canuto because down on points after 10 minutes. He's got 5, and he can make it happen. You know, he's got flying leg locks, he's got flying triangles. He's just such an unpredictable and dynamic kind of athlete. He could definitely do it, but not easy at this point.
Langica's gonna have to be very careful trying to tie up here.
Well, Langica shot from well on the outside. And a good takedown attempt from Canuto as well.
Little eye poke.
Stop time.
Yeah, totally accidental though. Good sportsmanship to agree to the stop.
I'm gonna say this right now. I feel like in that stand-up wrestling right there, Tommy looks like he slowed down considerably.
Yeah, I mean, he's carrying, you can see he is a huge human being right now. He's carrying a lot of muscle mass that's sucking in oxygen.
You can see the pump in his arms. I mean, check that water hose running up the bicep right there. I mean,
it'll make for some
really
good photos afterwards. You know?
Well, what gets interesting is if he does make it through past Inacio here, he's got to reset and go on for a match with Cade Ruotolo later, and you're going to need all your energy for that one.
Total accident. We got you. Yeah. We good?
Quick look at the eye poke.
Oh, yeah, thumb right now. You saw it on the right side of Langica.
Well, hopefully Renato's okay.
So Langica hanging around here on the feet, playing around with Canuto. Canuto can snap these flying attacks on out of nowhere. Seen him do it 100 times. Langica has to be very careful here. If I'm him, I'm pulling guard. I mean, he's proven that his guard is basically unpassable. I think I'd just have a seat and get to work from there.
So tying up on the feet once more.
Nice single leg.
Oh, interesting roll through.
I like that. I like that, using the chin strap to try and pass the guard like Renato did right there. He kind of rolled a little bit too far over, but it's a beautiful attempt.
Well, don't forget, we got lots more action coming your way this evening. Still to finish off this under 80 kilo bracket. Of course, going to go to the quarters. Good takedown from Renato Canuto there.
You know, it was interesting because just a second before, Raquel Canuto, his wife in the corner, actually said, you gotta mix it up, Renato. And that's exactly what we saw. It was the first real time we saw him take a shot like that from the outside. And, well, look where he is now.
Yeah, looking to work that knee cup position. Elevated by Langica, though, who's going to try and come up on top.
Tommy doing a good job staying pretty disciplined with those arms. He's not really reaching out and hanging them all over the top of the shoulders and neck and head of Canuto, because that's where he snaps these flying attacks from.
Langica playing around on the feet here.
Halfway. You're halfway and out to 230.
Big flying armbar attempt from Canuto.
And out of nowhere, too, you see the small window he needs to just get that submission off.
He's so good at it. As the second he gets his grips, he can pull the trigger and go. But
yeah, he's got leg entanglement now on the far side. Langica's going to try and counter.
Taken instead.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think Renato was a little bit lazy with that leg entanglement attempt.
Well, he's fighting out of desperation here. He knows he's behind.
He is, and look at this. Tommy.
Yeah, seatbelt control for Tommy Langica, trying to get both hooks. He's got an arm trapped as well.
Ooh, this is bad news for Canuto.
This is bad.
Yeah, trying to get under the chin here. Langica staying glued to the back of Renato Canuto. He's rolling, he's hustling, he's trying to get out. Might get flattened here, though.
They see Tommy go for a mounted triangle, that arm hanging out there like that.
Yeah, Canuto looks like he's trying to bait him into doing something like that so he can create some space for the escape.
I mean, I wonder if Langica is second-guessing selling out on another arm triangle to just try and preserve some of that muscle endurance.
I think Tommy knows how slippery Renato can be. You know, he's really good at finding his way out of really awful positions. I think Tommy's like, I'm just going to take my time, slow things down, put the squeeze on, not really risk him finding a way out.
Yeah, anytime Renato Canuto is not moving, that's probably a good thing for his opponent.
Arm triangle is on, but riding just a little too high. Yeah. Again, on the jawline instead of under the jawline.
Well, 45 seconds left now. Hasn't chosen to dismount from this position yet to try and cinch it up. I think he's just going to cook him as long as possible here.
I mean, if you're Tommy Langica, there's not really that much to be gained from giving up position at this late stage, but he's still climbing up a little.
20 seconds and out.
Pretty decisive.
There he's going. He's going for the arm.
Into the arm bar.
Gonna try the arm crush to break the grip.
Well, 10 seconds left.
Probably gonna get it extended. Canuto going for something crazy at the last second.
That's why Tommy knew, I'm not going to give Renato any space, because he's so hard to catch.
Yeah, it just takes half a second, and suddenly he'll be on top of you again. A good match in the books there. Tommy Langica looking very fearless and very physical as he moved through those rounds.
And he's just looking at his arms like, I can't believe they're this filled with blood.
Yeah, look at that.
Well, we do actually have physiotherapy backstage for the athletes as
he's gonna need
part of what we provide to them.
You got straight up Popeye arms right now.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to take those to work in a couple of minutes against Cade Ruotolo. Like, you better pack a lunch with them big old swollen arms.
Let's go ahead and get the official scores.
After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-26 in favor of your winner. Moving on to the quarterfinals, Tommy Langica.
Tommy Langica takes the win by unanimous decision. Let's go ahead and get a word with Alex.
Tommy, a big win. You were advancing to the quarterfinals. I saw you signal to your arms to your corner over there. How are you feeling?
I don't have so.
Check out those veins.
Yeah, check them out. Full of pump. I can't use them anymore.
Well, up next, you'll have Cade Ruotolo, and that is a matchup. So you're back-to-back rematches. What do you have to do to get it done against Cade Ruotolo?
I just have to beat him. That's it. You know, nothing more to it, but easier said than done. But, you know, I'm here to be the best, and, you know, it's a good challenge. It's good.
That's a simple game plan. We cannot wait to see you in action. Give it up for Tommy Langacker.
Well, congratulations, Tommy Langacker. Go ahead and sign your name up in that 80-kilo bracket to face Cade Ruotolo next. Really good performance from Tommy Langacker. What are the takeaways for that one, guys?
Well, first of all, I think Tommy Langacker has shown that he's a much more physical grappler than maybe we've seen from him in the past. That's definitely a new side of him. However, at the same time, that extra weight that he's carrying could slow him down a little bit, and he's going to need to maintain a high pace against Cade Ruotolo.
Yeah, I think cardio is going to be a huge factor in that bout.
Yeah, he spent a lot of his energy right there. He spent a lot of his endurance, a lot of his fatigue. That's gone. He got that first blow out of the way, but he spent a lot. And now he's got to take that into the Cade Ruotolo match. And Cade got done in the first round.
Right.
You know, so not only does he have an endless gas tank, but he's going to be totally fresh to start with coming in. So this is going to be a real problem for Langacker, I think.
Well, don't forget, you can support the Fair Fight Foundation by donating. There is a QR code on your screen, or head to fightfoundation.com. All of the proceeds from tonight, ticket sales, merch sales, all your donations are going to go to charitable causes via the Fair Fight Foundation. Tonight, Tap Cancer Out and Academy Christos are going to be the primary benefactors of your charitable giving, and that allows us to pay these athletes fairly and put on fantastic shows like this with packed arenas and the world's best competitors. We thank you for your support and for joining us here live and free on YouTube, X, and Facebook. Moving swiftly on now, tail of the tape. It is the Brit, Owen O'Flanagan, taking on Gorilla Hands, Majid Hage. And guys, Owen O'Flanagan, you know, he had a breakout performance, really, I think, for a lot of international viewers at the last ADCC. Put in some fantastic performances there. He's got great leg locks. He's really good at finding his way into those entanglements. He's got to be pretty happy, I think, with this first round matchup.
Yeah, I spoke to Owen about that, actually, and he's like, yeah, he's also happy because Majid has some tricks, but he's also maybe one of the more predictable opponents that he could face in this bracket. He really knows what to expect against Majid Hage. Whereas Owen definitely has a pretty, let's say, diverse set of skills. You know, yes. He's got a lot of weapons in his toolkit. We know about his leg locks, but he's got a lot more than that. So he's very confident coming into this match.
Brandon, what are you looking for in this one?
It's the creativity of Owen O'Flanagan for me, and then it's the possibility that Majid Hage may have a bit of a vulnerability in the leg lock game, which is going to be probably the largest strength that Owen brings into the alley during this match. So look for that. Owen, very creative with his entries, not just at the legs, but in the arms. He's got a great joy bar. He's got very unique front head attacks that lead him to back attacks. So Owen is going to be, I think, a real problem for Majid right here.
Well, let's see how this one's going to play out. This is Majid Hage and Owen O'Flanagan.
Our next grappler making his way to the alley, fighting out of London, England, representing the Submission Grappling Club, Owen O'Flanagan. And his opponent, making his way to the alley, fighting out of Del Mar, California, representing Surf Fight Academy, Mahamed. Hey!
Interesting. Coming out wearing knee pads.
And a t-shirt.
Well, the t-shirt was a deal breaker, right?
Yeah, he literally said that he was only going to do this if he could compete in a t-shirt.
Mahamed Hage, the 4th. Picked up a good medal at South American Trials in 2022. Representing Surf Fight Jiu-Jitsu in Del Mar, California. Owen O'Flanagan, of course, 4th place ADCC Worlds a couple of years ago. Beat Shanji Hiberio and Mason Fowler in the same event.
Yeah, no, Owen has got some absolutely savage submissions. He really, really does. Now, Mahamed is not an easy character. Just forget the cool kind of surfer dude look for a second. He is a world-class black belt. He is a lifelong grappler. You know, he grew up in the Gracie Barra organization. His father is a black belt. And
there it is.
Whoa, Owen is early on that leg.
Yeah, collects behind.
That.
This could be an early inside heel hook victory for Owen O'Flanagan, but he's got great position here.
Oh man, Majid's in trouble.
Splits the legs.
Owen has a vicious straight ankle game as well. Both legs completely tied up over there.
Yeah, Mahamed is in about a deepest spot as you can possibly be, you know?
Well, all of his escapes, because his secondary leg is totally tied up, all of his best escapes are totally out of the picture.
Yeah, just a matter of survival right now for Hage. O'Flanagan not having to expend a huge amount of energy to maintain this position. He's got such a high capture on the knee, passes the leg over.
Got both. Okay, he freed that secondary leg now. Owen looking to pass it back to the other side again.
Just trying to keep splitting those legs, trying to get some heel exposure on one of them.
It's smart to do this early as well while they're still dry, you know, the sweat.
Oh, and he gets the... Was that a tap? That was a tap?
Yeah. I think it was a verbal tap,
Yeah, Owen O'Flanagan put such a threat on the knee, and maybe there's an injury.
Kind of limping a little bit. I think, yeah, it was a verbal tap. I mean, it was basically as cranked as you could get without really cranking it. So
yeah, we didn't get a great angle on the finish from our vantage point.
I think it was just the compromised position of the knee.
Checkmate.
With that hard reap, and Mahamed just kind of knew where he was, already felt the pressure before, and here we go, right on cue.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Out of way, Todd, getting it happen in the booth, so we can see and watch it's the bend.
Oh no, he got the bite.
Yeah,
it was so quick, we just didn't see it. Wow.
And O'Flanagan not wanting to injure his opponent.
Less than 2 minutes.
What a fast and phenomenal performance from O'Flanagan. He's set up beautifully going into this second round. Let's go ahead and get his hand raised.
And your winner by outside heel hook, moving on to the quarterfinals, Owen O'Flanagan.
Owen definitely one of my dark horses to do some real damage in this bracket.
I think he is for a lot of people moving into this one. It was a good draw for him in the first round. He's going to face the winner of Nicky Ryan and Andrew Tackett, so extremely exciting whichever way that goes. Let's get a word with Owen. He's with Alex.
Owen, you got the win. You immediately had his legs tied up. Was that the strategy going in?
Yeah, I'm basically pretty one-dimensional, so no surprises.
Definitely not one-dimensional. You are just a leg lock assassin, and probably the biggest dark horse that a lot of people haven't been given the credit, because you are a live dog in this competition and you are headed to the quarterfinals. How does it feel?
Yeah, good, great. Just carry on. That's it.
Keeping it simple, keeping it classy. Owen O'Flanagan getting the submission win.
Shout out San Pellegrino. Just sponsor me whenever you have a moment.
We all love that seltzer water. Make sure to advance your name in that under 80 kilogram division.
Well, in true British spirit, keep calm and carry on, Owen O'Flanagan. You have booked your way into the quarterfinals later on this evening.
Man, what just an unassuming character, Owen O'Flanagan, you know? He doesn't look like a particularly dangerous kind of grappler. He doesn't talk like a pretty dangerous grappler. But, man, when he gets hold of those legs or those arms, he's so clinical in his finishes.
Yeah, let's take a look at the finish one more time. Managed to pass the leg over the top, got the exposure.
Oh, yeah.
And quick tap from Hayes there.
Man, it was so quick. The majority of, I mean, everybody in the room was just like,
quite sure what happened.
Like, nobody really know. We saw Shaolin jump in and stop the action, but there was a collective, huh, in the crowd. Nobody really saw the finish. It was that fast.
It was really powerful leg lock positioning, great entry, great control, great finishing mechanics, great digging mechanics to get the heel exposed. Owen O'Flanagan's a real player in this bracket.
Yeah, and perhaps very importantly as well, expended 0 energy to do that.
Very relaxed performance, very, very relaxed.
Yeah, let's see how he goes and regroups himself. But we're going to move swiftly on. Our next match coming up, Nicky Ryan and Andrew Tackett.
Here we go. This is the one
is
for me.
the match that almost everybody has been most excited about.
Regenerates tissue, reduces inflammation, the results.
It is the clash all jiu-jitsu nerds have been waiting for. Andrew Tackett versus Nicky Ryan. Andrew Tackett has been known for his endless gas tank, but when I spoke to Nicky, he said this rule set plays to his favor, with the 1-minute breaks between. So both competitors have had their fair share of crazy injuries. For Nicky Ryan, it's his knees getting flared up in training camp. He has no meniscus in his right leg, no ACL in his left. And for Andrew Tackett, it's his back. In October of 2023, Andrew Tackett went to war against PJ Barch and got the victory, but was unable to continue and had to take 6 months off. In those 6 months, he wasn't doing anything. Yet his first competition back, the 80cc West Coast Trials, which he won, and he decided to not take the chance to compete in 80cc for the first time and instead to join the inaugural Craig Jones Invitational. And guys, I gotta say, I think he's made the right decision.
Yeah, the right decision indeed. We saw from his brother earlier in the over 80 kilo category just how exciting they can be. A lot of people excited about this match simply because these are two guys you would have thought would have crossed paths before, but they somehow never have.
Yeah, you know, we've mentioned it before, young veterans. These guys are young veterans, right? Nicky Ryan seems to have been around forever. He also seemed to stay 15 years of age for about 7 years. But he's actually 23 now. He's a grown-ass man. And he's a legit black belt, but he doesn't compete that much. So he's coming into the pit tonight. He's one of the highest seeds in the bracket, but he's going up against the absolute firecracker that is Andrew Tackett. And that kid doesn't know the meaning of the word stop.
No.
Yeah, you think of that Trials win that Tackett had, 7 matches he went through that gauntlet to take that victory.
Yeah, and everybody remembers that Trials run, but the first time that Andrew really popped up on my radar as like, whoa, this kid's like one of the best black belts in the world in his division. When he was winning that combat jiu-jitsu tournament down in Mexico, he had the entire Mexican audience behind him. They were standing up, cheering, screaming. They were chanting his name. He's a crowd favorite. Andrew Tackett always makes the crowd pop.
Well, we're going to get a lot of questions answered in this one. Let's go ahead, bring these guys in. Nicky Ryan and Andrew Tackett.
Our next athlete making his way to the alley, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing B Team Jiu-Jitsu. Give it up for Nicky Ryan! And his opponent, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing Brazilian Fight Factory, Andrew Tackett.
Now, one thing you do need to know about Andrew Tackett is he has an absurdly high finishing rate in his matches, around the 80% mark. He stops his opponents. It's going to be quite a statement if he can stop Nicky Ryan here tonight.
Andrew Tackett breaks people. He breaks them physically, he breaks them psychologically, he breaks their cardio.
And he does it with a smile on his face.
Which might be the worst way to get broken.
Yeah, Andrew Tackett, I mean, immediately on the leg. You know, we know how good Nicky Ryan's technique is, but the gas tank has always been a question, has always been an issue. But
look at that wrestle up.
Yeah, big wrestle up. Attempted jumping triangle, perhaps. Chasing Tackett.
You simply cannot discount Nicky Ryan's jiu-jitsu, but the thing is, he's going to be forced into a physical match whether he likes it or not.
Exactly, and that's going to prove, that's going to test exactly the thing that we feel like might be his weakness, is his cardio.
A lot of time in the wrestling technique over recent years for Nicky Ryan.
And he's got great wrestling technique. I mean, just look at this, his shots.
Oh, up into a leg entanglement. Here we go.
Best game.
What a nice sequence as well, but splitting the legs beautifully is Tackett. Looking a high step out, off balanced by Ryan.
This is nice work.
Yes, this is a nice belly down ankle.
Oh, big straight footlock attempt. That's going to be scoring on the judges. Going heel hook potentially as well.
Look at the expert way that Tackett just follows the pressure.
I mean, he trains every day with William, his brother. William's got an incredible leg lock game, so Andrew knows how to defend it. The thing about Andrew that I genuinely like, is the fact that he has ugly jiu-jitsu. It doesn't look pretty, but it's just so effective. He's a scrapper. He's just a straight-up scrapper.
Well, he scores the takedown there. Nicky Ryan somewhat accepting the bottom position here.
Nicky able to free his knee back to the inside. Tackett moving around towards the north-south position.
Got to do some guard retention quickly here, does Ryan.
You know, and there were serious concerns among the B team camp when the bracket came out, because of course the bracket, there's no control over it. It was a random draw. It was a lottery, right? And there were a lot of grumbles because they're like, man, this is the worst possible first-round match for Nicky Ryan.
And look at the creativity of Andrew Tackett, utilizing that wall so he could keep the pressure on.
And as we mentioned, you know, they were the first guys to build a wall in the gym to get the training time they needed.
Minimize that connection.
Yeah, and Andrew was immediately doing all kinds of crazy things off it, testing it out.
This is good by Nicky Ryan here. Get into a clinch game, slow the pace down a little bit, see if he can draw Andrew into more of a half-court game rather than this fast break style that he likes to play.
The last thing Nicky Ryan wants to do is get into a foot race with Andrew Tackett, because he needs to slow things down. He needs to just kind of hold on to Andrew in the positions where he feels comfortable.
Defensively here, he's having to move from side to side over and over. It just is going to take a toll, whether he likes it or not.
Good.
Nice job by Andrew there. Got heavy with those hips, up against the lever, the knee.
And relentless passing.
2 minutes left, and Andrew Tackett with the first dominant position of the night here.
Fixes his head, man. What a show, man.
I told you guys.
This is why Andrew Tackett was one of the first people to confirm their participation in CJI. And this is why, because he's a showman. He's got great grappling.
So Nicky Ryan not able to find a way out yet. He's got about 90 seconds to do so. Of course, he then also has to put some offense together to turn the tables.
Keep your head down. Block those knees. Block those knees. Good. He's not recovering. Pass that head.
At least one hand the moment you reach.
He's already so tired, Andrew.
Watch yourself here.
Interesting roll through, gripping on the head there.
And Nicky Ryan's really not in a good spot right here.
No, and he's not showing a huge amount of offense to get off his back either.
And let's say as it was as well, you know, it didn't take Andrew Tackett long to crack through the defenses. And now he's really putting on some pressure. Whether that's actually Nicky Ryan thinking, you know what, maybe I'm going to chill a bit. Maybe I'm going to save some in the tank for later.
Ryan tries to wrestle up on the neck. Is Tackett.
Got a nice chin strap there, but Nicky ends up on top position, now clinched up on Andrew Tackett.
Got to go to work, though. He's got 40 seconds, and he's got to try and find a pass somewhere here. Can't get lazy with those strips of the grips, and Tackett back up to his feet.
Nice slide through.
Ooh, no, that's not a good sign from
Nicky. Can't get sloppy like that, because Andrew will just put him right back where they started.
And guys, hanging out in this north-south position, it's a nightmare to get out of.
Well, more so than the fact that he's in the north-south position, how he got here this last time. Nicky.
Shin across the face for Andrew Tackett. That's why I'm saying ugly jiu-jitsu.
Second shin on the face.
Nicky just fell back. opened that knee-elbow space and invited Andrew Tackett to take the top spot.
Just going to ride the timeout there, ending around with your opponent kneeling on your neck. Definitely not the way you want it to go. A tough first 5 minutes for Nicky Ryan after what was actually a good start.
Yeah, in the wrestling phase, looked great. But when they were down on the bottom and Andrew starts using that that high pace, long range kind of passing, it started getting a bit one-sided, right?
Yeah, it might do. I mean, what Nicky Ryan can't do is find himself in a detrimental position early on in this second round as we look back at some of the replays from that opening stanza.
And I just want to say this, that at no time was Nicky Ryan in any real danger in any of those positions. The thing is, he's now clearly behind on the judges' scorecards. It's 10-8, one of them, 10-9 for two of the judges. That's a big deficit after the first 5 minutes.
And no signs that Andrew Tackett is going to be slowing down at all.
Oh, no, quite
I think he's going to smell blood in the water, and he's coming out all guns blazing right here.
Back to 100%. The center they go. Second 5-minute period on the clock, and immediately Tackett goes to work.
Running straight after him,
and
moving around towards the back here. Nicky Ryan in big trouble. Oh, barely saved himself.
Oh, you got to say that was not a good start for Nicky Ryan. Exactly where he didn't want to be.
And he just did right back into that north-south again. And I think that, you know, after putting his shin on the face at the end of that first round, Andrew's going to start doing it again. Like you said, Brandon, he breaks people physically, emotionally, spiritually, you name it. But he's gonna
financially.
he's
ruining marriages all over the country with that hair flip.
There it is. There's the shin across the face.
Yeah, knee on the face. Just trying to ride a lot of pressure, cook Nicky Ryan off here. I got to say, it was there wasn't a huge amount of urgency in the defensive wrestling of Ryan at the start of this round.
Man, Nicky is doing his best to just stay calm in these positions, and it's not like he hasn't been there before, but
you can start trying to attack from a turtle position.
Yeah. Block those knees, block those knees.
Well, Ryan trying to find that knee to sneak back inside. Again, Tackett goes shin on the face, moves around to mount, very effortless there. And he's going to put a lot of pressure up top as well.
If he goes kip, I want your head to come up off the ground. Head up, head up, head up. Good.
Man, Andrew shuts down that kipping escape right there. Just a little adjustment of the hips.
It was talked through textbook by his brother in his corner there. And again, he's going to work, putting a lot of shoulder pressure on the head.
Very good.
Breaking the posture of Nicky Ryan down.
And just absolutely, let's be honest, completely dominant in these opening couple of rounds.
We had a 10-8 on one of the judges' scorecards.
This one could be worse.
Yeah, we've got 3 minutes still to go.
If we see a submission threat that's legit, it could quite easily be a 10-7 under the criteria. There was such an early takedown, such an early advancement to the dominant positions.
Well, Tackett eventually abandons the position, flips off the wall to try and pass.
Again. He's going to try to wrestle up if you give distance.
Just right through
like you said, ugly, right?
He just cuts through the guard like Nicky Ryan like butter.
Oh, trying to get some position on top again in this north-south once more.
230 left.
Man,
230 left.
As much as I hate to say it, Nicky Ryan is just hanging on right here. He's not even actively trying to escape.
Yeah, that's probably what's most concerning for me, right? Is there's no intention for him to get out. He's almost resigning himself to being totally defensive here, and under this rule set, that is not going to serve you well.
Well, I mean, of course you've got to be calm and controlled in your defense. You don't want to expose something in the process like this.
Back take from Andrew Tackett now. Can't see if he's around the head. He's definitely putting a lot of hip pressure through the spine of Ryan.
Rotate to both directions.
Oh, look at the body triangle now. Pulls him back up. Minute and 40 seconds for Nicky Ryan to survive here.
Ooh, he's going fingers in the jaw like that. Try and expose the neck.
Mean jiu-jitsu from Andrew Tackett.
He's a nice kid, but he's not very nice when he competes. It's kind of mean, actually.
Goes off to the arm bar. It's nice to have that switch, though.
Got that. He had that foot trapped inside. Nicky going.
Chops for Nicky Ryan.
Nicky Ryan.
On the scramble.
You can't hold the head of Andrew Tackett, though. No way.
Well, he's trying.
What an escape from Nicky Ryan. That's exactly what we're talking about. He was biding his time. Oh, but he lets it go and he kind of flops down.
Andrew!
What is Andrew Tackett doing to this pit wall?
He's putting on a show. That's what he's doing. This is the Andrew Tackett show right here.
Hey, Andrew came to make $1 million in some way, whether he does it through sponsorships or prize money.
Man, that guillotine sequence from Nicky Ryan was legit. He was holding on. He was kind of biding his time. He wasn't going to expend too much energy in the process of escaping. He came out and he was straight on the attack. You got to give him that credit. But Andrew Tackett is a tough customer. It's not going to be easy to submit him.
Yeah, you got to worry that that was perhaps the last gasp for Nicky Ryan in this round. Hopefully not this entire match. They've got 5 more minutes coming your way in about 20 seconds. But Andrew Tackett, very, very dominant here through the opening 10.
In 15 seconds, we're going to get a good look at Nicky Ryan's countenance, at his demeanor.
Ryan, how fast does he get back up? How quickly does he climb up to the top of this pit apron?
Oh, my God, the wet willy.
Oh, no, Andrew. That's diabolical.
And the palm on the face.
Well, Andrew is winning some fans right here today.
Let's take a look at some of the replays from that second round. They're going to be pretty much entirely Andrew Tackett, and he got this takedown very early on, hopped straight to the back almost. Had mount at one point as well.
We got 10-8 rounds across the board from that last one.
It's about as decisive as it's going to get, so a big,
I need to see that wet
deficit.
willy replay. Somebody give me that wet willy on the replay.
Man, the flip off the ramp, and he did another one that actually got him past the guard as well, if I remember correctly. Oh, it was the guillotine from Nicky Ryan.
Good play.
It was legit.
So third period on the books here. Our referee, Jason Herzog, is going to get us going. And Brandon, you wanted to get a look at how did Nicky Ryan seem when he got up from underneath Andrew Tackett. What are your thoughts?
You know, he doesn't look as exhausted physically as I expected him to. He's not like breathing heavy. He doesn't look like dejected. He's just getting beaten.
Well, Andrew Tackett going to work on heavy collar ties quickly there, clubbing, now goes in on the single, folds the knee of Ryan underneath him, and immediately straight to north-south again with 4 minutes
20 seconds.
40 seconds to go.
Man, that is not a good start to this final round. You know, if Nicky Ryan was hoping that things would go different, he's in about the worst spot possible.
So I have a question now. Well, I will save that question for a second as Andrew Tackett takes the back once more.
Andrew's
going to go under the
4
chin.
minutes and 20 seconds to work.
I'll say right now, though, I would be extremely surprised and genuinely very impressed if Andrew Tackett were able to submit Nicky Ryan in this final round. I'm not sure that he's done enough to actually break Nicky to the point to get a submission, because Nicky is incredibly tough to tap.
Well, I mean, part of my question was going to be, you know, does he do that, or does he just say, you know what, I'm just going to punish him?
No, he won't stop trying.
A bit of a statement.
He won't stop trying for sure, but the thing is, Nicky is tough. Nicky is very, very difficult to tap.
I don't think he's actually ever been submitted in competition.
So Andrew will try, you know, he try his best, but we'll probably see a lot of this. We'll probably see a lot of like trying to cycle from back and side, you know, back control, switching sides, maybe go back to mount, maybe more north-south. But I predict another extremely defensive round from Nicky Ryan.
It might really serve Andrew to think about this arm-in, rear naked choke, this Rotolo style play. Especially with the way that Nicky is playing with his arms here.
I'd like to see a thunderlock attack.
Oh, man, that's a nasty one.
Well, Tackett looking to get wrist control here. He'll switch to an armbar again. He sits right down.
It's a much better attack.
Trying to break the grip. This could be over here. Good escape from Ryan.
I'm telling you, you're not going to submit Nicky Ryan that easily.
Perfect timing on the escape.
But the sliding Ashy entry was a little sloppy, and look once again, Andrew Tackett
immediately back to north-south once more.
That kid's the freaking Energizer bunny. He just does not stop.
I mean, this is just a complete blowout.
Yeah, it's you know, Nicky Ryan's had a couple of moments here and there, but past that first open,
and he's not taking the knee or the shin off the jaw in those positions either. He's being mean. That's Andrew style, you know.
Well, looking to come up on the back here again. Possible leg entanglement.
Andrew's not going to get caught up in that game for very long.
Push his head away from
That's
your hip
obviously like Nicky's best way
line. Control at least one hand,
to
Nicky.
pull out a last-second submission here. Andrew just getting wild.
No. Another flipping guard pass.
2 minutes, 5 seconds, Nicky.
Wow, I've actually, if this was a match that had points,
right? You want to score
706 to 2.
Right, Andrew's been racking them up. I've lost count.
He got text balled by now.
Oh, very much so. High scoring match for sure. And then again, he just drops that shin in on top of the jaw.
Unpleasant.
Brutal.
Kimura exposure, maybe.
Warning, blue. And I'll be honest as well, that my opinion of that is it's very much a legit technique.
Oh,
and some people are like, oh, it's a dirty move. It's not a dirty move.
You know,
it's a good and a very effective move. That's what it is.
To add insult to injury, Nicky Ryan just got a stalling warning as well. Again, he's going back to the well.
Deny him the Senkaku.
Don't lose that arm.
Man, the way that Andrew just cycles through these positions as well, that's kind of his game, right? He's so fluid. But I'm just not sure he's going to catch anything in transition. I think that's what he's hoping for, but Nicky knows, man. He can't give anything away.
Down to the final minute here. In the third round, Andrew Tackett absolutely in control of Nicky Ryan. Huge scores across the board for him. An almost insurmountable deficit for Ryan unless he can find a submission from somewhere, but he's got to defend.
Andrew going for
a Peruvian necktie here. Oh, and he pops out.
He's just trying anything. He's just slinging stuff for fun right now.
Why not?
Let's see if Ryan looks to fall back on a leg, possibly. He's only got 30 seconds to go.
It's his last choice. He has to try it.
Andrew's too smart to that, though. The way that he's blocking that leg, the right ankle from coming over.
He can just afford to stall out the last 15 seconds here.
15 seconds, Nicky.
Nicky sitting back. Andrew follows him to the top position.
He gets a nice little bite on the bear trap, but it's going to be all for naught. He throws the leg over, and Tackett starts celebrating already with 1 second left.
Absolute domination for the young man, Andrew Tackett.
Like you said, it wasn't just, you know, breaking him physically. It was trying to break him mentally and leave him utterly dejected.
That's gonna leave Nicky Ryan not just thinking about this match for a long time. That's gonna leave Nicky thinking about if he wants to continue doing this.
Yeah, it says that's the type of guy he's gonna have to beat to stay around at the top levels.
Well, if there are any questions whether Andrew Tackett was elite, he's answered them right here, and he's going to go through to the next round against Owen Flanagan.
Let's go ahead and get his hand raised.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to our judges' scorecards. The judges score 30-24, 30-25, and 30-25. All for your winner, Andrew Tackett.
Well, that is our biggest points deficit of the night on the scorecards. A 30-24 in there from Judge Chris Crail. 10-8s in all 3 rounds. Oof. Let's go ahead and see how Andrew's feeling.
The hair is looking great. That was the first question that he wanted to make sure. Good for the camera. You just got done having a lot of fun inside here. Was that part of the plan?
Yeah, if you don't know, my mom's my hairstylist. So shout out to my mom. Let's go. I think she's over there. Other than that, she asked me if she wanted me to cut it yesterday just so it looked like perfect. I was like, nah, it looks pretty good, you know? I just want to get out there and scrap.
And that's exactly what you did. You definitely are a fan favorite after that. I mean, were you just feeling it in the moment, having fun in there? I saw a wet willy.
Yeah, you know, I just like having fun. At the end of the day, I'm 21, so I don't want to act like I'm old. I just want to keep acting like a kid. Because that's what you guys want to see. You want to see some scraps, us going after it. You know, if we don't get a position, just move on. I think sometimes jiu-jitsu gets a bad rep because we kind of just like play guard and don't do anything, or even on wrestling, we're just kind of hanging on each other. So me and my brother have really trying to implement just always attacking, always going after it, and, you know, leaving nothing but everything on the mat.
You definitely left it all on the line. You're right, you are a baby, and you have so much coming up ahead of you. You're in the quarterfinals, so what are you expecting going up against Owen O'Flanagan?
My brother went against Owen O'Flanagan like 7-8 months ago, so we've been able to strategize pretty well for him. I know he has some super good leg locks, so I'll definitely have to keep an eye out for that, but I'm gonna meet him just like I meet everyone else, just full force, constantly going and looking for the submission.
And you and your brother were the two athletes to build out that slanted wall. How much do you think that played dividends?
Oh, a lot. You know, it's very awkward, and I think we learned a lot of cool techniques being able to train on it. So shout out to Mike Sperian for helping us build it. He's a real one. One more thing, though, you know, I wouldn't have been here. You know, I had a hard training camp, and I wouldn't even be in this tournament if it wasn't for Jesus Christ. So I just want to get all glory that God got me here. So for the rest of the tournament, you know, I'm just going to keep trusting in him, and we'll see what happens.
Congratulations, Andrew Tackett, moving on, and you can put your name next up on the bracket.
Well, that sets our quarter-final brackets for the under 80 kilo category. Andrew Tackett marches forward. He books himself a match with Owen O'Flanagan. Let's go ahead and throw up the bracket now and see what has taken shape.
Well, we got 4 incredibly interesting quarterfinals, in my opinion.
Ty Ruotolo taking on Levi, Jones-Leary. Lucas Barbosa is going to meet Joseph Chen, Kate Ruotolo, Tommy Langaker, and then O'Flanagan and Tackett. I'm going to be really mean for you two. Can you each pick your favorite, please?
No. No, can't. It's impossible. No, they're all great matches. Obviously, I mean, anytime a Ruotolo's on the mat, it's must-see TV, right? And Ty versus Levi and Kate versus Tommy are 2 great matches, and they're 2 rematches as well, so a little added intrigue. But Lucas versus Joseph is a technically intriguing match, in my opinion, and Owen and Andrew, I mean, if we see more of that, then it could potentially be a really, really good match to watch.
He said he didn't want to pick one. I'll pick one. I want to see Tackett again. Right. I want to see O'Flanagan again. I love that clash of styles.
I want to see if Owen can like get a hold of him and keep a hold of him and pull him into something. But all that to look forward to. 4 more matches coming your way this evening. We're going to take a very short commercial break. Stay with us here at the Craig Jones Invitational when we wrap up this under 80 kilo quarterfinals.
The sport of jiu-jitsu provides so many with a bigger purpose. Jiu-jitsu becomes a part of you. You're faced with so many challenges in the sport, but skin infections shouldn't have to be one of them. And that's our mission. Defense Soap was created out of the need to fight back, because we care about this sport, the families, the athletes, the coaches, and we want to continue to protect people from skin infections, to keep you on the mat. And that's our goal here at Defense Soap, to defend what you have built.
We created
the Craig Jones Invitational, the setup of the event is directly correlated to capturing an MMA audience and getting crossover. Because like 9 out of 10 people that watch jiu-jitsu do jiu-jitsu, and we need the people that have no interest in training to like want to view it like MMA. But they were throwing stuff at us before we even announced the card, so we automatically knew, hey, we're doing something right if people are trying to buy us and we haven't even announced the bracket or the athletes we have on board. At the end of it, based on the success, there's going to be a loser, and this is how we can create the most winners, by raising money for charity. When I was 19, I moved and I worked for a family in Montana, the Chef family. And Mick Chef was like a legend, cowboy, packer, outfitter, and he became like an adopted father to me. And we lost him to cancer in July of 21. I couldn't be more happy to be working with Top Cancer out now. Like it's super cool for me.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing. There's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Craig Jones Invitational at the Thomas & Mack Center here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Quarterfinal action from the under 80 kilo bracket coming your way shortly. But first, it is our very great pleasure to be joined by the second half of tomorrow's super fight, Gabby Garcia. Gabby, welcome.
Thank you. This is super exciting.
How have you been enjoying all the action here this evening?
It's amazing, you know, like amazing, and I'm super happy. This morning I cried, you know, before coming here because for the day one, you know, I'm like part of this. And it happens, you know, like for who like don't believe, we're here, like make it the show.
Yeah, we finally made it here. You, of course, have a match against Craig tomorrow. On behalf of a lot of people here, they want to know if you're really going to try and kill him.
I try, if like illegal, I bite him, I enter elbows and all, but it's not. But I go, like, people, Gabby, you believe like you can beat him? Like, if not, like, why am I here, you know? Like, I believe it, of course. I'm not like dumb to say like I go finish him. No, I don't go try, but I go try put my game and like, I saw today right now, like almost my game plan here, like, but I think it's a one game plan. I'm like, no, it's not. But what I go try against Craig is like,
we'll
surprise.
See. Yeah, so you're not going to tell us, but we would like to know. Everyone's looking forward to it. How has the build-up been? Because he's been pushing your buttons for quite a lot of time now, and perhaps getting you a little bit frustrated here and there.
No, it's like crazy. For 3 years, like people, can I take one picture? I say yes, and Craig Jones, I said, man, it's not here. I don't know. And now happens, and I told him yesterday, like, after this is done, man. He's like, baby, no, it's forever. I said, like, no, please. It's like his name for me, like 10 words in my day, like 9 is Craig Jones.
Listen, you
like,
guys are linked together forever now.
No, forever, no.
You don't have to be married, but you're married in the history books of jiu-jitsu.
Man, and like crazy, like, and it's nice.
I know that Craig likes to joke around, but this is serious tomorrow. I mean, you guys are making history. Not only are you the main super fight here at CJI, the first CJI event, but also it's the first ever major super fight with a man versus a woman. This is a big deal.
Yeah, like we like make up the promotion for the match is like for me is amazing, you know, like. And I enjoy a lot because like we live in the world right now, we can say nothing. People like so offended, you know. And I joke with myself, you know. And Brazilians, you know, like he's like joke too. I don't be offended anytime, you know, because I joke with him too. But like today we not like talk too much, but like for me it's like real, you know. Like if like he play or no, but for me like it's a. Never I go play when I go like one match. It's like it's my job, you know. Tomorrow is real for me, like, and when I entered here, like I said, no, this is not like, I don't go play with anyone.
I mean, I will say it has been hugely entertaining watching you two in the build-up to this. I think you've brought a lot of humor and a lot of fun and got a lot of people who may not have paid attention to grappling before interested in the sport, which ultimately is what a lot of this endeavor is all about.
You know, like, when I accept like this, it's more for like south of Brazil, like, you know, I born there. And after, like, I think I ask myself always, like, why the American, like, you know, they don't like me? And the joke is different, like, in Brazil and in the United States. And now it's so amazing because, like, all the comments, like, yeah, now she's cool, now she's nice, you know? But it's how crazy, like, outside, I'm super happy to live in this right now. One day I'm live and like, we have a package for you. It's like Yves Saint Laurent, you know, like, and Dior, like these brands. I said, really? Who bought this from me? And it's like outside the fight world. And it's crazy, but it's entertainment, you know? And how I explain for people, like, you, like 8 hours almost here today, you know? And how you keep people here. My mom, like you know, love it, Craig too, but my mom or like my family, like they come here, they don't know, like if you play guard, like they think you lose, you know. Right. But one girl against one guy, they wanna see. It's entertainment. And all my life I'm the clown. Now I'm the clown, but they pay me for being a clown.
You mentioned something about the south of Brazil. Can you explain about what it is you're doing, what happened in the south of Brazil, and why you want to donate money there?
It's hard, like, you know, to say because my dad have a company, a truck company, like São Paulo to Brazil, and after like the worst year in my life, they booked my comeback to MMA, and it's sad, destroy all, like, you know, my state. It's more than 50 million people like homeless. I did my best, like send like water, food, you know. And Craig too is when I ask people like the social media for like not donate money but like food, or Craig is the only one who reposts, and it means a lot for me, you know. But my family lose house. I saw my dad every single day, like, you know, think about like what's going to happen because he have a company, and this, like, you know, like it's more emotional for me, like, you know, like I changed like my chance to be an open class champion at CC. My Hall of Fame, they kicked me off the Hall of Fame, but I never compete for medals, you know, and this is huger than one Hall of Fame for me. Hall of Fame is like when you change the community we live in, and I think like what Craig is doing and CJI for like he told me, Gabby, I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Let's help Brazil. Okay, let me sign.
Well, I got to say, I love the authenticity. I love the Fair Fight Foundation and Craig are able to help a charity that is so near and dear to you. Let's just get you fired up one last time. We're going to go ahead and throw up this graphic. This is your main super fight tomorrow evening. It is, of course, Gabby Garcia taking on Craig Jones. Join us from 5 p.m. Pacific tomorrow here at the Thomas & Mack Center, live and free on YouTube, X, and Facebook for all of that action. Gabby, thank you for joining us here in the booth. We'll let you go enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, guys. Just let me give like one. People like watching for like, you know, CJI, Beaching like live. Don't stream for like other channels because we need these numbers. And today, like, I saw a lot of people like streaming for like other channels. It's open, watching for us.
Yeah, we made it free.
Gave it away for free.
Watch it on YouTube, guys. Come on, dude.
Thank you, guys. See you guys tomorrow, and I hope like we'll 1 million.
For sure. Thank you, Gabby.
Best, Gabby.
Right, we are going to get ahead with these quarter-final matchups. Let's go ahead and get tail of the tape. We're in for an absolute barn burner here. Ruotolo, Levi Jones-Leary, non-stop action. Guys, who can you see coming out on top of this one?
Well, the obvious favorite is Ruotolo. You know, there's a reason why he was the #1 seed in this bracket. Of course.
I will see you like an after.
I'm sorry, I'll have to speak to you later. I need to finish my preview. But, you know, Ruotolo is the #1 seed for a reason. Levi Jones-Leary is definitely the underdog in this particular match.
It's going to be Ruotolo, dog.
I mean, he's beaten him twice before. Probably a third time coming, but we'll see.
I mean, you can never count anybody out. But it's Ruotolo, dog. This man is the real deal.
Well, let's go see if it is indeed Ruotolo. This is the man himself versus Levi Jones-Leary.
And now we move into the quarterfinal round. Our first grappler making his way to the alley, fighting out of Sydney, Australia, representing Sydney Wrestling Club, Levi Jones-Leary. And his opponent, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Ruotolo.
Well, bounding down to the mat once more, Ruotolo makes his return. Thunderous applause from Jocko Willink, Ali's side here, as Ruotolo makes his entrance.
Yeah, how cool is it to have Jocko himself, one of the guys, one of the greatest ambassadors for jiu-jitsu, getting guys into gyms all over the world.
Yeah, we thank Jocko Fuel for their support. They've been keeping all the athletes going, and a big leap over immediately from Ruotolo.
That was a upside-down flying dust choke attack. What the hell? We're not even 30 seconds into this match, and already we're seeing this is classic Ruotolo.
Yeah, Leary trying to work around that Berimbolo game again on the outside.
Check the way Ty just steps out, he high steps out of that guard attack.
He's got a healthy respect for, but he also has no respect for Levi's guard. And we know how good Levi's guard is. We know how good his leg attacks are now. But Ty has a leg lock win against Levi Jones-Leary. I mean, it was a couple of years ago now.
Of course, 2022.
You know, of course, Levi done a lot of work with Lachlan Giles since then in developing his leg lock attacks. But with that confidence, Ruotolo, yeah, of course he's going to just hang out in Levi's guard.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very different complexion from the match that got him here, defeating Jason Nolf, the former Penn State wrestler.
I mean, look at the grip as well, Brandon. The way that Ty controls around the top of the foot, the toes.
Big toe hold attempt from Ruotolo here.
Man, Ty's so physical.
Just the way he came back in at him.
So intense, right?
He looked like Jax on Mortal Kombat, where he like claps the guy's head and smashes it.
First 90 seconds down. Leary trying to play his guard here. Ruotolo moving around on top.
I just love the way that the guys, the Ruotolo brothers, that both of them, they're so chill. They are like just your real average California surfer skater guys, but they just flip a switch when they compete. They're so intense, right?
Right, I was going to say, they're definitely not chill when they're when they're going to work here.
Oh, no. No,
ultimate intensity.
But that's what's so important in competition. You need to be able to turn it on and turn it off, right?
Something I see out of Levi here, the way he extends those arms out away from his body, that's going to open up an opportunity for that sliding, flying Darce attack of Ruotolo. Levi very good at keeping his knees, his feet in between him and his opponent, but he's got to be super careful that he doesn't have a little bit of a technical or mental slip right there. He's going to find himself on the wrong end of a Darce.
Right, it just takes one. It just takes one momentary lapse, and Ruotolo can find an opening.
And sometimes you don't even know you've opened the window for him. He's that quick at closing the gap.
Yeah, that flying Darce choke that they both do is just classic Ruotolo kind of techniques. Isn't it amazing that these guys are so young and yet they're responsible for innovating so much in jiu-jitsu, and now they've kind of introduced certain things that we like, oh yeah, that's been around forever, right?
With them, yeah.
That's
it, good. Well, stripping out the grips again, Ruotolo moving around on the outside here. Very commonly we see them pinning those legs down, standing on the legs, as you can see there, the right foot of Ruotolo.
Levi doing a very nice job with his guard so far, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he's always had an incredible guard. Of course, the no-gi game, he had to make a lot of adaptations for that because Levi was primarily a guard player for many, many years. But I think going almost exclusively no-gi this last couple of years has really helped him.
toes again.
About 90 seconds left here.
That's it, that's it, that's it.
And this is a chance
Sticky
for...
grips off the bottom by Levi.
Again.
Chance for Levi to earn some intention himself. That's the thing, though, that the Ruotolo brothers, they're both so fast and they're both so willing to commit to those attacks. If they're first to the punch, they're the ones who are considered as initiating the action. And under this rule set...
Those guys are always first to the punch. They're always... Ooh,
look at this! Oh, good entanglement. Oh! Levi gets some heel exposure, but the knee line's clear now. Can he rein him back in?
Strong attack set there by Levi Jones-Leary.
That was his best work so far.
And that was the best work of the first round so far.
Like you said a couple of times already tonight, Brandon, you don't have to submit them. You just have to nick 2 rounds.
Yeah, you know, it's not often you see Ty put on the back foot like that. But Levi had the best look of the round so far.
I mean, are we 30 seconds away from seeing Levi take the round?
Potentially.
I mean, I want to see how Ty Ruotolo reacts to that if that's the case.
20 seconds, connect again. Good, good, good.
So again, trying to get that inside control. Loses the grip, looking there, and they're going to trade footlocks again, potentially.
Shake it to the wedge.
Just doesn't quite have the position that he needs. And look at that. Levi comes out on the positive side of that leg attack again as the round ends.
If he'd had a few more seconds, he could have been after something.
Oh, and 2 of the 3 judges have gone with Levi Jones-Leary. He is ahead in this bout.
I think that's the right call. I'm actually curious how you score it for Ty right there.
Yeah, two judges scored at 10-9 for Levi, 1 scored at 10-9 for Ty. That is interesting.
Now, here were some of the attacks that we saw, and this was actually the biggest offensive moment from Levi Jones-Leary. Really forced the defensive rolls.
There was a flash of a moment right there where that heel was almost exposed, and that could have been a real problem for Ruotolo.
Yeah, deep submission entry, but not necessarily a submission attack. There wasn't real a catch on the heel, right?
Yeah, I guess this is what the judge is seeing that scored for Ruotolo. 2 toes.
I didn't see any real torsion on the
I don't think any forced meaningful defense from Levi Jones-Leary.
And I didn't really see any pressure going through the foot or the lower leg, but hey, intention counts. Well, initiating effective grappling.
The crowd have just learned that Ty Ruotolo is behind in this match.
Get on his head.
But straight back to the guard, or the open guard of Levi Jones-Leary. Ruotolo looking to pin and pass once more.
Look at those sticky hooks from Levi Jones-Leary.
Just trying to drag Ruotolo back into something here. Ruotolo posting up, keeping so far away.
Look at this.
Wow.
Well,
problem is every time Ty goes for one of those leg locks, Levi just answers back immediately with something, and he's generally landing in deeper entanglements, deeper positions to attack from.
Yeah, this is a good position for Leary. He's forcing more defense from Ruotolo.
Thing is, it looks dramatic, but I really don't think Ty's in that much danger here. His movements are so big.
Heel pull.
Going for that smooth criminal trying to counter. Well, you're right. Ty hasn't really found himself in a ton of danger, but he's found himself running from Levi Jones-Leary.
His reaction's so big, it's so dramatic looking. It kind of looks like he's in trouble, but he's kind of not. It's just the way that he escapes.
Again, posting up, framing all the way out on that hip.
You know, it's maybe a little bit of an element of if you punch the champ, you win the round. Like, people just assume that you got the round because you got something going on the champ. Nobody's used to seeing that kind of thing.
Still, we're 2 minutes in, and I'd like to see a little bit more forward pressure from Ty. It's not often you see him kind of just hanging out on the outside like this.
He's definitely slowed down a bit here in his passing sequences.
Well, I mean, Levi's tricky. He's really, really tricky. And every time that Ty has really tried to get into something, he's found himself having to fight his way out of leg lock entanglements. But Thing is, as we know, Ruotolo has the ability to just end this match in a blink of an eye.
So Leary looking to push the leg over the top again. Classic stand on the leg from Ruotolo.
That's it, excellent, Levi. That's it, good.
And again, Leary looking to invert underneath.
That's it, good.
Ty really on the hunt for this Estima lock or standing Aoki lock. He's really trying to isolate and pull up on that foot. Seen him go after it a couple of times here in this first couple of minutes of the second round and the first round combined.
Yeah, Lachlan Giles telling Levi Jones-Leary, when you get a bite like that, you've got to go, go, go. Rack up that offense on the scoreboards.
Pull him in.
Everybody here in this auditorium absolutely glued to this match. 3 more coming your way tonight after this one. And then we pick it back up tomorrow to give out those big bags of cash.
He's got some gripping going. Wants to throw that leg around. Ty doing a good job framing out the other side. And here comes the leg around, though. It's K-guard threat from Levi Jones-Leary.
And this is classic Lachlan Giles sequence, right? K-guard into backside 50-50s, where it all kind of begins. Can Levi suck Ty into that deep entanglement, though? So far, he's having trouble with it.
Yeah, it gives up the position back to...
There it is. That same play, just like looking to just rip an Aoki.
Well, he's got less than a minute now.
It's what Ty does, right? He just rips on leg locks from kind of weird positions. So they're like flash submission attacks.
This is going to be a horrible round for our judges to have to pick.
Yeah.
It's
I think I gotta go with Levi again.
Again?
I mean,
I think it's a much trickier decision this time than the last round.
All the meaningful things that are happening, though, are coming from Levi. Like, he's the one making the attachments at the legs and the hips. Definitely gets the job done. Ty trying to come up.
Yeah, Ruotolo had to fire straight back. But with 10 seconds left, that might nick the round for Leary.
Wow, I don't think anybody saw the match going like this.
Wow.
Could we see the biggest upset?
We could do, let's see.
In this bracket, at least.
Scores coming in across the board. 10-9s for Levi Jones-Leary, and he is comprehensively ahead here over the #1 seed, Ty Ruotolo.
Wow.
Well, he's ahead on one scorecard. It's 19-19 on the other two scorecards. They're changing it.
They changed.
Yeah, guys, I know some of you commenting at home have said that we read out incorrect scores, but we have a live input scoreboard in front of us that is actually changing as the guys correct their scores. So, trust me, we're seeing a bit more information than you guys at home are.
Okay, so update. We'll see in just a second. But that last round went 2-1 in favor of Ty Ruotolo.
Yeah, 19-19 on 2 of the judges' scorecards and 20-18 to the way of Levi Jones-Leary on the 3rd. So majority draw at the moment.
Judge number 3, 10-9 for Levi Jones-Leary.
Oh, listen to that.
Ty Ruotolo needs to finish him here, guys. I mean, he could definitely outscore him in this round, but
well, he just needs a 10-9, right? And then he'll take it on 2 scorecards. Be a split decision.
Levi on the offense, yeah, on the offense. Create those opportunities. Let's go. Get the attack going. Get to the legs.
But this definitely should start feeling perhaps a bit more anxious for Ty Ruotolo. He's not having it all his own way, and the margins are just thin in this type of battle.
Oh, he's got Levi fighting from behind a little bit. Levi gets in behind the knee, though.
Good work from Levi.
Ooh. Going all the way underneath. Ruotolo
coming up on the sweep.
Top. And he comes up, shoves the leg. Good proper reception from Ruotolo, and he bails out.
In his
Levi just should have thrown him down to the mat and let him get back up.
Should have just dumped him.
He would have scored for that, and he would have been able to just sit back down and go back to this. Man, he missed an opportunity right there.
I mean, he definitely did score something, but not anywhere as comprehensive as it could have been.
Keep getting to the legs. Keep going.
And we've got people in the crowd around us shouting at Ty, telling him he's got to do something. Certainly,
not wrong.
Yeah, the feeling in this arena is the #1 seed is in serious jeopardy of going down here.
What an upset this would be. Ooh, look at this. I love the way he slid into that double underpass.
Yeah, he's got to watch the triangle, though, if this arm can get pried free. It's a good counter to those double unders. Latch under that one arm.
How do you pass the guard of Levi Jones-Leary?
Back to the legs again, Levi.
Tricky. Well, Ruotolo using these similar passing sequences we've seen so far throughout this match.
Keep going, keep going.
Hasn't been able to complete anything cleanly yet.
Let's keep going, Levi. Get your grips, recover back to... Let's go, get onto the leg and into De La Riva. Let's go, let's go,
About
let's go.
2.5 minutes left here. Lachlan Giles in Levi's corner screaming, let's get on a leg, get into De La Riva. Just a more secure position for him.
Lachlan doesn't scream. Yeah. He's too mild-mannered to scream. But he was definitely saying,
give him some attention. Well, Ruotolo looks to sit through here, but
he gets sticky grips again off the bottom for Levi. I think he's going to be able to at least create a little bit of an opening here for himself.
Yeah, he's got his hands clasped together here.
He's got the foot in the hip, got that counter pressure going against his grip behind the knee. Ty trying to shove that leg across.
Yeah, Ruotolo's got to keep that left leg planted as hard as he can here.
If Levi could just get off one good attack, he's going to take a big, strong lead in this round, and that's going to do the job.
Well, this is as good a chance as any. Big scoop grip with that right hand, leg laced all the way across.
Elevate that leg. Go, 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 go.
He's getting extended a bit too much here, though.
Yeah, Ty's forward pressure, though, is causing that.
Yeah, back into it. And just not able to capitalize.
Excellent. To this side now. Good, Levi. Excellent.
Man, 1.5 minutes remaining in this, and it's so far,
close.
I feel Ty's frustration. You know, just being faced with that guard of Levi Jones-Leary, it's so difficult.
The gripping again.
And he's taking more risks now. You know, look at him turning his back like this. He's almost baiting Levi to go for grab ride. He's letting him have the deep De La Riva. He wants his own leg entanglement now.
Yeah, Leary up underneath again. Big spin from Ruotolo to defend the position. Into the last minute here. Could we be heading for the upset?
I mean, unless Ty can get something going, we are, in my opinion.
Finish strong, Levi.
Well, we obviously have a few different opinions on the judges' scorecards already about how these rounds are playing out. This one may end up being a little bit controversial.
Only controversial because nearly everybody in this arena is supporting Ty Ruotolo.
This grab all the way to the back.
Oh, is he
exposing him? If he can come up and sweep. And he just no urgency out of it right
Levi, he will never wrestle up in his life. That's the criticism. He could have thrown Ty Ruotolo down to the mat. He could have wrestled up in top position right there, but he just won't.
But again, he forced some defense out of Ruotolo. He forced a change in position. Again, trying to go behind the knees here. Final 10 seconds, 7 left on the clock.
Some madness right here at the end.
Oh, and a grimace from Ty Ruotolo. He may have torn or punched something.
Nah, he's just mad.
No, his hamstring.
Hamstring.
Or his knee. I saw it when he came out after that first round. He kind of stumbled around.
Oh, yeah, he's very unsteady.
He's really limping.
He might not even be able to continue if he comes out victorious, but
I don't think
we are going to get the judges' scorecards and get this decision rendered in a minute. Let's take a quick look back at some of the action from that round. Levi Jones-Leary at the end was hunting here, and this was where you see the grimace on the face of Ty Ruotolo right there. We think either a hamstring or a knee. He's walking very unsteady here.
I think it's his knee. You can just kind of see the instability in it as he's walking around. I wonder if we could hear from him.
Well, let's go ahead and get the official decision.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecard for a decision. Judge 1 scores the bout 30-27. Judge number 2, 29-28. Judge number 3, 29-28.
all in favor of your winner, making his way into day 2, Levi Jones-Leary.
Levi Jones-Leary with perhaps one of the biggest upsets of the day. Takes out the #1 seed, Ty Ruotolo.
You see Ty limping over to pay his respects to Lachlan Giles, but man, that leg is not in good shape.
Yeah, unanimous across the board. Let's see how he's feeling.
Levi, I know there was a lot of grimaces towards the end that became more obvious, but I think it was actually in the first round where you had a nasty leg lock. Did you feel in the next round that his energy might have been either injured or something going on?
Yeah, I definitely felt like after the first minute of the fight, something happened, and yeah, it was just definitely hurt his knee or something like that. But yeah, great, amazing competitor, you know, pushed through that whole time like that. Like, I'd love to have another match with him when he's 100% again, you know, because something I was training for a long time. And they helped me a lot, you know. The last time we fought was over 2 years ago, and, you know, helped me a lot, just improving every day and thinking about them. So yeah, hats off to them. And yeah, hope his knee gets better fast.
I'm so happy for you. And in the pre-fight interviews, I asked if there was any adversity that you face in the lead up, and you said, no, everything's going great for me. And I feel like we can really see that in your jiu-jitsu. It's a beautiful display, and the leg locks are just so vicious.
Thank you, yeah. Remember, do difficult things easily. So we're gonna do all weekend, and we're gonna get that milli. Let's go.
Levi Jones-Leary headed on into the semifinals. You can go advance your name.
What a performance from Levi Jones-Leary. He'd lost twice before to Ty Ruotolo, and then when it really mattered on the line with $1 million potentially up for grabs, he got the win. Guys, give us your reaction as we roll in some of the replays here.
Well, listen, I'll be honest, I think I'm really impressed with Levi in his discipline and staying to the game plan against Ty Ruotolo. Like he said, he learned a really tough lesson in his previous loss, and he came out. It wasn't the most exciting match for us to watch, but it got the job done, and that's really what counts.
Yeah, I knew by the way that Ty got up and kind of walked away after that first round that there was a little something wrong, and he was kind of hiding what could be happening with him. And I wonder if it didn't happen right here. You know, you said, Howell, that it might, ooh, see the way he kicked his head back right there? I wonder if it happened in that moment. But you said it might be his hamstring, and I wonder if it wasn't, because I never really saw the knee or the foot really get put into a super compromised position. I wonder if he didn't just pull a muscle, maybe just pull that high hamstring.
Could be. Yeah, tough to see, but the #1 seed is out, and we've also got to ask ourselves, what does that do to the mentality and the mindset of Cade Ruotolo in 2 matches' time when he comes up and faces Tommy Langica, fighting for the only chance the brothers are going to get at the money now that Ty Ruotolo is out.
I consider Ty and Cade pretty much joint #1 seeds.
Right, yeah,
you know?
that's fair.
And ultimately, they're almost like 2 expressions of the same person, right? They're so similar. I don't want to make any fun of them. They are 2 very, very cool, very individual guys. But when they fight together. So, okay, one of them's out, but one of them is still very much in the running to win this.
Well, lots more action coming up. 3 more bouts coming your way. First, just a reminder, thank you to our sponsors this evening. Merrick Health is proud to be a sponsor of CJI and is the go-to optimization service for the BJJ community, designed to make you stronger both on and off the mats. Their focus is hormone optimization and preventative medicine, where you'll receive personalized services from your very own Merrick Health coach and medical provider with lifestyle supplements and prescription treatment options to perform at your peak. Visit merrickhealth.com/bteam for an exclusive offer, or stop by the Merrick Health booth. Tail of the tape for this second quarterfinal. Lucas Barbosa is facing Joseph Chen. And guys, another one that everyone was looking forward to. Lucas Barbosa, again, it's the experience up against the relative newcomer by comparison, Joseph Chen.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Lucas is a legit veteran, right? He's been a black belt world champion. The first title he won was all the way back in 2015. That's 9 years ago now. Joseph Chen, you know, he's 20. He's a brown belt. He's breaking through onto the scene, but he's definitely got the tools. He's got the skills. He can do this. It's just a case of really, I think, more about the strategy and the game plan against a very crafty veteran like Lucas Hulk Barbosa.
Yeah, do you think either of these guys took more stress than the other in their opening round matches?
I don't really feel like either guy took a ton of stress in their opening match. It seemed like Chin, even though he had a very tough opponent in Andy Varela, he pretty well controlled him, handled him, won a very decisive victory. Sort of the same thing with Barbosa. He won that pretty comfortably, I would say, even though it wasn't necessarily easy. It wasn't necessarily the hardest match either one of these guys ever had either. So I think they're both coming in after having spent 15 minutes on the mat during their first match, feeling fresh, feeling ready to go, feeling like they're the man to get this job done and move on to face somebody not named Ruotolo in the semifinals. So they both got to be feeling energized about their chances to actually advance into the finals and maybe even win this thing.
Well, let's go ahead and walk these two guys. This is Lucas Barbosa and Joseph Chen.
The next grappler on his way to the alley, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing B Team Jiu-Jitsu. Give it up for Joseph Chen. And his opponent, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Lucas the Hulk Barbosa.
Look at the posture of Joseph Chen as he waits for this match. He's just a thinking man for a moment here.
Just perched on the side of the mat while, Lucas actually kind of matches him to that squat on the opposite side. But yeah, Joseph is so chill. Doesn't look like he's going to go up against the Hulk. No.
So Shaolin gets us underway here. Slap of hands, 3-5s on the clock. Green for Barbosa. Brown and blue for Joseph Chen.
I really feel like this is a match between the physicality of Hulk and the technical precision of Joseph Chen.
I've got to say, I mean, you know, how you alluded to it a little bit earlier, people are surprised how big Joseph Chen is. He doesn't look that much smaller than Hulk here.
No. Especially considering how much weight Hulk lost to kind of get down into this division. You know, he's not the towering kind of, guy. He's probably about 5'9", something like that. Pretty much the same size as Joseph. If anything, Joseph looks kind of a little bit thicker than Lucas right now.
Very deceptive indeed. We're through the first minute here. It's been a feeling out process of hand and grip fighting in the center of the alley here.
Chen got a big reaction out of Hulk. He's making these big level changes, big movements, letting his head get pulled down a little bit.
You ready with the down block? Control his left with your right hand.
Still feeling out here in the middle. Thank you for sticking with us here on this broadcast. Appreciate it's been a long day of matches. We hope you're enjoying all of the action live and free on YouTube, X, and Meta.
Let's continue this game for 1 more or 2 more minutes.
I heard the corner, Dima over there in Joseph's corner, he said, let's continue this game for 1 or 2 more minutes.
Well, that's going to see out most of this round.
And also, Galvão said in Portuguese, he said, he doesn't want to play guard with you, Lucas. And it is interesting that Joseph hasn't even tried to that sliding Ashi entry that he used so well in the first.
Yeah, nobody's actually, that's the first move. There we go, arm drag going to run to the back. Joseph Chen on the back of Lucas Barbosa.
He's going to roll him over. What a play by Joseph Chen.
Can he get the first hook? He's got one, can he slide underneath him? Barbosa going to scrape him off here, big turn.
This is almost
Chen
like
comes
one
up
of
on top.
Almost like one of the best kept secrets. Joseph Chen actually has very good wrestling.
He really does.
I mean, he trains with Nicky Rod on a daily basis. You know, he's going to get thrown around a bit, but once in a while, he's going to pick something up too, and maybe even land a move or two.
Well, he's out-wrestled Andy Varela 2 matches in a row. You know, so he's a very strong wrestler. He's just put Hulk down. That's crazy.
And he's keeping him down. That's the interesting thing, you know? He's got control of those ankles. He's not making it possible for Lucas to stand back up.
Yeah, he's really keeping a lot of forward pressure going here. Hulk's trying to reach around and grip the chin of Joseph Chen. Just going to use it to crank the neck and break the posture there.
He was trying to grab his Joseph Chin. I get it, dude.
You just can't understand what English accent.
It's a long day, Blair.
Heavy on the knee.
Well, we're going to see what the guard of Lucas Barbosa is like here.
We don't see it very often. That's the thing. You rarely see Hulk kind of play from bottom or get put on bottom, you know? He's definitely favors the top position, but I like the way that Joseph is alternating kind of that close range to sort of the longer range, but he's really not taking pressure off. When he backs away, he's controlling ankles. He's, you know, keeping the feet off the floor. Obviously, Lucas can't stand if that's the case. And then he comes in and he's really like dropping the weight through his hips. And then he goes to this tripod. It's a really interesting combination, right, Brandon?
Yeah, he's backing away, but he's not relieving the pressure.
Yeah, nice little hip switch there, and then finds his way back in to the middle to slide the knee through.
I'm wondering how long Hulk can continue to carry this kind of pressure before, as we start seeing Joseph maybe get into those more inside positions and then start to slide through the guard like he did against Varela.
Hulk trying to kick his legs out from that standing position. And, you know, Hulk is not the kind of guy that we're going to see make these big inversions.
No. I mean, he can.
I mean,
I've seen him Barbosa. You know, I've seen him play that kind of game. It's not like he physically can't, but it's just not in his wheelhouse. It's not his wheelhouse, yeah.
Exactly. It's not what we're going to see him try to go to. And that's going to be a lot of what kind of needs to happen. As you've seen, the K-guard's been super heavily utilized all day, especially through this minus 80 bracket. And it's been a great way to relieve a lot of the pressure passing from some of these guys. But here comes this tripod passing.
A bit of high passing.
See if Chen can break through right here at the end of the round.
Time is about to expire, but I feel fairly confident in saying that's going to be a solid 10-9 round for Joseph Chen.
Can't see it any other way, and that's how the judges have ended the scores.
So Joseph Chen, it takes the opening period here. Barbosa back to the apron. Let's take a look at this arm drag, and he had to chase him a little bit here.
Oh, yeah.
But he stayed glued, and Brandon, you were particularly impressed by the roll that's about to happen.
Oh, yeah, this was just absolutely beautiful. Gets all this weight distributed on the head, forces the forward roll, sneaks that first hook in, and tried to make a play towards the back, and that could have been the... I mean, that could have been really, really bad for Barbosa if he had gotten that second hook and put that pressure down.
It's interesting. Our production crew just said, let's listen into the corner of Joseph Chen, and there's no talking going on.
No, they don't need to. I mean, the work has been done, right? Dima is, he's an active voice when the match is going, but between matches, between rounds, he's very concise in his feedback, you know?
Well, there you get confirmation of the scores. All three judges for this one. 10-9 to Joseph Chen. Let's see how long he waits to attack another takedown option here, or if that lights a fire under Barbosa to initiate first.
Think about the down block also, okay? Every time you're going to mid-range, think about the down block. Double elbow ties, welcome his double collar ties, exactly, welcome them. If he goes double collar ties, do the hand fight that we talked about, welcome them. Yes, control the hand. When you control the hand, you can apply more pressure with walking into him, okay?
I'm just trying to listen to the corner.
I'm having fun actually listening to it too. I think we all zeroed in on Dima's voice right there, right?
It's crystal clear in this arena.
You see how much weight there is on his left leg?
And honestly, it's interesting to hear such focused kind of instruction as well.
Well, the language is very interesting. Welcome the double collar ties.
But it's, you know, there's coaching and there's cheerleading. Right? And a lot of coaches think that they're coaching, but they're really not. They're just hype men.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
And then, like, you guys like Dima, I mean, obviously a great example is John Danaher. And these guys are literally passing very detailed instruction mid-match. It's another level of coaching.
push him, snap.
So here we go again. We've gone through about a minute and a half on the feet here with exchange of collar ties, and there's a shot from Barbosa, easily stuffed.
Yeah, no setup, too far outside.
Yeah, Joseph
down blocked and shut him out of there.
Didn't even need to sprawl, huh?
3 minutes, 20 seconds. Let's play this game for 1 more minute.
And you can hear that Dima even has, like, he's saying, okay, you play this game for 1 more minute, and then they're going to switch up to something else. So,
well, I'll remind you that in about 40 seconds to see if nothing's changed.
3 more minutes, and 30 seconds we start.
30 seconds from start. So at the halfway point of the round, that's when Joseph's going to maybe start attacking like he did in the first round.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Maybe an arm drag or something similar.
Maybe tactically they're just like, you know what, if we can do a big decisive action, we don't then have to control for large periods of time. You know, we've already burned stuff off the clock. It's just less work and still the same result of getting that 10-9.
I mean, it's calculated, right? Do you want to risk doing that early and expending a lot of energy and then potentially being in a bad spot early in the round, or do you want to play this kind of wrestling game and then pull the trigger and?
He will try to shoot. His shot will be bad. Just be aware.
I'm waiting for it to come now.
Can we just highlight that Dima in the corner said, waiting for him to shoot, his shot will be bad, but be aware it might come.
Yeah, good circle, nice.
2 minutes left here. Big arm drag attempt to the reap.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't a bad shot at all. But
no, and
Joseph read it.
Yeah, and it does fall on Chen now, though, to get some offense going. Because it's been a bit of a stalemate so far, and somebody needs to earn this round on the scorecards.
I'm thinking Joseph is looking for something very specific. We'll see it come soon, I think. But it's one of those things where if you don't get the particular opening that you're looking for, then maybe he won't get it at all. So
let's put the pace up. Let's go. Control his left hand. He's getting desperate. He will try something. Be prepared. Load the shot. Control the hand.
Barbosa making some motions, some feints, some level changes. There's the shot. Easily blocked again.
But he's initiating the action.
Well, that's it. Chen hasn't actually attempted a takedown yet.
1 minute, 7 seconds.
Not particularly, no. I mean, that's now been 3 shots from Hulk that have been stuffed, and yet it's the only meaningful action that's taken place.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds where if Joseph Chen drops this on the scorecards because nothing else happens now, he's got to look back afterwards and be like, wow, I should have nicked that with something.
Yeah, especially if the third round doesn't end up going his way. He's going to be very upset that he didn't get out here and at least take a shot in this second round.
Final 30 seconds here.
30 seconds left, Joseph. Yeah, good.
Wow, almost took that shot in there.
Yeah, way too outside. No setup at all on the shot.
Again, Barbosa shakes his head. He's feinting some more now.
When he shoots, put his weight to his hands. 15 seconds left. Let's go, Joseph.
Oh, there's another big shot. I mean, you got to figure that's going to give Barbosa
go to the legs from the
the win on the judges' scorecards for this round.
3, 2, 1.
Just a lack of offense from Joseph Chen that time.
Very interesting. I got to go 10-9 Barbosa there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even happy to give anybody 10 out of that round, to be honest with you.
No, you kind of want to make it the scores have just started filtering in, and that's exactly how the judges have done it. It's 10-9, so it's now a 1 round apiece, and I don't think that's unfair. I think that I'll be honest, I think Joseph let that one slip through his fingers purely through not pulling the trigger when he should have.
Totally agree with that. Totally agree.
Well, the judges are going to get their scores read in the arena now. So how is the game plan going to change in this third round? That's the question. For Joseph Chen, it has to be, he's got to initiate some offense.
It's got to be work rate, right? One or the other has to turn it up.
Wait.
Because right now the work rate has been consistent, but it just hasn't been enough.
Let's go. Come on.
On either side, really.
No time.
Final 5 minutes on the clock.
Let's go.
Yeah, the first round from Joseph was great. He had such a great takedown into that top position, but the second round was not. And the danger is that that third round goes the same way as the second. And if that happens, he could very well lose this match.
Yeah, you know, I hesitate to say Barbosa even won the second round as much as just Joseph just gave it away.
Single, Lucas. Use a foot sweep the next time he runs away. Single, Lucas. Snap, 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 snap.
And more of the same to open up round 3. Neither guy with the sense of urgency.
It's just strange because it's such a contrast to that first round.
Well, Barbosa been very conservative in both of his matches so far. Chin, a little less so. You wonder if that wasn't really his dance partner in Varela that offered him an opportunity to have a little more excitement just because of the amount of movement that he was able to do and the fact that he was able to get in there and shoot on him a little bit.
100%. I mean, we've said this before, right, that styles make matches, and of course that Joseph's style versus Andy's style definitely seems to favor Joseph now. We've got enough data to be able to say that. And against somebody like Hulk, who's playing much more of a conservative game, it's difficult for Joseph to really stamp his authority on this match.
Yeah, there's only 3.5 minutes left here, and not an offensive action from either competitor in this round. I would expect a stalling warning.
Break! First warning, next one gonna be point. First warning, next one gonna be point.
Well, there you go. And you do not want to be losing this one on a penalty point. No. Backwards action.
If they're both on warning, the first one who really is perceived as stalling is going to get hit with a penalty and then be behind.
You just got to take a shot, even if you know it's going to get stuffed.
Oh, look at this!
Well, right on cue. You're going to roll him again here.
The shot to the duck, out to the back, that was beautiful from Joseph Chen.
Coming up on top here.
And it just seemed that he needed that little bit of motivation from our referee to get it done.
Rolls through, staying behind Barbosa.
Gonna roll him again right here. Oh, look at this nice play by Barbosa.
Yeah, big pickup. He's got a chance to turn the tables, but not able to capitalize. Good arm drag.
I like that choice here by Chin.
That was smart. That was really smart.
Guard.
Well, 2:20 on the clock. Barbosa probably going to need at least a good guard pass here.
Barbosa got to be really careful. Chin probably got the best wrestle up in either bracket today besides maybe Nicky Rodriguez. Oh, this is a nice play here by Barbosa, getting Chin's head stuffed up against the wall, pressing on those hooks.
Chin's not in a great spot to play guard from here. You start getting your head pushed forward by that ramp like that, and it's not conducive to playing any kind of guard game, let's say.
Yeah, it's just so limiting on your hip movement as well, but guard it is for Joseph Chen. He's freed himself from the shackles of the alley wall for the moment. Oh, and a submission attempt.
Going for the knee crush.
Yeah.
What the? I never expected to see
something. He raised his hand. I thought he was going to tap there for a second.
He got it!
Barbosa to the knee crush!
Submits Joseph Chen!
Sean Roberts, what a finish! Barbosa out of nowhere!
Oh my goodness!
Lucas Hulk Barbosa just did something none of us expected.
We honestly thought it was just
nowhere.
It was going to be like a placeholder for a moment, and then all of a sudden, the pressure came on, and Joseph Chen, knee screaming in pain.
The knee crush entry alone was something really cool. But to get the finish against Joseph Chen.
In a match that he was about to lose on the scorecard.
Here we go, here's the finish.
Hey, run that back to the setup. Can we see the setup one more time?
The way he kicked his leg over.
He just laced all the way over the top.
I mean, that's the classic Sean Roberts right there.
Wow.
He terrorized the scene for a long time. Here it is. There's the weave with the left arm. Throws that inside leg over first. He gets that figure four locked all the way down. You can tell by Chin's reaction, the way he's trying to push the foot out and put the torque on the knee, that he was under a lot of stress. And I thought I saw him raise that hand to tap, considered it, and then was forced to tap. What a finish by Barbosa. Incredible.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get the official decision rendered.
At 3 minutes and 34 seconds of round number 3, our referee calls a stop to this bout. Your winner by submission, Lucas the Hulk Barbosa.
I did not have give Lucas Barbosa a winning fight.
I have a question.
Crush on my CJI bingo card.
Do you add it to the $50,000 submission list?
Absolutely.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, that might be #1 now.
Oof, it's got to be up there, right? Just for uniqueness.
Yeah, exactly. We're not going to see another one most likely, so what a play.
Oh, it's Lucas's son. Oh, he's got his family right here. He's got his son and his daughter here at Matside. See Daddy take the win by submission. That is so cool.
Wow, they are with Alex for this interview.
I was Ali's side when I had a little hand tap me on the back and said, did my daddy win? The third round, you get the submission. Yes, daddy won.
Yeah. You know, feels good. You know, like on this hard time, you know, when I'm tired, when I'm thinking of overcoming, I think about these kids here. I work for them, you know, and this is my main motivation.
And tomorrow is the semifinals. You are one step closer to that $1 million paycheck. And standing in your way tomorrow is Levi. What's the game plan?
Same as today. It doesn't matter where the fight goes. I'm gonna fight until the last minute, until I'm gonna do what I can to grab that win.
We can't wait to see it. How did you think your daddy did out there?
Yeah, it was good.
Oh, yeah. Rooting for her dad, the #1 fan, Lucas Barbosa, entering the semifinals tomorrow.
Upsets across the board for the semifinals, man.
I wouldn't say necessarily that Hulk winning was an upset because he's definitely one of the stronger guys in the bracket, but the method of victory definitely was.
Well, Lucas Barbosa scratches his name into the semi-finals. He's got an exciting match tomorrow, but he's going to get a good night's rest first up. And we've got 2 more matches coming your way this evening to set the stage for tomorrow night.
Listen, I just can't believe that in the last 2 matches, we've seen Ruotolo get taken out and Joseph Chen getting taken out. Those were 2 of the top 4 seeds.
Man, look at this. Already the murderer's row that Levi Jones-Leary has had to go through. He had to beat Roberto Jimenez and Ruotolo for the honor of fighting Hulk Barbosa.
Yeah, and if he gets through that,
for the honor of maybe fighting Ruotolo on the other side.
I mean, look, you want to earn $1 million?
No.
This is a very valid way to do it. Stay with us here. We've got lots more action coming your way. First, a word from one of our sponsors. Dr. Lisa Kim, plastic surgeon from LSK Plastic Surgery, is available for all your aesthetic and reconstructive needs, specializing in lipedema care, which includes high-volume liposuction and body contour procedures. She's a jiu-jitsu practitioner based out of Sacramento, California. Thank you for your support, Lisa. Right, tail of the tape, our penultimate match of the evening. Cade Ruotolo returns to take on Tommy Langaka. Guys, brief thoughts on this one before we get this underway.
Well, I'm excited for it because it's a rematch. You got Tommy coming in, trying to prove something that his win, that his loss against Cade first time around wasn't a fluke. He lost by decision on 1 championship. You got Cade coming in, riding that momentum with a big win over Matheus Diniz. And of course, he's going to hold it down for the Ruotolo family now that he's the only one left in the bracket. So I think both guys are coming in super motivated to take this. Tommy wants $1 million, Ruotolo wants $1 million. It's going to be a great match.
I think just based on the pacing and the aggression that we saw from Cade in round 1 and the fact that he didn't really spend all that much time out there on the mat, I think he's going to come out and look to put that same pace down on Tommy, but Tommy's guard is going to be very hard to pass.
Yeah, we're going to find, though, what are those grips of Langaka feeling like now?
Oh, no, that's a great point, man. Tommy really burned those grips out.
Struggling to close his fists, and he's going to have time to rehab, get a little massage, but let's see how that endurance is paying off in those muscles. Let's walk these 2, Tommy Langaka and Cade Ruotolo.
Our next athlete making his way to the alley, fighting out of Norway and representing Wolfing Academy. Give it up for Tommy Langaka!
And his opponent, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Cade Ruotolo!
So, the reigning ADCC champ returns to the mat here, defeated Matej Diniz in the first round, and he's faced with a world no-gi champion in Tommy Langica. Very different type of fighter from Diniz. I don't think the game plan's going to change a whole lot from Cade Ruotolo. He likes to be first to the action.
Yeah, he really is first to action. He's all the way over to Tommy's side of the mat.
Yeah,
and immediately starts pushing him around.
Langica didn't make it more than 5 feet off the apron before Ruotolo sat upon him.
I think Tommy has a clear idea of what to expect, though. You know, they faced each other before.
Twice.
Tommy knows, hey, listen, what I should do, I need to slow it down a little bit, because I've said it before, I'll say it again, you know, you don't want to match, you know, technique for technique with somebody as quick as Cade Ruotolo.
Tommy Langica looked briefly for that 10-finger guillotine there. Ruotolo bailing out. How long do you think we're going to see Langica keep it on the feet here, Brandon?
Well, I don't think he wants to be underneath and finding out what that guard passing pace and pressure of Cade Ruotolo is going to feel like tonight. So I think we might see him keep it on the feet for quite a while.
Yeah, Tommy's not exactly known as a wrestler, but I think that it's something that he's had to work on, because, you know, he was fighting his way through ADCC trials, and it's a simple fact that you need to develop your wrestling if you want to compete in that kind of tournament. So that hopefully will carry over here, but it's not his speciality. He's always really been known as a guard player, so I anticipate him pulling probably at some point, because I think it's where he's most comfortable.
Yeah, the question is, will he be able to get something going from there? And ooh, just lucky perhaps that Ruotolo lost his grip as he looked to work his way around to the back.
Tommy looking confident. He looks comfortable up here, though.
Yeah, staying calm. You know, he's a veteran. He knows there's a long way, and look at that. Gets the takedown. He's in a potentially dangerous position here, though.
Here. Man, Cade throws up that omoplata quick, and Tommy's arm is not free.
He's gonna be good to go right here.
Well, let's see. Ruotolo trying to sit back up. I think the elbow's free now.
But still, they're dry. It's not easy there. See, Tommy wasn't able to pull that out that easy, but he's up a takedown, because that was a beautiful takedown.
But he was looking comfy.
It's going to give him a lot of confidence.
Does the omoplata cancel it out, or?
Well, it might have to, just because it's a submission attempt. So,
and this is very interesting. Tommy jumps to the closed guard up against the alley wall.
And Cade can't slam him from this position. He can only slam from an active submission threat. So he just kind of lets him slide down.
Well, they find their way to the bottom of the canvas here. Close guard for Langica.
Closed guard, but his shoulders and his neck stuck up on the alley wall, really limiting a lot of his possibilities.
You know what he wants. He wants to take her legs. Don't let him leave the hands.
Keep making him uncomfortable, Cade. Just make him uncomfortable, Cade. He's going to hold you from here.
A lot of voices from Andre Gavao, Eric Poulsen, and Ty Ruotolo. Just a mere 7 or 8 feet from Cade here, trying to talk him through this position, and at the same time put some doubt in the mind of Tommy Langica.
Very good. He needs to open the guard.
Langica keeping that guard closed.
He doesn't want to open up the game.
Keeping the posture broken. Cade trying to fight back to his feet, reaching back.
Minute and a half.
Oh, man, are we going to see Cade get called for a stalling call right here?
I mean, we might do, but...
Because he's not really, he's like hand fighting, pummeling for inside position. Oh, okay, can opener. That's kind of interesting. It's a legal technique.
Yeah, very old school.
He's going to stay there, Cade.
It's a good way to make that guard pop open, though. He's looking for a wrist lock.
Yeah, there's some kind of wrist entanglement.
Very good, Cade.
And Cade just struggling to get a huge amount of posture here.
Body triangle locked in on the bottom for Langica with a minute to go in round number 1.
That position with his head pressed forward like that,
so uncomfortable.
It really is, and it's not easy to circle off the wall like it is a cage. You see people do that all the time, right? They post out and they kind of circle off the cage. just can't do it on the ramp. It's very, very tricky.
Ruotolo with that big posting leg up, inviting Lanka to dive underneath it for that K-guard entry.
Trying to get this guard to pop open.
Big can opener attempt again, and Lanka's having to address this. This is just making it uncomfortable for the Norwegian.
It's mean. It's really mean. It's not really a submission attack against somebody like Tommy, but it's just a way of tiring him out until the next round.
Well, it hasn't even forced him to open his guard up yet. And now he does open the guard once the can opener breaks. And here's the movement in.
I think this is a not fun round for the judges to have to score, but at the end there, I think, oof.
Tommy knew that the round was coming to an end, so he kind of opened up a little bit. Yeah, he's just calmly strolling over to his corner, but that was interesting that Cade elected to just kind of like control him for that round rather than really try to open the guard to pass.
Yeah, but the judges evidently choosing that control and the omoplata attempt. They've rendered 10-9 decisions across the board in favor of Cade Ruotolo.
I don't disagree.
I don't understand that.
I mean, the omoplata threat and then the control against the ramp.
Yeah, he was totally nullified over there in the closed guard.
One sort of side trip.
Yeah, I mean, a good takedown over here.
Into the omoplata.
Yeah,
it wasn't really an omoplata. It's no gi. Omoplata's not even a real thing.
Oh, what?
Oh, come on.
Wash your mouth there, Brandon.
Another 5 minutes on the clock here.
Ready?
Just waiting to get the clock set Ali's side.
They're kind of eager to go, though, right? You can see Cade. Oh, man, a little bit of
baiting him.
I love this way that they kind of walk away and they dip and then they hit that inside reverse ankle pick.
Yeah, looking for it. Such wingspan as well. Just gets, don't have to bend down that far to get a hook on the ankle.
When you go, you go. He's uncomfortable, Cade. Keep it up.
Lanka had some success in the takedown game in that first round. Did put himself in a compromised position.
It was like kicking a tree stump, right? That leg didn't move.
Nice, nice.
Oh, big move to the back from Ruotolo. Lanka trying to bail out here.
That was so slick by Cade and so quick.
Very good, Cade.
Well, that's going to be points on the board for Ruotolo early in this round. Lanka, a much more comfortable guard position for him out in the middle of the surface here.
It is. It's much more what Tommy prefers, this kind of open guard. But the problem is that Cade is one of the best in the world with this lateral movement and, of course, the leg pinning system that they have. Plus, they have this amazing way of controlling the legs and moving around directly into, like, north-south. It's a really interesting guard passing system that really tires out their opponent's core. And, man, I just think that in the center of the area is great for Tommy. He doesn't want to get stuck up against the wall, but at the same time, it's what Cade wants because it's how he can pass the guard.
Well, he's got a big bite on the arm. He's trying to use as a grip, and dynamic passing from Ruotolo.
That's what I'm saying. You give this guy space, he's going to use it.
Sharp knee cut. Yes.
Ruotolo again posting on that hip, looking to stand on the leg and pin. Big dust from all the way out.
Force him to move to the other side, Cade. If you force his hips to face the other way, he's going to be weak.
Well, they're telling him to put Lanka on the other hip, attack the
there we go. That's
towards the right side
right.
from Ruotolo's perspective. Because they think Lanka will be weaker there. I mean, it's pretty typical, right, guys? Most people favor one side more heavily than the other in their guard retention.
Yeah, very few people are truly ambidextrous in jiu-jitsu. Everybody's got a good side. And there is that long-range passing kind of into the north-south that I was talking about.
Oh, Lanka trying to come up here, though.
Kind of like a little octopus guard.
It is octopus guard. And he almost finds his way to the back. Ruotolo wise
just relentless. Cade Ruotolo absolutely all over him non-stop. Relentless pressure.
That was huge. Love the heel drag there. He's going to try and slip that inside hook in.
Oh, look at this. He's going for this Tommy.
Love this attack right here. See, the Gatami is a major weapon. Not sure if he's got the angle for it, but...
Well, Lanka's having to defend hooks at the same time as well.
Cade could just take the back off this. You can see that the angle that Tommy has turned, he's basically inviting Cade to give his back to relieve the threat of the submission.
A much more convincing round for Cade Ruotolo here with 1:40 left.
I mean, was that the most aggressive punch into a guillotine you've ever seen in your life? I hope we get that at the break. I want to see that replay.
Well, you know, he's obviously got to try and force that arm across the body as well at the same time. So looking to try and take the back here.
Oh my God, is he going to do it? He probably won't be able to. I think Tommy will block it. He's going hooks in.
He's going to finish with the end of the neck. Cade Ruotolo looking to move to the semi-finals of day number 2. Big squeeze coming in. Lanka trying to hold on here.
In right here.
He's going to get it. He's going to get it. Face the big arch.
Here comes the hand. Here comes the finish.
He's gone short choke.
Oh, Tommy Lanka trying to stay stoic here.
Cade Ruotolo trying to kill a Viking in Las Vegas.
Hands coming in behind the back of the head, but how is Tommy surviving right here?
I mean, he's on the back end of a 10-8, even if he does survive, but it keeps him in the fight for one more round. 45 seconds left. Ruotolo desperately squeezing, and he gives it up.
Man, give it up for Tommy for surviving that rear naked choke attack series.
The difference in color across Langeka's face from where the pressure was coming versus the top of his head.
It was incredible.
That was really tight. I'm amazed that Tommy managed to just, I don't know how he defended. It was nothing about technique. It was just pure heart.
Well, final 20 seconds here, and it's still Ruotolo on the back with a body triangle. It's going to be a significant score in this second round for Ruotolo.
You call it, it's definitely a 10-8, like Brandon said. No doubt about it.
Well, Ruotolo just hip riding along. 10-second clackers come in. They're going to get a chance to reset, recompose themselves.
Dominant round now by Cade Ruotolo.
So here's the question, what does Tommy Langeka have to do? One judge giving it a 10-9, and the other two cementing in 10-8s.
Yeah, that was about as clear a cut as a 10-8 that I've seen. There's the takedown. That go behind, so good.
I want to see him punch into this guillotine choke.
215.
Oh, man, look at that.
That was aggressive.
You could hear it. You could hear the contact.
Oh, man, I'm going to save that as a wallpaper on my computer and just let it run nonstop on a loop.
Tommy did the smart thing by turning his back to take the pressure off the seat of Gatami, but then you get into this position. And I'm amazed that he survived the rear naked choke and that we're having this third round.
So there are the scores confirmed for you folks at home. 2 10-8s on deck and a 10-9. That gives Ruotolo 20-17 on 2 of the scorecards. So Langeka realistically is going to need a submission here.
Stay aware, stay aware. Body locks again, Cade.
Yeah, shot from well on the outside from Langeka.
Gonna need a lot more setup than that to get in on Cade Ruotolo's hips.
Cade's got a flow going here. Tommy's kind of stalking him down, but
Cade's fearless. He has no fear of what Tommy brings to the table as far as the wrestling goes.
So let me ask you this. You know, we know that Langeka needs a submission. What sort of submission could he realistically hit on Cade Ruotolo?
It's a very short list.
It's a very short list, but everybody's susceptible to the rear naked choke if you can get to their back. So
if you look at Cade's losses, then the rear naked choke is the one that he's lost to the most, I think.
Big shot
if we're talking about submissions, but it's so rare. It's so rare. I think the last time it happened was maybe 2020.
Langeka's trying to dump him down. He's going to defend the guillotine at the same time. A lot of pressure. Nice Haragoshi.
Crucifix again.
Yeah, into a crucifix. Langeka defending on the back foot straight away.
Under the chin. He's under that chin with the wrist just barely.
That is how fast the game
He's going to walk into this. He's going to, guys, he might get this.
Yeah, one-arm rear naked.
Marcelo style crucifix with a one-arm rear naked.
Yeah, well, Langeka's still got to find his way out of here, and
Oh, he's done
Nice reversal, ends up on top.
Yeah, goes straight to work, trying to pass here. I think he understands the urgency of the situation.
This is about as good an opportunity as Tommy's going to get here, but 3 minutes remaining with Cade holding him in the close guard.
Yeah, I mean, what if uses those long legs, goes body triangle. Oh, steps over.
Interesting.
Leg here.
Man, Cade was kind of sleeping a bit there, letting that happen.
Yeah, good
I
work
got
from
a big
Lanka.
reaction. I thought he may have reaped that knee super hard right there.
Man, saw two Ruotolos out with leg injuries. That would not be good.
Lanka was straight up into the passing, got a little bit loose though. And Ruotolo was able to post, find his way back to the feet.
Langeker has to find a way.
You know what? I don't speak Norwegian, but I'm pretty sure I just heard the corner of Tommy saying something maybe about $1 million. He's like, remember why you're here, Tommy.
Right. Final 2 minutes of this bout. Cade Ruotolo very successful in this round, finding his way to the back. Langeker did have a good pickup on the leg though, but if you don't put the Ruotolo down quickly, all of a sudden they might just teleport behind you.
Yeah, and it wasn't the best finish for the single. You know, he didn't really run the pipe. He just tried to run, and he ran straight into the counter.
But he did end up on the top of that exchange, on the top of the closed guard.
Eventually.
In the long run.
Yeah, it's true. That extra weight for Tommy is definitely a factor, though. Cade's not exactly throwing him around.
Oh, was Kanabasami into an Uchimata?
Yeah, he threw them both at the same time, so you gotta pick one.
Cade's done that in the past, you know, he's thrown out those kind of techniques, and he's broken legs with it, so.
Well, yeah, you don't want to twist a knee the wrong way there. Well, this could be the end of the road for Tommy Langeker. He's got a minute left to keep his dreams of $1 million alive.
He's gonna have to pull into some kind of joint lock. He's got to either get on a quick leg or find a way to, oh my, here's that Darce choke.
Yeah, he's trying to reach through, drop that shoulder deep, abandons it though.
He's gonna try to octopus it, that's it. Headlock, headlock.
30 seconds,
40 seconds, dude.
Well, Langeker inverts underneath, looks to come up on top. Got to be wary of the neck
finger guillotine.
Oh,
it's got a good bend on the neck.
Really compressing Langeker up here. Head pops out though.
There was pressure on that for sure. You could just tell by the way that Tommy reacted.
Well, it's not for lack of trying from Tommy Langeker. He's tried to keep himself in this bout the full 15 minutes, but the onslaught of Cade Ruotolo just too much here.
Whoa! Cade Ruotolo with a little bit of showboating going head first into the guard pass.
Well, time expires. We're going to go to a decision. But it is going to be Cade Ruotolo moving on to the semi-finals. No ambiguity there.
I think I'm more actually surprised by that he nearly passed the guard with that.
Yeah, I'm going to start doing that.
Alex, you need to ask him what that's called.
The Ruotolo stunner, I think.
Yeah, so this was Langeker's leg attack early on to pick up on the single leg, and he got countered, unfortunately, ended up in a crucifix position off the back of it.
Here it comes.
Yeah, big
Boom,
Harai
all
attempt.
the way around to the Harai.
This was that crucifix as well, searching for the one-arm choke.
Tommy, very resilient. Found himself in a couple of bad positions there, but made it happen.
Yeah, a well-earned victory. Let's go ahead and get the hand raised.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecard for decision. The judges score this bout 30-26, 30-26, and 30-27. All for your winner. And moving on to day 2, Cade Ruotolo!
So Ruotolo stays in it, sends Tommy Langeker home. The dream is kept alive for one of the Ruotolo brothers. Well, they're pretty good on the mic. Let's see what Cade Ruotolo has to say.
Cade, Ruotolo, you are moving on to the semifinals tomorrow. Your family's here supporting. The Ruotolo squad runs deep. So how special is it right now to know you're moving on?
Oh, it feels great, you know, super, I always say this, relief, you know, is always the main word. Well, while the mic is hot right now, I just want to go out and say, my brother and I are always so competitive, so it's always like, who's better? I am, no, I am, you know? But if I'm being real, I think I could confidently say it's 60-40 my brother. He gets the better of me. I just want to say, you know, my brother's the best person I've ever trained with. You know, that last match of his, he got a pretty big injury in the first round, and he definitely didn't show all of his ability. But if there's any person in this division that I'm most scared of, it's definitely him. So first off, just want to give him the props. He's the best in the world. Second of all, yeah, I was just super excited and ready to keep going.
I asked you in an interview once, what is your favorite moment in one championship? And you actually said it was when your brother won the championship because you feel everything that he feels and you are more proud when he wins versus when you win. So was it hard for you seeing him lose? And what was the energy kind of going back in?
Well, it's always super difficult to watch one another's a loss, you know, especially when you know he had more than the capabilities to win that match, you know. Definitely wasn't the best version of himself, you know. I know he was going to bounce back from that injury real quick and be top dog for sure, you know. Like I said, he's the best person in the world as far as jiu-jitsu goes and human. But yeah, I was super stoked, you know, to get that last win and to push on to tomorrow. You know, with my brother, Galval, Eric, all in my corner, I was feeling unstoppable, you know, so super appreciative and blessed.
Well, we can't wait to see what you do tomorrow night, Saturday. Someone is walking away with $1 million. Give it up for Cade Ruotolo and move on your name into that bracket.
Cade Ruotolo moving on indeed. I got to just say that the relationship that these brothers have is really unique. I mean, you could see Ty Ruotolo welling up there at the really kind words from his brother. I mean, look, he's just taken out Tommy Langenka. He's moving on into the next day. He's got a chance at $1 million, and really he's praising his brother in the post-fight.
Yeah, right. The priorities is incredible. He's not thinking about himself. He's thinking about his brother who suffered an injury in that semi-final match. Quarterfinal match. Yeah, it's really a special relationship, and I think that relationship is why they are who they are. They've elevated each other to this level, right? We always say about how, you know, it'd be the perfect training partner. Man, having a twin brother like that, helping you get to the very top of the jiu-jitsu world, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, he is going to be a handful tomorrow in those semis. One more reminder, though, there is $20,000 up for grabs from our sponsor, Optimal Self Supplements. They're rewarding that for the most exciting fighter. Two things every athlete needs in competition: the ability to focus and perform at their peak. Optimal Self Supplements specialize in high-potency organic functional mushrooms, lion's mane for improved cognitive function, and cordyceps to boost energy output when they need it the most. Head to optimalself.com and use the code CGALive to get 20% off this week. That's optimalself.com, and go ahead and do more shrooms.
What a tagline.
Tail of the tape for the last bout this evening. We made it, guys. It is, we are 9 hours deep into this event. Match number 24, Owen O'Flanagan taking on Andrew Tackett. Let's go. Give us your thoughts.
Well, number one is that you mentioned about the Optimal Supplements prize for the most entertaining fighter, and I genuinely feel that Andrew Tackett is a frontrunner for that prize. You know, we saw it in his match with Nicky Ryan. He threw everything he could at him in pursuit of victory. He's extremely an interesting character. He's a great grappler. He's a fantastic athlete and a fierce competitor, and I love watching him go.
And what does Owen O'Flanagan present that's different from the first match that Andrew Tackett had against Nicky Ryan?
Well, what Owen does that's, number one, he's a lot bigger than Nicky Ryan is. You know, Owen probably cut about as much weight as anybody.
Yeah,
as far as
he did have a sizable cut to make this bracket.
Especially like over the course of time, trying to get down into the bracket. Owen's very sticky. He's got a unique set of attacks. He's got a good track record of being able to put out good people with his leg locking, and he's just got a very creative, diverse set of attacks. So can he win this match? I do think he can, but he's going to have to get through the relentless, the onslaught of Andrew Tackett to be able to do it. So I think Tackett's going to lead the dance probably.
He's also got one weapon that I feel like really, really could work well against Andrew Tackett, because he's got such a great leg lock game. One hole in Andrew Tackett's game is he's got multiple submission losses to the knee bar. And that could very well be a factor. If Owen's done his homework, then that could be a factor. However, like Andrew said earlier, his brother competed against Owen not that long ago, so they've been studying Owen and they have a game plan for it.
Well, let's see what that game plan is. This is your last match of the evening here on day one of CGI. It's Owen O'Flanagan and Andrew Tackett.
All right, this is our final match of the evening. Making his way to the alley, fighting out of Austin, Texas, representing Brazilian Fight Factory. Make some noise for Andrew Tackett! And his opponent, fighting out of London, England, representing the Submission Grappling Club, give it up for Owen O'Flanagan!
Well, Owen O'Flanagan jogging out to the mat here.
Owen's going to be very fresh coming into this match. Andrew Tackett, always fresh coming into a match.
Yeah, we know Tackett can go through multiple matches in a single day and keep the pace high the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, consider the fact that Andrew Tackett had a 15-minute war, pretty one-sided, but it's still 15 minutes high energy. And Owen, he had a very quick win against Majid earlier.
Oh, and he's deep on that arm quickly.
That's how he got in on Shanji's arm, with that Choi bar set up.
Kind of crazy to think that Owen had less than 2 minutes.
Oh, again, though, good attack from Owen O'Flanagan.
He's
shaking off.
Look how sticky this guy is.
Quickly, Owen O'Flanagan forcing the roll from Andrew Tackett. They're going to hit the wall here.
Knee line slips free.
Wow, what a good attack.
Couple of good attacks here from Owen O'Flanagan.
Owen's relentless in his submission attacks. If Andrew is relentless in his positional game, Owen is relentless in just throwing up.
Oh my God! The triangle as well. Owen O'Flanagan trying to take out Andrew Tackett.
Tackett just navigates through it, turns the corner like he's a big 220-pounder, shaking off that triangle all the way into side control.
If there's any criticism of Owen, is that maybe he's a little too eager with his submission attacks, and he's lost position now as a result.
I mean, it's tough, right? Because they count so much under this rule set. It's kind of the perfect thing if you're just like throwing up a lot of submissions, but I don't think he can afford to spend an awful lot of time carrying the weight here. We saw in the first match, you know, Tackett's going to go north-south. He's going to start putting the shin on the face. He's going to work through that sequence of positions that he knows so well. And it may be that O'Flanagan doesn't find a way out for the next 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is kind of where Andrew likes to be, right? He kind of hits this sort of broken, sort of north-south.
He likes to get here so he can flip his hair.
Pretty much.
I think that's the only reason he likes this position, just so he can look up and wink at the crowd.
I think he likes to drop a hip. I think he really wants back exposure, right? He's hoping that his guy's going to bridge and roll and maybe give the back, because never really seen Andrew methodically work for a submission attack. He's much more the kind of guy is like, I'll take it in the transition, and it's usually from the back.
If they stay in this position, the whole that thought's done.
Nice recovery, good save
Andrew,
by O'Flanagan.
No, they won't stay in a position.
No, he would rather move.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, it's
burn a little gas on his opponent.
This was going to be one of those things where we've got to weigh up. How do you weigh up, you know, reasonable submission attempts versus positional dominance?
Well, I mean, you know the difference between a submission attack and a submission entry, right? And a submission entry is maybe what the leg lock was earlier, because was there real breaking pressure through the leg? Was the arm bar, was there real breaking pressure through the arm? So you can defend the submission, but you're maybe not actually in threat of being submitted. So I feel like it really is the judge's job to kind of decide how close that attack really was.
This is a tight side control.
You know, it's so interesting.
From Tackett.
Andrew Tackett blows through Nicky Ryan's guard, blows through Owen O'Flanagan's guard. These are two of the best guard players in the world, and he's just making them look like absolute mortals.
Yeah, Andrew makes it look easy. That's the crazy thing, yeah. And one other thing about Andrew is this as well. Everything he does is a highlight reel, but it's not like you can really break down and analyze his technique because he just does stuff, you know? It's not like super technical jiu-jitsu. It's like I said earlier, it's a little bit ugly grappling because he just goes out and he's physical, but he knows his paths to where he wants to be. He knows how to get there. It is technical, it just doesn't necessarily look it.
Regard for O'Flanagan, but he's got to be careful here. Tackett trying to earn that north-south again.
There's that nice sticky attack from Owen O'Flanagan. Andrew just absolutely shakes it off like it's not even real.
He just headbutted his way through it.
He doesn't even respect it. I mean, he knows it's a threat, but it's not like he's scared of it.
Again, Tackett looking to move to north-south here. Inverted guard for O'Flanagan. Had a couple of really good bites early on, but has been on the back foot ever since.
Tackett trying to win this inside space. O'Flanagan doing a nice job for just a second at keeping his knee between him.
Oh, and easily over to mount is Tackett now.
He did the exact same thing against Nicky Ryan, right? Just so smooth the way he steps over like that.
He's already breaking its first round.
Closing seconds, William Tackett telling his brother that he feels O'Flanagan's already breaking, and he's sticking his chin into the head.
He's like a tiny, handsome Mark Kerr digging that chin in.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
You take your chin to the eye sockets. A nice move.
You know, the entire Tackett family are just absolutely lovely people. Mr. and Mrs. Tackett have raised 3 fine young gentlemen, but Andrew, he forgets all niceties when he competes. He's a nasty, nasty grappler.
Oh, yeah. O'Flanagan taking a beat against the wall. Let's look back at some of the replays from that first round. This was the leg entanglement that led to the 3 or 4 rolls.
Yeah, beautiful technique by O'Flanagan. You see the way he kept his left hand behind the knee. This was nice too, but this was the problem. He got that that corner turn.
Andrew postured up out of it really quick, and there was never really any danger of the extension on the arm, but it definitely looked like a great entry, right? So it's the judge's job now to decide how close those submission attacks were, and we have the scores in, and it's across the board 10-9 for Andrew Tackett.
Yeah, probably a fair decision.
Easy call, I think.
I mean, you can't spend that much time riding your opponent from top position and not win the round, sure.
It'll be interesting to see if Tackett can get any submission opportunities going at any point, though, or if he's going to be content to win this one on position. O'Flanagan pulls guard quickly.
Right away, Andrew circling around towards this north-south.
Man, he covers so much distance, right, with that little slide step that he's
Oh, no, this is not what O'Flanagan wanted, is a quick pass to north-south here. He's trying to get the legs back in, a beautiful movement around the legs.
Just, you call it ugly grappling,
solution,
I call it winning grappling.
It's great. Don't get me wrong, man. It is really, really impressive. It's so cool to see.
Tackett put his palm on the face of O'Flanagan to smother him for a second. Got a few words out of the Englishman.
He'll do it again as well.
Tackett backs away, looking to pass again.
Yep. There we go.
Just shucks those legs by.
Don't go cross-face. Go
This kid is special, man.
Same side as your legs.
Yeah,
so
he really is. I mean,
driving pressure.
Much like his brother, Andrew Tackett's been on the scene for what feels like forever because he's been competing since he was, you know, a teen, and he's been competing against adults since a young age. I remember him telling me, like, maybe 3 years ago, he's like, oh yeah, I lost count of the amount of black belts I've beaten. And this was when he was still a teenager, you know? And he's just been competing at this highest level, but only 21 years of age. Just so much potential, still so much more room to grow.
Well, again, he's letting O'Flanagan regard to a certain extent and then just continuously looking to pass around here.
Well, he's funneling into that north-south, and then when O'Flanagan pummels his leg around, he's turning the corner on him. He didn't even have to hit the second part of the movement that time. Got straight through, separated the knee elbow, passed right around very easily that time. That was for sure the easiest guard pass that he's gotten off on him.
Can hear Owen breathing hard, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's he's carrying a lot of weight throughout this as well. He's been putting a lot of movement in trying to re-guard and retain the guard. But Tackett just keeping the pressure going. He's riding his hip onto the head now as well. The pointy bits of your hip bones down onto the nose. That's another nasty little technique he can use.
Nice, Andrew.
So smooth.
To the mount.
So smooth.
Good technical movements into the mount 2 times now.
It's going to be interesting to see if he can force any kind of opening on a limb from here. He can open up a submission attack.
He's under the elbow, not able to drive it up above the head, though.
There's a lot of guys who are good at moving around and get good positions, but creating that separation on the limbs to open up the submission opportunities is another skill set in itself.
Andrew just really, didn't headbutt him, but he dropped his head forcefully.
Yeah,
and he's really, now he's grinding it into the face. That's nasty.
Oh, right on the nose as well.
Telling you, man, Andrew is mean when he's grappling. Such a nice kid off the mat, but he's so mean. Oh,
little
throwing up the Ezekiel.
Little Nogi Ezekiel from the bottom.
Good luck.
I think that would win the $50,000 submission of the event bonus.
We all go home if he finishes that on Andrew Tackett. I quit.
Minute and 20 left in round number 2 here. Trying to find out who is going to be the last man in the final 4 for this under 80 kilo bracket.
Owen got to be very careful here. Be super disciplined with his left elbow. Do not let it get back to the center line, because if it does, then Tackett's going to flash around to the back.
So he's got this kind of very loose quarter guard here.
1 minute.
Trying to find some space.
50 seconds.
Nice job, Bo Flanagan.
Good.
Getting himself back to his guard.
Tackett just hurls himself back into that north-south position.
Use your legs, rangefinder.
30 seconds, Andrew.
Rangefinder. Active leg.
Look at this.
25 seconds.
Closing seconds of round number 2. Again, Tackett just trying to bury himself into that north-south position.
He's just so good at going north-south, drag the leg, duck underneath and drag the leg to the other side. Owen just looking like he does not have the answers that he needs to stop this kid.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to find a connection after the start of that first round.
Oh, all 3 judges just scored that one 10-8.
Wow.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it was non-stop positional control across the board. So 2017's big deficit for Owen Flanagan to overcome now. A reminder, this is your last chance today to scan that QR code on your screen. Donate to the Fair Fight Foundation. Help support Tap Cancer Out, Academy Christos, a host of other charities. All of tonight's action, this fantastic event, and the equal pay for all of the fighters, equal and fair pay, I should say, for all the fighters, made possible by your contributions to the Fair Fight Foundation. Thank you for joining us here at the Thomas & Mack Center for day 1. Tomorrow, day 2, much shorter, I promise. We're going to get the semis, the finals, and those 2 super fights.
Let's go, pull. Last 5, last 5. Gain the connection.
Around to the north-south.
Be careful.
Oh my God. What a finish that would have been. Was that the last gasp for O'Flanagan? Tackett goes straight to mount. The chin goes to work in the face.
I think it was. I think that was Owen's last chance to get that done.
Andrew Tackett's just absolutely fearless.
He's an animal. He really is. He's also incredibly difficult to submit. I mean, we've seen him in locked out arm bars and stuff in the past. He does not submit easily.
Yeah, submit him is exactly what Owen O'Flanagan's going to have to do here with 4 minutes left. 2017 is the current score across all 3 judges' scorecards.
2017, also the last time Andrew Tackett had to take a deep breath from exhausting himself.
Well, lacing in between the legs there, going to drop some shoulder pressure on it, perhaps.
338. I need.
Nice.
Oh, just the way he shrugs, clears that guard. Back to north-south again.
I love this camping position that he has here, you know? He kind of goes this, like, it's almost like a reverse scarf hold almost, you know?
Pin his arm with your
Drops
leg.
his hip next to the ear.
Let's work on pinning that near side arm.
Yeah, you can recover from here.
Well, O'Flanagan finds himself with another opportunity to attack.
Oh, my God, magic stick attack.
This is just
jumping to go
Andrew
to the back.
Tackett's world that we're all living in it at this point.
Oh boy, do we get to start thinking about him versus Cade Ruotolo in this semi-final tomorrow.
I mean, coming off of this first day,
245.
I don't know that I wouldn't pick Andrew as the favorite in that match, just based on what we saw today.
Those are strong words. The internet is going to be yelling at you now, B-Mac.
Well, they can yell. But Andrew Tackett looks real sharp. He looks very hard to beat. I mean, how does Cade stop this?
Yeah, and interestingly, he hasn't fought Cade Ruotolo before, so it's a matchup that I think a lot of people would be extremely excited to see. Again, though, he puts himself in a triangle here.
But he's fearless. He believes himself to be invincible. And so that makes, he's defensively invincible, so that makes him offensively fearless. He'll try anything. He'll throw himself into any position. He's not scared of any sort of risk. And Owen O'Flanagan's a dangerous man, and he just has absolutely zero respect for the offense that he throws his way.
Yeah, I don't think Andrew Tackett has respect for anybody in front of him during the match, you know? He's a great sportsman, but when the bell goes, he just leaves all that outside. And
wow. Well, this is just flow rolling at this point.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't think he'll change his game plan up against somebody like Cade Ruotolo. The difference is that Cade Ruotolo is one of the few people in the world who can go head-to-head.
He can scramble straight back.
Yeah, and it'll probably be 15 minutes of this, just non-stop.
Well, 1:20 left here.
Yes, yes.
A deep grip around that arm for O'Flanagan. I don't know if he can put it to use, but
it's almost like a false reap of the arm, right?
Yeah, interesting.
And again, burrowing his, that's what I'm going to start saying, he's burrowing his way to north-south.
I mean, he scored 107 points in this match.
You know what, if you guys on Reddit or YouTube could do us a favor and score this match from an IBJJF perspective, I would love to know the statistics for that.
Yeah, well, tell us how many points Andrew Tackett has racked up in each of his rounds. Like, collectively, he's the highest point scorer here for the day. I know we don't have any points, but he's just dunking all over both Nicky Ryan and Owen O'Flanagan, two of the toughest guard players that there are in the world.
You know what, just let's take a second to think about that sentence that you just said, Brian. Just dunked on Nicky Ryan and Owen O'Flanagan, two of the toughest guys in the world in a row, and made it look easy.
25 seconds, you have 20 seconds.
Very easy. He's made it look like if he had to fight me, which it actually is very easy.
Well, a double leg is not going to get it done for O'Flanagan here. He ends up once more underneath north-south with some headbanging from Andrew Tackett. He raised his fists up. He knows he has absolutely done enough. I wouldn't be surprised if these are more 10-8s across the board.
Incredible. This kid's 21 years old.
Yeah, incredible is an understatement.
Well, we've got our scores in. And,
there's no
yeah, do we need to keep you in suspense at home?
It's just a case of making it official at this point, right?
Well, let's go ahead and get that young man's hand raised. And I'm sure Alex will show up very briefly after to tell him, hey, how does he feel about fighting Ruotolo tomorrow?
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecard. All 3 judges see this bout the same way, 30-26. For your winner, moving on to the semifinals in day 2, give it up for Andrew Tackett!
Unanimous decision winner, but somehow that doesn't quite tell the whole story of that match. Let's get a word from Andrew Tackett. He's with Alex.
This guy, did you just pretend to fall asleep on the mat over here?
Well, it's freaking going on 1 a.m., guys. I'm tired. I'm gonna keep it short so we can all get home. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's freaking go. Whoa!
We are in Las Vegas, so the night has just begun, but these guys are gonna get some rest, because tomorrow, someone will win $1 million. We'll see you all tomorrow night.
So, Andrew Tackett is the last man to book his place in those semi-finals. And guys, we have got quite an event coming your way tomorrow. Let's take a quick recap of everything. We're finishing the under 80 now. Let's have a quick talk about it. What stood out for you in this bracket this evening?
I mean, what stood out for me, number 1, was Levi Jones-Leary advancing against Roberto Jimenez in the opening round by submission, and then winning by decision in what I would consider an upset against Ruotolo. And he's going to be facing off with Lucas Hulk Barbosa, who hit one of the best submissions of the tournament with that incredible leg lock against Joseph Chen late in the 3rd round. That side of the bracket, pretty interesting.
Man, I didn't think we were going to see anything better than that opening heel hook that we got, but I got to say, I think Barbosa took the lead, and I don't think anybody thought Barbosa was going to walk out of here on day 1 with some of the night, but that was good.
Yeah, somebody walking away with 50K for the best submission of the weekend. Here's your bracket for, it seems like a lifetime ago. It was a good 4 hours ago. We wrapped up the plus 80 kilo bracket here. And of course, the number 1 seed, Nick Rodriguez, found his way through. He faces Adam Bradley. And on the other side, it's an all-Brazilian affair as well. Give us your closing thoughts on the over 80s.
Well, USA versus Brazil guaranteed final is kind of interesting to me, but I'll be honest, I think that some of the names who actually advanced on that side of the bracket are very unexpected. Of course, we really did not expect to see Victor Hugo go out 1st round in a very spectacular fashion. Lucas Kanard with one of the greatest upset victories of all time with that heel hook win against Victor Hugo. But also, you know, Adam Bradley getting past Kyle Boehm and Pat Downey to go up against Nicky Rod in the semi-final. Kind of unexpected for me. Not taking anything away from him, but not one of the world-class names I expected to see that deep in the tournament.
Now, guys, believe it or not, with all of that action, all of these amazing bouts, one thing we really haven't had a chance to talk about is the first of our super fights tomorrow. It's probably the biggest super fight in women's history. Mackenzie Dern taking on Ffion Davis.
Not probably. This is the biggest fight, a jiu-jitsu match in the history of women's jiu-jitsu. We got the current female GOAT in Ffion Davis, and then you got the GOAT from the past generation in Mackenzie Dern coming back to take her on.
It really is a generational clash, this one. And we've got to say, at the weigh-ins, we're used to Ffion seeming, you know, very muscular, very big. Mackenzie Dern looked in phenomenal shape. I mean, she's coming off a fight just 2 weeks ago.
So a big factor, of course, is that, you know, Ffion Davis is the pound-for-pound number 1 in the women's division, but Mackenzie Dern's work in the world of MMA and her physical conditioning and athleticism has come on leaps and bounds as a result of that training. So I'm expecting a physical match, but I'm not sure it's going to be as physical as our other super fight, Craig versus Gabby.
Craig versus Gabby is the second super fight you're going to see tomorrow. It's been a big, interesting build-up. There's been a lot of back and forth, but you heard from Gabby when she sat down. She knows that's entertainment. She's not playing games.
No, Gabby is an incredible competitor. You know, she's a Hall of Famer and IBJJF Hall of Famer, should be an ADCC Hall of Famer. You know, one of the most credentialed athletes in the history of women's jiu-jitsu, without a doubt. She's a serious competitor. So don't think she's going to take this not anything less than seriously. She's going in there to try and beat Craig. What Craig does That's the big question,
Who knows?
because you
Who
never
knows?
know what this guy's got planned.
It's going to be a great evening. Join us tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific, here at the Thomas & Mack Center. It is, of course, again, live and free on YouTube, X, and Facebook. We appreciate you sticking with us, and we know it's been a long day, but for myself, Josh Palmer, Hal Teague, Brandon McGarren, Alex Wendling, and the rest of the queue here at the Craig Jones Invitational, we'll see you tomorrow.